Chapter 1. Unresolved Emotions. Run, Captain, run. Point one day, we will all return to your side. After finishing Godslayer, Jiang Li delved into the novel, discovering Wang Mian's ultimate fate. She nestled under her blankets, weeping in sorrow, unable to recover for several days. He was hailed as the hero who saved the great Xia, yet he was questioned as an elder unable to wield a sword. Engaging in the protagonist's endeavors, he was relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Even after attaining divinity, he constantly faced the specter of mortality with only a few years left to live. It was indeed profoundly disheartening. While Jiang Li was still ensconced in her melancholic reverie, a sudden phone call interrupted her thoughts. It was her long-awaited takeout delivery. Given the late hour and the sparse crowd, she donned her pajamas and slipped on a pair of flip-flops, descending to the school entrance to retrieve her meal. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she was met with the sight of affectionate couples beneath her dormitory. She silently rolled her eyes. As night fell, it became a paradise for lovers. Watching others paired off, she couldn't help but lament why the entire world seemed to be in love while she remained alone. Yet upon reflection, she thought, what worth did those mismatched couples hold? If one were to pursue romance, it ought to be with someone of Wang Mian's caliber, handsome, fit, and charismatic. Even in the midst of a quarrel, he would still manage to charm. The thought of Wang Mian's fate pierced her heart. Oh, what a spirited youth he was! How splendid it would be to rewrite his destiny. But alas, Wang Mian was but a figment of fiction, and she was merely an observer, never to inhabit the same realm. Soon, Jiang Li encountered an even more distressing situation. Her takeout had been stolen. Due to the campus regulations prohibiting delivery services, the delivery person typically left the food in an open area outside the school gate, taking a photo to send to the customer. Though she had heard her roommate mention the possibility of stolen deliveries, Jiang Li had felt fortunate, believing such misfortune would not befall her. Yet, upon discovering her meal had vanished, it felt as though the sky had fallen. That was her favorite dishloasifin, and she had ordered the large portion, complete with 2 fried eggs and 2 hot dogs. Who stole my takeout? Jiang Li bellowed, disregarding the peculiar stares of passersby. Nothing could be more unacceptable than the theft of her beloved loasifin. Scanning the vicinity, she spotted a young man wearing a baseball cap, clutching a delivery that looked identical to the one she had ordered. Perhaps taken aback by her loud outburst, he hesitated for a moment before taking off in a sprint. Stop! Don't run! Jiang Li shouted, now convinced he was the thief. As she chased him, she muttered angrily, You delivery thief? May you meet the king of hell for your misdeeds. Despite her years of training, the inherent speed difference between genders and her choice of flip-flops hindered her pursuit. In a flash, the young man rounded a corner, and as Jiang Li pressed on, a blinding white light enveloped her. Woohoo! Off we go! It is often said that love awaits around every corner. Yet for Jiang Li, that corner heralded a tragic accident. As she soared through the air, she wished fervently to bite her tongue. The delivery thief had yet to meet the king of hell, but she was the one destined for that encounter. With such altitude, survival seemed improbable. Perhaps in her next life, she would be fortunate enough to be born into better circumstances. This was Jiang Li's final thought as she faced death. Contrary to her expectations of excruciating pain, she was instead enveloped by a sensation akin to nearly tumbling off a cliff while teetering on the edge of slumber. Jiang Li jolted awake. What on earth was happening? Looking down, she discovered herself sprawled across her desk, still clad in her school uniform. Could it be that she had not perished after all? Had she returned to her high school days? The air was filled with the melodious sounds of students engaged in their morning studies. Glancing at her deskmate, she realized that this individual was not the same as the one from her memories. In her recollections, her deskmate had been male, yet now it was a female. As Jiang Li pondered her peculiar situation, a teacher hastily entered the classroom, calling out loudly, Which one of you is Wang Mian? In an instant, Jiang Li's mind went blank as she turned in disbelief toward the back of the classroom. A rather handsome youth had stood up and was walking curiously into the hallway. At that moment, Jiang Li's mouth fell agape, large enough to fit an egg, as she exclaimed in shock, What the hell? All eyes turned to her, and she hastily grabbed a book from her desk to shield her face. Wang Mian, Wang Mian. She had just seen the Wang Mian from her school days. Surely this was not a dream. To verify her state, Jiang Li unhesitatingly slapped herself, feeling the fiery sting on her cheek. Her deskmate, believing that Jiang Li had lost her mind, kindly inquired, "Are you all right?" Yet Jiang Li, brimming with excitement, urged her to pinch her arm. Though her deskmate was puzzled, she complied. The sharp pain that followed solidified Jiang Li's realization. She had unequivocally transmigrated into the world of a novel, specifically within the pages of God-slaying. According to the storyline, trouble loomed. Wang Mian was about to have an accident. The thought of that handsome youth facing peril made Jiang Li abandon her studies, sprinting into the corridor. But Wang Mian was nowhere to be seen. Only the proctoring teacher patrolled the halls. Catching sight of Jiang Li, the teacher quickly shouted, "Hey, which class are you from? Who's your homeroom teacher? It's class time. Who allowed you to wander around aimlessly?" Ignoring the teacher's admonishments, Jiang Li's mind raced back to the devilish educational regime of her high school days, truly relentless. The pressure was suffocating. Even in this new narrative, she had no desire to return to the grind of academia. Casting a glance at the height of the building, which stood at merely 2 stories, she braced herself and leapt from the 2nd floor. What is this student doing? We can communicate calmly. There's no need for self-harm. As the proctor witnessed Jiang Li's leap, her heart leapt to her throat as she hurried to intervene. Alas, Jiang Li had already descended, landing gracefully on the grass below. Phew! Thank goodness I learned a thing or two from my grandfather. At least I didn't break any bones. It was the time for morning self-study, and all the students were engrossed in their reading. As Jiang Li leapt down from the 2nd floor, only the supervising teacher noticed the other students were oblivious to the world outside. Glancing back at the astonished teacher, Jiang Li swiftly dashed towards the wall, effortlessly scaling it with practiced ease, revealing her habitual defiance. Chapter 2. Transformed into an NPC. Jiang Li stood staring at the bustling street, overwhelmed by the torrential rain. Where she meant to find Wang Mian? Just a moment ago, it hadn't been raining at all. How had it turned into a downpour so suddenly? The rain soaked her, drenching her like a drowned rat, yet it also restored her clarity of thought. According to the unfolding narrative, Wang Mian should have just forged a pact with the god of time and managed to survive. She slapped her forehead, realizing, "I've been completely thrown off by Wang Mian. He doesn't need saving. He is destined to become a god, after all." Meanwhile, a passerby, noticing Jiang Li's muttering in her school uniform, assumed she was late for school and kindly offered her an extra umbrella. "Here, take this and hurry to school. Don't be late." "Thank you." Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. She had escaped class, and yet others thought she was about to be tardy. At the same time, an elderly man approached the scene of an accident, his eyes reflecting a pair of interlocking rings. One life, in exchange for another. His murmurs were drowned by the rain. He reached out, gently clasping Wang Mian's contorted hand. "From this day forth, you shall be my sole representative in this world." "Hello, Wang Mian." Though Wang Mian had survived after becoming the divine agent, he had succumbed to a severe blow and lost consciousness. At the Night Watcher's headquarters, several high-ranking officials clad in dark crimson cloaks sat in the conference room, their expressions grave, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Suddenly, Yifan looked up thoughtfully towards the window, murmuring, "This aura is. There's a forbidden realm that has emerged. No, although this energy fluctuation is minimal, it is not of human origin. To be precise, it is a divine realm. Goodness, a divine realm. It has been years since one has surfaced. Does this not imply that another divine agent has appeared?" The others turned their gazes towards Yifan. "Commander Yi, who do you think this divine being might be?" Divine Code 017, the god of time, Kronos. Note, the timeline of Sanjiu is quite chaotic. The mass squad was established in 2012, yet in Zhou Ping's side story, Wang Mian was preparing for college entrance exams that year. It was only later that he learned of Wang Shang's severe injuries and rushed out of school, resulting in the accident that led to his becoming a divine agent. Many timelines do not align, so do not focus too much on the details. At the school security office, Jiang Li was being thoroughly reprimanded by the principal and received a disciplinary notice, with a call made to her parents to come to the school. From the beginning to the end, the principal referred to Jiang Li as that person, and at first, she paid it no mind. However, upon returning to her desk and opening all her textbooks, she discovered that there was no name inscribed within. Even when the teacher called the roll, she was addressed as that person. In that moment, Jiang Li realized a troubling truth. She had become a character within a book, but was it her soul that had traversed time or her body? What was her identity? What was her name? Where did she reside? Why did she possess not a single memory? After inquiring with those around her, she found that everyone continued to refer to her as that person. Not a single soul recognized her. At that moment, Jiang Li's spirits plummeted. The good news was that she had entered story. The bad news was that she had become an NPC, and not just any NPC, but one devoid of even a name, not even worthy of being a mere backdrop. In just one afternoon, Jiang Li reconciled herself with the reality of her new existence as an NPC. Under the cover of night, she ventured out beyond the school walls. I had thought I would catch the wave of trends, becoming the savior of the story, and perhaps find a beautiful romance, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life. Instead, it turned out to be just an NPC. Jiang Li wandered aimlessly down the street, grumbling to herself, now clad in a fresh school uniform. Suddenly, she was jostled from behind and stumbled to the ground. Who was that? Can't they see? A person as large as me right in front of them. Already feeling dejected, being knocked over only fueled her anger, and she began to curse. Not even an apology? Even NPCs have their tempers, you know? Her voice echoed through the empty street. As she glanced around, she realized she had unwittingly wandered into an alley, enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. Swift shadow, whether human or specter, darted above her head, and she could not suppress a gulp. This was a world filled with divine beings, rife with mysteries. An NPC like her could easily meet her demise. Jiang Li did not wish to perish so soon, so she shouted a few times to bolster her courage and hurriedly exited the alley. Just as she was about to leave, a figure clad in a gray robe appeared before her, causing her to halt abruptly in fear. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. The gray-robed figure remained silent, and Jiang Li stood frozen in place. After a moment, the figure slowly raised their head and spoke. Don't waste your effort, come back with me quietly. Jiang Li, bewildered, pointed at herself. Are you talking about me? Upon recognizing the voice as female, the gray-robed figure rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming that the person before her was not the one she sought, and she apologetically stated, My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Jiang Li was taken aback. At least this one was somewhat polite, a marked contrast to the person who had knocked her down earlier. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed figure vanished from her sight. Just as Jiang Li prepared to leave, the figure returned with a vengeance. Run! Another shadow surged from behind, seizing Jiang Li's wrist and pulling her towards the alley's exit. Behind them lay a deep pit, and the gray-robed figure murmured, Clever indeed. No wonder you are an agent of the divine. If we had not invited you to join the church, it would have been a significant loss for us. However, you shall not escape my grasp. The gaze of the figure in the gray robe wandered into the distance, fixated on the two silhouettes that were desperately fleeing. Wait, I can't run anymore, Jiang Li exclaimed, shaking off the grasp that held him. Bending forward with his hands on his knees, his face contorted in a mask of pain as he gasped for breath. I apologize, are you all right? Hearing that familiar youthful voice, Jiang Li immediately straightened his posture. Wang Mian. The youthful visage of Wang Mian was adorned with questions. Do you know me? Jiang Li's Mandarin pronunciation was not particularly refined, leaving Wang Mian momentarily unable to discern any discrepancies. Of course, we are classmates. The instant Jiang Li recognized his face, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached Wang Mian in an attempt to bridge the gap. However, upon scrutinizing Jiang Li's face up close, Wang Mian searched through his memory and realized he could not recall such a person, prompting him to ask, What is your name? Jiang Li. I sit by the window in the second seat of the third row. Jiang Li. As Wang Mian spoke his name, Jiang Li's heart brimmed with anticipation. But in the next moment, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. I don't know you. Jiang Li felt as if the sky had collapsed. The NPC had confirmed it. The sudden silence in the air was palpable, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. I'm sorry, earlier. You need not explain, I understand. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming sense of despair welling up within him. Actually, I wanted to say that I was the one who accidentally knocked you over earlier. And I heard everything you said. Jiang Li thought to himself, this is quite the predicament. Chapter 3. The Oscar Golden Statue. At this moment, Jiang Li felt an overwhelming embarrassment, as if her toes could dig out an entire apartment. Oh, what a calamity! How could she possibly leave such an impression on Wang Mian? She wished for nothing more than to find a crevice in the ground and hide, for this was utterly mortifying. Both remained silent, enveloped in their awkwardness. Suddenly, Wang Mian broke the stillness with a violent cough, prompting Jiang Li to notice that he was clad only in a thin, blue and white hospital gown. Moreover, he had just been in an accident today, hadn't he? At that moment, she ceased to ponder further. The temperature fluctuations between day and night were significant. Without hesitation, she removed her school uniform jacket and draped it over Wang Mian's shoulders. Thank you. Wang Mian accepted the gesture, recognizing that his health was not in the best condition. It's nothing. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively, but as her gaze caught sight of the tattoo on her left hand, she instinctively concealed it behind her back. How could this thing have come along as well? Wang Mian, of course, did not miss this action, and it led him to a realization. The girl standing before him appeared to be just that, a girl, not a boy. His initial confusion stemmed from the oversized jacket obscuring Jiang Li's feminine features, compounded by her short hairstyle resembling a wolf's tail, which under the dim lighting easily misled him regarding her gender. Wang Mian cleared his throat and asked an exceedingly obvious question. Are you a girl? Jiang Li replied. Why wouldn't I be? Wait, why was Wang Mian asking this question? Meanwhile, Wang Mian began to remove the jacket from his shoulders. But Jiang Li quickly halted his motion. What are you doing? Girls are more susceptible to cold than boys. You should wear it yourself. But you're still a patient. My body is far stronger than yours. A gust of cold wind swept through, catching Jiang Li off guard and prompting an unexpected sneeze. See, I told you so, Wang Mian remarked, his eyes wide with surprise. Ugh, Jiang Li sighed, feeling the wind was quite ill-timed. Ultimately, Wang Mian succumbed to Jiang Li's insistence and reluctantly donned the jacket, resulting in yet another prolonged silence between them. It was Jiang Li's stomach growling that shattered the stillness. Shall we perhaps grab something to eat? She suggested quietly. He replied, and thus commenced their rather unnutritious conversation. How old are you? Jiang Li asked. 17, Wang Mian responded. And you? Jiang Li pondered her current identity, realizing she was merely an NPC high school student, and replied, the same. At this hour, shouldn't you be in school? He inquired. Oh, I skipped class. As Jiang Li ate, she contemplated the unfolding narrative. It seemed the story had not addressed the aftermath of Wang Mian's accident. All she knew was that he had been pursued by the ancient cult 4 times. Yet he had miraculously survived. According to the present storyline, could this be considered his first encounter with such peril? Wang Mian, too, was beset by questions. Ever since he had signed the contract with that old man to become his agent, he had awoken in the hospital, astonishingly healed from 2 critical injuries. Subsequently, a self-proclaimed follower of the ancient god church entered his hospital room and invited him to join their ranks. However, he declined the offer. The individual, unexpectedly enraged, attempted to take his life. Fortunately, a surge of strength erupted within him, allowing him to escape the confines of the room. Soon after, he encountered Jiang Li. You. They both began to speak simultaneously, only to fall into silence once more. You go first. No, you go first. After a brief pause, Wang Mian took the initiative. Aren't you curious why I just dragged you away? Jiang Li shook her head. Not curious at all. Why? Jiang Li replied, because she knows the script, and given the current situation, it's an easy guess. Oh, it's because I can foresee the future. Jiang Li feigned an air of mystery. Wang's expression betrayed skepticism, clearly doubting Jiang Li's fanciful claims. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Do you believe in the existence of deities? Without a moment's thought, Jiang Li answered, Ido. Wang Mian, her expression resembled that of someone humoring a child. Yet, the events of the day had surpassed Wang Mian's understanding, and he was in dire need of someone to confide in, perhaps because Jiang Li was his classmate, even though they had no prior connection. She was the only one he could share his thoughts with at that moment. Thus, Wang Mian recounted everything in a gentle manner, while Jiang Li provided emotional support that was spot on. She gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, displaying fear at times. In short, she deserved an Oscar for her performance. Do you think it's possible that we haven't shaken him off, and he is lurking in the shadows, watching us? Jiang Li casually suggested, aiming to enhance the atmosphere with a touch of drama. To her surprise, Wang Mian nodded earnestly. You're right. He is indeed nearby. For some reason, his perception seemed to differentiate from that of ordinary people, as he sensed a powerful gaze fixated upon them. The owner of that gaze was none other than the follower of the ancient god church. With a clatter, chopsticks fell to the floor, and Jiang Li no longer needed to act. Her reaction was more genuine than any performance. Internally, she thought, this is it. She was acutely aware of her role as merely an NPC, always at risk of being eliminated, while Wang Mian was not. Noticing Jiang Li's prolonged silence, Wang Mian assumed she was frightened and offered reassurance. Don't worry, he's after me, and he won't harm you. Jiang Li's smile was more sorrowful than joyful. It was too late. The ancient god church was the antagonist. From the moment she ran with Wang Mian, he would undoubtedly perceive her as an accomplice. There was a chance he might even use her to threaten Wang Mian, coercing him into joining the ancient god church. After all, Han Xiaoyan was a prime example. Yet, it was also possible that Wang Mian would remain unperturbed. After all, to him, she was merely a familiar stranger from class, not someone he would risk his life to save. Perhaps, while there were many people around, they should make a hasty retreat. However, Wang Mian shook his head. It's futile. I've already tried. No matter how far he runs, the followers will always find him. Jiang Li, like a deflated balloon, expressed his discontent, saying, what should we do then? It's impossible to fight. Wang Mian has just become the divine agent and is completely unaware of how to harness the powers within him. As for myself, I possess only a few flashy moves, barely surpassing an ordinary person in combat, and I certainly cannot contend with the followers. Now escape seems futile. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Jiang Li. I have a plan. What plan? First, let us settle the bill, she replied, walking away. Wang Mian's expression turned awkward, his demeanor slightly unnatural. Did you bring any money? Although he understood that allowing a girl to pay for their meal after going out together was somewhat inconsiderate, he reassured himself that he would repay her in the future. However, he had left the hospital without any cash or electronic devices. Ah, I thought you had some, Jiang Li exclaimed. Wang Mian pointed to the bandage wrapped around her left hand and asked, then where did that come from? I picked it up off the ground, Jiang Li replied. Chapter 4. Into the police station. Initially, the two had deliberated on where to dine. However, Jiang Li abruptly requested Wang Mian to wait for her momentarily. Upon her return, Jiang Li's left hand was meticulously wrapped in bandages, concealing her tattoo with utmost care. Wang Mian assumed that the cash Jiang Li had on her was also lost in the fray. Little did he know, she was devoid of any cash as well. The scene shifted to Jiang Li and Wang Mian exchanging glances in the police station, both instinctively turning away in unison. Jiang Li, feeling guilty, absent-mindedly touched her nose. In her haste to scale the wall, she had forgotten her phone, contemplating the need to return later, lest she find no place to rest. Unexpectedly, this predicament arose along the way. In her understanding, Wang Mian should not be lacking in funds, yet she overlooked the fact that he had also fled from the hospital. At that moment, Jiang Li had a sudden epiphany, yearning to seek assistance from the police, yet she never anticipated entering the station in such a manner. Name, Jiang Li. Wang Mian. Age, 17. The officer remarked, you too, so young, yet engaging in such mischief, emulating others in dining and eloping. Jiang Li replied, we didn't mean it. Wang Mian added, no, officer, we are not. Just as Wang Mian attempted to clarify, Jiang Li swiftly covered his mouth, sincerely accepting the reprimand. We are sorry. Officer, we were wrong. We shall not do it again. Wang Mian interjected, is my attitude satisfactory? Do I truly appear so old? Apologies, officer. The young officer, considering their youth, began his lecture, to which Jiang Li nodded along, signing the necessary documents as the matter drew to a close. However, just as she was about to sign, Jiang Li posed a question. Officer, how can we meet Commander Yi? The officer hesitated before responding. Your current task is to focus on your studies. In the future, When you become the pillars of our nation, you may meet Commander Yi. Yet internally, he pondered how she knew of Commander Yi, without revealing his own identity. Does this mean if I become a pillar of the nation now, I could meet Commander Yi? Now, little girl, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Sign the papers and return home to rest, for dreams can hold anything. Beside him, Wang Mian face-bombed, hastily signing the document and pulling Jiang Li to leave. Wait, I have not finished. Forget it. Commander Yi is far too busy to meet you. Who said it was for me? It's for you. Wang Mian. Jiang Li threw her arm around Wang Mian's shoulder, feigning camaraderie, and whispered, You are the pillar of a nation, a divine agent. Surely, he would not overlook a talent like you. Trust me, once we meet Commander Yi, we will be safe, and no one will dare trouble you. Then, without a trace of embarrassment, Jiang Li loudly proclaimed in the hall, If the night is dark. Wang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. While her aspirations were noble, reality often proved to be harsh, and they might soon find themselves subjected to further educational reprimands. Yet simultaneously, a peculiar emotion stirred within Wang Mian. Despite having no connection with her, why would she inexplicably feel compelled to assist him? Moreover, she was merely an innocent party caught in his predicament. Almost immediately, his thoughts materialized. Over there, the two individuals were warned against causing a commotion in the police station. Jiang Li, however, did not silence herself. Instead, she raised her voice even louder, nearly resonating throughout the entire precinct. As Jiang Li had anticipated, one of the officers lifted his head and instructed his subordinates to bring them over. Young lady, where did you hear that phrase you just shouted? A chubby police officer inquired with a friendly smile. Jiang Li got straight to the point. I want to see Commander Yi. Wang Mian sighed, indicating that he did not recognize her. The chief scrutinized the pair before him, pondering how ordinary individuals could possibly be aware of the Night Watcher's existence, let alone their oath. Furthermore, they were merely students. Where could they have obtained such knowledge? Leaning on his chin, the chief spoke. Why don't you tell me how you came to know those words? The Night Watchers, agents of the divine, Jiang Li replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the chief's gaze sharpened, and his tone shifted from casual to serious. Which deity do you represent? Once again, I assert, I want to see Commander Yi. The chief fell silent. He had never encountered a high school student bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone broke the tension. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems a call has come in. Wang Mian frantically gestured to Jiang Li, but she remained oblivious, even asking, Is your eye all right? Wang Mian. While they exchanged words, the chief had already answered the call. Whatever was conveyed to him caused his expression to shift to one of grave concern. Rising from his seat, he glanced at the two still seated. Don't you wish to meet Commander Yi? Jiang Li promptly stood up, dragging the bewildered Wang Mian along with her. As they boarded the vehicle heading to the Night Watcher's headquarters, Wang Mian whispered to Jiang Li, How can you be so certain we will meet Commander Yi? I told you, I can foresee the future. Wang Mian wore an expression that questioned the veracity of her claim. It's true. I don't believe you. Jiang Li. She gazed out at the eerily quiet streets, an unsettling premonition brewing within her. If all goes as expected, we might encounter an unforeseen incident. You truly are a prophet. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, causing Jiang Li's face to collide with the backrest of the passenger seat. Wang Mian, observing the figure clad in gray robes blocking their path, fell into contemplation. I'll go take a look. You two stay in the car and don't move. One of the officers opened the car door, intending to negotiate with the figure in gray. Yet, before he could approach, he lost consciousness and collapsed. The gray-robed figure approached the car window and stared intently at Wang Mian. Get out, or they will all be in danger. Wang Mian, witnessing Jiang Li and the others succumbing to unconsciousness, felt a cold glint in his eyes. Is this how the followers of the ancient gods always behave? Do the lives of others hold such little value in their eyes? In that moment, a flicker of disdain arose within Wang Mian towards the ancient god church. He had initially believed their ambitions were solely directed at him, only to discover they would also target the innocent. However, considering the lives of Jiang Li and the others, Wang Mian inhaled deeply, suppressing the revulsion in his gaze, and opened the car door to step out. I will accompany you, but I have one condition. Speak. You must not harm their lives. Agreed. Only after receiving this assurance did Wang Mian feel a sense of relief. Then let us depart. Before leaving, Wang Mian cast a glance at the still unconscious Jiang Li and the others, his brow furrowing slightly. When will they awaken? The figure in the gray robe replied. In half an hour. Soon after, the silhouettes of Wang Mian and the gray-robed figure vanished from the street. Just moments after their departure, the tattoo on Jiang Li's left arm began to radiate an intense heat, stirring her from her slumber. Ouch! It's burning me alive. It's burning me alive. Chapter 5. A Life for a Life. Upon awakening, Jiang Li discovered that Wang Mian was absent from the vehicle, while the officer driving had succumbed to unconsciousness on the rotary. Another officer lay motionless on the ground. Noting their lives were not in immediate peril, Jiang Li uttered an apology before dragging the unconscious officer from the driver's seat and placing him on the ground beside them. She then took the helm, fastening her seatbelt, releasing the handbrake, and flooring the accelerator, sending clouds of dust swirling in her wake. At that moment, Wang Mian was devising a means of escape when the figure in the gray robe, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, spoke with an air of indifference. I suggest you relinquish those foolish notions. No matter where you flee, I shall locate you. Wang Mian feigned indifference with a few nonchalant murmurs, yet the desire to evade persisted unabated within him. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of night, a blaring horn pierced the air, accompanied by blinding high beams. Instinctively, Wang Mian raised a hand to shield his eyes. The figure in gray narrowed his gaze. It was indeed the police car, and the driver was the sole female occupant from the earlier vehicle. As he anticipated Jiang Li's next move, he was met with an unexpected sound, a heavy object being struck by the car. Jiang Li's voice rang out. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Wang Mian, taken aback, wasted no time in leaping into the vehicle, incredulity etched across his face. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Li hurriedly started the engine, expressing her gratitude. Thanks. This was her first experience of running someone down, and her entire being trembled with exhilaration. Goodness, what a thrill it was to be the perpetrator. After all, these villains possessed a sanctuary. Even if she struck them down, they would not perish. Thus, Jiang Li bore no psychological burden, but rather felt a surge of excitement. On the deserted roadway, a police car sped at full throttle. From the passenger seat, Wang Mian sensed the presence of the figure in gray and cautioned, "Be careful. He's pursuing us again." Jiang Li gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he truly is relentless. Where is he? Right ahead, Wang Mian replied, his complexion paling as he observed the figure in gray rushing towards them, suddenly executing a drift into a nearby grove. Wang Mian's face turned ashen, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Hold on. Regardless of the treacherous terrain, Jiang Li pressed on fearlessly, for she believed that a path would reveal itself before the mountain. The vehicle jolted violently, nearly causing Wang Mian to be sick. Several times he contemplated speaking, but each time he opened his mouth, Jiang Li would perform another drift. Ultimately, he chose silence, gripping the overhead handle tightly, embodying a sense of resignation to fate. After an indeterminate passage of time, the tumultuous ride finally ceased. Jiang Li turned to Wang Mian, noting his features contorted in discomfort, and expressed her concern. Are you all right? He immediately exited the vehicle and began to vomit. Jiang Li, taken aback, thought, was my driving truly that poor? She had acquired her license in her freshman year of college, and despite a 2- or 3-year hiatus from driving, she believed her skills remained intact. Wang Mian disregarded her, continuing to heave uncontrollably, even expelling bile. Jiang Li could only stare in astonishment. A sudden mutation unleashed a formidable force that surged toward Jiang Li, who had been violently retching moments before. Wang Mian swiftly pushed her aside, just as the spot where Jiang Li had stood was transformed into a massive crater. Jiang Li could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "Goodness! If that had struck me, I would have been reduced to nothing." In the pitch-black night, danger loomed silently, and Wang Mian shielded Jiang Li behind him, keenly attuned to their surroundings. Sigh, each one of you is truly a source of worry. Little girl, why seek death when living is so much better? No sooner had he spoken than the figure clad in gray robes appeared behind Jiang Li, darting toward her like an arrow aimed at her life. Dodge! Wang Mian's warning was cut short as he was flung 10 meters away, as if an unseen force bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. In the darkness, the gray-robed figure gripped Jiang Li's neck tightly, capable of snapping it with a mere exertion of strength. The air dwindled, and for the first time, Jiang Li felt death was alarmingly close. You have repeatedly thwarted my plans. It is time to send you to meet your maker. The gray-robed figure's fingers gradually tightened, seemingly relishing Jiang Li's agony in her final moments. Who seeks death may not be so certain. Jiang Li fiercely bit her tongue, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth as she murmured ancient incantations. The gray-robed figure, provoked by her words, suddenly exerted more force, preparing to bring her life to an end. The sound of rustling echoed. A presence seemed to be crawling on the ground. The gray-robed figure inhaled sharply. Feeling a bite at his foot, he looked down to find a venomous snake. In that moment, countless snakes converged at his feet. A green tree viper descended from a branch, striking precisely at the hand that strangled Jiang Li's neck. In pain, the gray-robed figure hurled Jiang Li away, now comprehending her audacity and the source of her courage. These serpents were summoned by her. Jiang Li was thrown against a tree, blood spurting from her mouth as she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mian felt a surge of sorrow and fury erupt within him, akin to a blazing inferno. Anger clouded his mind. Had he not revealed everything to Jiang Li, she would not have been ensnared in this predicament, nor would she have sacrificed her life in an attempt to save him. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging at his temples, as boundless energy surged through his body. The divine might of Kronos, the god of time, erupted from within him, dispelling the oppressive force that had weighed him down. A brilliant beam of light shot into the sky as he levitated in midair, his eyes adorned with a pair of interlocking rings, flowing slowly, ancient and enigmatic. I demand a life for a life. The gray-robed figure was firmly pinned to the ground by divine power, much like Wang Mian had been moments before. Faced with such overwhelming might, the gray-robed figure was utterly powerless, swiftly losing his vitality. However, the immense divine energy he unleashed would soon prove too taxing for Wang Mian's current form to sustain for more than a minute. After the beam of light vanished, his mental strength reached its limit, and he lost consciousness. In the night, several figures clad in dark crimson cloaks were hastening towards the location where Wang Mian and the others were situated. Upon awakening, Wang Mian found himself back in the hospital. You are awake. He heard a voice and turned his head to see a middle-aged man draped in a dark crimson cloak seated nearby. You, who are you? I am the person you sought to meet. Commander Yi? Yi Fan nodded, affirming, indeed. Although Wang Mian had finally met Yi Fan, a sense of disappointment lingered within him. They had promised to meet together, yet now he stood before Yi Fan while Jiang Li would never return. As the supreme commander of the Great Xia, Yi Fan had encountered countless individuals and could easily discern Wang Mian's thoughts, which were plainly etched upon his face. Rest assured, that young lady is unharmed. She merely fainted. Upon learning that Jiang Li was still alive, a flicker of hope ignited deep within Wang Mian's eyes. Observing this, Yi Fan offered a calm smile. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Night Watchers? Chapter 6. If there is no golden finger, then create one. Ever since Wang Mian became aware of the Night Watcher's existence, Yi Fan granted him a few days to contemplate his decision. Ultimately, Wang Mian made his choice. However, before departing, he wished to bid farewell to Jiang Li properly. Despite having known each other for only a single night, their shared tribulations rendered Jiang Li a rather extraordinary friend in his eyes, given the bond forged through life and death. Regrettably, Jiang Li had been in a coma for an entire week, showing no signs of awakening. Wang Mian left behind a letter and accompanied Yi Fan back to the capital, where arrangements had been made to ensure Jiang Li's care during her hospitalization. 2 weeks later, Jiang Li emerged from her stupor, discovering the letter Wang Mian had penned for her. The contents were merely expressions of gratitude for her timely assistance and an admission of guilt regarding the peril she had faced, along with an apology for not being able to bid farewell in person to such a unique friend. The final line read, "Jiang Li, until we meet again." Upon finishing the letter, Jiang Li erupted into a series of excited squeals akin to a gopher, rolling about on her bed in a fit of exhilaration. It felt as though the letter was not a farewell note, but rather a confession of affection. She leapt and tumbled on the bed, grateful for being in a single room, or else she might have faced reprimand. Lying on her bed, holding Wang Mian's letter, she mused that the handwriting matched the man, handsome in appearance, and his penmanship was equally exquisite. Yet, were they merely friends? Shouldn't their relationship echo the narrative tropes of novels, where a drop of kindness warranted a cascade of gratitude and devotion? Although Wang Mian did not disclose his destination, Jiang Li surmised that he had likely joined the Night Watchers. She recalled Yuan Gang mentioning that Wang Mian had participated in the new recruit training, albeit briefly, suggesting a strong possibility of his presence there. The new recruit training commenced every September. Gazing at the final line of the letter, she murmured, "Until we meet again." Wang Mian, April in the human realm. After completing her discharge procedures, the personnel left by Yi Fan returned to report back, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Indeed, she was merely an NPC in this world, fortunate to have Wang Mian's influence that secured her a private room, with the hospitalization expenses covered by others. Otherwise, being penniless, she would have faced certain demise. With 4 months remaining until the new recruit training commenced, Jiang Li pondered her next steps. She was determined to attend, yet without a forbidden ruin. How could she even register? Reflecting on her narrow escape from death, she recognized her own vulnerability. In that perilous moment, with Wang Mian present, she had dared to gamble on her survival, confident that a divine agent would not easily succumb to death, nor would he abandon her in her time of need. However, such luck was not guaranteed to be a constant companion. While she possessed the art of controlling insects, it was woefully inadequate in this world, where even a mere flicker of light could extinguish her existence. As Jiang Li strolled down the street, she found herself engulfed in self-pity. Sighing, she lamented the disparity between herself and those who traversed the realms of fiction, either endowed with a system, a golden finger, or some external advantage. Yet here she stood, devoid of any such endowments, and she had nearly met her demise. Why must my fate be so cruel? She bemoaned. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and a bold idea took shape in her mind. Lacking a golden finger, she resolved to create one for herself. Aside from the protagonist, the most formidable character in this narrative was the red dust sword immortal, Zhou Ping, an existence that rivaled the divine, encapsulated in a mortal frame. If only she could become his disciple and master a few formidable sword techniques, how could she possibly fail to qualify for the new recruit training? Casting aside her doubts, Jiang Li declared her intent to pursue this path without hesitation. However, reality swiftly delivered a crushing blow. She was penniless without a mobile phone and possessed nothing save for her own self. Jiang Li threw her head back and cried out in despair. What a tragedy! At the night watchman headquarters, Yi Fan received news of Jiang Li's discharge from the hospital and instructed someone to relay the information to Wang Mian. Fresh from training, Wang Mian inquired whether Jiang Li had found the letter he left behind and what her reaction had been. She appeared calm, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. This realization left Wang Mian feeling a twinge of disappointment, though he quickly rationalized that perhaps to her he was merely a classmate. Suppressing his disheartenment, he thanked the messenger and resumed his practice of swordsmanship. The misunderstanding could not solely be blamed on the messenger. After all, Jiang Li had locked herself away at that moment, leaving no one privy to her emotional turmoil. Even when others inquired, Jiang Li maintained a facade of tranquility, while her inner world roiled with tumult. In Shijin City, at the Sanjiu rustic cuisine restaurant, a disheveled figure appeared at the entrance. It was Jiang Li. It was anyone's guess how she had managed to survive these past days. Stripped of funds, she had taken on odd jobs, seeking out those that offered daily wages. Her hope was to save enough to purchase a mobile phone, which would facilitate her use of public transport. Yet she found herself living out a real-life comedy of errors. She had distributed flyers, worked as a dishwasher, served tables, made prank calls, and sorted logistics, among other tasks. Yet, some employers, seeing her young age, took advantage of her, offering only half of the promised wages, while some unscrupulous intermediaries vanished with her earnings. After much toil, she finally scraped together enough money to buy a phone worth around 1,000 yuan, along with a train ticket to Shijin City. However, as she disembarked, her phone was stolen. It became clear to her why people often succumb to darkness, who wouldn't be driven to it under such circumstances. Were it not for the absence of goo worms within her, she would have certainly shown these miscreants a taste of retribution. Yet, the use of goo worms was bound by strict rules, a code she intended to uphold. Fortunately, she had reached her destination, chalking up her earlier tribulations to mere misfortune. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li stepped forward with resolute strides towards the restaurant. Fortunately, the establishment was devoid of patrons. Otherwise, she would have felt too embarrassed to enter. Upon noticing a customer, Sanjiu rose to greet her warmly, his smile unwavering despite her ragged appearance, akin to that of a vagrant. Jiang Li opened her mouth and said, "Hello, are you still hiring for dishwashing?" The smile on her third uncle's face stiffened as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "My dear niece, I have no shortage of help here." Jiang Li was well aware that there was no lack of dishwashers, considering that Yi Fan's pace was slower than Zhou Ping's, and he had even faced wage deductions. Her immediate goal was to secure her place, and she would address future matters later. Thus, Jiang Li began to weep profusely, recounting the tribulations she had endured. She had quarreled with her family and was subsequently cast out, left with nowhere to turn. Along her journey, she had taken on various odd jobs, only to be met with exploitation. As she poured out her heart, her sobs grew louder. After all, since her arrival in this world, she had been utterly alone, swallowing her grievances in silence. Yet, once she began to speak, her tears flowed like a torrent, unstoppable. In that moment, all her sorrows erupted in a cathartic release. Seeing Jiang Li's genuine plight, her third uncle ultimately consented to let her stay. Chapter 7. The boot camp for new recruits. Having spent nearly a week in the restaurant, Jiang Li had become quite familiar with her Uncle San and Zhou Ping. However, she found herself in a quandary about how to approach Zhou Ping to express her desire to learn swordsmanship under his guidance. This dilemma weighed heavily on her mind. One day, while Uncle Sam was out on errands and Zhou Ping had also stepped away, Jiang Li found herself alone in the shop. Bored and restless, she lay her head on the table, pondering how she might persuade the sword saint to take her as his disciple. Before long, Uncle Sam returned, placing a small gift box in front of Jiang Li. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find a mobile phone. "Uncle Sam, this. But you said your phone was stolen." With a cheerful demeanor, Uncle Sam explained, "Yes, but I bought you a new one. Otherwise, how would I manage to pay you?" He held a fondness for this diligent young girl who often helped wash dishes for Zhou Ping, despite her insistence on not receiving any salary, only a place to stay and a meal. Nevertheless, Uncle Sam felt a pang of conscience and decided to pay her. Jiang Li's smile stretched from ear to ear. "Thank you, Uncle Sam. Without a phone, I felt like I was living in primitive times, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. But Uncle Sam, I haven't received my salary yet." "Don't worry, consider this phone as an advance on your wages." "All right then, thank you, Uncle Sam." With her new phone, Jiang Li downloaded electronic versions of classic novels, such as The Eight Dragons and The Legend of the Moon Knife. Each evening after work, she practiced with chopsticks, mimicking the sword techniques described in the stories, a routine she maintained for a month. Eventually, one night, Zhou Ping could no longer bear to watch her erroneous practice and decided to intervene personally. "No, you got it all wrong." Jiang Li, with her back turned to Zhou Ping, couldn't help but smirk, but feigned surprise as she turned around. "Oh, but the novel clearly states it this way." "What novel are you reading?" "The Eight Dragons." "That's not how the techniques are portrayed in the book." "Then how should I practice? Could you demonstrate it for me?" Possessing a heart as clear as glass, Zhou Ping harbored no doubts and indeed took the chopsticks from Jiang Li's hands to illustrate the proper technique. Jiang Li's heart soared with joy. Seizing the moment, she clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully. Sword Saint, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Zhou Ping regarded her with a serious expression. How did you know I am the Sword Saint? Jiang Li had already devised a plausible excuse. Oh, I observed your swordplay earlier, and it resembled the Sword Saint from a novel I once read. In that moment, I thought perhaps the Sword Saint had stepped out of the pages. Despite the evident flaws in her statement, Zhou Ping believed her. What was the title of that novel? Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly as she replied, The War God. Apologies, Uncle San, but it seems I must alter your name. Otherwise, how will Zhou Ping slay gods in the future? Zhou Ping nodded thoughtfully, then spoke earnestly to Jiang Li. I do not take on disciples, but if you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me. A surprise fell from the heavens, nearly rendering Jiang Li unconscious. Although she did not succeed in becoming an apprentice, she found solace in the outcome, for at least Zhou Ping could offer her guidance. Thus, Jiang Li spent her days working and her nights immersed in novels, diligently learning sword techniques under Zhou Ping's occasional tutelage. Eventually, after much coaxing, Zhou Ping began to train her in swordplay. Lacking an opponent, she could only spar with Zhou Ping himself. However, the situation proved far less straightforward than anticipated. For Zhou Ping was a master swordsman. How could Jiang Li possibly prevail? She could barely withstand even a single strike from him, enduring a daily routine of being bested in combat. Day after day, this cycle continued, serving food by day and facing defeat by night. Zhou Ping, feeling a pang of compassion, contemplated advising Jiang Li to abandon her pursuits, yet she remained resolute in her determination. Gradually, her role shifted from merely being defeated to evading Zhou Ping's strikes, although she still could not withstand even one blow. As time flew by, mid-August arrived, signaling the imminent start of the new recruit training, which Jiang Li successfully registered for, thanks to Zhou Ping's influence. Under his continued guidance, Jiang Li finally managed to parry a single blow, albeit just that one strike. Zhou Ping candidly suggested, perhaps you're more adept at wielding the sword with your left hand than with your right. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Jiang Li replied with a cheerful smile, for she had indeed managed to deflect Zhou Ping's strike with her left hand. However, he cautioned, but if you cannot control your left-handed swordsmanship, you risk injuring both yourself and others. This reminded Jiang Li of a night when she was unable to sleep, a sword technique flashing through her mind, prompting her to rise and practice. The result was nearly catastrophic, as she almost cleaved the restaurant in two. Fortunately, Zhou Ping intervened just in time to dissipate her sword energy, or the establishment would have been lost. To put it plainly, Jiang Li wielded her sword with her left hand, possessing formidable destructive power, easily capable of splitting anything within a 10-meter radius, while the resulting sword energy posed a risk to herself. Embarrassed, she nodded in acknowledgement, promising to exercise caution in the future. After a brief silence, Zhou Ping slowly inquired, when do you plan to leave? Jiang Li responded with surprise. Already know? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before replying, I happened to notice while cleaning. Are you going to become a night watchman? Jiang Li openly admitted, yes, that is correct. After much contemplation, Zhou Ping simply offered 2 words of encouragement. Good luck. He then turned to leave, only to quickly return and solemnly advise, if anyone asks who taught you swordplay, remember to say it was not the Sword Saint. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly, and she replied with a simple all right. She understood his reasoning. It stemmed from his social anxiety. After bidding farewell to her third uncle, Jiang Li set forth on her journey to the capital. Meanwhile, Yi Fan instructed Wang Mian regarding the new recruit training, urging him to study diligently, for upon graduation, he would officially become a night watchman. After several days of enduring the hard seats of a train, Jiang Li finally arrived in the capital, standing outside the training camp. As Wang Mian stepped into the camp, he immediately garnered the attention of all the instructors. Is it the agent of a deity? Which deity, one may wonder. Designation 017. The god of time, Kronos. Fortunately, he is on our side as the night watchers. Unfamiliar with the training camp, Wang Mian intended to inquire for directions. An instructor approached him. Are you Wang Mian? Yes. The instructor scrutinized Wang Mian, muttering softly, he looks so young. Can he fight? Wang Mian. He could hear him. Come, I will guide you around the training camp. The instructor seemed to remember that he had yet to introduce himself, saying, "By the way, I am Gonding, your instructor." Wang Mian politely greeted him, and thus followed Gonding as they explore the training camp. Chapter 8. The Masked Squad, a Divine Agent, and 3 Exceptionally Perilous Forbidden Ruins. This batch of recruits appears promising. Before Yuan Gang could finish his contemplation, an instructor pointed at Jiang Li's name and inquired, "Commander, what does this designation of extremely dangerous individual imply? Why has it been circled in red?" Another instructor interjected, "Indeed, the records indicate she is merely an ordinary person, lacking even a forbidden ruin. What makes her so dangerous?" Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes, incredulously reviewing Jiang Li's dossier twice, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that this was indeed the extremely dangerous individual personally circled by Commander Yi? The instructors gasped in unison. The backstory stemmed from an incident where Jiang Li nearly cleaved through a restaurant. Though Zhou Ping managed to defuse the situation in time, he had seen Jiang Li's application to become a night watchman. Consequently, Zhou Ping relayed this matter to Yi Fan. The reasoning being simple: no one but he could neutralize Jiang Li's lethal sword aura, which could even prove fatal to herself when provoked. Yi Fan, fully aware of Zhou Ping's capabilities, considered the significance of this formidable individual's existence, and, after careful deliberation, circled Jiang Li's name with a notation, "Extremely dangerous individual." After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang took a red pen and circled several names. Regardless of whether they were divine agents or extremely dangerous individuals, all recruits at the training camp would be treated equally and subjected to rigorous training. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Wang Mian returned to the dormitory, only to find another roommate had arrived. "Hello, I'm Sun Tianping. I look forward to your guidance over the next year," he greeted warmly. Wang Mian smiled in return. "Hello, I am Wang Mian." "Oh, so you are the divine agent," Sun Tianping exclaimed, clapping his hands in surprise. "Indeed," Wang Mian responded with an expressionless nod, accustomed to such reactions. "By the way, do you know that another extremely dangerous individual has joined this training camp?" Wang Mian gazed at him quizzically. "Extremely dangerous individual?" Sun Tianping shut the door and plopped down beside Wang Mian. "From what I've heard, this information was specially highlighted by the higher-ups, and apparently, she is a female." Wang Mian looked at him with curiosity. "Where did you learn all this?" Sun Tianping animatedly shared the rumors he had gathered. "Oh my, why is this place so remote? With no transportation available?" Jiang Li panted as she leaned against her suitcase. Fortunately, she had arrived at the entrance of the training camp and needed to hurry to check in. In the distance, atop a building, a group of instructors observed. "Commander, is this the so-called extremely dangerous individual? She hardly seems formidable," one remarked. "Indeed, she looks frail, incapable of lifting even a finger," another chimed in. They watched as Jiang Li struggled to ascend the stairs with her suitcase, pausing for a 5-minute rest after each flight. Compared to the divine agent Wang Mian, she fell considerably short, casting doubt on the label of extremely dangerous individual. Yuan Gang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave as he remarked, "One must not judge anything solely by its surface. Everything possesses a dual nature. What if someone plays the role of a fool to deceive the wise?" This sentiment resonated with the group of instructors, who nodded in thoughtful agreement. In the dormitory, Jiang Li discovered her roommate was present as well. With her extroverted demeanor, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jiang Li, with Jiang from Jiangnan and Li from Dawn." The girl sitting on the bed rose enthusiastically to respond. "Hello, I am Tan Xiangyue." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Could she be the Tan Xiang from the Masked Squad? Although the narrative had not disclosed her true name, the pun-laden aliases of the Masked Squad left little room for doubt. This realization led Jiang Li to ponder whether other members of the Masked Squad also resided within this training camp. With her natural sociability further ignited by confirming Tan Xiang's identity, Jiang Li engaged her in conversation, overwhelming Tan Xiang with her exuberance. She had never anticipated such warmth from her new roommate and had previously worried about their rapport, but now it seemed to be quite promising. Jiang Li arrived at the training camp late in the evening of the second day, having stayed up too late the previous night due to excitement. Consequently, she overslept until noon on the third day. After waking, she rubbed her drowsy eyes and went to wash up, toothbrush and cup in hand. When Tan Xiang returned from her meal, she noticed Jiang Li was already ready and approached to remind her, "I was just about to call you." The instructor said, "We need to assemble at the training field at 2 o'clock. Jiang Li mumbled a vague acknowledgement, her mind still sluggish. In the afternoon, after donning their military uniforms, Jiang Li and Tan Xiang made their way to the training field. As they walked, Jiang Li scanned the surroundings. Tan Xiang, curious, inquired, "What are you looking for?" Disheartened by the absence of the person she hoped to see, Jiang Li replied, "Nothing, let us hurry along." Upon reaching the training field, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Among the crowd, Jiang Li immediately recognized Wang Mian standing at the forefront. It had been a while since they last met, and he seemed to have grown significantly taller. His demeanor transformed dramatically, shedding some of his youthful naivety and adopting a more composed presence. Beside him stood Tianping, indicating that the captain and vice-captain of the masked squad had successfully reunited, while Jiang Li appeared calm on the surface. Internally, she was bursting with excitement at the sight of Wang Mian. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as Wang Mian, sensing it without needing to focus, turned around but failed to spot its source. This was understandable, given that Wang Mian now stood at about 1.8 meters tall, while Jiang Li was only 1.62 meters, placing her well below his line of sight. Additionally, with Wang Mian positioned at the front and Jiang Li at the back, separated by a multitude of varying heights, it was only natural for her to remain unnoticed. "What are you looking at?" Tianping followed Wang Mian's line of sight, observing nothing but a sea of indistinct heads. Wang Mian shook his head, replying nothing. Jiang Li had hoped for a moment of eye contact with Wang Mian, but he glanced briefly before turning away once more. Jiang Li thought to herself, "Well, we are all in the same training camp, so there will be plenty of opportunities for conversation in the future." With Wang Mian, Tianping, and Tan Xiang present, she wondered where the other team members had gone. Thus, Jiang Li began to search the crowd for the remaining members of the masked team, and indeed, she soon spotted one, adorned with a forehead chain and strutting out in a model-like walk. Who else could it be but Xianhua? Noticing Jiang Li's gaze, Xianhua even waved at her enthusiastically. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. Xianhua truly was a delightful character, eager to greet her from such a distance. Once everyone had gathered, the training platform showcased over 20 instructors standing tall and proud. At the forefront, Yuan Gang looked down upon the disordered battalions, aside from Wang Mian, who stood as straight as a pine tree. The others were far from satisfactory. Chapter 9. The instructor and the new recruits stand at attention, bellowed the instructor behind Yuan Gang, echoing the dramatic tone of the narrative. The cacophony of chatter swiftly subsided, and Yuan Gang launched into his time-worn speech template. "I know that each of you is a genius hailing from the vast expanse of Daxia, which means you're all mere recruits. Novices." Hearing the all-too-familiar opening lines, Jiang Li silently scoffed, finding it trite. She pondered how the plot would unfold this time, recalling that Yuan Gang had once mentioned that Wang Mian, during his own rookie days, had been more audacious than the main cast. However, judging by his demeanor just moments ago, that didn't seem to be the case. As Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, Jiang Li distinctly sensed the expressions of the surrounding recruits growing increasingly frosty, with even the normally composed Tan Xiang beside her, wearing a mask of fury. Yuan Gang sneered, continuing his monotonous script. "Do you believe me?" Indeed, the collective ire of those present reached a boiling point, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "I don't believe you." All eyes turned to Wang Mian, who stood with his hands in his pockets, defiantly locking his gaze with Yuan Gang on the training platform, his eyes brimming with pride. For a fleeting moment, Yuan Gang's expression darkened. He had been quite pleased with Wang Mian during the formation, but now, as he led the descent, he felt compelled to rescind that approval. He was well aware of Wang Mian's status as a divine agent, which naturally lent him an air of arrogance. Yet according to his usual script, he had to pose a token question. "New recruit, what is your name?" "Wang Mian." "Good. Who else is dissatisfied?" "I am." Tian Ping crossed his arms defiantly, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly chiming in. Me too. Even the one at the back of the crowd, Vortex, raised a hand without hesitation. I also refused to comply. Me. As more and more hands shot up, it became apparent that over half of the recruits were participating. Witnessing this, Jiang Li's lips twitched uncontrollably. No wonder Yuan Gang had made that remark. It seemed Wang Mian was leading a rebellion, akin to a rebellious youth. Tian Ping and Vortex's boldness explained why they had become the fourth special team of Daxia, unafraid to stand against Yuan Gang. Noticing that Jiang Li remained silent, Tan Xiang nudged her shoulder. Why aren't you raising your hand? Why should I? Don't you find the instructor's words infuriating? So what? Just disregard his words as nonsense. Tan Xiang. Perhaps in her previous world, Jiang Li was considered a hidden powerhouse, but in the realm of slaying gods, she was indeed a novice. Unfortunately, her misfortune struck when she encountered an accident while chasing a delivery thief. Jiang Li maintained a clear understanding of her position. Believing that adaptability was key, survival was paramount. She wondered how Yuan Gang would proceed next. Could it be that he intended to summon the special team to restore order? On the stage, Yuan Gang continued reciting his familiar lines. The instructor team would send 10 of their members to confront you 376 new recruits. Regardless of the methods you employ, if you can tear off the insignia from one of the instructor's sleeves, you will be deemed victorious. Naturally, the instructors would restrain their powers to the same level as yours. Do you dare to accept the challenge? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was restless, eager to unleash their potential. With 376 against 10, even sheer numbers could overwhelm them. All right, I consent. When shall we commence? The fighting spirit of the recruits was ignited. Their eyes fixated on the 10 instructors adorned with insignias on the stage. Following the scripted lines, Yuan Gang finished speaking and departed with the remaining instructors. Barely had Yuan Gang and the others left when Wang Mian, like a specter, darted towards the insignia of the lead instructor. Yuan Gang remarked, "The youth of today lacks patience. The instructors have yet to signal the start." Jiang Li, watching from below, was taken aback, understanding why Yuan Gang had such an opinion of Wang Mian. The lead instructor, noticing Wang Mian charging, sidestepped to evade his ambush. "I have yet to call for the beginning," Wang Mian casually replied. The moment instructor Yuan departed, it had already commenced. As soon as he spoke, over half of the recruits surged forward, unleashing various methods, plunging the scene into chaos. Jiang Li's instinct was to flee amidst the turmoil. "What are you running for?" Tan Xiang asked, bewildered. "I cannot win," Jiang Li replied without looking back. On the combat stage, Wang Mian engaged in close combat with an instructor, catching a glimpse of Jiang Li's fleeing figure, which struck him as oddly familiar. Suddenly, a violet vortex appeared behind one of the instructors, and a distinctly articulated hand emerged, poised to tear off the insignia from the instructor's arm. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. A tremendous force surged from the insignia, sending all the recruits on the combat stage flying. The violet vortex swiftly closed, and Wang Mian and Tian Ping recognized the danger, leaping away from the battlefield unscathed. Tan Xiang, who had been ready to charge, turned and fled, calling out, "Jiang Li, wait for me." The other recruits, attempting to retreat, were too late and were thus eliminated. Tian Ping, astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, we reacted quickly. But what just happened?" Wang Mian shook his head. "I don't know. Let us observe the unfolding events." On the combat stage, the 10 instructors emerged unscathed from the dust, their insignias still firmly attached to their arms. Tian Ping questioned him. Wang Mian also wore a shocked expression. Was it already torn off? Why did the instructor still have it? A few bolder, surviving recruits voiced their disbelief, asserting they had seen the insignia torn off just moments ago. Was this not blatant cheating? The lead instructor slowly spoke. "Cheating? Novices, the insignia is not so easily removed. Do not forget the words spoken by instructor Yuan just moments ago." Before he could finish, Wang Mian exchanged a glance with Tian Ping, comprehending each other's unspoken intent, and resolved to seek out the individual who had just torn away the armband. The remaining new recruits had already vanished without trace. Alas, this motley crew, so spirited just moments ago, My performance had not yet concluded. Instructor Qin clapped Instructor Huang on the shoulder, remarking, "All right, old Huang, it is time to teach those rascals a lesson, lest they become unruly in the future." "Understood, old Qin." Outside the dining hall, Xianwei plopped down onto the ground, still trembling, and patted his chest, relieved that he had managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, he too would have faced elimination. "By the way, did you not already tear off your armband? Why is there still one in the instructor's hand?" Xianwei questioned, gazing curiously at the two individuals before him. Chapter 10. The First Alliance. Tianping pointed to himself and then to Wang Mian. "I am son Tianping. He is Wang Mian. And you?" Xuanhua stood up and replied, "Li Xian, this is not the place for conversation. We should move elsewhere." Wang Mian sensed with his mental acuity that 4 instructors were approaching, and they were at a numerical disadvantage. "Oh, but I was hoping to have a meal." Xuanhua reluctantly departed from the cafeteria entrance. Wang Mian, Tianping. The 3 cautiously evaded the instructors and arrived at the warehouse door, where they found a considerable number of new recruits selecting weapons. Wang Mian casually picked up a knife. "What has happened on the training platform? I suspect that armband might be an illusion." Xuanhua toyed with a handgun in his hands. Tianping raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Xuanhua explained, "At the moment I touched the armband, it seemed to dissolve into nothingness, and then a surge of energy erupted." "Nothingness, you say?" Wang Mian muttered the words, reflecting on Yuan Gang's earlier remarks. Boom! An explosion echoed from a distance, prompting everyone to rush out of the warehouse. "That direction appears to be the girls' dormitory," Xuanhua remarked. "Are the female soldiers really that fierce? It seems they have engaged the instructors." Tianping exclaimed from the side. Wang Mian fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Then, as if struck by an insight, he prepared to head towards the girls' dormitory. Before departing, he glanced back at the 2. "I might have discovered the answer, but I need to verify it. Are you coming?" "How can we not go?" The 2 responded almost in unison. Wang Mian tilted his head with a smile. "Then let us go." At the girls' dormitory, an enormous pink hammer, towering 2 stories high, descended from above, sending 2 instructors flying. Jiang Li, who was watching from distance, was left dumbfounded. Goodness, is Qiangwei really that formidable? 1 strike to knock down 2 instructors. Even so, it won't matter. The rules state that only tearing off the armband counts as a victory. A voice that seemed to appear from thin air startled Jiang Li, yet she felt an uncanny familiarity with it. "Yuegui? Yuegui? Yuegui?" From the void, the figure of Yuegui quietly emerged, gazing at Jiang Li in surprise. "Oh, how do you know my name?" Jiang Li replied, "Just a lucky guess." "How is it that your guess was so accurate?" Jiang Li quickly shifted the topic. "Aren't you supposed to be invisible? Why not take advantage of the chaos to tear off the instructor's armbands?" Yuegui responded nonchalantly. "I cannot do that. The armbands pose a danger." "What kind of danger?" "They will explode if torn." Initially, Yuegui had planned to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to tear off the armband, but upon witnessing the explosion on the training platform, he decisively fled the battlefield, as he was not adept at direct confrontation and preferred to observe from the shadows before striking. At that moment, after successfully knocking down the 2 instructors, Qiangwei joined forces with her comrades to tear off the last instructor's armband, even when faced with dozens of attackers. She adeptly managed the situation, drawing on her wealth of combat experience. Suddenly, a chain, both ethereal and tangible, ensnared the instructor, accompanied by the command, "Bind." It was the work of Tan Xiang. In an instant, the instructor was bound, rendered incapable of combat, and soon, others were poised to tear off his insignia. Yuegui barely had time to issue a warning before, with a loud bang, another half of the new recruits was eliminated. The tremendous shockwave generated by the energy nearly sent the remaining recruits flying. In this critical moment, it was Rose's pink hammer that absorbed half of the force. Yuegui swiftly withdrew from the scene, while Jiang Li seized Tan Xiang and fled. Standing atop the rooftop, Rose waved away the swirling dust and observed the instructor slowly rising from the ground, her face etched with astonishment. "Cough, cough, cough, it's nothing." Wang Mian, Tianping, and Xianhua joined Rose's side. "It's not nothing. That insignia was merely a ruse," Xianhua explained to Rose. Confused, she inquired, a ruse? But the rules clearly state that tearing off the insignia means victory, does it not? She had not witnessed the earlier scene on the training platform, thus lacking clarity. Tianping interjected. The rules are indeed stated thus, but let us not forget what Chief Instructor Yuan mentioned. Tearing off one of them is what leads to victory. At that moment, Yu Gui approached them. What riddle are you all discussing? I cannot comprehend. Xian glanced at him. Have you been lurking in the shadows for so long and still fail to discern? Yu Gui replied, I see it now. Tearing it will cause an explosion. Yet not tearing it means we cannot win. It is rather troublesome. After a prolonged silence, Wang Mian finally spoke. No, perhaps that insignia never existed at all. Or perhaps among these 10 insignias, only one is genuine. The rest are mere distractions, guiding us in the wrong direction. Tianping nodded in agreement, indeed. The more instructors that participate, the more disadvantageous it becomes for them. However, if only 1 out of 10 is real, our chances of victory are exceedingly slim. I concur. A 1 in 10 chance is hardly favorable and could easily lead to our annihilation, Xian remarked, shaking his head. Rose, wielding her pink hammer, declared, What is there to fear? Haven T, we already ruled out 2? Yu Gui responded somberly, but what are the remaining 7? Are we to face each one in turn? The number of recruits left on the field is dwindling. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the 5 shifted dramatically. The instructor who had just been on the ground had silently approached from behind them, launching a fierce assault. Dodge! The purple vortex expanded just in time, absorbing all the incoming attacks, forcing the previously grouped 5 to scatter to various positions. Instructor Zhang smirked. Oh, you little rascals are quite quick on the uptake. You figured it out. Wang Mian scanned the area, realizing he was alone. This simplifies matters. We can seize him and demand to know where the true insignia lies. Rose swung her hammer toward Instructor Zhang with determination. Xian was eyes lit up instantly. That's an excellent plan. Double the gravity. Tianping had already begun to act. Just as Instructor Zhang evaded Rose's hammer, the gravitational force upon him felt like a mountain, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Xian waved his fingers gently, and a purple vortex appeared above Instructor Zhang's head. Devour and release. The recently unleashed attack erupted forth, resembling raindrops cascading from the sky, striking Instructor Zhang with precision. Cursing under his breath, Instructor Zhang summoned an immense surge of power, breaking free from the grip of gravity and rolling aside. In the next heartbeat, Yue Gui, wielding a short sword, lunged at him from behind. Zhang, gripping his straight knife, swiftly pivoted to deflect the blade. Yue Gui retaliated with a fierce kick to his chest, propelling him several meters away. Damn it, you little rascals have no sense of martial ethics. Instructor Zhang exclaimed. Come on, let us be reasonable. You initiated the ambush, and we are merely acting in self-defense, Yue Gui retorted, nonchalantly waving his hand and smirking. At this, the corners of Zhang's mouth lifted slightly. Is that so? Chapter 11. The facade of betraying allies. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, who had been quietly observing, suddenly drew his dagger, positioning it protectively in front of Yu Gui. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Wang Mian's blade met Instructor Zhang's, unleashing a formidable force that radiated from the two of them. Yu Gui, caught off guard and nearest to the conflict, was abruptly lifted into the air. Fortunately, Tianping activated a gravitational field just in time, allowing Yu Gui to land safely. Wow, how'd he move so quickly? Yu Gui exclaimed. But brother, thank you. There's no need for gratitude among comrades, Wang Mian replied with a grin. As Yu Gui encouraged him from below, brother, keep it up, take it down. However, Wang Mian, fully engrossed in combat, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Yu Gui's shout. Don't draw his ire. As predicted, Instructor Zhang intensified his assault in response to Yu Gui's voice, compelling Wang Mian to focus even harder. Shouldn't we assist? Chang Wei inquired. Perhaps it would be best not to complicate matters, came the reply. That instructor is not only swift but also possesses exceptional swordsmanship. We are ill-equipped to withstand him. Only Wang Mian is capable of holding his own. I believe we should prioritize our own safety, Xian Wu remarked, his expression grave as he gazed at the 3 approaching instructors. Chang Wei's hammer grew in size as he planted it firmly on the ground, declaring, "Let's get to it." Wang Mian, sensing the arrival of the three instructors, glanced at Tian Ping and the others, hoping they would manage well enough. "Hey kid, don't lose focus during the fight. Otherwise, it could cost you dearly." In that brief moment, Wang Mian's attention diverted to Tian Ping, leaving him vulnerable as Instructor Zhang seized the opportunity, leaving a gash on Wang Mian's face. "Is that so?" Wang Mian's calm gaze flickered with a hint of brilliance. In an instant, time around Instructor Zhang seemed to slow, his movements becoming painfully sluggish. What had once been a balanced confrontation now saw Wang Mian gaining the upper hand. The other three instructors engaged with Tian Ping and the others, and the chaotic melee commenced. Even if Wang Mian and his companions were destined to become the fourth special team of the Great Xia, they were currently no match for the seasoned combat instructors. They resembled scattered grains of sand, with Wang Mian engaged in one-on-one combat with Instructor Zhang, constantly dodging Chang Wei's massive hammer, and at times facing two adversaries. While Xian Wu could absorb attacks, his current state would not sustain him for long. The same applied to Tian Ping, Chang Wei, and Yu Gue. Underground base. The instructors sat before their screens, observing the tumultuous clash among the 9 participants, engaged in discussion. These young ones possess considerable strength, particularly Wang Mian, who holds his ground against 2 opponents, one instructor noted. Naturally, otherwise, how could he serve as a divine agent? However, their coordination is lacking, significantly diminishing their strength and limiting their potential. Yet, one instructor fell silent, fixated on Jiang Li's frantic movements. Did Commander Yi not declare her a highly dangerous individual? Why has she been fleeing since the onset? Upon this remark, the instructors fell into a contemplative silence, even Yuan Gang gazing at the screen without uttering a word. Yuan Gang had long anticipated that Jiang Li's performance would surprise him. However, to his dismay, she consistently found herself either fleeing or en route to escape, resembling a cowardly deserter. The sound of gunfire crackled in the distance, prompting Jiang Li to come to an abrupt halt. "Jiang Li, why are we running? Why not advance?" Tan Xiang exclaimed, her eyes igniting with fierce determination at the sounds emanating from ahead. "Are you foolish? Can't you see that the armbands are merely a ruse? If you wish to eliminate yourself, I shall not stop you." Initially, Jiang Li clutched Tan Xiang's hand tightly, but soon released her grasp. Tan Xiang's small head brimmed with confusion. "How did you discern that?" Jiang Li, of course, would not reveal that she had perused the script. Taking a deep breath, she explained to Tan Xiang, "Do you genuinely believe the instructors would allow us to win, leading to our immediate graduation and return home?" "How navi, my sister." If that were the case, the higher-ups would undoubtedly have their brains blown out. The instructors watching from the screen were left speechless. Jiang Li continued, "Have you not noticed that every time someone tears off an armband, an explosion ensues? Most of the recruits are eliminated, while the instructors remain unscathed. The so-called armbands are non-existent, or perhaps only 1 in 10 is genuine. The rest are mere fakes, designed to exploit your competitive spirit, enticing you to tear off the armbands and eliminate yourselves." Upon hearing Jiang Li's analysis, Tan Xiang gazed at her in astonishment. "What kind of mind do you possess?" Jiang Li remained silent, fearing that revealing too much might expose her knowledge and arouse Yuan Gang's suspicions. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the training camp. Thick smoke billowing upwards as the warehouse was obliterated, reduced to ruins. Jiang Li and Tan Xiang exchanged a glance and hurried to rescue those in peril. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and the others realized that continuing the fight was futile. During the scuffle, they communicated amidst the chaos, with Yu Gue employing his moonlight manipulation abilities to swiftly tear off the armbands of the 3 remaining instructors. Half of the resulting explosions were devoured by a swirling vortex, while the other half were mitigated by a rose. Wang Mian delayed the explosion's timing to afford the vortex and the rose a moment to breathe. Ultimately, he positioned himself at the rear, enabling them to successfully escape from the 4 instructors. Once again, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Amidst the dust, 4 disheveled figures staggered forward, coughing violently. "Old Zhang, we were careless," they wheezed. "Who could have known those little rascals would be so audacious as to tear off 3 armbands, unafraid of being eliminated. Huh, if they could be so easily discarded, they wouldn't have endured under our command for so long, another instructor remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Yet, to think that our combined efforts could not subdue them. An old relic like me nearly fell apart from the blast. Instructor Zhang silently observed the departing figures of Wang Mian and his companions, choosing not to pursue them. One instructor placed a hand on his shoulder, humorously remarking, "You see, this is the way of the world. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward, while the preceding waves perish on the shore." Correction, another interjected. They nearly exploded on the beach. All right, old Zhang, whatever you say is right. He pondered the situation with old Qin. Before the remnants of the warehouse, a purple vortex unfurled, and several figures emerged from within. Seeing that no one was in pursuit, they sat down in a rather undignified manner. "That was close, too close. I almost didn't make it," one exclaimed. "Hey, it was clearly me." Yue promptly joined them by the vortex, acknowledging that he had undertaken the most perilous tasks. Yes, it was you." The vortex cheerfully concurred with Yue. "However, why we come here?" asked Xiang Wei, gazing at the ruins of the warehouse with confusion. The vortex elucidated. "An explosion occurred here moments ago, so the instructors will not be conducting a search for the time being." "Indeed," Tianping affirmed. Chapter 12. The instructor's breach, has he not caught up yet? Could he possibly have been eliminated? Rose gazed into the distance, noticing the absence of Wang Mian's figure. "Rest assured, he is a divine agent. He cannot be eliminated," Tianping stated, though internally he felt a pang of anxiety for Wang Mian. Before long, Wang Mian's silhouette appeared before them. Tianping glanced back. "They haven't pursued us?" Wang Mian shook his head no. Xianhua raised a thumb. "Impressive, my brother." Wang Mian merely chuckled softly, prompting Tianping to ask, "What shall we do next?" Given Wang Mian's status as a divine agent and the recent battle that showcased his prowess, coupled with the fact that the strategy had originated from him, they unanimously regarded Wang Mian as their leader. Perceiving their focused gazes upon him, Wang Mian spoke slowly. "We have already eliminated 5 instructors' insignias. Now, only 5 remain. However, our mental and physical reserves are nearly depleted, and it is unlikely that we can engage the instructors again in a short span of time. Moreover, time may not be on our side." He cast his gaze towards the pitch-black sky. Xianhua, somewhat reluctant, remarked, "Are we to concede defeat this easily?" Yue added, "To be honest, I feel a bit disgruntled." Wang Mian shook his head calmly. "No, there's still one individual who has yet to make a move." Tianping immediately grasped his implication. "You mean that exceedingly dangerous person?" Wang Mian responded with a subtle nod. "If I am not mistaken, she was the first to slip away when we began our battle with the instructors." Xianhua raised an eyebrow. "She is quite astute, conserving her strength from the outset." Rose furrowed her brow. "But have you considered one crucial point? In a 1-against-5 scenario, even if she is extraordinarily dangerous, she cannot possibly triumph." Yue crossed his arms. "Regarding the new recruits, we have gathered some information. Divine agents, exceedingly dangerous individuals, and the high forbidden zones." Suddenly, a heavy wall shattered with a thunderous blast, and a dirt-covered youth emerged from the rubble, coughing twice. "Not necessarily," he interjected. Seeing this, Tianping and Xianhua hurriedly pulled him out, and the youth brushed the dust from his face, revealing his original appearance. Yue, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Why?" The youth lifted his bright eyes, which shimmered in the darkness, and addressed them one by one. "Because I have torn down the insignias of 3 instructors. Currently, only 2 remain." Wang Mian and the others exchanged glances at the warehouse, now reduced to ruins, and after a moment of contemplation, they exclaimed in unison, "Incredible. Aside from you, are there any other surviving recruits?" The youth hesitated before replying. "I am unsure, but I vaguely heard a girl cursing fiercely," and then the instructor faltered. "She is likely the exceedingly dangerous individual you mentioned." Wang Mian and his group were taken aback, their expressions wide with astonishment. "Let us go. We cannot allow her to fight alone." Wang Mian took the lead, guiding the group to support the perilous individual. Suddenly, Tianping recalled something and inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" The youth replied, "Luo Xinghan." As night descended, The heavens were shrouded in darkness. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sharp swords clashed in the air, igniting dazzling sparks against the night. Jiang Li, single-handedly battling 2 instructors, astonished all the trainers in the underground base. Goodness, she had been feigning weakness all along. With such prowess, she had refrained from revealing her strength. Had it not been for old Qin's keen observation, she might have evaded detection until time ran out. Yet, it was somewhat absurd that old Qin and old Huang, when combined, could not overpower a mere girl. Nonsense. It was evident that old Qin and old Huang were holding back. A group of instructors debated animatedly before the screens, while Yuan Gang wore a satisfied smile, realizing he had not misjudged her. How dare you 2 grown men bully a young girl? How shameless! Jiang Li swung her sword to parry the direct strikes of instructors Qin and Huang, scolding them vehemently. Initially, Jiang Li planned to endure until the very last moment, as the outcome mattered little to her, but during her rescue mission, she was discovered by Instructor Qin. Fortunately, Tan Xiang had timely tossed her sword, allowing her to fend off Qin's assault. It was at that moment that Jiang Li astonishingly found that the swordplay of others, which she had previously evaded, now appeared to her in slow motion. She could even predict the position of their next strike. Their techniques were not as swift as Zhou Ping's. Thus, Jiang Li began to counterattack. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Ping's exceptional swordsmanship that she had only endured 1 strike until now, leading her to feel inadequate and talentless. However, in that instant, she found confidence in the 2 instructors. On the battlefield, no one would show mercy simply because one was a girl. Instructor Qin plunged his sword into the ground, catching the blade to mitigate the impact. He had not anticipated the strength of the girl before him. Old Qin, we underestimated her, Instructor Huang stated, drawing his blade and gazing intently at Jiang Li. Instructor Qin's expression grew serious as he murmured his agreement. From here on, we must give it our all. Otherwise, we shall have much to answer for to the commander. Indeed, as the 2 instructors surged towards her from either side, Jiang Li twirled her sword, raising her index finger with a teasing inflection, 2 against 1. You have no chance of victory. Such arrogant demeanor evidently provoked the instructors, and Tan Xiang cheered from the sidelines. Go, Jiang Li. You're amazing. Tear off their insignias. And we win. Instructor Huang could no longer tolerate the taunts and altered his trajectory toward Tan Xiang. Yet a blurry figure moved faster than he, a sword intercepting his attack. Jiang Li, holding her sword with one hand, narrowed her eyes into a dangerous arc and coldly declared, "Your opponent is me." Tan Xiang gasped in admiration. Wow, Jiang Li is so cool. Yet, she did not remain idle. She conjured semi-ethereal chains to stealthily ambush Instructor Huang from behind. Instructor Huang sensed something amiss and forcefully deflected Jiang Li's sword. At the moment he turned to confront the threat, 3 fierce streams of sword energy surged towards him. Realizing they were about to strike, he had no choice but to first contend with the sword energy unleashed by Jiang Li. However, he was inextricably bound by chains, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Just as the 3 streams of sword energy approached him, he quickly rolled to the side into an open space. Although he successfully evaded 2 of the sword energies, the last one grazed the insignia on his arm. Boom! The air was rent with a thunderous explosion. There, the 6 approaching individuals, upon hearing the commotion, immediately quickened their pace. Chapter 13. 10 against 8. This young lady is astonishingly formidable. Will Instructor Qin falter? Enough of your ominous predictions. The instructors before the screen exchanged remarks, expressing their satisfaction with Jiang Li's combat prowess while simultaneously worrying about Instructor Qin's potential defeat. However, if a rookie were to triumph over an instructor, it would certainly be quite the spectacle. What are your thoughts, Commander? The instructors, unable to reach a consensus, turned their attention to Yuan Gang. Leaning back in his chair, Yuan Gang observed the swift figures of Wang Mian and others on the screen, along with Jiang Li engaging in combat with the instructor, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These young individuals, unaware of the vastness of the world, have a future ahead of them, but the time for their ascension has not yet arrived. Inform old Zhang to keep them from resting. It is time to temper their enthusiasm. Understood. Somewhere in the training camp, Instructor Zhang and others gathered to discuss the rookies when they suddenly received Yuan Gang's directive and promptly rose to depart. Old Zhang, Haven T, we usually let Instructor Qin handle those rookies? Why must we go? The instructors had their own methods for dealing with the newcomers. Typically, they would encircle them until the situation was manageable. If a badge happened to be torn off, they could choose to either continue fighting or take a break. Most instructors opted for the latter, as combat was mentally draining, provided the most capable remained on the field to contain the rookies. This was an unwritten rule among the instructors. Instructor Zhang sighed. Instructor Qin is likely struggling. Why? Before the question could be fully articulated, a barrage of sharp sword energy surged toward them, scattering their once orderly formation. Instructor Zhang narrowed his eyes, recognizing that the dangerously powerful individual had made a move. Moreover, the divine agent had arrived. The 6 from Wang Mian encountered Zhang and the other instructors head-on. Vortex, oh dear. Moon Demon, oh my. Rose, should we engage or not? Scales, if the enemy remains still, I shall remain still. Star Trace, you may proceed as you wish. I am amenable to either option. Wang Mian, he chose silence. His words rendered unnecessary as they had spoken for him, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of cool indifference. Old Zhang, shall we engage? One instructor inquired. Instructor Zhang sighed resignedly. Let us first check on Instructor Qin. After all, the true badge lies with him, and if it were to be torn away, it would be a significant humiliation. The two groups set off almost simultaneously, yet with an unspoken understanding, they refrained from engaging in a full-scale confrontation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Jiang Li unleashed dozens of sword energies, the surrounding structures had been reduced to ruins. Instructor Qin's expression was grim. He and Old Huang could barely hold their ground against Jiang Li. After Old Huang was incapacitated, he was forced into a defensive position, constantly wary of that girl with the chains. Boom! Another dormitory collapsed, and Instructor Qin narrowly escaped, avoiding the tragedy of being buried alive. Damn it! This girl truly knows no bounds. Her destructive power is utterly terrifying. Instructor Qin surveyed the dormitory buildings around him, now reduced to rubble, and could not help but express his disdain. Jiang Li casually slung his sword over his shoulder, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he approached. Instructor, I graciously concede. Now, hand over the insignia. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can eat. After such a prolonged skirmish, my stomach is ravenous. Instructor Qin scoffed. Do you genuinely believe victory is assured? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow in response. Is there any other possibility? Jiang Li, watch your back. A surge of force struck from behind him. Fragrant chains ensnared Instructor Huang, rendering him immobile. All he could do was shout a warning. Lacking the ability to sense spiritual energy, Jiang Li was oblivious to the impending danger. When he turned to look, the attack was nearly upon him. In a critical moment, a magnificent purple vortex appeared before Jiang Li, absorbing all incoming assaults. As Jiang Li momentarily dazed, Instructor Qin seized the opportunity to attack. Observing this, the fragrant chains binding Instructor Huang were swiftly removed and instead wrapped around Jiang Li's waist, pulling her out of harm's way. Regaining her composure, Jiang Li glared at the suspended figures of Instructor Zhang and the others, then cast a furious look at Instructor Qin, exclaiming, "You lot are utterly dishonorable, resorting to ambushes. If you have the guts, come down and face me directly. Watch as I obliterate you." Upon hearing this audacious declaration, Instructor Zhang, the fragrant chains, and the newly arrived Wang Mian, along with 6 others, fell into a contemplative silence. Only Rose's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instructor Qin was acutely aware that ambushing was somewhat beneath their status as instructors, even diminishing their dignity. Yet he had no choice. The insignia could not be torn away without tarnishing their reputation. Clearing his throat, he adopted a didactic tone. One should refrain from drawing conclusions too hastily. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, as Jiang Li listened to a familiar youthful voice, she turned abruptly to discover Wang Mian leading the future mass squad, positioned directly opposite Instructor Zhang and the others, occupying a prime spot. Upon recognizing Jiang Li's face, a subtle smile graced Wang Mian's lips. It was no wonder he found the voice so familiar. It echoed the tone of someone exclaiming, "Who are you? Can't you see such a large person standing right in front of you?" So it was her. Instructor Chin, witnessing yet another wave of arrivals, felt his head spin. He had thought only two remained, and the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. Now, however, the atmosphere grew tense once more. With a divine agent and a highly dangerous individual, none could be underestimated. Moreover, the new recruits who had persevered thus far were undoubtedly the cream of the crop, possessing formidable skills. After analyzing the situation, Instructor Chin wasted no time leaping to Instructor Zhang's side, for the true insignia resided with him. Should a confrontation arise, all the new recruits would seek him out, especially Jiang Li. While he could not defeat them, he could not evade them either. Instructor Huang likewise returned to the cadre of instructors, while Instructor Zhang gazed at the scattered debris, her brow twitching. Had all this destruction truly been wrought by her alone? Instructor Chin cast him a sidelong glance. Otherwise, how could she be classified as a highly dangerous individual by Commander Yi? Alas, the logistics department would surely face their wrath this time. One of the instructors remarked, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Our primary concern is how to subdue this group of fledgling recruits." Having witnessed the formidable combat prowess of Wang Mian and Jiang Li, the instructor shot him a chilling look. One, a divine agent. The other, a highly dangerous personage, both capable of taking on two adversaries simultaneously. "If you believe yourself to be formidable, then step forward," the instructor responded. With the members of the Phantom Squad assembled, Jiang Li, already brimming with confidence, felt even more emboldened. She strode with an air of indifference to the spot where her sword had fallen, deftly flicking her toe to send the blade spinning gracefully through the air before it returned to her left hand. Chapter 14. The final battle. I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person. Jiang Li had yet to finish her sentence when the instructors took action. Simultaneously, Wang Mian commanded attack. Jiang Li, being interrupted mid-pose is quite irksome. You know, double the gravity. Tian Ping was the first to strike, and the instructors felt their bodies become heavier, though only slightly. Rose swiftly followed suit, her hammer rapidly enlarging as it descended forcefully upon the instructors. Despite the intimidating appearance of Rose's hammer, the seasoned instructors were not to be underestimated. Just as the hammer was about to make contact, a radiant glow erupted from the instructors, who braced against the impact and counterattacked. Vortex smirked disdainfully. Spatial transition. In an instant, the arena was inverted, and everyone adapted to the disorientation within a heartbeat. Only Jiang Li, who lacked the ability to fly and was not under the influence of the void, plummeted freely from the sky, cursing Vortex inwardly for being a hindrance to her team. Oh, the once boastful Jiang Li now emitted cries of helplessness, revealing her vulnerability. Everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably, astonished that this formidable figure, previously wreaking havoc, was incapable of flight. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. She did not possess the void. Curiously, despite her lack of the void, she had managed to hold her own against the formidable Instructor Chin, even faring well in a 2-on-1 situation, which defied logic. Wang Mian had intended to rescue Jiang Li, but was intercepted by Xiang. Gag. After being yanked down by Xiang's chains, Jiang Li plunged her sword in the ground, her legs giving way as she succumbed to nausea. "Jiang Li, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gag. "Just need to vomit a bit." Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively, though she was not afraid of heights. The sudden free fall, coupled with a biting cold wind invading her mouth, had unsettled her stomach. After a brief moment, when Jiang Li appeared to feel somewhat better, Xiang joined the fray. "The true insignia lies with that instructor," Xiang shouted, pointing at Instructor Chin, as the combatants were engaged in their one-on-one duels. This proclamation drew everyone's attention to the distant figure of Instructor Chin. He could not help but feel embarrassed. "Come on, brothers, tear him apart," with Star Scar's rallying cry. Tian Ping and the others abandoned their battles and charged towards Instructor Chin, as if victory were within their grasp. Among them, Wang Mian was the fastest, employing the abilities of the time God's void to appear behind Instructor Chin in the blink of an eye. Instructor Chin reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to engage Wang Mian in combat. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Wang Mian and Instructor Qin intermittently changed positions as they clashed, while Tianping, Vortex, and the others pursued from behind, closely followed by a throng of instructors. A dizzying array of attacks illuminated the sky, rendering the combatants nearly invisible amidst the chaos. Watching their aerial skirmish, Jiang Li felt a pang of envy. If only I had the void. As another round of melee commenced, Wang Mian found himself under greater pressure, with 6 instructors firmly restraining Tianping and his companions. In the present moment, Wang Mian finds himself not only striving to tear off the armband from Instructor Qin's arm, but also contending against 3 adversaries simultaneously. Each time he comes perilously close to achieving his goal, the other 2 instructors invariably manage to shield Qin in the nick of time. Spectators, both human and ethereal, are showcasing their prowess, while Jiang Li appears as a mere bystander, unable to intervene as the conflict unfolds high above. Should she unleash a wave of sword energy? What if it spirals beyond her control and harms her allies? Alas, is this a brawl or merely a display of agility? Observing Wang Mian as he delivers a powerful kick to one instructor while simultaneously blocking another's blade with his leg, Jiang Li expresses her amusement. Nonetheless, she genuinely believes that Wang Mian is exceptionally impressive, facing 3 opponents without a trace of fear. Truly, he is worthy of becoming the god of time in the future. A youthful instructor Yu refrains from joining the fray, harboring confidence in the abilities of Qin and the others. Conversely, he has never witnessed Jiang Li in action, and with such high regard from the other instructors, he is eager to ascertain just how perilous this so-called extremely dangerous individual truly is. You must be the highly dangerous person referred to by the upper echelons, he states as he approaches Jiang Li, who is puzzled by his assertion. What on earth? Me? An extremely dangerous person? How is that possible? I am but an ordinary individual. Instructor Yu, unperturbed, retorts, do not feign modesty. Instructor Qin and the others hold you in high esteem. I am curious to discover just how dangerous this extremely dangerous person truly is. Are you perhaps more formidable than the divine agent over there? Jiang Li chuckles disdainfully under her breath. What are you laughing at? Asks you. Have you never heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? She replies, her tone dripping with disdain. While I may not rival the divine agent, I am more than capable of handling you. With a smirk, Jiang Li resolves to showcase her true capabilities. Initially intending to interact with them as an ordinary person, she decides to reveal her hand. Now, then, this sword strike, you must be prepared to receive it, instructor. Instructor Yu tightens his grip on his straight blade. Undaunted, bring it on. Jiang Li shifts her sword from her right hand to her left, slowly raising it as peculiar energy flows from her left arm into the blade. She is serious and prepared to unleash her full power. With a mighty shout, a golden sword energy bursts forth from the blade, its formidable force sweeping up debris from the ground and hurtling directly toward Instructor Yu. By heavens! Realizing the immense strength of the sword energy, Instructor Yu turns on his heel and flees. No wonder she spoke so boldly earlier. This is utterly insurmountable. Meanwhile, Instructor Qin, dodging Wang Mian's attacks, watches in astonishment. Little Yu, why provoke her? A divine agent is already a formidable challenge. Now an extremely dangerous individual has also entered the fray. I was merely curious. Instructor Yu responds to Qin while hastily weaving through the chaotic melee. The group of combatants, who had been fiercely engaged moments before, are suddenly caught off guard by the sweeping sword energy, unable to evade, and are sent sprawling to the ground. Everyone was unaware of how many times they had spun before stabilizing their forms. Tianping exclaimed, "Goodness, how can it be so difficult to distinguish friend from foe?" To which Xianyuan responded, "Indeed, this is merely a glimpse of her true prowess." Instructor Huang was once again taken aback, realizing that she had merely been toying with him and old Qin. As Jiang Li unleashed her sword qi, it shattered the chaotic battlefield, compelling all present to cease hostilities. Wang Mian had no choice but to extricate himself, swiftly moving to Jiang Li's side, saying, "I never anticipated that you would be the one concealing your strength the most." Jiang Li cleared her throat twice and shrugged. "You can't blame me. If someone seeks a fight, I must oblige them, don't you think?" Chapter 15. The value of your face. Wang Mian chuckled in disbelief, then shifted his tone. We don't have much time left. Let's go together and tear off his armband. What do you say? As she gazed at the handsome face mere inches away, Jiang Li's heart raced uncontrollably. Facing such striking features, she found herself utterly captivated. However, she was acutely aware that this was not the moment for infatuation. After a brief moment of distraction, she promptly regained her composure. Let us do this. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the two figures lunged toward Instructor Qin. Oh no! Instructor Qin's expression twisted in alarm. Old Qin, hold your ground. Instructor Zhang quickly distanced himself from Qin. Having fought for quite some time, their mental energy was nearly depleted. Aside from Jiang Li, Wang Mian, and Instructor Qin, the rest of the onlookers sat on the ruins, silently observing the battle. They were simply too exhausted to continue. Instructor Qin, renowned as the strongest among all instructors, faced the joint assault of Jiang Li and Wang Mian with unwavering resolve. Despite his mental fatigue, his physical prowess and willpower far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and his swordsmanship was exceptionally refined. Although he remained on the defensive, as long as he could endure until time expired or exhaust their stamina, he could still claim victory. Jiang Li discerned his intentions and unleashed a wave of sword energy, leaping to Wang Mian's side. This won't do. We can't keep fighting like this. Indeed, he's stalling for time. Do you still have enough mental energy to cast the time divine ruins again? Wang Mian shook his head. Regrettably, my mental energy is nearly spent as well. The only reason I can continue fighting is due to my unwavering willpower, but my physical stamina is also dwindling. Each time we engage, I am either fighting 2 or 3 opponents, which takes a significant toll on my endurance. However, Jiang Li was in a different position. Having persevered to the end, she was in peak condition. This is quite troublesome. Jiang Li ceased her attacks, causing everyone present to pause in confusion. Yu Gui remarked, "Why has she stopped?" Instructor Yu replied, "She must be out of stamina." Xing Hen countered, "Impossible. She's a highly dangerous individual." Instructor Zhang spoke contemplatively. Even a highly dangerous individual is ultimately just an untrained ordinary person. The disparity in physical ability cannot be bridged. Rosa retorted, "An ordinary person could hardly put you in such a predicament." Tan Xiang chimed in, "Exactly." Tian Ping added, "If she were an ordinary person, wouldn't that mean you are even inferior to her?" Xian quipped, "So she's just a waste then?" All the instructors shot piercing glares toward them, while Tian Ping and the others defiantly returned the look, embodying the fearless spirit of youth, completely unperturbed by the prospect of special treatment in future training. "Why'd you stop?" Wang Mian inquired curiously. "Cough, cough. I'm preparing to unleash my ultimate move. I suggest you stay back," Jiang Li declared. Aware that her statement sounded somewhat juvenile, but at her age, it was entirely appropriate. Wang Mian, though perplexed, he chose to respect her words and quietly stepped back a few paces. When Commander Qin observed that both individuals had ceased their movements, he mistakenly assumed they had conceded defeat, and a sense of secret delight filled his heart. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Jiang Li once again raise her sword. Replicating the earlier scene with Instructor Yu, Commander Qin realized that he could not possibly withstand this strike. If he did not release his realm soon, he might not even be able to evade it. As anticipated, in that moment, he unlocked his realm and successfully dodged the attack. Seeing this unfold, Wang Mian chuckled softly to himself. Understanding the strategy, they had compelled the commander to actively release his realm, and thus, even if the insignia remained intact, the instructors had technically lost. In an instant, the underground base and the instructors on the field stood to their feet, their minds echoing with 3 words, "We are doomed." After Jiang Li unleashed her final surge of sword energy, she glanced down at her slightly trembling left hand. The formidable power of her sword energy had entirely emanated from that hand, and the last strike had nearly drained all her strength. Whether she could maintain control over the sword energy was uncertain, but given the instructor's prowess, evasion was certainly within reach, provided he released his realm. Simultaneously, Wang Mian seized the opportunity to swiftly tear the insignia from Commander Qin's arm, just as time expired. In the underground base, the atmosphere was charged with tension. "Old Qin, has released his realm, exclaimed one. And Wang Mian has torn off the insignia. Another added, goodness, this is a disaster. Have we not lost? The instructors erupted into chaos, exchanging anxious words, fearing that the higher-ups might unleash their wrath upon them. Chief, what do we do now? Yuan Gang sighed in resignation. The time has come. The outcome is decided. Yet, Chief, on the ground, Jiang Li's sword energy continued its relentless advance, cleaving through the camp's only intact cafeteria. With the cafeteria now destroyed, the pressing question arose, where would they dine this evening? This was the sole concern of the onlookers. Oh no, the duo lamented, their stomachs growling in protest as they witnessed the cafeteria's collapse, raising their heads in despair. From the ruins emerged elder son, vociferously reprimanding. Who has destroyed the cafeteria? Do you not wish to eat tonight? The culprit, Jiang Li, shrank back, attempting to diminish her presence. It had been unintentional and certainly not deliberate. She genuinely could not control the direction of the sword energy. Merely managing not to harm herself was a small, yet notable achievement. As Yuan Gang approached, he caught the sound of elder son's voice, his lips twitching in exasperation as he glanced at the true instigator, Jiang Li, observing Yuan Gang leading a group of instructors toward them. Wang Mian and the others quickly stood at attention. Their gazes swept over the crowd, and upon noticing Jiang Li cowering behind Wang Mian, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Just moments ago, she had been quite audacious. Now, however, she resembled a turtle withdrawing into its shell. After a brief pause, Yuan Gang spoke slowly. Would you kindly grant me a favor and refrain from spreading the news of your victory? Upon hearing this, the crowd's brows furrowed slightly, for this victory had been hard won. However, Jiang Li boldly peered out from behind Wang, inquiring, what is the worth of your face? In an instant, all present regarded her with peculiar expressions. Her audacity in addressing Yuan Gang so directly was truly commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang extended his fingers, indicating a sum. 5 million. Jiang Li's mouth fell agape. Yuan Gang had intended to convey merely 500,000, but before he could correct himself, Jiang Li interjected. So, you mean to offer us each 5 million as a hush fee, compelling us to concede? Yuan Gang remained speechless. The instructors collectively sighed. You certainly have the audacity to demand such a sum. With 8 individuals present, each requiring 5 million, where could they possibly procure such funds? Chapter 16. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Wang Mian could no longer endure this farce and pressed Jiang Li's head back down. Instructor Yuan, I comprehend the significance of this duel you have orchestrated, but we have indeed emerged victorious, have we not? Yuan Gang nodded, relieved to encounter someone with clarity. As you understand, I am considering your future. Once again, the dialogue felt scripted. Jiang Li murmured under her breath, T-Sich, so clich. You might as well offer me 5 million to keep my mouth shut. I assure you, not a word will escape. Listening to Yuan Gang's lengthy lecture, Wang Mian chuckled and pulled Jiang Li forward. Although I tore off the insignia, it was her insistence that prompted the instructor to lift the restrictions early, leading to our victory. Therefore, I shall heed her. Then, symbolically inquiring of Tianping and the others, he asked, what about you? They had all witnessed the previous scene clearly. Tan Xiang was the first to speak up. I also follow Jiang Li. Tianping replied, I follow Wang Mian. Xiang Wei echoed, me too. Su and W added, same here. Yue Gowei and Xinghin chimed in, count us in. With unanimous agreement, Jiang Li was taken aback by the outcome. Gaining her composure, she declared, 5 million, not a cent less. Yuan Gang replied, agreed. Jiang Li confirmed, deal. Yuan Gang lamented, my private funds are dwindling. An hour later, on the training platform, Yuan Gang resumed his performance according to the old script. However, when his gaze fell upon Jiang Li and Wang Mian at the forefront, he momentarily hesitated. Of course, there were a few exceptions. TCH, what a facade. Jiang Li crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing at Yuan Gang's speech. Tan Xiang nudged her, whispering, the instructor is watching you. When Jiang Li's eyes met Yuan Gang's, she sheepishly touched her nose. Gurgle. The sound of Jiang Li's stomach growling interrupted her thoughts, and she inwardly complained, How much longer must this go on? I just want to eat. Yuan Gang continued his address. You cannot even manage to seek death. Finally, Yuan Gang reached the crux of his speech. Thanks to you new recruits, the camp's only mess hall has collapsed. Therefore, the sumptuous dinner we had prepared for you this evening is no longer available. At this juncture, Yuan Gang's gaze unintentionally lingered on Jiang Li. Simultaneously, Jiang Li felt several pairs of eyes upon her, undoubtedly from the members of the masked team. However, there was no need for concern. The logistics department had already constructed a temporary mess hall. Enjoy this final moment of leisure, for tomorrow marks the onset of your nightmares. With that, Yuan Gang and the other instructors turned to leave. As Wang Mian turned to seek out Jiang Li for a chat, he discovered that she had vanished. Once the instructors departed, the new recruits surged forward like wild horses, racing towards the mess hall. In the vastness of the world, nothing surpassed the importance of a meal. The instant the instructors turned away, Jiang Li slipped away like oil beneath a palm, leaving Tanxiang far behind. Tianping gazed upon the throng of new recruits, resembling a horde of ravenous zombies. Could it truly be that they were so starved? He turned his head, glancing about, only to discover that the swirling vortex and moon ghost, who had been by his side, had vanished without a trace. Wang Mian clapped him on the shoulder, urging, "Let us depart. If we delay, there may be little left to eat." When did those two fellows slip away? How did I miss that? As Tianping mused to himself, he realized Wang Mian had already distanced himself by 10 meters. "Hey Wang, wait for me." Inside the canteen, a rudimentary tent housed square, long tables, each adorned with a bowl of plain porridge and a steamed bun, garnished only with a sprinkle of pickled vegetables. Additionally, 2 more bowls of porridge and buns were conspicuously placed, their meaning unmistakable. The new recruits had come anticipating the lavish dinner promised by Yuan Gang, yet were met with such a disheartening scene. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. After a day of combat, the recruits were ravenous, and upon witnessing this meager offering, their simmering anger ignited. What happened to the sumptuous feast? Why is it merely this? Are we being deceived? In the crowd, discontent spread like wildfire. Once one voiced their dissatisfaction, others quickly joined in, growing increasingly vocal. The swirling vortex and moon ghost, having just arrived at the canteen, exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Sun Laohong emerged, his expression grim. "What have you done to the canteen? Do you not possess any sense?" He bellowed. "If you don't wish to eat, then leave. I have no desire to cater to you little rascals." His gaze swept over each new recruit, and the timid Jiang Li, feeling guilty, dared not meet his eyes, hastily choosing a spot to sit and quietly consume her meal. Observing this, Sun Laohong snorted. At least the girl is sensible, before turning on his heel and departing. However, the recruits harbored a different sentiment, convinced that Jiang Li was the culprit behind this mess. Certain she was feeling guilty. Sensing the scrutiny of those around her, Jiang Li innocently raised her head and said, "What are you looking at? There is no food on my face. If you don't eat soon, when the instructor arrives, there will be nothing left," she warned. Let us not forget what the instructor said last. The recruits fell silent. After all, they had just been harshly reprimanded for their lack of attention during the battle, resulting in many being eliminated. It must be said that Jiang Li's invocation of the instructor proved quite effective, as the majority of new recruits scrambled for their buns. Initially, Wang Mian had also expected a lavish spread, but was met with disappointment. Though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he recognized their culpability in the canteen's disarray. Noticing that the instigator, Jiang Li, was quietly eating, he made his way toward her. As Wang Mian passed in front of Jiang Li, his gaze fixated on her. Imagine the expression Wang Mian has when he looks at the protagonist in an anime. Yet, she was inadvertently choking on her bun, desperately lifting her bowl to drink the porridge in a futile attempt to swallow, completely oblivious to Wang Mian's gaze. As Jiang Li placed her bowl down, from her perspective, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Wang Mian passing before her, merely casting a cursory glance in her direction before coldly walking away, leaving her with the perfect view of the back of his head. What kind of look was that from Wang Mian? It felt as if he regarded her like a mere dog. Realizing this, Jiang Li scoffed at herself. How could she insult her own self? A shadow loomed over her. and with a decisive slam, she set her chopsticks down, one leg resting on the chair, slowly raising her head with an air of defiance. Here was Wang Mian. Jiang Li could hardly believe that the seat she had reserved for Tan Xiang was now occupied by Wang Mian. "Is there someone here?" she inquired. As Wang Mian hesitated, contemplating whether to vacate his seat, Jiang Li, in her excitement, stumbled over her words. "No. Yes, no, no." Wang Mian, exasperated, asked, "Is there or isn't there?" Jiang Li replied emphatically, "There is." You. In that moment, her priorities clearly favored romantic pursuits over friendships. Chapter 17. I came for you once assured that no one was around. Wang Mian comfortably settled down. "It has been quite a while, Jiang Li." "Haha, indeed it has. I didn't expect you to remember me. I thought you had forgotten." "Forget? We just fought side by side not long ago, didn't we?" As he spoke, Wang Mian handed Jiang Li the 2 steam buns he had just taken. "What are these for? Aren't you going to eat them?" Jiang Li asked, puzzled. Wang Mian replied earnestly, "Are you sure 1 bun will suffice? You were quite hungry down by the arena just now, weren't you?" Jiang Li's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she have forgotten? She had been standing right next to Wang Mian, her stomach growling audibly. Surely he had heard it. However, out of politeness, she accepted the bun from his hand and softly said, "Thank you. It's nothing. By the way, shouldn't you be at school now? What brings you here?" Seeing the curious and endearing expression on Wang Mian's face, Jiang Li felt an irresistible urge to pinch his cheek, but she merely entertained the thought. Instead of answering, Jiang Li countered, "What about you? Why are you here?" Wang Mian smiled nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. "That was my question first." Jiang Li pota. A playful smirk appearing as a mischievous thought crossed her mind. "I came for you." Cough, cough, cough. Wang Mian, who had been sipping his porridge, choked at her sudden declaration, his face turning a bright shade of crimson, whether from shyness or from the force of his cough, remained uncertain. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Li's sparkling, peach blossom eyes, which gleamed with playful cunning. Wang Mian, feeling slightly awkward, remarked, "Jiang Li, that joke is hardly amusing." Jiang Li blinked and shrugged her shoulders, conceding, "All right, it was merely a jest." She then shifted the conversation. "I had a quarrel with my family and was kicked out. I heard the night watchers had great benefits, so here I am." Upon hearing this, Wang Mian visibly relaxed, relieved that it was merely a joke. After all, he regarded her as a friend. "Hey, oh, it's you, big sister. I've been looking for you everywhere." A sudden voice interrupted as Chang Wei lightly patted Jiang Li on the shoulder and comfortably sat down beside her. Jiang Li sighed in exasperation. "Do you need something?" Internally, she fumed. "Chang Wei, why must you interrupt my moment with Wang Mian?" Chang Wei smiled brightly. "Nothing serious. I just wanted to be friends with you." Then, surveying the surroundings, she whispered, "Your last sword strike was absolutely stunning." She remembered their agreement. They could not reveal the truth of victory, lest they lose out on 500,000. "By the way, do you like pickled vegetables? I'll give you all of mine." Jiang Li was taken aback. This scene felt strikingly reminiscent of a famous moment from a story, though the plot had never explicitly stated Chang Wei's sexual orientation. Her dialogue with Mo Li and the subsequent decision to change her codename to Lily suggested that she might have an inclination towards girls, particularly those with a mature and confident demeanor. Jiang Li was on the verge of tears, although she appreciated the beauty of someone like Rose. Her true preference lay with men, particularly those exuding an intense sexual tension. "No, thank you. I'm quite full. You should save it for yourself." As there may be physical training ahead, Jiang Li politely declined Rose's kind offer. Meanwhile, Tan Xiang noticed Jiang Li's position. Both of them preferred to sit across from each other during meals. However, her designated seat had been taken by a young man. To her surprise, there was also someone sitting to Jiang Li's right, prompting Tan Xiang to quicken her pace and occupy the seat to her left. Tan Xiang glanced at the boy who had taken her spot and, feeling slightly displeased, remarked, "Jiang Li." Jiang Li hurriedly clarified, "He is my friend." "And her?" "She is also my friend." At that moment, Tianping found Wang Mian and realized he was seated across from 3 familiar girls. So he joined them without hesitation. Tan Xiang questioned, "Is this also your friend?" Jiang Li hesitated. "Well, he is my friend, and a friend of a friend is also a friend." Wang Mian interjected to support Jiang Li's explanation. Jiang Li seized the opportunity, affirming, indeed, rounding up, "He is also my friend." Just then, a soft voice chimed in, "What about us?" The group turned towards the sound to find Moon Ghost sitting next to Rose. With Vortex across from him, Jiang Li, feeling the pressure, responded hesitantly, "I suppose so." Her tone was weak, tinged with doubt. "Don't doubt yourself. After all, we fought together, so we must be friends." Moon Ghost exclaimed with a hint of excitement, then lowered his voice. "Moreover, we share a common secret." Jiang Li forced a laugh in agreement. She had initially sought a secluded spot for her meal, but now, apart from Xing Hen, the entire mass team had gathered. With this lively bunch around, there were things Jiang Li wished to say to Wang Mian that she couldn't express. As expected, the table was filled with laughter, and despite their initial unfamiliarity, conversation flowed easily, quickly fostering camaraderie. Even a typically reserved Tan Xiang occasionally chimed in. At 3 a.m, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of their dreams. Jiang Li pulled her blanket over her ears and turned over to continue sleeping. Tan Xiang, however, jolted awake and hastily donned her military uniform, attempting to rouse Jiang Li. When she saw Jiang Li still unresponsive, Tan Xiang leaned in and whispered, "Breakfast is ready." "What? Breakfast? Where?" Jiang Li sprang upright, noticing Tan Xiang already dressed. Remembering something, she quickly put on her clothes and dashed downstairs after Tan Xiang. At the training ground, Wang Mian was the first to arrive, followed closely by Moon Ghost, with Tian Ping coming in third. Once everyone had gathered, Instructor Hong began to speak. "Today, anyone who exceeds 3 minutes will automatically step out." This familiar routine and storyline were well known to Jiang Li. As Tan Xiang worried about possibly exceeding the time limit, Jiang Li offered her a reassuring glance, conveying that there was no need for concern. They would be perfectly on time. After all, this was something she often did, having perfected the art of arriving just on time since her middle school days. Indeed, when Instructor Hong announced the results, Jiang Li and her companions were unsurprisingly not called upon. What followed was a monotonous regimen of training. Whenever Jiang Li sought a moment of solitude to converse with Wang, the likes of Xuan Wu or the Moon Ghost, or other mass team members would invariably materialize unexpectedly beside them. For the first time, Jiang Li found them excessively conspicuous. One night, Jiang Li unwrapped the bandage from her left hand, gazing contemplatively at the tattooed totem. Her grandfather had once shared with her that her lineage descends from the deity Qiyu, and those who bear the tattooed totem possess unparalleled divine power. However, to this day, she had yet to decipher how to harness this strength. Aside from experiencing its manifestation once and its inexplicable disappearance during physical examinations, it predominantly lingered upon her arm. Resolutely, Jiang Li chose to set aside these thoughts, for there were other matters demanding her attention. Chapter 18. Extreme Training in the Forest. Drones pursued several disheveled figures, Xuanhua, Yuegui, and Tianping. "Goodness, the instructors are relentless. How long must we run?" Yuegui shouted at Tianping. Since their entry into the woods, the drones had been relentlessly on their tail. Xuanhua even began to suspect that the instructors were deliberately tormenting them. Before long, the valley echoed with the instructors' voices, mingled with the sounds of other recruits experiencing public humiliation. While others were frantically fleeing, Jiang Li lay leisurely against a tree, hands behind her head and legs crossed, observing the spectacle of social embarrassment with a slight smirk. Indeed, her situation mirrored that of a protagonist. No one could escape such punishment. She pondered what tales the other mass teams would have to share. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by Wang Mian's predicament, though she feared it was an inquiry that could never be fulfilled, for his talent was unparalleled among the new recruits. Jiang Li's relaxed demeanor stemmed from a subtle trick she had employed. The rules prohibited attacking the drones, but that did not extend to other creatures of the forest. Moreover, the woods were her domain, and all drones chasing her were swiftly dispatched. The assailants were the circling birds overhead. At the foot of the mountain, Instructor Hong frowned at the stationary red dot on the screen, perplexed by Jiang Li's lack of movement. An instructor replied, "It's unclear. Whenever a drone approaches her, it is invariably attacked by other animals, leading to its destruction." Instructor Hong mused, "How uncanny. Jiang Li was aware that her blatant cheating might arouse suspicion. Just as she leapt from the tree, the sound of swooping birds filled the air. Wang Mian, surprised by Jiang Li's sudden appearance, grasped her hand without hesitation and dashed deeper into the woods. The happiness came too abruptly, leaving Jiang Li momentarily oblivious to her own abilities. However, upon being struck by a bullet, her gaze sharpened, and she cast a casual glance skyward. A flock of birds dove down, relentlessly attacking the drones. Initially puzzled, Wang Mian began to question Jiang Li as multiple waves of drones were dispatched by the animals. At last, free from the drone's pursuit, Wang Mian and Jiang Li found a moment to catch their breath. Jiang Li sprawled carelessly on the ground, her body forming a large letter Z. Are the instructors holding a personal vendetta against us? She lamented. Wang Mian, sitting beside her, remarked, "You're right. They're doing this intentionally to drain our stamina." Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "Well then, I suppose I surrender my struggle." Wang Mian inquired, "Do you wish to face the punishment of social humiliation?" Jiang Li scoffed, "Please. One who stands tall fears not the shadows. I am not afraid of that contraption that compels honesty." Wang Mian turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems you harbor many secrets." Jiang Li boldly conceded, "Would you care to know my greatest secret?" At this, Wang Mian shook his head, not curious. Jiang Li insisted. "No, you are curious. Not curious. You are curious. Why cultivate curiosity?" Jiang Li immediately sat up, leaning closely towards Wang Mian, their breaths audible to one another as they spoke deliberately. Because the book states, when one person becomes curious about another, they're not far from falling in love. In an instant, Wang Mian's face flushed crimson, a vivid display of embarrassment, prompting him to swiftly turn away. His cheeks warm, he stammered and not. Every night watchman possesses their own secrets. Although we are not yet official night watchmen, I truly am not curious. As Wang Mian's voice dwindled, Jiang Li burst into laughter, delighting inwardly at his naivete. Listening to Jiang Li mock him, Wang Mian silently turned away, wishing to ignore her. Yet, Jiang Li followed suit, cupping his face in her hands and playfully rubbing it. Wang Mian distinctly felt the coolness of her hands against his flushed cheeks. Observing Wang Mian's adorably bewildered expression, Jiang Li chuckled. "Has anyone ever told you that your voice resembles that of a sweet young child? It's quite charming, giving off an impression of being easily bullied." "What? Ha ha! Do you realize how you currently appear? What? Like the pampered wife of a domineering CEO? Ha ha ha!" Wang Mian was speechless. He wished to push Jiang Li away, yet found himself at a loss, as her hands still clutched his face, making it awkward to do so without inadvertently touching her chest. He finally sighed. "Do you realize your current behavior resembles that of a rogue?" At this remark, Jiang Li released her grip, her eyes instantly sparkling as she lifted Wang Mian's chin to meet his gaze, declaring, "Man, you have successfully captured my attention." In that moment, Jiang Li resembled a mischievous rogue teasing an unsuspecting gentleman. Suddenly, rustling sounds filled the air, accompanied by a buzzing noise as a few disheveled figures emerged from the thicket. Upon spotting Wang Mian seated on the ground with his hands propped up and Jiang Li bending down to lift his chin in a rather suggestive posture, Yu Gui nearly erupted in expletives. "Damn, we're running for our lives, and you two are here flirting." Qinghen stood ahape, exclaiming, "You two are pushing it too far." Vortex was equally stunned. "Come on, this is extreme training." Tian Ping interjected, "Bro." Wang Mian's brow twitched as he attempted to clarify. "It's not what you think." "Clarification? Just run." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li took Wang Mian's hand and bolted, not looking back. Seeing this, Yu Gui and the others hurriedly followed suit, though misfortune struck as they collided head-on with Tan Xiang and Chang Wei. The 8 of them exclaimed in unison, "Damn." Almost immediately, 2 waves of drones encircled them. Chang Wei, gazing at the hand-holding Jiang Li and Wang Mian, queried, "Why are you two holding hands?" "This is not the time to discuss that." Jiang Li gazed at the 2 waves of drones, her expression darkening. "Break through from the right," Wang Mian shouted. However, Jiang Li chose an entirely contrary course of action, promptly releasing Wang Mian's hand. "Split up." Taking advantage of the cover provided by the foliage, she rolled, swiftly picked up a stone from the ground, and accurately hurled it at the drones, effectively incapacitating several of them in an instant. With a deft push, she leapt onto a branch. Then, like a nimble monkey, she swung gracefully from tree to tree, evading the drones, which failed to touch her even slightly. As the others ran, they glanced back in disbelief. Was she born under the sign of the monkey? Her tree-climbing skills were effortlessly remarkable. Chapter 19. Rules are meant to be broken. Although Jiang Li managed to divert half of the drones, the pressure on Wang Mian and the others was slightly alleviated. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and during their escape, Xuanhua inadvertently collided with a tree stump and lost consciousness. A few medical personnel, concealed nearby, rushed out, swiftly lifting Xuanhua onto a stretcher. Witnessing this scene, Yu Gui thought to himself, could it be that he is about to face social humiliation? Xing Hen replied, it's possible. Yet, Tian Ping observed the slight curl of Xuanhua's lips at that moment and pondered, with his strength, it's improbable he would collide with a tree. What is occurring? In truth, Xuanhua had deliberately staged this. He had previously witnessed a roommate faint after colliding with a tree and being carried away, just as he anticipated hearing the echoes of his social demise. He found himself waiting in vain. A thought flickered in his mind, and to confirm it, Xuanhua decided to take a risk. It turned out he had wagered correctly. During the training, anyone who fainted unexpectedly was exempt from punishment. However, he had struck the tree rather forcefully, leaving his head ringing painfully, and the area around his forehead was swollen and red. After 8 hours in the mountains, few remained at the scene. Separated from the others, Jiang Li concealed herself in a valley, where a small bird landed on her shoulder. She tilted her head to glance at it, gaining insight into all the unfolding events. Wang Mian, Yu Gui, and Xing Hen were still present, but where were Chang Wei and Tan Xiang? Xuanhua and Tian Ping had fainted after colliding with a tree. They must be pretending. What are the odds of such a coincidence? And that they struck the same tree. The instructors must be quite foolish. There was no denying Jiang Li's insight. In the resting area for the injured, Xuanhua and Tian Ping exchanged barbs. Xuanhua, did you also faint after hitting a tree? Tian Ping rubbed his temples and replied, what do you mean also? You did the same. Xuanhua, that was an accident. Tian Ping remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your feigned unconsciousness lacks any credibility, and I distinctly saw you smiling. Shoo! Xuanhua quickly covered Tian Ping's mouth, lowering his voice, if you know, then keep it to yourself. Are you eager to face social punishment? Tian Ping. I don't want to. I can't take it anymore. I've reached my limit, Xing Hen declared from the back. Wang Mian turned to him and asked, having come this far, are you truly not going to endure a little longer? Yu Gui also paused. Are you really going to accept punishment? Xing Hen replied, to me, that punishment is inconsequential. I simply wish to discover my limits. At that moment, the drones resumed their pursuit, and Xing Hen calmly stated, you all may leave. I will see you at the training camp soon. Wang Mian and Yu Gui exchanged glances. Then we shall depart. Indeed, as soon as the words left their lips, the two figures gradually vanished into the night, while Xing Hen resignedly accepted his fate. As expected, Instructor Hong's voice echoed once more. Lo Xing Hen, is it? Yes. It is quite commendable that one has persevered until now, yet one must still face the consequences. I'm aware, so let it be. How many girls have you pursued from childhood to adulthood? None. Have you ever had a crush on a girl? No. Not a single girl you fancy? No. Do you not like girls? I do not. Instructor Hong gasped in disbelief and cautiously probed with another question. Do you prefer men? No. Then what do you like? Eating, sleeping, and using the restroom. Wang Mian and Yu Gui listened to these inquiries, their lips twitching uncontrollably. It is no wonder he is unfazed by such punishment. It seems there is nothing he truly cherishes in life. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Jiang Li, who was tinkering with some objects, displayed a similar expression upon hearing these responses. Casually tossing a bug into her mouth, she resolved to set out as well. She could not continue to cheat forever, and she too wished to test her limits. After all, in this world, without strength, her life would be at risk. 3 hours later, Instructor Hong spoke. How many are left in the arena? Only Wang Mian, Jiang Li, and Yu Gui remain. Jiang Li. Instructor Hong murmured to himself. It was no surprise that Wang Mian and Yu Gui had endured thus far. But Jiang Li was unexpected. How many do you think are left besides us? Yu Gui inquired of Wang Mian. Jiang Li. Wang Mian replied without a moment's hesitation. Yu Gui immediately donned a look of intrigue. I was still thinking about her at this point. By the way, what were you two doing during the day? A suspicious flush crept onto Wang Mian's face, but under the cover of night, Yu Gui could not perceive it. Ahem. It's just that most people have already accepted their punishment, yet there has been no sound from her, which suggests she too has remained until the end. Yu Gui, with a knowing tone, responded. So what were you two up to then? Wang Mian. It seems I cannot evade this topic. With a hint of resignation, Wang Mian explained. You know her character, she loves to joke around. Joking. How can one joke when it feels as though the weight of the world is upon them? Moreover, you. At this point, Yu Gui hesitated. What else? Wang Mian frowned slightly. What Yu Gui said next astonished Wang Mian for an entire year. You have yet to push her away, and you appear to be quite enjoying it, almost wishing she would kiss you. Wang Mian. He no longer wished to explain. It only deepened the misunderstanding. Seeing Wang Mian's silence, Yu Gui assumed his tacit acceptance and inwardly confirmed her suspicions. The atmosphere grew peculiar, prompting Yu Gui to hastily change the subject, though it inevitably circled back to Jiang Li. Do you think Jiang Li has always been this formidable? The rules clearly state that one cannot attack drones, yet she dared. Reflecting on their previous encounters and the training they had undergone, Wang Mian could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Wang Mian replied earnestly. If she were here, she would undoubtedly respond to you in this manner. Rules are meant to be broken. In the next moment, Instructor Hong's voice resonated once more. Oh, is that not Jiang Li? How did you find yourself eliminated as well? I'm exhausted. The rules clearly state that attacking drones is prohibited. You certainly possess a boldness to dare assault a drone. Rules are indeed made to be broken. Yu Gui, listening to the tone perfectly mimicked, couldn't help but smirk. You seem to know her quite well. A little. However, Wang Mian chose not to advance further. Instead, he opted to rest in place, eager to hear how Jiang Li's social demise unfolded. The inquiries continued. Where did you learn your swordsmanship? I taught myself by reading novels. Do you believe you are a genius who can grasp it at a glance? Indeed. Chapter 20. The control of words. Instructor Hong posed numerous inquiries, yet Jiang Li responded with ambiguous answers. Had it not been for the fact that he donned the truth ring himself, he might have suspected a switch. With a playful smirk, Jiang Li observed Instructor Hong teetering on the edge of frustration. Ah, you possess the truth ring, but I wield the control of words curse. The line between truth and falsehood is blurred. Attempting to extract information from me is futile. Jiang Li had been preparing for the truth ring for quite some time, secretly practicing curses each night, though each attempt ended in failure. Consequently, upon entering the woods, he had opted to act alone, utilizing natural resources to cultivate numerous cursed insects, ensuring he was well prepared for any unforeseen dangers. Among these was the control of words curse, capable of manipulating the veracity of a person's speech. At last, Instructor Hong posed a pivotal question, one that lingered in Wang Mian's mind with a sense of anticipation. What type of boys have you liked since childhood? None at all. Why? Because I am inherently beautiful, and none are worthy of me. Have you never encountered someone you particularly liked? No. Jiang Li's responses were devoid of any hesitation. When Instructor Hong's personal inquiries were raised, Wang Mian felt her heart race. However, upon hearing Jiang Li's reply, the fervent beating of her heart gradually subsided. Unbeknownst to Wang Mian, a subtle sense of disappointment crept into her heart. Let's proceed. We must traverse this mountain before dawn. Yu Gui scratched his head, puzzled by his own feelings. Wasn't he the one who felt a tinge of loss regarding the answer of his heart? Yet, Jiang Li had no one she favored, which meant he still had a chance. Why did he appear so crestfallen? All pertinent questions had been asked, but none yielded satisfactory answers for Instructor Hong. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Jiang Li. In this extreme training, no one successfully crossed the mountain. Even Wang Mian, who persevered until the end, collapsed from exhaustion. When Wang Mian awoke once more, she found herself submerged in a medicinal bath, while Yu Gui stood at the dormitory entrance, holding a bank card. I thought you would make it across the mountain. Here, this is 5 million that Jiang Li asked me to bring back for you. She insisted that I personally deliver it to you. Wang Mian questioned, did she say that? What else could it be? As Yu Gui spoke, he seemed to recall something, turning back to add, by the way, I forgot to ask for the password. You'll need to find her for that. She should be in the cafeteria now. Make haste, or you'll miss your meal. Just a friendly reminder, today's menu features soy milk and fried dough sticks. With that, Yu Gui departed. In truth, he slipped into Xing Hen's dormitory, crouching by the door to listen to the rustling sounds of Wang Mian dressing, followed by the sound of the dormitory door closing. Lying on the bed, Xing Hen observed Yu Gui's furtive demeanor and remarked, what are you up to? Yu Gui turned to him, exclaiming, you wouldn't understand the joy of shipping couples. To his surprise, Xing Hen theatrically performed a dramatic sit-up, declaring, who? Pray tell, include me in this. Of course, one must share the fruits of their labor. Thus, Yu Gui recounted the events of this morning. Earlier today, while dining at the cafeteria, Yu Gui encountered Jiang Li, who had just retrieved her bank card. Unable to enter the boys' dormitory, she entrusted her card to Yu Gui and casually inquired about Wang Mian's situation. At that moment, Yu Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement, and post-meal, he hastened to Wang Mian's dormitory with the fervor of a sprinter. Coincidentally, he found Wang Mian awake. In truth, Jiang Li had said little, and it was Yu Gui who embellished the tale. As anticipated, no sooner had he departed than Wang Mian emerged from the dormitory. Upon hearing Yu Gui's account, Xing Hen wore a knowing smile. In the cafeteria, Jiang Li had just reached a modest fullness when she prepared to leave. Raising her gaze, she spotted Wang Mian entering. She immediately sat down, feigning continued eating, while inwardly she fervently wished for him to come over, with empty seats surrounding her. As if he had heard her silent plea, Wang Mian took a seat opposite her, breakfast in hand. Jiang Li affected surprise. You're awake? Indeed. Congratulations on securing first place this time. You did well too, making to the end. Jiang Li scratched her head awkwardly, knowing full well that her success was due to less than honorable means. Wang Mian sipped his porridge and added, I heard from Yu Gui that you didn't tell him the password. Jiang Li was taken aback. Hadn't she disclosed everything? Why was Yu Gui complicating matters? After a moment's thought, she realized it was Yu Gui who had sent Wang Mian to inquire about the password. Wang Mian's clear gaze held a seriousness that made her heart race. Yes, he affirmed. Jiang Li mumbled under her breath. I thought you were specifically looking for me. What did you say? Your voice was too faint, Wang Mian remarked, unable to catch her words. I said the password is 521314. Wang Mian's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, and his ears flushed red. Did you perhaps forget a zero? It's simply 521,314. That was directly told to me by Instructor Yuan. Observing Jiang Li's earnest demeanor, Wang Mian reluctantly chose to believe her. As time swiftly passed, for months had elapsed at the training camp. The group underwent a remarkable transformation. Gone were the days of laziness and apathy, replaced instead with a vibrant spirit and a resolute determination that could inspire party membership. In the swordsmanship class, Jiang Li rested her chin in her hand, languidly seated on the training field. Although the techniques of swordplay and knife work differed, she still managed to best her peers. With no girls willing to spar with her in knife techniques, she quietly observed from the sidelines. Even Instructor Qin remarked that Jiang Li's swordsmanship had reached an exceptional level, requiring no further practice, allowing her to train independently. How lonely it is to be invincible. Jiang Li had grown so bored that she began to sing. While others had partners for practice, she felt conspicuously out of place. She wished to spar with Instructor Qin, yet her request was declined. Her gaze drifted toward Wang Mian in the distance, sighing, after all this time, I still cannot seem to move this ironclad man. Noticing Jiang Li's gaze, Wang Mian unsheathed the straight blade of the scale and declared, You have lost. The scale shrugged, responding, It is not that I am weak, but rather that you are too formidable. Then you must practice more diligently. Although Wang Mian was conversing with the scale, his attention remained fixed on Jiang Li, who appeared somewhat discontented. The scale, seemingly indifferent, followed his line of sight and remarked, "Tiste, I have heard that no female soldiers wish to spar with Jiang Li anymore. Even Zhao Weiwei has declined. Why is that?" Wang Mian's initial reaction was to assume she had been ostracized. Yet, that explanation felt flawed, for she had always maintained good interpersonal relationships. After all, she had proven herself invincible against all challengers. Even the instructor Qin refrained from engaging her in combat. "Hearing you say that, I am inclined to give it a try," he mused, for he too seemed to be an invincible figure among the male soldiers. Albeit he had yet to face instructor Qin. "Then go ahead. The instructor has not stipulated that sparring between genders is prohibited. I am quite curious to see which is superior, the divine agent or the exceedingly dangerous individual." The scale urged Wang Mian. Chapter 21. "You cannot defeat me, Jiang Li. Let us engage in a duel," Wang Mian declared, brandishing a straight knife as he approached her. Jiang Li, who was engrossed in weeding, lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her face. "What did you say?" Wang Mian patiently repeated. "I said, let's engage in a duel." "I refuse." "Why not?" "You cannot defeat me." At this, Wang Mian crouched down to meet her gaze. "Are you so confident in your own abilities?" "Of course," Jiang Li proclaimed, hands on her hips, exuding pride like a majestic rooster. Yet, in the eyes of Yu Gui, it appeared more akin to playful banter between young lovers. Wang Mian clearly wished to converse with Jiang Li, but why resort to such a flimsy excuse? If he was going to seek her out, why not choose a better reason? What girl would revel in fighting? And when did he become so timid? Tianping rolled his eyes at Yu Gui. "How did you know?" Yu Gui replied, "Of course, I am their #1 shipping fan." Xianhua patted Yu Gui's shoulder. "Isn't there a possibility that they both belong to the type that enjoys fighting?" You are well aware of Jiang Li and Wang Mian's combat prowess. Their clashes would ignite fierce sparks, not sparks of love. Xing Hen, ever the instigator, chimed in. "Shall we place a wager on who will emerge victorious?" Xuan Vozite, "Do you even have money?" Furthermore, gambling is strictly prohibited during training. Xing Hen countered, "As long as we keep it to ourselves, who would ever find out?" "Don't forget about that 500,000. Yu Gui exclaimed, "I'm in." "Hey, what are you all whispering about?" Tan Xiang suddenly interrupted, startling the four of them as she patted their backs. "Goodness, you scared me. I thought it was Instructor Qin. Can't you walk without making a sound?" Tianping visibly relaxed upon recognizing Tan Xiang. Tan Xiang remarked, "When did you become so timid, son Tianping? And what exactly are you all conspiring about? Do tell." Yu Gui, brimming with excitement, replied, "We're betting on who will win in a fight between Jiang Li and Wang Mian." Tan Xiang glanced at the two in the distance, laughing and chatting. They did not appear likely to engage in a fight, and their rapport seemed quite amicable. "Doesn't he seem likely?" Yu Gui insisted. "Let us not dwell on that. Are we betting or not?" Tan Xiang inquired, "How much?" Xing Hen suggested. 100,000? Tan Xiang retorted, "If we're betting, let us go big. 500,000. I bet on Jiang Li to win." Ayu A Hui, Tianping, Xing Hen, and Xian were exchanged incredulous glances. "You're ruthless." Tan Xiang challenged, "Do you dare?" Tianping took a deep breath. "I bet on Wang Mian." Yu Gui added, "I'll back him as well." Xing Hen concurred, "Same here." Tan Xiang's cheeks puffed in indignation. "You can't just support Wang Mian because he's a boy." Yu Gui countered, "But you're a girl too, so you should back Jiang Li." Tan Xiang retorted, "That's not the same. I've seen her true strength." Tianping replied, "I've seen Wang Mian's true strength as well." Subsequently, the four of them fixed their furious gazes on the only one who had yet to place a bet, Xianhua. "Whom do you support?" "Vortex? No. Why must you direct your quarrel towards me?" "Jiang Li, choose between Wang Mian." Observing the predatory gazes of the four, Vortex timidly inquired, "May I abstain from making a choice? 500,000 is a fortune to him." In unison, the four exclaimed, "Absolutely not." Noticing Vortex's indecision, Xing Hen decisively severed his escape. "If you dare to inform, I shall declare that you were the one who orchestrated this gamble." "Vortex, you are ruthless. So who do you wager on?" "Vortex, primera bet on Jiang Li." Tan Xiang clapped Vortex on the back. Li Xian is a solid choice. You have discernment. Vortex offered a sheepish smile, deliberately ignoring the disapproving glances from the other three. At that moment, Tanxiang also pulled Rose into the betting fray, who without hesitation wagered on Jiang Li's victory. She had once experienced Jiang Li's swordsmanship and understood its formidable nature. The six of them sat together, silently observing the two in the distance. Rose, why haven't they begun a fight yet? Tian Ping, is there so much to discuss? You go away. I have no idea. Wang Mian patiently spoke for a considerable time, finally managing to ensnare Jiang Li. Primarily, Jiang Li, enamored with Wang Mian's looks, seemed almost entranced, devoid of any rational thought. Whatever Wang Mian suggested, she merely responded with enthusiastic agreement, and by the time she realized it, she had already fallen into the trap he had set. Jiang Li pouted, cunning fox. Wang Mian gently poked her forehead, smiling softly. Silly girl. That slight lilt in his tone left Jiang Li utterly captivated, a glimmer of mischief crossing her eyes as she extended her hand. My legs are numb. I cannot rise. Observing her blatant intentions, Wang Mian resignedly pulled her up with one hand. Using the momentum, Jiang Li suddenly lunged into his embrace, seizing the opportunity to feel his muscular chest before swiftly retreating, feigning nonchalance. Internally, however, she erupted with uncontrollable laughter. Ha! Touching him was a victory. She had no regrets. Although Jiang Li's departure was swift, Wang Mian was not oblivious to her subtle actions. It seemed he even felt a little squeeze. Since their last extreme training session, he had sensed that Jiang Li sometimes resembled a rogue, albeit only slightly. Now, witnessing the expression etched across her face, he realized her true thoughts were wholly transparent. At that moment, he genuinely felt that Jiang Li was indeed a rogue, and she only played those tricks on him. After all, he had never seen her act in such a manner with any other boys. It seemed she was a rogue exclusively for him. The six onlookers were left speechless. Rose, why are they embracing? Aren't they supposed to fight? Tian Ping, who knows? Yugui, come. Let us snack on some seeds. Xinghen, where did you get those? Tanxiang, why fret over such details? Just eat. Vortex, look quickly, they are about to fight. Indeed, just as Wang Mian was about to inquire when Jiang Li would commence, she had already drawn her sword. Wang Mian quickly stepped back a few paces, momentarily taken aback. Hasn't it yet begun? Jiang Li casually rested his blade upon his shoulder, nonchalantly replying, from the moment I arrived, the contest had already commenced. It is merely you who is not adequately prepared. Jiang Li, when did you learn the art of ambush from the instructors? No. This is a matter of cunning stratagem. It is clearly taking advantage of the unexpected. Clang. As they spoke, the two had already engaged in several exchanges, their blades clashing, a subtle tremor resonating through their weapons and into their hands. Yet they remained locked in a stalemate. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, whistling at Wang Mian. Oh, not bad at all. Indeed. However, to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Do not speak too confidently. Be cautious of falling flat. Chapter 22. In the realm of martial arts, speed prevails. The fierce battle between Wang Mian and Jiang Li captured everyone's attention, prompting an unspoken agreement to clear the training ground. Even Instructor Qin refrained from intervening. A few new recruits expressed their confusion, questioning, Instructor, why aren't you stopping them? With a sidelong glance, Instructor Qin calmly replied, what is there to obstruct when they are learning from one another? Besides, I am rather eager to witness this duel. Jiang Li's swordsmanship is unparalleled among the female soldiers, while Wang Mian holds a similar reputation among the male troops. I had previously contemplated how to facilitate their sparring, but stubborn Jiang Li insisted on facing me instead. If she wishes to embarrass herself, she could have simply stated so, without resorting to such roundabout methods. Of course, he too would never concede that Jiang Li's skills surpassed his own. After all, admitting such a truth before the recruits would be a blow to his authority as an instructor. The recruits, taken aback, discreetly returned to their roles as spectators. Initially, Jiang Li and Wang Mian maintained a degree of restraint, mindful of the onlookers. However, as the area emptied, their seriousness intensified. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Mian evaded Jiang Li's initial strike with a deft sidestep, swiftly countering with a sweeping kick. Jiang Li, with remarkable agility, drove her blade into the ground, arching backward to evade the attack, and retaliated with a powerful kick. Wang Mian effortlessly deflected it with one hand, his wrist snapping with force to send her flying. Jiang Li executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing gracefully on her feet. I must concede, you do possess a modicum of skill, albeit just a modicum. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Jiang Li lunged forward once more, while Wang Mian adeptly countered her assault. Is that all you have to offer? Jiang Li, you have yet to unleash your full potential, which seems rather disrespectful. Wang Mian remarked, glancing pointedly at her left hand, his meaning unmistakable. And you're no different. After another clash of their blades, both retreated 10 steps. How about we switch hands for a round? Absolutely not. What if I inadvertently injure you? I would bear that burden for a lifetime. Wang Mian responded, no need. I have confidence in my own strength. Jiang Li insisted, that's not an option. I sometimes strike without precision. If I mar your handsome face, it would sadden me greatly. Wang Mian was left at a loss for words. As the onlookers observed their hesitance to engage, the female soldiers, led by Tan Xiang, began to cheer. Jiang Li, go for it. Defeat him. In response, Yu Gue rallied the male soldiers, chanting, Wang Mian is incredible. Go Wang Mian. Thus, without the protagonists even clashing, two factions began to shout fervently, attempting to drown one another out, while Xian Wu remained silent. With a sudden whoosh, 5 piercing gazes sent chills down his spine. Why aren't you supporting Jiang Li? Rose asked. You're supposed to be on our side. Tan Xiang added. Don't forget you're a male soldier. Tian Ping chimed in. Xian Wu felt like Zhu Beiji, gazing into a mirror, caught between two worlds. As a male soldier, he ought to support Wang Mian. Yet he had previously undermined Jiang Li. Regardless of which side he chose, he would offend the other, leaving him in a truly lamentable predicament. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu caught sight of Instructor Qin. In a whirl, he took 3 steps forward and then 2, tossing a conundrum at him. Instructor Qin, which side will you cheer for? As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes converged on Instructor Qin. He responded with a perplexed expression, turning back to Yu, clearly taken aback by how effortlessly the spotlight had shifted onto him. This clever lad indeed. Instructor Qin cleared his throat softly and replied ambiguously, I will support whoever emerges victorious. The crowd reacted with playful disdain, their cheers and shouts continuing unabated. Listening to the resounding encouragement, Wang Mian interjected, it seems this has transcended our mere sparring. It has escalated to a battle of collective honor. Jiang Li, are you truly not going to give it your all? Jiang Li glanced at the distant figures, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Wang Mian, ever the provocateur, added with bravado, you hear my cheers. They're more invigorating than yours. Jiang Li couldn't help but think, why does he sound like a petulant child? Wang Mian, your taunts hold no sway over me, Jiang Li replied, shaking his head. Oh, then what would compel you to strike? Wang Mian proposed. How about this? If I win, you'll grant me a request. If I lose, I too will have a request from you. What say you? Wang Mian was momentarily at a loss, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation, before conceding, fine. No sooner had he agreed than Jiang Li surged forward like a tempest. Wang Mian gripped his sword, narrowing his eyes, his fighting spirit igniting fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The two blades clashed with the ferocity of thunder, sending sparks flying like brilliant stars bursting forth, as if igniting the very air around them. In that moment, Jiang Li shed his usual casual demeanor, embodying the sharpness and brilliance of a drawn sword, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Wang Mian showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated, his eyes alight with fervor, his blood surging with adrenaline. This was the battle he had longed for. Without any divine or forbidden enhancements, their speeds reached their zenith, leaving only fleeting afterimages in the wake of their fierce confrontation. Are they not human? How can they be so swift? Yu exclaimed in awe, his eyes nearly spinning from the spectacle. Xing Hin nodded in agreement. It's truly neck and neck. Yu Gue added, aren't they tired? They've been fighting for so long. Not much longer. The outcome will soon be revealed. Instructor Qin finally spoke, breaking his silence. Wang Mian, perhaps with the aid of time manipulation, I might not be able to best you. But in this moment, devoid of any enhancements, you cannot defeat me. With that, Jiang Li descended from the air, aiming a powerful strike at Wang Mian. I must admit, your speed is indeed impressive, but in terms of strength, you seem somewhat lacking. Wang Mian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, suddenly unleashing a forceful blow that sent Jiang Li flying. So what? Jiang Li retorted nonchalantly, and in the next heartbeat, he surged forward like a specter. Are you aware of the oft-repeated phrase in martial arts novels? Even when confronted with the tempestuous onslaught of Jiang Li, Wang Mian remains unperturbed, responding effortlessly to each strike. What is it? Suddenly, Jiang Li hurls his straight sword into the air and leaps, delivering a powerful kick to the hilt. The sword, akin to a bolt from the blue, hurtles towards Wang Mian with astonishing speed. Wang Mian merely shifts his body slightly, allowing the blade to graze past him and plunge into the ground, creating a minuscule fissure. Just as Wang Mian prepares to counterattack, Jiang Li's figure has vanished from sight. He swiftly turns around, barely having time to defend himself with his sword, when the tip of a blade rests against his throat. With a beaming smile, Jiang Li proclaims, in the realm of martial arts, only speed remains unbreakable. Chapter 23. Caught in the act of gambling, we have won. The exuberant cheers of the female soldiers reverberated throughout the training camp as Tan Xiang and Xiang Wei embraced in joy. My goodness, how swift is Jiang Li? Just moments ago, she was before Wang Mian, and in the blink of an eye, she had appeared behind him. Yue was utterly astonished, clearly struggling to accept the fact that Wang Mian had lost. Tianping shook his head and remarked, alas, although their speeds appeared comparable, it is evident that Jiang Li excels. Had the duration been longer, perhaps Wang Mian could have triumphed, but Jiang Li would never allow that. Her speed was indeed remarkable. Yet, over time, her movements would inevitably slow, compelling her to seek a swift resolution. Xinghin provided a candid assessment. At that moment, Xuanhua approached with a particularly audacious grin, declaring, I place my bet wisely, so hand it over. Tianping, Yue, and Xinghin simultaneously rolled their eyes in response. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, amidst the deafening cheers, gazed at the beaming Jiang Li before him and sighed. You have won. Jiang Li sheathed her sword, clasped her fists in a gesture of respect, and smiled. Thank you for your graciousness. Observing the twinkling anticipation in Jiang Li's eyes, Wang Mian realized he could not evade her request and said, Speak. What is it you wish me to concede? My request is that you agree to 3 more of my demands. No. Wang Mian firmly rejected her. Why not? We had agreed beforehand. Because you will undoubtedly leverage those 3 demands to propose 3 additional ones, thus creating an endless cycle. Jiang Li exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? Wang Mian replied calmly. I have come to understand your nature. Over the past few months, he had discerned Jiang Li's character. Fearless and often at odds with the instructors, she confronted challenges with fervor, never faltering in her resolve. Though she appeared carefree and untroubled, she was astute and never allowed herself to be at a disadvantage. You may not resort to trickery, one demand only. Jiang Li shrugged, you've caught me. However, I have yet to decide, so I shall defer for now. With that, she turned her back and made her way towards Tan Xiang and the others. But before she could engage them in conversation, Instructor Hong suddenly appeared and shouted at Tan Xiang and the others. Tan Xiang Yu, Zhao Weiwei, Sun Tianping, Luo Xinghin, Yue, Li Xian, step forward. Xuanhua muttered. I have an ominous feeling. The 5 responded in hushed tones. Be quiet. Watching the group depart silently, Wang Mian approached Jiang Li and inquired, what has happened to them? Mother hens in the instructor's office, Tianping and the others found themselves reprimanded severely by Instructor Hong. It seems I've been too lenient in your training. To dare gather for gambling, believing 500,000 is easy money, is outrageous. Instructor Hong continued his tirade, speaking until parched, at which point he took a sip of water before resuming his scolding. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally ceased his verbal onslaught. Who organized this wager? It was him. Everyone instinctively pointed at Xinghen, who stood at the edge of the group. Star mark. Clearly, everyone is involved. Yet when it comes to selling him out, there is no hesitation whatsoever. Don't you relish in the trifles of eating, sleeping, and relieving oneself? Instructor Hong holds a rather profound impression of Luo Xinghen. After all, when confronted with the true words ring, there is an unmistakable aura of serene resignation about him, coupled with an innocuous appearance that resembles that of a well-behaved child. Xinghen, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Occasionally earning some extra cash is acceptable. Instructor Hong, each individual shall bear a weight of 50 kilograms and run 30 laps around the training camp. Those who fail to complete this before sunset shall face the consequences." The group, feeling despondent, murmured, "Yes." A bit louder, "Haven't you eaten?" "Yes." Upon hearing the resounding voices, Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction. "Due to your violation of discipline, that 5 million shall be rescinded without exception." The group exclaimed, "Adi, what do you mean?" "First, hand over your bank cards, and add an additional 20 laps." Hearing of the added laps, Tianping and the others immediately fell silent, dejectedly returning to their dormitory to retrieve their cards. "Wait, Luo Xinghen, your punishment is doubled." Xinghen. In stark contrast, the group that was previously somber now broke into laughter. Once everyone had submitted their bank cards, Yuan Gang's figure appeared in the office. Observing the pile of cards on the desk, a smile crept across his face. At this moment, his spirits were remarkably high. "Chief, apart from Jiang Li and Wang Mian, all the others have returned theirs." Instructor Hong was not surprised by Yuan Gang's arrival. After all, they had been meticulously scrutinizing Jiang Li and the others for any missteps to find a pretext to reclaim the funds. Unfortunately, they had failed to uncover any faults. Aside from Wang Mian's initial impulsiveness, he had mostly demonstrated diligence, showing utmost seriousness in his studies. Although Jiang Li often opposed them, she promptly admitted her mistakes, leaving them powerless against her. The others behaved adequately, providing no grounds for reclamation. Indeed, the confrontation between Jiang Li and Wang Mian had caught their attention, naturally leading them to identify Luo Xinghen and his companion's shortcomings, like offering themselves on a silver platter. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, lamenting that it would have been splendid had they been able to recover Jiang Li's as well. She was the first to have so much wool pulled from his grasp. "Chief, what about Wang Mian?" Instructeur en incroyable, perplexed. Yuan Gang, reclining his chair, began to speak slowly. "That lad has consistently performed well. It matters not if we grant him some leeway. After all, the higher-ups have high hopes for him, and he may very well become the leader of a special unit in the future." "Chief, could it be that the higher-ups intend to form another special unit?" "Indeed, Wang Mian is among the candidates." Yuan Gang then shifted the conversation, pointing at Xinghen on the monitor. "This lad appears so obedient. How could he be the ringleader of this gambling affair?" Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly. "Chief, from where do you perceive his obedience? Is it merely by his appearance?" Yuan Gang. "It turns out he too can misjudge situations. But what on earth did you all do to incur such punishment from the instructor?" Observing the 6 individuals devouring their meals with fervor, Jiang Li was filled with curiosity. Moments earlier, she had watched them complete nearly dozens of laps around the entire training camp. Initially, she had intended to wait for them to join her for dinner, but unable to wait any longer, she had taken Wang Mian to eat first. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, the others finally arrived. Tang Xiang briefly recounted the events, and Jiang Li, biting her chopsticks, exclaimed, "What the heck? He was so generous at the start, only to have set a trap for us." In an instant, memories flooded her mind of Instructor Hong's words to Lin Xie, noting that few could take advantage of Yuan Gang, and she had managed to seize such an opportunity in one fell swoop. Chapter 24, Dead Brain. Norekilis bumping. Indeed, we have all suffered greatly due to Xinghen. Yuegue took a few bites of his meal, uttering a comment before hastily continuing to eat. "Had I known, I would have refrained from joining you all. That was 500,000. Xianju could not help but wail in despair. Xiangwei swiftly delivered a punch to his head, chiding him for his earlier flight. "Why shout so loudly? Tianping seized a chicken leg and stuffed it into Xuanzhu's mouth, urging him to eat, as his incessant complaints could hardly be silenced by food. Xuanzhu exclaimed, Wang Mian, you must uphold justice. Why does everyone bully me? Were it not for their insistence on my joining, I would not be facing this punishment. The crucial matter is the 500,000. Just like that, it vanished. Observing the lively antics at the dining table, Wang Mian stood up and declared, Jiang Li, let us depart and leave them to their own revelry. Hey, how can you leave so heartlessly? My legs are weak. Who will assist me back? Xuanzhu shouted towards Wang Mian. Wang Mian turned back briefly, pondering, well, you can crawl back. Xuanzhu was taken aback. Oh, Wang Mian, how can you utter such cold words? Without looking back, Wang Mian walked away, leaving Xuanzhu with a perfect view of his retreating figure. Enough of the wailing. You are even more delicate than sandalwood, Xiang Wei scolded. Precisely, replied Xiang. Tianping added another piece of meat to Xuanzhu's bowl, urging him to eat quickly, lest Yue finish it all and leave him with nothing. Throughout the commotion, Yue had only spoken once, but had already consumed a considerable portion of the meat on the table. Hey, leave me some. Xuanzhu quickly transferred the remaining meat into his bowl. Who told you to chatter so much? The two engaged in a fierce battle for the meat, while Xiang Wei and the others chose to silently distance themselves from the duo. As for Xinghen, he was absent, still running his course. Outside the cafeteria, Wang Mian and Jiang Li walked side by side on their way back to the dormitory, the streetlights casting a soft glow that elongated their shadows in a tranquil manner. Jiang Li suddenly chuckled, as if recalling something amusing. Wang Mian inquired, what are you laughing at? Jiang Li casually kicked a pebble on the ground, smiling, oh, nothing much. Just thinking of some joyful things. Joyful things? You seem to be in high spirits every day. Of course. Every day with you brings me immense joy. Wang Mian's expression faltered slightly. As long as you are happy. He had grown accustomed to Jiang Li's occasional heartfelt remarks. Yet his heart would invariably skip a beat, leaving him puzzled as to why. Jiang Li chuckled and diverted the topic. By the way, the new year is approaching. Do you think the instructors will grant us a break? Not likely. Why not? Because we are undergoing closed training. Jiang Li sighed dramatically. There is no festive spirit at all. I had hoped for a holiday to let me revel a bit. Such as drinking, barbecuing, KTV, indulging my fervent and passionate soul. Wang Mian cleared his throat softly. Aren't you underage? Jiang Li, in a fit of delight, nearly forgot her current age. However, the 5 million was merely a sight to behold, not to be spent, which left her feeling somewhat discontent. Wang Mian reminded her, with a hint of caution, about the lessons learned from others' mistakes. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? At that moment, a weak voice emanated from the ground, pleading for assistance. Help me up. Xinghen. They both responded in unison, hastily aiding the pale-faced Xinghen, who appeared on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Li inhaled sharply, thinking that the instructor was being rather harsh. Didn't he fear he might exhaust the students to the point of fainting? Fear not. He is merely fatigued and has fainted, Wang Mian stated, performing a quick examination of Xinghen's condition. Nevertheless, it was essential for him to learn a lesson, for without rules, there can be no order. Wang Mian seemed to realize something and addressed Jiang Li. Of course, you are the exception. Jiang Li replied, I shall take him back. You should also rest early. With that, Wang Mian effortlessly lifted Xinghen, showing no signs of exertion, and steadily made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Jiang Li watched, a mix of feelings swirling within her. Jealousy crept in as she longed for Wang Mian's embrace as well. Simultaneously, her mind was inundated with peculiar thoughts. Wang Mian had truly exhibited remarkable boyfriend energy just now. Meanwhile, Xinghen appeared. Jiang Li quickly shook off her chaotic thoughts and slapped herself, admonishing herself for such reckless musings. She resolved to dismiss her feelings for Wang Mian, delivering a few firm taps to her forehead. However, once a thought takes root, her mind would conjure vivid imagery. No more foolishness. Wang Mian, not far ahead, turned his head at the sound, witnessing Jiang Li collide with a lamppost in a frenzy. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What was she up to now? Yet, he recalled that Jiang Li seemed to have a penchant for theatrics in times of crisis, and it would pass soon enough. Thus, with Xing Hen in his arms, he departed without concern. In the following days, Jiang Li refrained from sitting directly across from Wang Mian or beside him, always maintaining a distance of 2 people. Her gaze oscillated between Wang Mian and Xing Hen, shifting from an ant-like smile to a furrowed expression of frustration, embodying a whirlwind of emotions akin to a split personality. As time passed, others began to notice the oddity of the situation. During a break in shooting practice, Yu Gui approached Wang Mian, inquiring, "Have you two had a quarrel? Or did you upset her?" Wang Mian replied, "Neither." The curious Vortex chimed in, "Then why have you both exchanged so few words lately? It's evident to anyone that there is a misunderstanding between you." Suddenly, Ping Ping appeared like a ghost, adding, "Moreover, Jiang Li missed all her shots today. She even accepted the instructor's reprimand without protest. Normally, she would have argued back." Everything seemed exceedingly unusual. Wang Mian gazed at them in utter disbelief. "You all, look." Wang Mian. Xing Hen gently tapped Wang Mian's shoulder, urging him to direct his attention ahead. "Jiang Li, why not abandon Wang Mian and consider someone like me? You noticed that, did you? Of course, the eyes of a beloved are as vast as the 8th ocean. Just observe Wang Mian's gaze. It mirrors the way I look at you." As Jiang Li focused intently on the target, the words of Chang Wei caused her to gasp, resulting in another missed shot. Chang Wei remarked, "I didn't mean to." Jiang Li replied, "I know." As Jiang Li looked at the 1.7-meter tall Chang Wei, she suddenly realized a significant issue. She herself stood at a mere 1.62 meters, making her only 2 centimeters taller than Yi Yuan. This was akin to Wang Mian carrying someone who resembled her at his waist. Chapter 25. The occasional deity, how about it? Should you consider what I just mentioned? Rose inquired persistently. Jiang Li, feeling rather glum, replied, "No, thank you." Rose, assuming Jiang Li was disheartened due to her missed shots, took it upon herself to guide her through the proper techniques of shooting. Thus, ensnared in Rose's embrace, Jiang Li appeared particularly vulnerable, and an inexplicable atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them. This scene did not escape the notice of Wang Mian and the others. Xing Hen remarked, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Wang Mian responded, "They are both girls. What's the issue?" Tian Ping interjected, "The problem is rather significant. Have you forgotten that Jiang Li adores reading novels?" Xianhua added, "And she reads a variety of genres, no less, an eclectic mix of everything." Wang Mian remained perplexed, questioning how a fondness for novels could pertain to the 2 girls. Yu Gui sighed, "There's no saving it now." Meanwhile, Rose encouraged, "Come on, relax. Lift your arms and shoot." Bang! This time, she finally hit the target, albeit only a single ring. Jiang Li muttered, this. Rose quickly reassured her, "This isn't your fault. It's undoubtedly the gun's issue, and you have ample room for improvement." Bang! Still a single ring. Rose sighed. Oh, let's try again. This time it must be the target's fault." Bang, bang, bang. One ring after another, it was an endless cycle of single rings. Taking a deep breath, Rose launched into an immersive encouragement. "This is absolutely not your fault. It must be my interference that hindered your performance." She released Jiang Li and stepped aside. "Now, give it another go." Bang! A miss. Jiang Li exclaimed. Rose responded, "Oh, this time, it must be a problem with the equipment, but it is certainly not Jiang Li's fault." Jiang Li timidly murmured, "Is it that I am very inadequate?" Rose promptly interrupted, "Absolutely not. This time, it is definitely the instructor's fault. He must not have trained you properly." The instructor, caught in the crossfire, grumbled, "So I could be blamed too." On the side, Tan Xiang, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Jiang Li, why are you off your game today? Even if your shooting class were poor, you at least score 3 or 4 rings. Yet today, it's either a miss or a single ring." Jiang Li casually replied, "Perhaps it's a matter of feel." Tan Xiang hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Are you sure Wang Mian hasn't he upset you?" "How could he?" Tan Xiang whispered, "You're being coy. Anyone with half a brain can see that you two are at odds." Jiang Li remained silent, casually standing with one hand in her pocket, pulling the trigger. Bang! To her astonishment, a 10-ring shot. Rose had been closely monitoring Jiang Li's shooting, and her accuracy was so remarkable that it made her question her own skills. Upon witnessing the 10-ring hit, she leapt up in excitement. Jiang Li's heart sank at the sound. She had let her guard down. Indeed, the instructor, upon hearing the commotion, first verified the score, then rushed to Jiang Li's side, incredulously demanding, "Do that again for me." Others soon gathered around, unable to believe their ears. A perfect 10-ring score had indeed been achieved. Even Wang Mian, the best among them, could only manage a maximum of 9 rings, while Jiang Li, who had consistently struggled in the shooting course, astonished everyone by scoring 10 rings. A miraculous feat. As the crowd encircled her, Jiang Li felt increasingly uncomfortable, wishing to avoid the limelight. Moreover, she could sense Wang Mian's gaze fixed upon her, intensifying her unease. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li remarked, "Instructor, that shot was merely a stroke of luck." The instructor, unconvinced, retorted, "Stop chatting and take another shot to prove it." Jiang Li complied, positioning herself to shoot. The sound of gunfire echoing, bang, bang, bang. Everyone anticipated a repeat of the 10-ring miracle, yet the result was merely a 1-ring score. The crowd groaned in disappointment. "TCH, disperse." The instructor rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration, "What happened to that impressive 10-ring shot?" Jiang Li casually replied, "I told you it was just luck, but you would believe me. Try again," he urged. Bang, 10 rings. "See, it's not." Bang. Before the instructor could revel in his joy, Jiang Li missed the target entirely. The instructor, undeterred, insisted she continue shooting. 10 rings, 3 rings, missed shots, 1 ring, 1 ring, 1 ring, 10 rings. Observing Jiang Li's erratic scores, Xuanwu remarked, "I shall dub her the occasional goddess." The others nodded in agreement, while Wang Mian remained silent, lost in thought. If her shooting was poor, how could she consistently hit the 1-ring mark? Conversely, if she were skilled, how did she manage to hit the 1 ring so precisely each time? With perfect control? After enduring 10 minutes of this peculiar shooting, Jiang Li could no longer contain herself. "Instructor, perhaps if you stood on the opposite side, you might discern the problem." The instructor, somewhat exasperated by her shooting, found merit in her suggestion and moved to the other side. At that moment, Jiang Li raised her weapon without a hint of aiming, decisively pulling the trigger. With a bang, the bullet whizzed past the instructor's rear. The 6 witnesses gasped in shock. Tianping exclaimed, "I knew she was unusually obedient today. It seems her karma has caught up with her." Xuanwu added, "She is fierce and speaks little. Our Jiang Li is no ordinary person." Xinghen warned, "She is in for trouble." Sure enough, as soon as Xinghen finished speaking, the instructor bellowed, "Jiang Li." "Apologies, instructor, my hand slipped," Jiang Li replied innocently. At that moment, the instructor finally realized a crucial truth, one that had been hinted at since the first day of camp, when the commander had warned, Jiang Li had been playing the fool all along. "You will carry 30 kilograms and run 50 laps around the shooting range. Everyone else dismissed. Go eat." "Yes, sir." At the moment when the instructor turned away, Jiang Li made a face at him, her hand raised without a hint of fatigue. Fortunately, her skills were commendable, merely passing by to startle him. Were it not for his status as an instructor, she would have undoubtedly retaliated, delivering a couple of well-aimed shots to impart to him the experience of an explosive surprise. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Yu Gui and Xian were undoubtedly the swiftest to dash away. However, after sprinting a mere 10 meters, Yu Gui quickly turned back, insisting, "You needn't go. Stay here and wait for Jiang Li. We shall fetch your meals." With that, he promptly took off again. Xinghen added, "She must have misunderstood our intentions. You should clarify things. I cannot bear to be subjected to that gaze from her any longer." Wang Mian was perplexed, thinking, what do those two have to do with this? Meanwhile, Tan Xiang was also urging Chang Wei to hurry along. "No, I must stay and wait for Jiang Li." Chapter 26. The Steel Straight Man Wang Mian. As long as Wang Mian is here, everything will be fine. Do not forget that Jiang Li also enjoys meat. If we arrive too late, Yu Gui and Li Xian will devour it all. Upon hearing this, Rose decisively pulled Tang Xiang and dashed away, determined to leave some meat for Jiang Li, ensuring that those 2 rascals would finish it off. Once everyone departed, the shooting range fell eerily silent, leaving only Jiang Li and Wang Mian. Under normal circumstances, spending time alone with Wang Mian would have filled Jiang Li with joy. However, the current atmosphere was thick with awkwardness, as she found herself unable to confront Wang Mian, haunted by peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. Wang Mian stood frozen in place, hands tucked into his pockets, unsure of what to say, silently counting the laps Jiang Li completed. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. At last, as Jiang Li reached her 40th lap, her pace began to wane, eventually leading her to sit on the ground to rest. Observing this, Wang Mian approached her briskly and said, "Just a bit longer. You only have 10 laps left to finish." Jiang Li responded with a glare. "Wang Mian, you steel straight man. You are straighter than steel." She turned her head away, signaling her desire to disregard him. "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Mian scratched his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. Suddenly, Jiang Li burst into laughter, leaving Wang Mian even more confused. "Why are you laughing?" Seeing Wang Mian's earnest yet perplexed expression, Jiang Li felt her own behavior was quite absurd and rather juvenile. After all, Wang Mian was merely a teenager. His thoughts were not as convoluted as hers. They were comrades, and his willingness to help her was nothing to scoff at. If it weren't for her wild imagination, leading her to ignore him for so long, she wouldn't have reacted so dismissively when he finally initiated a conversation. How could she be so audacious? He was, after all, her ideal type. In an instant, Jiang Li's mind cleared as if a flush had swept away all the muddled thoughts. "I laugh because you are adorable." Upon coming to this realization, she stood up, but darkness enveloped her vision, her legs weakened, and she stumbled forward. "Watch out!" Fortunately, Wang Mian was quick to catch her. Jiang Li clung to his arms, feeling an unspoken strength through the fabric. It radiated a sense of safety. No wonder he could lift Xing Hen effortlessly, as if she were but a chick. The serendipitous moment felt all too timely. Jiang Li's mind began to play a soundtrack reminiscent of a domestic idol drama, akin to a scene where the protagonist falls. Wait, why was she being so foolish? The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Wang Mian patiently explained, "It's perfectly normal to feel dizzy and faint after running 40 laps, and then sitting down immediately." "Oh," Jiang Li replied, gradually regaining her composure after a moment. Seeing her recover somewhat, Wang Mian inquired, "Can you continue? Or would you like me to run the remaining 10 laps for you?" Wang Mian shook his head in refusal, and Jiang Li sighed deeply, her expression one of resignation as she prepared to accept her fate and continue running. Yet the next moment Wang Mian declared, "But I will run alongside you." Jiang Li, her eyes sparkling with excitement, instantly transformed into a starry-eyed dreamer. Who among us in our student years hasn't racked their brains to find a way to engage in a romantic morning run alongside the one they admire? However, Wang Mian swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "Nevertheless, the burdens you carry must be borne by yourself. After all, it was your fault, and you must face the consequences." Overwhelmed by this cascade of happiness, Jiang Li, regaining her composure, confidently patted her chest and declared, "No problem." This is precisely what captivated her about Wang Mian. Not only his remarkable appearance, but also his upright values and impeccable character. In the storyline, after he disbanded the training camp, he even utilized time reversal to restore things, embodying the principle that one must face the music for their own actions. "By the way, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Wang Mian winked at Jiang Li, clearly aware of her true capabilities. Jiang Li made a shushing gesture and smiled. "It's a secret." Wang Mian nodded in perfect agreement, and the two fell silent, fully cognizant that every gesture they made was being observed by unseen eyes. As expected, Instructor Zhang, monitoring the screens, erupted in fury. "I told you Jiang Li was suspect. She clearly possesses the ability to score 10 rings, yet pretends otherwise. Now I understand why old Qin finds her so exasperating. With such monstrous talent, she initially acts like a complete novice. During the demonstration, her gaze toward others was akin to looking at refuse. Yet when he earnestly attempted to teach her, she staged a dramatic reversal. The real fool turned out to be him." Instructor Hong attempted to calm Instructor Zhang, saying, "Come now, how can an adult bear a grudge against a student?" Upon hearing the word student, Zhang's agitation flared anew. If she were my student, surpassing her teacher wouldn't bother me at all. But she's just pretending. She's trying to undermine me. And also what? Zhang had lost the will to continue, nearly losing his composure, and found it hard to voice his thoughts. To this day, he felt a twinge of fear. Had he not held the title of instructor, Jiang Li might have genuinely shot him a few rounds. He hastily diverted the topic. And look at Wang Mian. He is different, talented yet humble. And most importantly, he respects his teachers. Just look at Jiang Li. I'm a loss for words if one were to categorize Wang Mian and Jiang Li. Wang Mian would undoubtedly be the exemplary student in the new recruits class, while Jiang Li would be the mischievous troublemaker seated in the back, not truly a failing student. For she possessed the same prowess, albeit occasionally clashing with the instructors. This perpetually left the instructors exasperated. Returning to his chair, Instructor Hong remarked, ultimately, Commander Yi personally listed her as a highly dangerous individual, which surely indicates she possesses exceptional qualities. But why has she not been confined to the forbidden grounds? Why would Commander Yi take the time to personally include her? It has come to my attention that the higher authorities are currently conducting an investigation, and it is highly likely that they will become a focal point in the near future. In any case, the harrowing experience left a profound shadow on Instructor Zhang, to the extent that he would never position himself with his back facing Jiang Li during class. At the shooting range, accompanied by Wang Mian, 10 laps were swiftly completed. However, Jiang Li felt that 10 laps were rather brief. It seemed as though they had finished far too quickly, as she desired to linger with Wang Mian a bit longer. Did she still have the energy to head to the cafeteria? Upon hearing the word cafeteria, Jiang Li's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course she did. In a flurry of excitement, she dashed towards the cafeteria, observing her departing figure. Wang Mian could not help but smile faintly. Jiang Li, why do you persist in concealing your true capabilities? How many more secrets do you harbor that remain unknown to me? Chapter 27. The Southern Barbarian Gu Clan within the dining hall. The contrast between Jiang Li's swift and graceful eating and Wang Mian's slow and deliberate savoring was striking. Eat slowly. All this meat is reserved for you, Chang Wei said, gently patting Jiang Li's back while serving her more dishes. Meanwhile, Xianhua gazed longingly at the meat in Jiang Li's bowl, wishing for a taste. However, upon Zhao Weiwei's fist striking the table, he dared not lift his chopsticks, knowing it was all meant for Jiang Li, despite having barely eaten himself. Moon Ghost appeared indifferent, resting his chin on his hand, and quietly inquired of Wang Mian, have you two reconciled? Wang Mian paused. We never quarreled, so what is there to reconcile? Xing Hen chimed in. Are we certain the misunderstanding has been resolved? She Ti glanced at me with those peculiar eyes again. Will she? Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback. When did she ever look at you with peculiar eyes? Tian Ping, unable to tolerate their banter any longer, interjected. If you two are just going to sit there and stuff yourselves, you might as well go do some weight training. Perhaps the instructor will regard you with newfound respect. Moon Ghost and Xing Hen exchanged glances of discontent. Tian Ping covered his face, expressing his desire to distance himself from them. How old is Wang Mian anyway? And how old are you two? Can't you see he is utterly clueless about that aspect? 17 and just turned 18, came the response. Wait, Yu Gui is an adult now? Tan Xiang questioned, puzzled. What else would it be? Moon Ghost replied dismissively. Turning to Jiang Li, Tan Xiang realized they had known each other for quite some time, yet remained ignorant of each other's ages. Jiang Li, how old are you? Jiang Li pondered how to respond. Her true age was 22. After all, before arriving here, she was in her senior year of university, soon to graduate. Yet in this realm, she was a high school student, though she was uncertain of which grade. I'm the same age as Wang Mian, she said casually. After all, they were classmates, so whatever age he was, she would claim as her own. Everyone's gaze shifted to Wang Mian, who simply replied, 17. Goodness. He is younger than I am, and I am only 18, exclaimed Tan Xiang. Subsequently, everyone's eyes flitted between Jiang Li and Wang Mian, both still minors. Did that imply they were? After some exchanges, it was revealed that Chang Wei was indeed the oldest at 19, followed by Tian Ping, Xianhua, and Moon Ghost at 18, Tan Xiang also at 18, and Xing Hen at 17 and a half, with Wang Mian and Jiang Li being the youngest. In truth, Jiang Li was the eldest, though she chose not to disclose this fact. At the headquarters of a night watchman, the phone rang with a sharp trill. Zhuqing answered the call, greeted by an irate female voice. Director Zhua, as superiors, you shouldn't rest while we subordinates deserve a breather too. 365 days a year without a break. Surely even the hardest working mule in a production team doesn't toil as we do. Moreover, our workload is severely overwhelming. When will we be granted a vacation, O Phoenix team? Hearing Captain Xia Siming's complaints, Zhuqing responded with a hint of resignation. Captain Xia, I understand your eagerness for a break, but please hold on for a moment. If only we could form another elite squad, your burdens would considerably lessen. Just hold on for a little longer. Clearly, Xia Siming is not convinced by Zhuqing's rhetoric. You've uttered those words a staggering 1,870 times. If leave is not granted soon, I shall lead the Phoenix squad in revolt, taking their place. You must persevere. Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhuqing could finish his statement, Xia Siming had already ended the call. He sighed in resignation. Captain Xia remains as intriguing as ever. After neatly organizing the new recruit report that Yuan Gang had handed back, Zhuqing proceeded to Commander Yi Fan's office. Commander Yi, Captain Xia of the Phoenix squad just called again to lodge a complaint. It matters not. Let them endure a little longer. Yi Fan replied, his gaze fixed on the new recruit report, where Wang Mian's name stood out, consistently ranking first in every subject. He could not help but marvel. Truly the son of Uncle Shang. If we were to form another special squad, who should we appoint as the captain? Commander Yi, surely you have a candidate in mind. Zhuqing remarked. A weary smile graced Yi Fan's face. Indeed, Wang Mian has not disappointed my expectations. However, Jiang Li also seems like a commendable choice. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing hesitated, but her background is yet to be thoroughly investigated, and several instructors at the training camp have jointly filed complaints against her. This left Yi Fan momentarily taken aback. He had only heard of recruits complaining about instructors, not the other way around. Pray enlighten me. It's because she has been concealing her true abilities, consistently showcasing her prowess in class, much to the embarrassment of her instructors, Zhuqing explained candidly. After listening, Yi Fan chuckled. Optidian her distinctiveness. He then countered, do you recall the records of the Nanmangu tribe in ancient texts? Zhuqing's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling troubling memories. Indeed, they specialized in practicing poison on living beings, deriving pleasure from murder, brutal and bloodthirsty, but had they not nearly faced extinction a millennium ago? Yi Fan smiled knowingly. That was merely a near extinction, not a complete obliteration, for instance. Zhuqing quickly caught on, you mean Jiang Li. Yi Fan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, recalling that when Wang Mian was rescued, a multitude of venomous snakes had been discovered at the scene. Aside from Wang Mian and the members of the ancient god society, she was the sole individual remaining. However, this remains mere speculation without concrete evidence. Zhuqing's expression turned grave, but what if she truly is? At this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Then we must recruit her, making her a guardian, thus augmenting our ranks within the great Xia. Zhuqing responded, Commander Yi is indeed always considering the greater good of the Xia, even attempting to recruit such a perilous individual, only to find himself inundated with complaints reminiscent of Xia Siming's incessant calls. But has her presence within the territory of the great Xia been clarified as of yet? Zhuqing shook her head and said, not at all. She appeared as if conjured from thin air. The first person to encounter her was Wang Mian, followed by the Sword Saint. Yi Fan murmured to herself, conjured from thin air. It seems the southern barbarians and their Gu clan are shrouded in even greater mystery. Winter is approaching. As Jiang Li made her way to the cafeteria, a butterfly fluttered around her, circling a few times. Tan Xiang exclaimed, Jiang Li, are you the fragrant fairy? In the midst of winter, a butterfly still flutters by your side. Jiang Li replied, I am not. Rose draped an arm over Jiang Li's shoulder. Yet you smell so delightful. Ignoring the two, Jiang Li extended her finger to touch the butterfly, only to be bitten. In that instant, her body trembled, her left arm inexplicably warming, and a flash of crimson flickered in her eyes as she swiftly crushed the butterfly with her bare hands. 1,000 miles away at the training camp, an elderly man clad in peculiar attire lifted his head and murmured, "I have found you." Chapter 28. The malevolent agent Jiang Li's peculiar behavior aroused the confusion of Chang Wei and Tan Xiang. "What is wrong with you?" "It's nothing. Let us go eat," Jiang Li replied, uncertain of her own recent actions, feigning nonchalance. Tan Xiang cheerily exclaimed, while Chang Wei sensed that something was profoundly amiss with Jiang Li, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person in that fleeting moment. In the cafeteria, Xian Wu and Yu Gui had already prepared their meals, awaiting their arrival. As they dined, laughter and chatter filled the air, yet Jiang Li sat in silence, her thoughts heavy as she mechanically consumed her food. What had transpired moments ago? Why had she felt an overwhelming urge to commit violence? Lost in a reverie, Jiang Li was oblivious to Wang Mian calling her name until he leaned closer and gently spoke. "Huh? What did you just say?" Wang Mian placed a piece of meat in her bowl. "Did you forget what day it is today?" "What day?" "Happy New Year, Jiang Li." The boy slightly tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the warm spring sun, a gentle breeze that swept away Jiang Li's turmoil and confusion. For a moment, Jiang Li was entranced, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, "Happy New Year." Heavens! Wang Mian's voice was almost enchanting. It made her feel shy. Moments later, noticing the abundance of food on the table, Jiang Li inquired, "Why is there so much food today?" "It's a new year. We must have a grand feast," Xian Wu boasted, his own bowl piled high, continuing to serve himself. Yet it all seemed excessive. Jiang Li's left eye twitched incessantly, a nagging feeling that something was amiss. "Isn't it good to have more?" "You always say you need to eat more to grow taller," Wang Mian remarked, hardly consuming anything himself, yet persistently adding more food to Jiang Li's bowl. The others had grown accustomed to this behavior. Jiang Li shot him a glare. The reason she was eating so much was due to Yi Yuan being 1.6 meters tall, although she had recently gained 3 centimeters through relentless effort. The members of the mass team were all over 1.8 meters. Even the petite Tan Xiang stood at 1.7 meters, truly a gathering of supermodels. Height, appearance, and strength were all factors against her. She could not fathom how they had grown so tall. Wang Mian, bewildered by her glare, stammered, "What did I?" His words were cut short as his vision began to blur, consciousness wavering, and he leaned backward, toppling over. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects falling echoed, leaving Jiang Li in a state of bewilderment. The cafeteria lights flickered to a green hue. She glanced down at her food. Surely not. Was it drugged? What kind of plot was this? Before the surveillance screen, the commander reported, "Sir, everyone has succumbed to unconsciousness except for Jiang Li. Should we intervene?" Instructor Hong conveyed the situation accurately. Yuan Gang rubbed his temples. "Let us wait a moment." Yet, he pondered inwardly about her uncanny resilience. Approximately a minute later, Jiang Li remained alert and even attempted to rouse her companions. Before the screen, the instructors expressed their astonishment. What an enigmatic individual she is. With a resounding thud, Jiang Li was struck in the back of her head by a heavy object, collapsing to the ground instantly. In Old Sun's hand was a stainless steel basin. He snorted coldly, declaring, "Even if she doesn't faint, she will." The assembled instructors cheered. "Well done. Engage." At Yuan Gang's command, the instructors sprang into action. As Jiang Li regained consciousness in the frigid wilderness, she gingerly touched her aching head and muttered, "Who ambushed me?" Observing her surroundings, she quickly rose from the snow, brushing off the flakes while grumbling, "These instructors are up to their usual tricks." It appeared that Old Sun had laced their food with a sedative, intending to incapacitate them. However, she had not succumbed to unconsciousness, and the reason was simple. She was impervious to all toxins. Then Yuan Gang's voice echoed, "Novices first and foremost. I wish you a happy new year. Secondly, the second round of extreme training is about to commence. Your objective remains to traverse this mountain range. This time, there will be no drones in pursuit. All you must do is endure the biting cold and reach the destination before nightfall. The first to arrive will receive generous rewards. So good luck to you all." In that moment, the recruits scattered across various locales couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn it. Not even a proper meal during the new year. Are these instructors even human? They are indeed concerned about our safety in this freezing weather. At that moment, Wang Mian, intending to regroup with others, sensed something amiss. He paused, slowly turning, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. "Come forth, ancient god society." A tall man emerged from behind a tree, flashing a sinister smile as he said, "Long time no see, divine agent." Wang Mian. Wang Mian stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly observing the other man, exuding a subtle aura of divine authority. "It seems I am quite popular within the ancient god society, attracting the attention of another divine agent like yourself," Wang Mian replied with calm composure. "You certainly have a knack for self-aggrandizement," the man retorted. "Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate your personality." He inclined his head slightly in a gentlemanly gesture. "I am Wen Yishuan, the agent of the malevolent god, and I sincerely invite you, the agent of the god of time, to join the ancient god society. Moreover, we have gathered substantial intelligence regarding Takamagara. Should you choose to join us, we will share the information with you." That does sound rather appealing," Wang Mian mused, stroking his chin as if in deep contemplation. "However, I must decline." Wen Yishuan's smile faltered, his expression morphing in shock. "Why?" he demanded. Wang Mian feigned indifference, stating coolly, "You need not know." Although when Yishuan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinted like venomous serpents as he coldly declared, "I'm afraid I will have to kill you." Even when faced with imminent danger, Wang Mian's demeanor remained unchanged, and he remarked with a hint of levity, "You are quite an interesting character, employing courtesy before aggression." "Thank you for the compliment." Wen Yishuan responded with the same words. In an instant, his figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Wang Mian remained motionless, slightly tilting his head to glance behind, as if addressing the air. I asked, "Are you not planning to make a move? Or do you wish to see me perish here?" A chuckle echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, Wen Yishuan seemed to bear the weight of a mountain, kneeling steadfastly before Wang Mian. Wen Yishuan, Wang Mian, with his arms crossed over his chest, looked down upon him with an air of superiority, his expression brimming with arrogance, as he spoke with a hint of teasing. "A demonic agent? Is this all you have? How utterly pathetic." Chapter 29. The breath of the divine. Do you truly believe that such a trivial pool of power can suppress me? How naive. The formidable aura belonging to the pinnacle of the sea realm erupted from Wen Yishuan's being. Wang Mian scoffed coldly, lightly tapping his toes to leap beside Tian Ping, simultaneously freezing the flow of time around Wen Yishuan. "Who said I intended to suppress you? Double the gravity." Tian Ping generously bestowed upon him a heavy gravity package once more. Following this, Wang Mian accelerated the passage of time for the two of them, and their figures instantaneously vanished from Wen Yishuan's sight. After a brief moment, time began to flow slowly around Wen Yishuan. Yet Wang Mian and the others had long since escaped, making it impossible for him to locate them in the near term. Gazing in the direction where Wang Mian had disappeared, Wen Yishuan's eyes shimmered with an unwavering determination. "Fear not, I shall find you soon. Wang Mian, you cannot evade my grasp. What nightmare! Why does that fellow have so many snakes on him?" The moon ghost sensed his own forbidden domain and attempted to extend his mental perception of the surrounding terrain. However, he was immediately targeted by a peculiar individual, who without hesitation unleashed snakes upon him. Fortunately, he managed to transform his body into moonlight just in time. Otherwise, a single bite would have been catastrophic. "No, I must quickly find Wang Mian and the others." Just as the moon ghost leaped down from a tree, that individual reappeared before him. "Oh no, why is he still relentlessly pursuing me?" The moon ghost abruptly halted and turned to flee, only to find himself face to face with a swarm of snakes, insects, and vermin. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the moon ghost spun around and questioned, "Hey, who are you, old man? Why are you relentlessly chasing me?" "I merely wish to inquire about someone." The moon ghost was taken aback, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Who in their right mind pursues someone while unleashing snakes? I apologize, but this is our clan's customary greeting." The moon ghost. Suddenly, a purple vortex opened, and the moon ghost was swiftly pulled in, only for it to close rapidly behind him. The elder slowly raised his head his murky gaze sweeping over the snakes, insects, and vermin on the ground. The aura is too chaotic. I can no longer locate her. Meanwhile, the moon ghost, having narrowly escaped, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the vortex. The vortex disdainfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "You're too clingy. Keep your distance. Ah, you find me distasteful. Have you forgotten our brotherhood, Li Xian? Let us put that aside. What is going on with you?" The moon ghost immediately dismounted from the vortex, his face contorted with grievance. "I was just pursued relentlessly by that old man. Moreover, the most critical thing is that he can control a horde of snakes." The vortex furrowed its brow in concern. Were the instructors up to now? Indeed, did the instructors not claim there were no drones pursuing us? Why then arrange for an old man to unleash snakes? I dread those cold-blooded creatures. Bang! Curse you! The furious roar of Rose echoed through the air. The moon ghost and the vortex exchanged glances before hastening towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Rose was engaged in battle with an alluring woman. "Oh, dear sister, do tell me where this beauty in the painting is, and perhaps I shall spare you. You're hideous. Your thoughts are quite unrealistic." Rose instantly recognized that the figure in the painting was none other than Jiang Li. Although the purpose of her meeting with Jiang Li remains a mystery, an instinctual sense of imminent danger envelopes her. Since her awakening, a stunningly alluring woman has trailed closely behind her. The woman shook her head and remarked, "Alas, what a fine young lady you are, yet you possess such a sharp tongue. Had it not been for the aura of her presence surrounding you, you would have long since met your demise. So, it appears you may as well prepare for death." The woman perched elegantly upon a puppet, crossing her legs, and with a casual snap of her fingers, a multitude of insects swarmed forth towards the rose. The rose leapt into the air, a buzzing sound resonating as a swarm of bees unexpectedly arrived, while a purple vortex opened just in time to rescue her. "Ah, quite the swift escape," the woman mused, preparing to pursue. The figure of an elder reappeared, urging, "Do not chase her. Finding her is our priority." Meanwhile, Wang Mian, Tianping, Yue, Gui, Xuanvo, and the rose convened, sharing their circumstances. "It seems we have been ensnared in a trap. The instructor likely remains unaware, or else they would have intervened by now. Moreover, two groups have arrived, one targeting Wang Mian and the other after Jiang Li. You two let us not discuss this further. We must locate Jiang Li. She lacks the means to protect herself and may not be able to withstand those adversaries." Wang Mian began to extend his mental prowess in search. Observing this, the others joined in the search, having underestimated Jiang Li's resilience. Before they could locate her, they inadvertently drew Wen Yishuan towards them, thus igniting a fierce confrontation. Simultaneously, Jiang Li trembled in the cold, her teeth chattering as she clutched a piece of wood, attempting to kindle a flame. A rustling sound caught her attention, and upon looking up, she was met with an overwhelming surge of serpents slithering toward her. Their tongues flicked as they fixated on Jiang Li. Yet they halted 10 paces away, too intimidated to advance. Indeed, they sensed the presence of divinity. The elder, who had been pursuing Yu Gui, approached Jiang Li. How delightful! Truly, the blood of the divine. The woman who had just battled the rose licked her lips, her eyes glimmering with a thirst for blood. Jiang Li, wary, rose to her feet and inhaled deeply. "Who are you? Our identities are of little consequence. What matters is that today you must perish, O Divine One," the woman declared with excitement. Jiang Li, bewildered, Dina. Me? Am I not merely an NPC? It appeared that the Divine One had yet to awaken. This presented a prime opportunity for them to strike. As they prepared to attack, Jiang Li hastily interjected, "Wait, if I am to die, let be with some understanding." To her astonishment, they disregarded her plea and lunged directly for her life. Enraged, Jiang Li retaliated with a swift slap, sending her assailant flying, leaving her equally astonished at her newfound strength. The woman was propelled several meters away, losing a few teeth, with a distinct handprint etched upon her face. The elder, filled with terror, stumbled back, exclaiming, "Is this the power of the divine?" Although Jiang Li was uncertain about the situation, she observed as the elder, who had initially been subdued, began to feign strength once more. In the traditional narratives of a dominant heroine, the first step often involved closing one's eyes before delivering a commanding proclamation. Ah, yes, it was something like this. You insignificant insects dare to covet my power. However, to her astonishment, the fear in the elder's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable thrill. The deity Qi Yu had indeed awakened. Quickly, kill her and seize her divine power. With the elder's words echoing, a swarm of serpents on the ground surged towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li exclaimed in disbelief. Why is this not unfolding as it does in the novels? Shouldn't he be cowering in fear before me? Yet, despite the deviation from the expected script, she was no novice when it came to dealing with serpents. Chapter 30. Insulting ancestors with a fierce gaze akin to that of a serpent killer. Jiang Li cast her eyes over the writhing mass of snakes, causing them to recoil and retreat. When it comes to handling snakes, I surpass you. The elder, witnessing his serpents defy his command and sensing their impending rebellion, let out a cold snort. Truly, you are the embodiment of the great deity Qi Yu, yet at present, you remain merely immortal flesh, perhaps not a match for us. No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than several ominous presences emerged from the shadows. Hearing the repeated invocations of Qi Yu, Jiang Li began to piece together the situation. However, her indignation surged as she had never been anyone's substitute. To hell with that. I am Jiang Li, not some grotesque creature with a bovine visage, horns atop its head, and 8 legs like Qi Yu. As her words resonated, the heavens roared with thunder, a deafening tumult as if incited by her defiance, reverberating with raw fury. Following this, a bolt of lightning, akin to a silver arrow, streaked down from the clouds with blinding speed, aimed directly at Jiang Li's position. What the hell? She exclaimed, narrowly rolling aside, just in time. Though the ends of her hair were singed, she swallowed hard, her mind momentarily blank. Who had she just insulted? Oh, right, Qi Yu. Who exactly was Qi Yu? Qi Yu was, indeed, her ancestor. Could it be that the lightning was a manifestation of her ancestor's wrath? The thunder above seemed to affirm Jiang Li's thoughts, erupting into a cacophony reminiscent of an enraged lion's roar, each clap sounding like the furious shout of a wronged soul. Yet, no further lightning descended, and silence soon followed. Insane. The woman Jiang Li had cast aside rose from the ground, clearly a deity herself, berating her own folly. Was her mind clouded? Regardless of Jiang Li's mental state, more than 10 individuals present sought her life. They acted in unison, for the power of a deity was paramount to them. In an instant, various beasts and birds converge upon her, their sole target Jiang Li. Most would have fainted at the sight of such a terrifying spectacle. Yet Jiang Li remained unfazed. Despite the perilous circumstances, she maintained an air of audacity. Such trivial tricks dare to display themselves before me. Did they not realize that I am a once-in-a-millennium talent in controlling the Gu? With but a glance, Jiang Li could command other Gu to serve her, turning them against her foes. Those present were acutely aware of Jiang Li's formidable Gu mastery, and for a moment, they could only engage in a tactical dance around her. The elder, possessing slightly greater skill, produced a flute from his waist and began to play, believing he could seize control of the Gu for himself. But to his astonishment, Jiang Li appeared behind him like a wraith. In a voice that echoed like a phantom, she declared, "To control my Gu, practice for another 10,000 years." With a swift motion, she struck the elder, sending him flying several meters away as a crimson hue began to unfurl from the depths of her eyes. The world around her blurred into a sanguine haze, the thirst for blood consuming her rationality, just as a dagger was plunged into her body. "How dare you stab me in the back?" Jiang Li exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick that sent her assailant flying. A sharp pain in her waist brought a fleeting moment of clarity. Realizing she was already injured, the onlookers commenced their assault anew, converging upon her with relentless ferocity. She could scarcely endure much longer. Before her eyes, everything was awash in crimson. All who approached appeared as grotesque fiends. Clutching her wound, she cast a cold, indifferent gaze over the throng. "Ah, I suppose your cursed insects are nearly spent. Well then, it is my turn now. You believe you can triumph over us? Such arrogance. Jiang Li wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and slowly unwrapped the bandage from her left arm, unleashing a surge of formidable power that radiated from her core. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang and his companions sensed something amiss. There were other intruders mingling among them in these mountains, and the Jinshu steel had been defiled. Yuan Gang swiftly organized a rescue effort, determined to ensure the safe return of every new recruit. Elsewhere, the fierce battle between Wang Mian and Wen Yishuan remained deadlocked. Despite facing Wen Yishuan, a peak sea realm expert, Wang Mian and his comrades, having honed their skills over time, found their reaction speed and agility significantly enhanced, even if their mental fortitude remained at the pool realm. The five worked in perfect harmony, and for the moment, Wen Yishuan was at a loss against them. At that instant, a beam of golden light shot skyward. Both Wang Mian and Wen Yishuan felt the overwhelming divine presence emanating from it. The aura of a deity, Wen Yishuan thought, glancing at the sky and then at Wang Mian, feeling a pang of discontent. Since he stubbornly refused to join, it seemed prudent to eliminate him and seek out another divine emissary. Although winter typically heralded the slumber of most creatures, an unusual phenomenon occurred as they flocked in droves toward a singular direction. Yuan Gang arrived just in time to engage Wen Yishuan in a direct confrontation. Wang Mian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had reinforcements not arrived, they might have perished there. Vortex and Moon Ghost, keep it up. Instructor, we must vanquish him. Yuan Gang cast a stern glance at the unruly youths and commanded, immediately regroup with Hong Hao. Yes. Wang Mian observed the creatures surging toward a common destination, his unease intensifying. Thus, he turned to follow the path they were taking, his foremost concern now being Jiang Li's safety. Since entering the woods, his mental acuity had inexplicably failed to locate her. Wang Mian, where are you going? Tian Ping inquired, perplexed. To find Jiang Li. Rosa, I'm coming too. She had not forgotten Jiang Li's strange behavior that morning, especially with that woman also searching for her. Wait for us. More hands make lighter work. You should stay back. You're the fastest. Hurry and locate the instructor, lest we be left without someone to recover our bodies, Vortex advised. Patting Moon Ghost's shoulder, Moon Ghost replied, Fine. It was ill-advised to curse oneself to death, but the immediate priority was to locate their instructor. On the other side, the totem tattoo on Jiang Li's left arm began to shimmer with an eerie red glow as she murmured incantations. Unlike others, Jiang Li's mastery of insect manipulation did not rely on a flute as a medium for sound control, nor was it limited in quantity. She, however, required no intermediary, possessing the extraordinary ability to command any insect, even all living creatures across entire mountain ranges. Observing the writhing mass of serpents, insects, and venomous ants, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiang Li's lips. Now perish. The others, witnessing this, revealed identical totem tattoos, exclaiming, Do not forget, we share this mark too. Chapter 31. Jiang Li's plunge in response. Jiang Li merely snorted coldly, her body emanating an overwhelming divine might that indiscriminately assaulted everyone around her. This formidable aura enveloped the entire mountain range, striking both the ancient god sect and the southern barbarian Gu clan, as well as Wang Mian and others, who found themselves subjected to fierce attacks. They hastily summoned their mental energies to defend against this immense divine pressure. Seizing a sword from one of the southern barbarian Gu clan members, Jiang Li began a relentless onslaught. Not only did her opponents have to contend with the serpents and venomous insects she summoned, but they also had to evade her ferocious assaults. Jiang Li's rationality was gradually slipping away, her eyes flooded with a crimson hue as the thirst for blood took hold of her mind. At this moment, a chilling aura of slaughter surged around Jiang Li, resembling a vengeful deity descending upon the earth. She ruthlessly reaped the lives of all in her path, leaving behind a haunting silence and palpable fear. Yet, this divine might lasted only 10 seconds before it began to dissipate. Every soul on the mountain expelled blood, for this power felt as though it were that of a god, far beyond their capacity to endure. Fortunately, it vanished as swiftly as it had come. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Goodness, was that the descent of a deity? I nearly met my end, Tian Ping exclaimed, clutching his chest, his complexion pale. It was difficult for all of us to withstand. Do you think Jiang Li might? Su NW cautiously suggested. Absolutely not. Rose immediately countered, refusing to believe that Jiang Li would fall. But she is just an ordinary person. Su NW weakly pointed out the harsh reality. Rose retorted, you must have faith in Jiang Li's strength. Wang Mian spoke to them, though it seemed he was also reassuring himself. Tian Ping raised his hand, but he was unable to stifle his concerns. Bang! Rose's fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Tian Ping's head, silencing him instantly. Wang Mian is right. Let us first locate Jiang Li before discussing anything else. Rose glared at the two men who had fallen silent. Wang Mian nodded, manifesting his mental energy as he swiftly advanced. Despite his outward composure, Rose and the others discerned the worry lurking in his depths. In that moment, they all prayed fervently for Jiang Li's safety. There's blood here, Su NW exclaimed, drawing the others' immediate attention. Tian Ping's fingers delicately traced the crimson stains. His expression growing grave, it was fresh. There's more ahead, Rose shouted, pointing towards the blood on the snow. A fleeting shadow rushed past Rose, prompting the trio to follow suit. At the edge of the cliff, the pristine white snow was starkly stained with vivid blood, resembling a blooming, sinister rose. A bloodied figure knelt on one knee, surrounded by a dozen lifeless bodies. Though her body swayed slightly, she stubbornly refused to collapse. The sword she clutched was deeply embedded in the snow, its hilt adorned with bloodstains, bearing witness to the brutal battle that had just transpired. Jiang Li. Wang Mian recognized the bloodied figure in the snow from a distance. Upon hearing the familiar cries, Jiang Li laboriously lifted her head. Her once serene visage was marred by countless scars, rendering her pallid as a sheet of paper. She quietly knelt in the snow, resembling a fragile ice flower on the brink of wilting, exuding an aura of profound desolation. At this moment, she was utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to rush towards Wang Mian. Jiang Li radiated a heart-wrenching beauty, imbued with a poignant sense of fragility, as though a gentle touch would shatter her like glass, dispersing her essence into the icy wilderness. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mian felt his heart gripped by an unrelenting hand, an indescribable pain surging through him like a relentless tide. His spiritual perception sensed Jiang Li's presence, tenuous as a gossamer thread, barely discernible, as if a mere tug would sever it. Perhaps it was the echo of Wang Mian's repeated calls that urged Jiang Li to tremulously rise, leaning against the hilt of her sword. Meanwhile, behind her, a still-breathing member of the southern barbarians gripped his sword tightly, thrusting it forcefully towards her heart. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh echoed, extinguishing the last flicker of life within Jiang Li, akin to a fragile candle flame snuffed out by the wind. This harrowing spectacle deeply affected Wang Mian and the others, just as Yuan Gang, accompanied by Yu Ge, Xing Hen, and Tan Xiang, arrived on the scene. In the next moment, Jiang Li pivoted and kicked him over the edge of the cliff, her curse ringing out. Damn you! Almost immediately, a barely audible cold snort resonated in the void as an arrow sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards Jiang Li with astonishing speed. She had no time to evade, the arrow piercing her heart in an instant. The force of impact was as overwhelming as a surging wave, propelling her body violently toward the precipice behind her. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone unable to react in time. Only Wang Mian swiftly activated the temporal divine ruins, accelerating his own speed to such a degree that he became merely a blur. As he reached out with all his might to grasp Jiang Li, his fingers were on the verge of contact when, in that fleeting moment, time around him ceased to exist. Wang Mian watched helplessly as Jiang Li slipped from his grasp, her figure plummeting toward the cliff. Damn it, just a little more. The ripples in his eyes surged once more as the temporal divine ruins unfolded again. Time rewound 3 seconds to a moment when Jiang Li had yet to be struck by the arrow, and he had not yet reacted. Yet history repeated itself. No matter how many times Wang Mian rewound time, he was always a fraction too late to save Jiang Li. However, he was severely depleting his mental energy. Jiang Li's body fell like a kite severed from its string, plummeting through the air. Ultimately, Wang Mian still failed to rescue her. As she continued her descent, Jiang Li's mind was filled with curses directed at the unseen assailant, berating their ancestors for generations. Yet her consciousness began to fragment. She felt she hadn't lived enough, hadn't rewritten the fate of the Faceless Squad, and had yet to confess to Wang Mian, "I like you." She did not wish to die. She did not want to die. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, the arrow that struck her heart gradually transformed into a golden radiance, merging with her being. It began to mend the myriad wounds upon her body, as well as the lacerations inflicted upon her left arm from the excessive use of divine power. In a flash of golden light, Jiang Li's figure vanished into thin air. Within the realm of nightmares, she stood upon the precipice, observing Wang Mian as he repeatedly employed the art of time reversal. While her heart swelled with emotion, she couldn't help but wish he would refrain from reversing time until after she had been struck by the arrow. Each instance of reversal forced her to endure the agonizing sensation of the arrow's piercing. The pain was unbearable. Once was sufficient. Yet Wang Mian subjected her to this torment time and again. In that fleeting moment, she truly yearned to end his life, as if he could remain untouched by the anguish she endured. Chapter 32. The Mystery of Heritage Unveiled Ancestor. Why has the little one yet to awaken? She has been in slumber for several days. The girl is frail, far less robust than a boy. Yeah. Ancestor, can't you alter that antiquated preference for males? Absolutely not. Why then did you save her? Because I desired to, and that is none of your concern. Very well. You are the ancestor. Your word is law. However, why is the little one's spirit so weak? Is it not because of her gluttony? Were it not for my divine power shielding her, she would have perished long ago. So, you transported her to another realm? What other choice did I have? The pace of cultivation in her corporeal realm is excruciatingly slow. How long must I wait for her to inherit my divine status? Ancestor, could it be possible that the little one has never truly cultivated? What a cacophony! The long unconscious Jiang Li, submerged in a haze, was roused by the incessant buzzing around her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a bamboo hut. Where exactly had she arrived? Ah, the little one has awakened. Jiang Li turned to the side. Who are you, little brother? The child, referred to as little brother, lost some of his joviality. I am your elder. Even in her weakened state, Jiang Li would not allow anyone to take advantage of her, especially not a mere child. You lack even the hair on your chin and yet claim to be an elder. I might as well be your elder. The child. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence this little one. In a flash of white light, the child transformed into a venerable elder with flowing white hair. Jiang Li gaped in astonishment. Goodness, can you transform as well? Teach me how. Elder, how many fingers do I hold up? The elder wiggled 2 fingers before her. Fool! Jiang Li rolled her eyes. Her mind was still intact. The elder, undeterred, cheerfully continued. Would you like to become a deity? At the mention of deity, a cold glimmer sparked in Jiang Li's eyes as she interrogated, Who exactly are you? I am your elder, without a doubt. Seeing Jiang Li's lingering skepticism, the elder promptly distanced himself from any negative affiliations. Rest assured, I am not associated with the Southern Barbarian Gu clan. That motley crew has already been dealt with by the ancestor. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes slightly. The Southern Barbarian Gu clan? The ones who sought to kill me? They are merely a band of miscreants. Pay them no mind. The ancestor has cleansed the ranks. Piecing together the tattooed totem on the left arm of the Southern Barbarian Gu clan, along with the elder's words, Jiang Li began to grasp the identity of the ancestor. With a wry tone, she remarked, To have such an ancestor is truly my fortune. She had suffered greatly at the hands of Qi Yu. This recent crisis was the gravest she had encountered since her arrival in this world, nearly costing her life. The elder, seemingly oblivious to her sarcasm, joyfully declared, Of course. The ancestor has awaited your return for quite some time. Awaited me? For what purpose? To inherit the divine status, of course. Jiang Li resolutely rejecta. I don't want it. It was because it was called Wang Mian. Jiang Li stared at him in astonishment. How do you know? The elder approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea, saying, You called his name 520 times while you were unconscious. Jiang Li's face flushed with embarrassment. She had merely been trapped in a nightmare after falling off a cliff. Moreover, she dreamt of the masked team heading to a fishing village, only to be utterly defeated, which made it even harder for her to awaken from her nightmare. Then, to her astonishment, Jiang Li discovered that her injuries had healed. Although she still felt somewhat weak, she had no trouble getting out of bed and walking. Thank you for saving me, esteemed elder. Jiang Li, am eternally grateful. However, my friends are still waiting for my return, so I must hurry back. Upon hearing this, the elder did not impede her. Instead, he nodded, Go ahead. After all, she was bound to this place. Jiang Li had initially thought the elder would be difficult to deal with, and had even prepared to threaten him with the insects she carried, since he was so agreeable. She decided to leave promptly, not wanting to cause worry for Wang Mian and the others. Stepping outside the bamboo hut, she found herself surrounded by towering bamboo forests, with a patch of grassland ahead, where various herbs were cultivated. However, a transparent barrier enveloped the area, indicating that this was a small world, and without the owner's permission, she feared she could not leave. The elder's voice echoed behind her. Jiang Li, descendant of Qi Yu, the direct bloodline of the 7800th generation. Though your parents passed away at an early age, your grandfather Jiang Yin imparted his skills to you. At the age of 10, you were hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the history of Miaojiang, with your insect-controlling abilities far surpassing your peers. At 12, you gradually integrated into human society, concealing your prowess and masquerading as an ordinary person. It proves that you have succeeded. Aside from eating and sleeping, you immerse yourself in various novels, transforming into a delicate, carefree college student. In your 4th year, due to your takeaway being stolen, an accident occurred during your pursuit. Am I right? Jiang Li turned around, crossing her arms defiantly, her brow slightly raised. So what? The elder replied leisurely. Do you truly believe you have arrived in another time and space, merely following the trend of entering a story? Jiang Li's expression grew serious, her eyes narrowing slightly. Another time and space? Could it be that you brought me here? The elder sipped his tea and said, It was not me. Qi Yu. Jiang Li pronounced the name with great emphasis. The elder sighed helplessly, adopting a concerned demeanor. Little ancestor, we are doing this for your own good. Until you learn how to wield your divine power, I cannot allow you to leave. Perhaps your insect-controlling skills or your swordsmanship may suffice against ordinary people. But what will you do when you encounter a formidable foe? With unparalleled divine strength, yet unable to protect yourself, how will you fare then? Jiang Li fell into a contemplative silence. He spoke the truth. Perhaps he could maintain a facade of superiority in front of ordinary individuals, but when confronted with formidable adversaries, he might indeed find himself awaiting a grim fate. Observing her wavering resolve, the elder continued, In the battle against the South Barbarians and the Gu clan, you should have sensed the immense power of our ancestors. At present, you remain far too feeble to wield it at will, and you risk causing harm to those around you. Surely, the lad who taught you swordsmanship must have imparted similar wisdom. He paused momentarily. Thus, you must choose between remaining here to cultivate your strengths or venturing forth. However, I assure you, I will never permit you to leave. Jiang Li remained silent. Ultimately, she had no choice. She must stay. Doubts began to creep in. According to her plans after graduation, she would undoubtedly seek ways to join the masked squad. Yet, without the Forbidden Ruins, how could she possibly integrate into their ranks? Chapter 33. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Li finally spoke. Is it true that as long as I learn to wield divine power, I can leave? The elder pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed. Then how long will it take me to learn? Considering your innate talent, it could take as little as a month, or perhaps as long as 3. Jiang Li closed her eyes and took a deep breath, saying, I agree. But let me make one thing clear. Once I have completed my training, you must allow me to leave. Rest assured, since Jiang Li's fall from a cliff, Yuan Gang had dispatched searchers to scour the base of the cliff, yet no trace of her could be found. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and the others had their memories erased and publicly announced that Jiang Li had suffered an accidental injury and was currently hospitalized for treatment. Simultaneously, the ambush orchestrated by the ancient god church instilled fear in Yuan Gang, preventing him from initiating extreme wilderness training. Within the training camp, Wang Mian rested beneath a tree, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness gnawing at him. Beside him, the laughter and playful banter of Tianping and the others filled the air. However, one person was noticeably absent, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Suddenly, Yu Gue swung down from the tree, arms crossed, swaying slightly as he asked, "Are you thinking of her?" "Yes," Wang Mian candidly admitted, causing Yu Gue to tumble down from the tree. He promptly sat beside Wang Mian and exclaimed, "Wow, you two really do have something going on." Wang Mian shot him a glance, feeling somewhat speechless, and replied, "I was pondering why Jiang Li would encounter an accident. Didn't the instructor say that the ancient god church launched a surprise attack, and Jiang Li was just an ordinary person? It would be easy for her to have an accident." Clearly, Yu Gue was convinced by the instructor's explanation. "Then why didn't the instructor allow us to visit Jiang Li?" Wang Mian countered, "Because we are under closed management." He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, aware that among the night watchers, there existed a method to erase others' memories. After all, 3 months had passed. Why had Jiang Li not returned? Even if she had been injured, it shouldn't necessitate such a lengthy recovery. He could not fathom that Jiang Li, who had once dared to hijack a police car and even knock down a follower of the ancient god church, could sustain injuries, unless the instructor was concealing the true nature of the events. Within the small world, the sounds of sorrow echoed. Wah, wah, wah. I too long to celebrate General Zhao Kongqing's triumphant return. Wah, wah, wah. The elder, moved by Jiang Li's tale, wept profusely, tears and snot streaming down his weathered face. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Through their time together, she had begun to understand how she had arrived in this peculiar situation. It became apparent that numerous parallel realities existed, and her body and soul had been split, simultaneously inhabiting 2 different timelines. Originally, Qi Yu intended to cast her into the ancient era, but she had been so engrossed in the world of slaying gods that she dreamt of altering Wang Mian's fate. As a result, the divine power within her had indeed responded to her innermost desires, defying Qi Yu and successfully transporting her into the timeline associated with the world of slaying gods. Her soul then descended upon an NPC, unexpectedly awakening a sense of autonomous consciousness. Thus, the NPC ceased to be merely an NPC, transforming into Jiang Li, an individual endowed with independent awareness. Due to the divine power within her clashing fiercely with Qi Yu, she fell into a state of slumber, only to erupt once more when faced with the peril of life. "Come now, at your age, still crying like a child," Jiang Li remarked as she handed a piece of paper to the elder. "Nonsense. My eyes were merely afflicted by sand," the elder retorted, wiping his eyes clumsily. "By the way, what happens next in the story?" he inquired, eager to hear more. Jiang Li poked at the sweet potatoes roasting in the fire and replied, "The author of this book has a penchant for knives. Are you certain you wish to continue?" "Yes, please continue." Jiang Li, feeling a sense of resignation, continued her tale until she reached the chapter about the disappearance of Songnan City. The elder could no longer contain himself and dashed into the bamboo hut to retrieve his 40-meter-long machete. He approached Jiang Li and demanded, "Where in the realm of time is that wretched Sanjiao?" Jiang Li, still focused on her sweet potato, raised her head slightly and asked, "What do you need him for?" "I intend to slay him. Let him understand what a true blade is." The machete in the elder's hand emitted a resonating hum. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. Although she had contemplated sending a blade to Sanjiao, she had never truly wished to take a life. "Did you not say we are caught in the rift of chaotic time? If we step outside, it would surely be disastrous. So what? With our ancestors present, we can go wherever we please." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. "So this is why you have been reluctant to let me go. You lack the ability to return me, do you not?" The elder realized he had inadvertently let slip too much and quickly tried to soothe her. "Oh, dear ancestor, what are you saying? I certainly cannot, but that does not mean our ancestors cannot. Spare me your nonsense." You clearly promised me, and now you claim you cannot send me back. Are you deliberately tormenting me? Listen to me. Do not use the excuse that Chiyu disapproves of my return. Hence you prevent me from going back. The elder was left speechless, realizing the truth in her words. He awkwardly chuckled and glanced at the nearby black wooden coffin. Perhaps you could perform a talent to amuse our ancestor. If he is pleased, he might just send you back. Jiang Li crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head away with a huff. I shall not. Surely you can at least play the flute. It is a simple task, given its ability to charm. The elder encouraged patiently. Jiang Li touched her nose and replied, I cannot. With her innate talent, she had never needed to play the flute. What about singing? I cannot. Dancing? I cannot. You possess no skills at all. How am I to plead your case to the ancestor for your return? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Li. Ah, I remember now. I can dance. The elder's eyes lit up with hope. What kind of dance? Jiang Li proclaimed proudly. I can dance the banana dance. The elder replied, What on earth is that? A banana is something one eats. It is a form of dance. Allow me to demonstrate. Very well. Upon witnessing Jiang Li's performance of the banana dance, the elder's expression was one of bewilderment. His critique was succinct, rubbish. Yet, Jiang Li gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, knowing that the elder would not crush her spirits. With a tone both earnest and gentle, he remarked, You danced well. The ancestors would certainly appreciate it, but perhaps refrain from such displays in the future. Jiang Li retorted, Are you complimenting me or chastising me? Enough of that. Night has fallen, my little ancestor. Hurry and wash up for bed. Who knows? Perhaps a delightful surprise awaits you tomorrow. The elder gently ushered Jiang Li towards the bamboo house. What surprise could possibly be more satisfying than simply returning me home? My little ancestor, you should rest now. After successfully coaxing Jiang Li to sleep, the elder stood before the dark wooden coffin and pondered aloud. When will you allow her to return? Inside the coffin, Chiyu lay in silence. Chapter 34. The coffin lid could no longer contain it. The elder seemed to be conversing with himself. The little ancestor is indeed extraordinarily gifted. Everything I have taught her has been thoroughly mastered within half a month. In merely a month's time, she has seamlessly integrated it all. I truly cannot fathom why you still refuse to let her return. After a prolonged silence, Chiyu finally spoke. She is incapable of handling even the minor Nanman-gu tribe. With her current strength, venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. The elder furrowed his brow, but the Nanman-gu tribe has already been eradicated by you, leaving not a trace behind. Chiyu retorted, That was their own doing. They dared to covet my divine power. Thus they deserve their fate. The elder muttered quietly, Are you certain it wasn't for the little ancestor that you annihilated them? As a deity, Chiyu possessed keen hearing, and upon hearing this, he reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, immediately becoming irate. Who claims I acted for that wretched girl? I did it for myself. Moreover, that insufferable girl is both sharp-tongued and lovesick. How could I, the grand Chiyu, have such a cowardly descendant? Indeed, the little ancestor lacks courage. She is but a girl. Chiyu. The elder spoke softly. Are you sure you don't hold a grudge against the little ancestor for that remark? I'm not so petty. The elder challenged. Can you truly say that with a clear conscience? Chiyu. My conscience has been devoured by a dog. I possess no conscience. The elder. What dog would dare consume the conscience of Chiyu? The howling celestial dog. The corners of the elder's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ancestor. You possess quite the sense of humor. Chiyu. After a moment, the elder sighed in resignation. If you truly did not care about the little ancestor's words, then you would not have transformed your fundamental power into an arrow to save her life atop that cliff. Otherwise, it would have been her lying in the coffin, not you. Nonsense. That was merely a lesson for her to understand the consequences of her words. To dare to speak disrespectfully to the ancestor, this is the outcome. Chiyu immediately countered. The elder merely smiled and remained silent, then shifted the conversation. Given the little ancestor's temperament, being able to refrain from acting out for 3 months is already her limit. I estimate that in a few days, or perhaps tomorrow, she will shatter this place. Her sword intent is formidable. You have witnessed it before, and it is entirely possible she could split your coffin asunder. Chi Yu grew furious. She dares. She fears neither heaven nor earth. It is merely out of respect for us that she endures such restraint. Chi Yu fell silent. The elder ceased speaking, turning to slow his pace as he walked towards the bamboo house. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Go fetch Lian. In the final moment, Chio's voice rang out, and the elder's lips curled into a slight smile. Had he known earlier, he would not have expended so much breath and simply brought the little ancestor out. In the morning, Jiang Li was still lost in a beautiful dream when the elder disturbed her. Awaken, awaken, are you dreaming of spring, laughing so delightfully? Disturbed from her beautiful dreams, Jiang Li was thoroughly displeased. What do you want from me? You won't let me go back. And now you won't even allow me to sleep in. I am not human, the elder replied earnestly. Jiang Li rolled her eyes in exasperation, pulled the blankets over her head, and continued to lie there. She had almost shared a kiss with Wang Mian. Just at that crucial moment, she was interrupted, which was infuriating. My little ancestor, hurry up and eat before it gets cold. The elder continued to chatter by her bedside, unable to sleep any longer. Jiang Li finally arose, ate a few bites hastily, and took a sickle into the bamboo forest. The consciousness of Chi Yu, lying in his coffin, could see Jiang Li chopping bamboo. She then compared several pieces, and with one of them, she unleashed a sword aura. Crack! The bamboo forest was neatly severed, as if she were venting her frustrations on the bamboo, cleaving it in half. The bamboo in her hand shattered under the immense pressure of her formidable sword intent. Now filled with resentment, Jiang Li glared at the coffin beside her. What are you staring at? Look again, and I might split you in two as well. Chi Yu, lying in the coffin, could only think, who is the true ancestor here? The last person who dared to speak to him like that had grass growing over their grave. The elder, who had just emerged with a silver sword, witnessed this scene and hurried over. Oh dear, my little ancestor, who upset you this early in the morning? You, Jiang Li retorted. The elder. Ahem, come here, little ancestor. You've always complained about lacking a suitable weapon. This silver sword is perfect for you. When Jiang Li took the sword from the elder's hand and unsheathed it, she was stunned. Why is it so soft? It felt as limp as a green tongue, lacking any firmness. Chi Yu, who had been silent, finally spoke. Your sword intent is imbued with intense killing intent. A regular sword cannot withstand it. And the silver sword is a divine, soft sword. It is just capable of withstanding your sword intent and complements you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li focused her spirit and infused her strength into the silver sword. Indeed, as Chi Yu had said, the sword straightened and stood firm, radiating a chilling sharpness. Jiang Li lightly brushed her fingertip across the blade, and it instantly drew blood. Oh my, could this be a divine weapon? It even draws blood automatically and possesses a sword spirit. Chi Yu, stop reading those ridiculous novels. They are utterly ridiculous. The silver sword is merely an inanimate object, devoid of any sword spirit. After listening to her and Xiao He discuss such absurd tales for days, his ears were practically calloused. Jiang Li made a face at him. The more absurd, the more I love to read. You can't control me. Chi Yu. She merely wished to test its power, and with a casual swing, she unleashed a sword aura that carved a fierce arc in the air. The sword vibrated, emitting a low, humming sound, as if rejoicing in finding its rightful owner. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid sword! While she was overjoyed, Chio's coffin lid was on the verge of being unable to contain itself. Due to Jiang Li's sword energy, a corner of Chio's coffin was severed. Upon witnessing this, the elder hastily rushed forward to suppress it, while the instigator remained oblivious, lost in her own world. Why didn't it shatter when I wielded the sword before? Jiang Li pundarat. Such occurrences never happened previously. Why now? The elder elucidated. That is because you had not awakened your divine power before. Now that it has been awakened, the circumstances are indeed different. Oh, I see. As the coffin lid threatened to break free, the elder urged, extend your hand. I have something for you. Jiang Li promptly extended her right hand, and in an instant, a dark bracelet appeared on her wrist, resembling a serpent with its head and tail entwined. Its touch cool to the skin. What is this? She exclaimed. Do not concern yourself with that now. You wish to return, did you not? Now that you are prepared, you can go back immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li set aside her curiosity, declaring, I am ready. Yet, noticing the elder straining to hold down the coffin, his face turning an alarming shade of purple, she couldn't help but inquire, what is happening with you? Get going, he urged. Chapter 35. The Resurrection. As Jiang Li was about to inquire about the elder's condition, she was unexpectedly kicked in the rear. Subsequently, she found herself plunged into a tumultuous vortex of time and space. During her descent, the elder's voice echoed in her mind. Little ancestor, the silver lian is actually a coming-of-age gift prepared by our esteemed ancestor for your 18th birthday. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, it has only now reached you. You must cherish it, for it embodies the culmination of our ancestors' lifelong devotion. Jiang Li. Although she had conversed with Qi Yu, her impression of this ancestor was far from favorable. With a temperament as foul and unyielding as a stone in a latrine, she had never seen his true form. But her imagination painted him as a cantankerous old man, preparing a coming-of-age gift for her. Surely not. It seemed more like the elder was trying to enhance his favorability in her eyes. After finally sending Jiang Li away, the elder wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a long sigh, and slumped weakly beside the coffin. With a loud crash, Qi Yu's coffin lid could no longer be restrained and flew aside. His irate voice rang out. Who permitted you to tell her that? The elder hurriedly retrieved the coffin lid, covering Qi Yu once more. Esteemed ancestor, you cannot silently toil in the shadows while the little ancestor remains uninformed. I am merely attempting to mend your relationship. Otherwise, when the day comes that I truly dissipate, there will be no one to see you off. With me around, you shan't meet your end. Indeed, you are correct. Qi Yu huffed disdainfully, indicating his disinterest in the conversation. After a lengthy pause, the elder's voice echoed again. Surely, you cannot bear to see her depart. Who would miss that insufferable girl? She chatters incessantly, disturbing my sleep, constantly reciting those trivial novels that only serve to irritate me. The elder grinned widely. Oh, really? Then why did you not speak up to stop her, allowing her to continue unabated? In truth, you must have wanted to listen too. Be silent. Who enjoys hearing her prattle about those love-stricken novels? She even weeps at the poignant moments. It's utterly vexing. Qi Yu, as if struck at the heart, argued furiously, but the more he protested, the more feeble his defense became. The elder, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, remarked, Ah, I see. So, why was I able to send the little ancestor away so easily just now? Qi was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to retort. Yet, the elder smiled knowingly. He understood that it was not his inability to send the little ancestor away, but rather that he could distinctly sense the esteemed ancestor was reluctant to let her go. Indeed, while he could break the barrier to return her, the upper layer of the barrier was still shrouded in restrictions set by the esteemed ancestor himself. Without his consent, the elder was powerless to return the little ancestor. Otherwise, the drawn-out struggle would not have been necessary, and when the truth was revealed, he would not have feigned incapacity, but rather left the choice to the esteemed ancestor. As expected, the esteemed ancestor was still unwilling to sacrifice his pride. Thus, the elder had no choice but to intervene, as the restrictions had now dissipated. As you listen to our words, we are acutely aware of the resounding sound of the coffin being moved, as if it fears we might not hear it. Qi Yu, why does he nurture so many loquacious little black snakes? They only serve to sabotage his efforts. Above the clouds, Jiang Li plummets rapidly, her screams echoing through the air like a slaughtered pig. What the hell? What the hell? The exclamation of profanity, thrice uttered, serves as testament to the sheer terror that clutches Jiang Li's heart. Dear Lord, I curse you to the depths. You taught me everything, yet you neglected to teach me how to fly. I'm going to crash. This is a height of 10,000 meters. At this rate of free fall, I will surely be reduced to mere mush. Achio, achio. The Lord sneezed twice and wiped his nose, pondering, who dares to curse me from behind? Alas, I wonder how my little ancestor is faring. I have imparted all that is necessary. As long as the opponent is not a celestial caliber, there should be no significant issues, right? His gaze drifted back to the coffin. Ancestor, do you not feel a certain desolation since our little ancestor has departed? Unbeknownst to him, a sign had been propped up on Chiyu's coffin. Sleeping, do not disturb. The Lord. At this moment, Jiang Li was still in a frenzy of curses, descending ever closer to the ground. In a desperate bid, she summoned her divine power and shouted, "Invincible body of the diamond." A soft halo enveloped her entire being, and just as she rejoiced in her escape from becoming pulp, she realized something critically severe. Oh no, why is my face hitting the ground first? Jiang Li hastily shielded her face with her hands, accompanying her scream as she crashed heavily onto the earth. Did I just hear Jiang Li's voice? As graduation approached, Tan Xiang, Chong Wei, and others gathered to bid each other farewell. Tan Xiang, I believe I heard it too. Is it merely your collective illusion? The swirling vortex, enjoying barbecued meat, chimed in unexpectedly, only to receive disdainful glances from Chong Wei and Tan Xiang. I heard it as well. The sound seems to emanate from the cafeteria, Moon Ghost remarked, gazing toward the direction of the dining hall. Wang Mian, where are you headed? Tian Ping inquired, observing Wang Mian leaving the table. Without turning back, Wang Mian replied, I'll go to the cafeteria to find out. Inside the cafeteria, Jiang Li's descent not only created a massive hole in the roof, but also startled the elderly cook. Sunday, thankfully, my face remains intact. Jiang Li reassured herself before rising. Sun, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, incredulously stammered, Jiang Li. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Li turned around, her face contorted in pain from the 10,000-meter drop. Hee, son, I didn't frighten you, did I? A zombie. With a thud, Sun rolled his eyes back, legs flailing, and collapsed into slumber. Jiang Li. Oh, meanwhile, personnel from the logistics department rushed into the cafeteria, astonished to discover Jiang Li. Yet, after the initial shock, they promptly escorted her away, brushing past the newly arrived Wang Mian. Jiang Li attempted to voice her thoughts, but her mouth was firmly covered, and she was dragged away. In her heart, she raged. How could such a ludicrous situation befall her? Inside the instructor's office, Yuan Gang scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe, despite having searched for her tirelessly, even doubting at one point that she might have encountered peril, an assumption tacitly acknowledged by the higher-ups, who had prepared for the worst. She now stood before him, seemingly unharmed. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, Are you truly Jiang Li? Who else could I be? Jiang Li retorted. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang commanded, Take her away. No sooner had the words left his lips than two individuals entered from outside, seizing Jiang Li by her arms and escorting her out. Jiang Li was left bewildered. Chapter 36. A choice between two at the headquarters of the Night Watchman. Jiang Li sat upright, facing Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the Great Xia. Jiang Li? Yes, it is indeed me. It's a pleasure to see you once again. Jiang Li was perplexed. What did he mean by once again? This was evidently their first meeting. Yi Fan smiled and clarified, The first time I encountered you was in the hospital, when you fell into a coma after saving Wang Mian. Such a brave child, even daring to hijack a police car. Jiang Li replied, There were circumstances that compelled me to act. At her words, Yi Fan's smile deepened. Rest assured, I shall not hold you accountable. Wang Mian has already explained everything to me. He then shifted the conversation. I've heard that you were the one who expressed a desire to meet with me. Jiang Li recalled that the formidable antagonist, Chaos, had once described Yi Fan as possessing ordinary talent, but a keen and ruthless vision, planting seeds of hope in the world while nurturing the likes of the Masked One and the Nightfall. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Li felt as though her faade was effortlessly pierced, leaving her utterly exposed. In that moment, her perception of Yi Fan transformed. He was a smiling tiger, outwardly genial, yet his smile did not reach his eyes. She realized that Yi Fan harbored suspicions about her. Otherwise, he would not have sent Yuan Gang to escort her personally. Thus, Jiang Li decided to abandon her pretense, reclining in her chair with a languid demeanor, crossing her legs. Indeed, I was the one who spoke the Night Watchman's oath. Do you have any further inquiries? Yi Fan had not anticipated such candor from Jiang Li, which made him reconsider his earlier assumptions. In that case, let us speak plainly. According to my information, you seem to have appeared out of thin air. Who knows? I simply woke up and found myself here. And what is your connection to the Nambangu clan? I have none. They sought to kill me, but I ultimately turned the tables on them. Yi Fan, somewhat incredulous, gazed at the youthful girl before him, astonished at her casual demeanor as she recounted such events. One last question. After your fall from the cliff, why could Yuan Gang's men not locate you? Or was the divine aura that appeared that day a result of a pact with some deity? As a representative of a deity, where did you go during those 3 months? Jiang Li's mind raced with thoughts. She had once posed a similar question to her elder. Was she now considered a deity's representative? What then was her divine ruin? Her elder had responded, "Kidney deficiency? Your kidneys are just fine. You're in no way deficient. You could easily bear several healthy children in the future." In that moment, she had nearly struck her elder in frustration. But he later elaborated earnestly. You are inherently divine, albeit merely a descendant of many generations removed. You're not merely an agent. However, fundamentally, you possess divine power without divine status, slightly surpassing ordinary mortals with a longer lifespan. After all, you must cultivate to inherit a divine position and status. Yet, you are still far from achieving that. Then why are you telling me this now? Is it because you've suffered too much in the past and fear I might not survive, so you're giving me a heads up? It's akin to discovering one is an heir to a fortune when one has believed themselves to be living in poverty. Surprising, unexpected, and exhilarating. Returning to reality. Jiang Li pondered for a long while before slowly responding. I am not a divine agent, but if you insist on an answer suddenly. The words of Yu Ping-gu flashed through her mind, resonating deeply with her own experiences. She feigned a profound expression and continued, being pursued, falling off a cliff, surviving calamity, and acquiring extraordinary skills. Such is the essence of my tale. The most astonishing part was that Yi Fan was entirely receptive, nodding and asking, "Is that all?" Jiang Li felt a twinge of surprise that the esteemed commander of the Great Xia would believe her narrative. She pressed on, "No, this is merely the beginning of my legendary life." Yi Fan continued to nod. "So, your joining the Night Watchers marks the commencement of your legendary journey." Jiang Li hesitated for a moment. "Do you truly wish to hear the truth?" Normally, she could easily evade questions from an ordinary person, but facing Yi Fan, whose discerning gaze could penetrate her fabrications, it was better to speak candidly. Yi Fan, intrigued, urged, "Please, do share," Jiang Li declared earnestly. "I am drawn to Wang Mian. It is an undeniable fact. As the commander of the Great Xia." Yi Fan posed a rather naive question. "Why?" Jiang Li replied simply, "Because I like him." At this revelation, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually impassive face. Are the youth of today so audacious? Yi Fan swiftly redirected the conversation. "Did you learn your swordsmanship from Zhou Ping?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "Have you considered what you ought to protect with your sword?" "To safeguard Wang Mian," Jiang Li declared. Yi Fan, caught off guard, had never anticipated a day when he would be left speechless. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he mused, "Have you contemplated that, given Wang Mian's potential, he may very well join a special task force or even become its leader in the future?" Jiang Li responded earnestly, "I know. That's why I will strive to keep pace with him." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he tactfully remarked, "For what I understand, you seem to be an ordinary person without any exceptional abilities. Would you like me to demonstrate my true strength?" When Yi Fan witnessed Jiang Li reduce an entire building to ruins, a gravity he had never before experienced settled upon his features. No wonder Zhou Ping had sought him out. Her sword intent was capable of manifesting a lethal aura. Such ferocity could only be honed through blood-soaked battles. It was impossible to cultivate otherwise. Furthermore, the soft sword in her hand was no ordinary weapon. It absorbed half the deadly intent beforehand. Otherwise, the destructive force unleashed would have been far beyond mere rubble. Its terrifying lethality surpassed mere imagination. "Commander Yi, what do you think?" Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression imploring him to acknowledge her prowess. Yi Fan gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Then, with a shift in tone, he inquired, "Why does your sword exude such a heavy aura of lethality? Have you taken lives before?" To which she replied, Does the number of opponents I've vanquished in the King's Canyon count? Yi Fan responded with a pause. Apart from your swordsmanship, do you possess any other skills? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, questioning, what do you mean? He clarified, all your abilities. With that, Jiang Li resolved to reveal her true prowess, unleashing her full combat potential in that moment. Her intention was to showcase her worth to Yi Fan, thereby securing a place in the prospective mass team. As anticipated, Yi Fan's gaze intensified, his admiration growing. She was not merely a genius among geniuses, but a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, the decision loomed over him. Who would be the new captain of the special team, Jiang Li or Wang Mian? Who to choose? Chapter 37 Longing for You. Due to Yuan Gang's instruction to Old Sun to refrain from mentioning that Jiang Li had returned, when Wang Mian inquired, Old Sun fabricated a tale about a mysterious object descending from the heavens, which created a large hole in the cafeteria. Instructor Hong arrived just in time to take her away, thus preventing any casualties. As for the claims of hearing Jiang Li's voice, it was likely that they had experienced auditory hallucinations, and he dismissed them accordingly. On the training platform, after distributing the Night Watchman's cloaks, Starblade, and insignias, Yuan Gang led everyone in an oath-taking ceremony. I, Yuan Gang, pledge under the red banner of the Great Xia. I, Li Chuan. I, Yu Gui. I, Sun Tianping. I, Zhao Weiwei. I, Luo Xingyan. I, Tan Xiangyue. I, Wang Mian. All voices merged into a singular declaration. I pledge under the red banner of the Great Xia. If darkness falls, I shall stand resolute. I shall stand resolute. With blade drawn toward the abyss. With blade drawn toward the abyss. Blood stains the heavens. Blood stains the heavens. As the oath-taking ceremony concluded, within the dormitory building, everyone dragged their suitcases, suppressing their reluctance, playfully bidding farewell. Leaving. Remember not to miss me. Get lost. Who would miss you? Li Xian, do not carelessly spew food while eating in the future, or you might get beaten. Tianping solemnly advised. Vortex. Rest assured, I shall never spray you in the face again. Your words imply that we may never meet again, he replied. Or else, from somewhere, the moon ghost interjected. Where's Wang Mian? Not sure. After the oath-taking ceremony, he vanished, and his luggage is still unpacked, Tianping casually remarked. However, he truly excelled, scoring 95 out of 100, setting the highest record in the training camp. He even went to the capital, Vortex lamented. He is indeed a divine agent. Meanwhile, in Yuan Gang's office, Wang Mian's figure appeared. Instructor Yuan, I wish to know which hospital Jiang Li is currently receiving treatment. Yuan Gang expressed his helplessness. Commander Yi had issued an order forbidding the disclosure of Jiang Li's safe return. Although the reasons remained unclear, Commander Yi must have had his rationale. Rest assured, she has fully recovered, and her family has come to take her away. Wang Mian furrowed his brow. She has left? She is no longer a night watchman? Yuan Gang, with a look of resignation, replied, To be candid, we cannot afford to offend the forces behind Jiang Li. Hence we had no choice but to let her leave. He had learned from Xiaopinggu that Jiang Li had trained under the Sword Saint, and, in a sense, she could be considered a disciple of the Sword Saint. Furthermore, she belonged to the nearly extinct southern barbarian Gu clan, adept at manipulating insects, those repugnant creatures known as Gu worms. It was no wonder that the truth ring was ineffective against her, nearly causing Hong how to falter defensively. It has come to light that Commander Yi is secretly training her. Although the future purpose remains unknown, all information regarding Jiang Li is classified. Apart from the higher echelons of the Night Watch, no one else is privy to it. Regardless of Jiang Li's identity, they cannot afford to offend her. After a prolonged silence, Wang Mian bid farewell to Yuan Gang and once again set forth on his journey to the capital. At the headquarters of the Night Watch, Yi Fan was aware that Wang Mian had secured first place in the training, a fact that elicited a paternal smile of satisfaction from him. However, he pondered whom to choose between Wang Mian and Jiang Li. Soon, Jiang Li would provide Yi Fan with an answer. Observing Jiang Li's daily routine of eating to her heart's content and sleeping soundly, Yi Fan fell into contemplation. Do you still believe she is a suitable candidate for captain? Zhu Qing inquired. With a resigned sigh, Yi Fan rubbed his forehead and replied, Perhaps it is better to let her be a source of joy. At least she can enliven the atmosphere. Originally, Wang Mian was his first choice, yet he found Jiang Li to be commendable as well. It was just unexpected that she met the criteria for strength but fell short in every other aspect. It was time to elevate the new special team to the agenda. By the way, let us assign Jiang Li a new identity within the special team to prevent those individuals from continually criticizing her for not graduating, is what Qing suggested. You seem to have been busy lately. Simply let her join the special team as the student of the Sword Saint, and let us see who dares to oppose that. Yifan could only smile wryly in agreement. After Wang Mian and the members of Team 006 in the capital concluded the encirclement of the mysterious entity, Yifan sent him a message requesting his presence at the Night Watch headquarters. Simultaneously, a letter was delivered to him. Upon opening it, the first 3 words caused his face to flush instantly, and he hurriedly stuffed it back into his pocket. One of the 006 team members witnessed this scene and teased Wang Mian. Is it a love letter from some girl? Wang Mian, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, no. It's from a friend. A friend? A girlfriend? Wang Mian sighed. She is really just a friend. If she were truly a friend, why did you blush? Wang Mian quickly changed the subject. Believe what you want. I have urgent matters to attend to. Oh, then see you. As Wang Mian walked 10 paces away, he still caught snippets of the 006 team's chatter. TSK, 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 claiming she's not his girlfriend. He grabs the letter and immediately looks for an excuse to leave, rushing off as if afraid we wouldn't notice. He was currently at the pinnacle of the sea realm, and even from such a distance, he could hear them. However, she was indeed just a friend. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Wang Mian took out the envelope to read the letter, which Jiang Li had entrusted to someone else to deliver. He felt his face grow hot as he read through the entire letter. Even after finishing, his heart remained tumultuous. Jiang Li was still so very much the same. Well, not a bit has changed. The contents of the letter read as follows. Dear Mian Mian, long time no see. This is Jiang Li. I wonder if you have missed me during this time. In any case, I have certainly been thinking of you. I think of you while dining, while sipping water, and even while I slumber. My mind is filled with thoughts of you. Are you curious about my whereabouts during this period? It's a secret. I shall reveal it to you when we next meet. However, rest assured, we will see each other again very soon. Wang wore a helpless smile. After all, it was her again. Fortunately, Yu Gui and the others were not present, or he would have been the subject of their laughter once more. Meanwhile, the members of the Future Mass team, scattered across various cities, received news from their squad leader and promptly set off for the capital. As for Jiang Li, she continued to wash dishes at the San Uncle's flavorful local cuisine restaurant, and the reason was simple. Given her current status as a student of the Sword Saint, she was under Zhou Ping's supervision. Chapter 38, Special Team Preparatory Unit at the Airport. A young man, donned in sunglasses and pulling a suitcase, strolled with the poise of a model, murmuring to himself, is this what it means to arrive in the capital? It certainly appears prosperous. I wonder if the captain will reimburse my airfare this time. This individual is the Whirlwind, who has just flown from Suzhou to the capital. At the same moment, Moon Ghost and Libra emerged from the restroom and immediately spotted Whirlwind amidst the crowd. His striking demeanor, complemented by his sunglasses, led passers-by to mistakenly believe he was a celebrity, prompting them to raise their phones for photos. Moon Ghost rubbed his eyes, saying, that silhouette seems remarkably familiar. Could be Li Xian? Libra felt a twinge of uncertainty. Having just entered the maritime realm, Whirlwind possessed acute hearing and caught the sound of someone calling his name. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Moon Ghost and Libra. What brings you two here? He exclaimed. What about you? The trio spoke in unison. I'm heading to the Night Watch headquarters, they echoed once more. Subsequently, they exchanged knowing glances and swiftly departed in their vehicle towards the headquarters. Upon their arrival, Whirlwind and his companions noticed Xinghan had also recently alighted. Did you receive the notification too? Moon Ghost inquired, puzzled. They had already gathered some information along the way, learning that the summons had come from the higher-ups of the Night Watch. Xinghan nodded, suggesting, let us head inside and see. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that Rose and Sandalwood had arrived well in advance. The six exchanged glances, beginning to speculate on the reason for their summons by the higher authorities. When Yi Fan arrived alongside Wang Mian, the atmosphere shifted, and the six instantly straightened their posture. Though they did not know Wang Mian's identity, his presence signaled the arrival of a senior official. Once everyone was gathered in the office, the tension was palpable. Only Wang Mian remained composed while the others were drenched in sweat, anxious in the presence of the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia. Yi Fan, perceiving their unease, offered a warm smile, reassuring them. There's no need for formality. Relax like Wang Mian. Yet his words only intensified their anxiety, and they stammered a greeting. Wang Mian glanced at them, bemused, thinking, come on, Yi Fan isn't that intimidating. Yi Fan then addressed the matter at hand. Are you familiar with the special team? The six nodded vigorously, resembling chicks pecking at grains, while Wang Mian was the only one to vocalize, I am. Yi Fan continued, do you aspire to become a member of the special team? The seven exchanged excited glances, their anticipation palpable. Subsequently, Yi Fan elaborated on the criteria for joining the special team and the reasons behind their selection. Long before Wang Mian and the others underwent boot camp training, Yi Fan had already begun scouting potential members for the special team. During the training, individuals like Wang Mian and Libra stood out remarkably. Even after being dispatched to various posts, their potential remained the greatest among the Night Watch. At last, the Special Task Force Reserve was established, with Wang Mian appointed as the captain, a decision unanimously supported by the other six members. Goodness, I never imagined that one day I would become a member of the Special Task Force, Xuanhua exclaimed as they exited the office. Just to clarify, it's the reserve team. We haven't officially been promoted yet. Tianping reminded him from the side. He. The reserve team is still part of the Special Task Force. It's only a matter of time before we are officially recognized. Yuegawei chimed in excitedly. All right, while we're all exuberant, let us not forget that we have a student of the Sword Saint among us. We should head to the shooting range to find her, Wang Mian stated calmly. Wang, Captain, aren't you the least bit excited? You are the captain of the Special Task Force. Countless people are eyeing this position. Xuanhua momentarily struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Wang Mian hesitated before responding. It's sufficient for me to feel the excitement internally. There's no need to display it outwardly. Why not? Yuegawei queried. Because I am the captain, Wang Mian replied earnestly, acknowledging the greater responsibilities that now rested upon his shoulders. Can we move a bit faster? I'm quite curious about who the Sword Saint student truly is. Tanxiang urged them to quicken their pace. Don't mention it. I'm curious too, after all. The only one I've seen wielding the finest swordsmanship is Jiang Li, Rose concurred. Didn't Commander Yi just mention that the Special Task Force requires a minimum of 6 members and a maximum of 9? We can simply have the captain recruit her when the time comes. Yuegawei nudged Wang Mian playfully. Xinghin suddenly interjected, do you know where she is now? Yuegawei replied, no, I do not. The group ambled towards the shooting range, where they encountered a tall girl with misty blue hair, casually standing with a gun in hand. Her back turned to them. Her relaxed posture exuded a blend of languor and nonchalance. In an instant, Wang Mian's heart raced, for the figure before him perfectly matched the image etched in his memory. At the moment of their impending reunion, his heartbeat seemed to recognize her before he could. The name that hovered on the tip of his tongue was Jiang Li. Rose and Tanxiang were the first to rush towards her. Upon hearing their voices, Jiang Li turned around, greeted immediately by 2 warm embraces. Wow, you've grown quite a bit. Jiang Li replied, this past year. I have certainly put in a lot of effort to grow taller, finally reaching 7 meters. After all, how could I stand alongside these supermodels otherwise? You disappeared without a word for so long. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? Where have you been this entire year? How can I catch my breath for a moment? You're choking me upon hearing this. Rose and Tanxiang immediately released her, each patting her back to help her regain her breath. No wonder she dared to challenge the instructor back at the training camp. It turns out she is the Sword Saint student, Tianping remarked in surprise. Xinghin added, she has hidden her abilities well. Yuegawei turned to Wang Mian and asked, Captain, did you know about this? Wang Mian replied, I just found out as well. As the crowd gathered around, Jiang Li surveyed them one by one. finally resting her gaze on Wang Mian with a beaming smile. Everyone, it's been a while. Yu Gui waved her hand in front of her. Hey, can you look at us while you speak? I can see you. The faceless squad exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief and annoyance. Could you refrain from speaking nonsense? It's evident you're only focused on Wang Mian, leaving us in the shadows. Meanwhile, the joy in Wang Mian's eyes was unmistakable. Rosa abruptly interrupted their exchange, positioning herself like a pillar between the two. Jiang Li, you haven't answered our question yet. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Li replied, I didn't expect it would come back to us after all. Let us head out for a meal. I've already made a reservation. We can chat while we eat. Chapter 39. The emergence of the masked squad upon hearing the delightful news of a feast being hosted. Both Yuan Suo and Yue Gui were filled with exuberance. Let us eat. Let us eat, the two brothers exclaimed as they linked arms and moved forward. Meanwhile, Qian Wei attempted to engage Jiang Li in conversation, only to be pulled away by Tan Xiang. Tian Ping and Xinghan, with an unspoken understanding, followed closely behind, leaving Jiang Li and Wang Mian to walk together at the back. After a long separation, the two found themselves side by side, their minds momentarily blank, unsure of what to say. Did you read that letter? Jiang Li finally broke the silence. At the mention of the letter, Wang Mian's face flushed crimson, and he feigned distraction by gazing at the scenery by the roadside. Yes, I read it. Jiang Li probed further. Oh, you had no reaction? Wang Mian pondered for a moment before responding. What kind of reaction do you expect? Shouldn't you be surprised? After all, it was rather sentimental. The 6 eavesdroppers ahead had discreetly perked up, curious about the nature of their exchange. What was so sentimental? When had the two of them been in contact behind their backs? Upon realizing what kind of reaction Jiang Li desired, Wang Mian nodded affirmatively. I was indeed surprised. Jiang Li sighed, having little expectation that the newly adult Wang Mian would grasp much of this. And you? Where have you been for the past year? Jiang Li had already coordinated her story with Yi Fan and the others, reciting it with a perfunctory air. Yet Wang Mian shook his head resolutely. I don't believe you. You're definitely deceiving me. Could you refrain from being so astute? I signed a confidentiality agreement and even received a hush fee. Wang Mian, observing Jiang Li's guilty demeanor, declared confidently, I was right, wasn't I? Jiang Li halted her steps, a playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned slightly closer to Wang Mian. You claim to be so clever. How come you didn't notice that her peripheral vision caught the 6 eavesdropping heads peeking at them? And she casually remarked, could you 6 be any more obvious in your eavesdropping? Yuan Suo awkwardly chuckled. Xinghan, what color do you think our squad-esque cloaks should be? Suddenly addressed, Xinghan replied, I don't mind, you all decide. Let us choose pink. Qian Wei suggested. I concur. Tan Xiang added. No way. This outcome was met with vehement opposition from all the male team members. Jiang Li merely smiled and remained silent, watching them bicker over the cloak color. Inside the private room, Yuan Suo and Yue Gui's eyes sparkled at the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before them. They hadn't eaten since disembarking from the plane. Even at the dining table, their debate over colors raged on, while Wang Mian had given up trying to mediate. Meanwhile, Jiang Li quietly sketched, and Wang Mian, curious, leaned closer to inquire, what are you drawing? I'm designing the team uniforms. Since we're just a reserve team, we don't have cloaks to symbolize our identity. So I'm taking a different approach, she explained, depicting outfits from an anime. Wang Mian sincerely remarked, that looks truly beautiful. Is it merely the beauty of my artwork that stands out? While I am less so, Jiang Li slightly tilted her head, questioning him as he leaned in closely. In that moment, Wang Mian's lips brushed against Jiang Li's face like a gentle feather, an almost imperceptible touch that sent his heart into disarray. He swiftly recoiled, his face adorned with a dubious blush, yet the flush of his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Fortunately, the others remained oblivious to their exchange. Wang Mian sipped water to mask his fluster while discreetly observing Jiang Li's expression from the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Jiang Li struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips, even resorting to discreetly pinching herself to comprehend what had just transpired. Was this Wang Mian's clandestine kiss? Yet, it felt ambiguous. A moment later, Jiang Li feigned nonchalance and asked Wang Mian, You haven't answered my question yet. To which Wang Mian replied, his response as vague as silence. Jiang Li, undeterred, pressed on. Choose one. Who would you pick? Wang Mian blurted out, You are beautiful. Jiang Li smiled, swiftly redirecting the focus by handing him the sketchbook. You are the captain. You should announce the team uniform matter to prevent further quarrels. All right. Wang Mian took the sketchbook, glanced through it, and stood up to declare, Stop arguing for now. I have an announcement to make. The others, including Chong Wei, immediately fell silent, gazing at him in curiosity. Since we lack any identity symbols, Jiang Li has designed uniforms for us, but they do not fully capture our team as uniqueness. Therefore, I have decided to conceal our identities with masks and name ourselves the masked team. What do you think? Upon seeing the uniforms Jiang Li had sketched for each of them, a mask instantly materialized in Wang Mian's mind, seemingly a perfect match to highlight their team's distinctiveness. Wow, our captain is so clever. I wholeheartedly agree. Jiang Li was the first to voice her support. I concur. Vortex chimed in eagerly. Me too. Yu Gui followed suit. Ultimately, it was unanimously approved, and after dinner, Jiang Li set off to have the uniforms customized. 3 days later, after completing a task, Jiang Li received the uniforms and hurriedly presented them to her fellow masked team members. When she saw Wang Mian emerge in the attire, she was momentarily taken aback. I must say, Jiang Li, this design resonates deeply with me, Vortex exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with his outfit. Jiang Li responded dismissively, as long as you like it. Vortex, feeling somewhat dismissed, uttered an "oh" and walked away, redirecting his attention to Yu Gui and the others. Jiang Li approached Wang Mian and inquired softly, Are you wearing an undergarment underneath? Wang Mian replied honestly, No, I won't need one since I'll be donning a cloak over it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with mischief, contemplating the delightful prospect of unveiling a splendid sight with just a single layer removed. The thought was exhilarating, and she couldn't help but let out a gleeful chuckle. Wang Mian, standing beside her, cast a peculiar look in her direction, sensing an unsettling feeling akin to being scrutinized by a lascivious gaze. Soon enough, Yi Fan's 5 special conditions for the team were all fulfilled. As Wang Mian filled in the name for the vice-captain, the first figure that flashed through his mind was Jiang Li. However, upon recalling her inconsistent behavior, at times reliable and at others utterly absurd, he promptly dismissed the idea. Ultimately, he inscribed the name of Tian Ping instead. Thus, the Daxia 004 Mass Special Squad was born, with each member referred to by their respective code names. At the awards ceremony, Wang Mian's speech left the members of the masked squad feeling so awkward that they could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Can I make my exit now? Jiang Li remarked, unable to bear the discomfort any longer. Shall we sneak out together? Rose suggested, equally embarrassed. However, their plan was thwarted when Tian Ping caught them in the act. Where do you two think you're going? He exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's a bit warm in here. So we thought we'd take a stroll outside. Jiang Li replied with an awkward smile. Tian Ping then whispered, No one is allowed to leave until the captain has finished speaking, especially not those two over there. What do you think you're doing? Chapter 40. May I accompany you home? Just as Vortex and Moon Ghost were contemplating a discreet exit, their bodies jolted with surprise, and they chuckled, claiming they merely wished to visit the restroom. Tian Ping, with a throbbing headache, lamented the burdens of being a vice-captain. Hold it in. Wait for the captain to return before leaving. He was well aware of their intentions, to slip away unnoticed. Oh! Vortex and Moon Ghost hung their heads and returned to their seats. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the ceremony finally concluded. Wang Mian also brought them delightful news. They could enjoy a day off. Half awake, Jiang Li reacted to the mention of a holiday, as if triggered by a reflex. No days off. The masked team? Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Jiang Li hurriedly shifted the topic. Hey, Wang Mian, when did you change your knife? Indeed, Yuan had made her appearance. Fortunately, she had grown to 7 meters, or else standing beside Wang Mian would have posed a challenge. The attention of the masked team also diverted to Wang Mian. Wang Mian explained, This is a gift from the head of the Bailey family. The forbidden item Yuan, sequence 301. Moon Ghost, puzzled, inquired, Captain, Why not give yourself a high-risk forbidden item? That would suit your status as the leader of a special team. Although some high-risk sequences were formidable, it did not guarantee one's ability to harness their power. What truly mattered was finding the right fit for oneself. Tianping curiously asked, "Captain, what are Yuan's abilities?" Wang Mian teased, "You'll find out in due course." The group collectively groaned. Wang Mian chuckled helplessly. "All right, everyone, head home and rest. We will reconvene in the capital in 2 days." Joyful cheers erupted. They had not rested since transitioning from the preparatory team to full members, and the prospect of a day off brought them immense happiness. Once the others had departed, only Jiang Li remained by Wang Mian's side. "Jiang Li, aren't you going home?" Wang Mian waved his hand in front of her. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Li did not hear him. The special team could not afford days off. Any break could lead to unforeseen incidents. However, given that the mass team had only recently been established, surely a single day of rest would not result in calamity? It was not until Wang Mian called her name several times that she snapped back to reality. "What were you thinking about?" "I was thinking of you," Jiang Li blurted out. Wang Mian. He had heard this phrase countless times during this period, from initial excitement to a tranquil heart, and now he had built an immunity to it, finding it rather clichéd. "I asked if you weren't going home," Wang Mian reiterated patiently. "Home? May I accompany you home?" Jiang Li blinked her innocent eyes at him. "Why?" "Because I had another argument with my family. That old man is quite troublesome. He wanted to allow me to join the special team, so I sneaked out." Jiang Li tugged at Wang Mian's cloak, her expression one of pitiful desperation. "Captain, can you truly bear to see your team member stranded on the streets, homeless and without a destination?" Wang Mian coldly dismantled her act, saying, "Stop pretending. It's too insincere. You're all thunder and no rain." Jiang Li feigned sadness, wiping her eyes. "How heartbreaking. I never imagined you could be so callous. I misjudged you. From this moment on, I shall encase my heart in cement and cease to love you." Wang Mian sighed in exasperation, turning away without a word to Jiang Li. Noticing the lack of response from those around her, Jiang Li looked left and right in confusion. Where did Wang Mian go? Where could such a significant figure have vanished? Even without turning back, Wang Mian sensed Jiang Li still rooted in place, looking rather foolish. He sighed helplessly. "If you don't hurry up, you'll find yourself homeless tonight." Jiang Li then realized he was already 10 meters away and shouted, "Why are you walking so fast? Don't you know to wait for me?" At her words, Wang Mian unconsciously slowed his pace, allowing Jiang Li to catch up. To his surprise, she leapt onto his back with a sudden bound. Instinctively, he supported her legs with his hands to prevent her from slipping. Jiang Li buried her head in the crook of his neck, murmuring, "I'm tired. Carry me back." Her breath was like a gentle breeze caressing his neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. After a moment, he resignedly replied, "All right." Unbeknownst to Wang Mian, a triumphant smile crept onto Jiang Li's lips. "Huh, you think I can't manipulate you?" During this period, she had noticed that Wang Mian seemed to have developed an immunity to her words. He was no longer the shy boy from training camp. Indeed, he had matured, seemingly impervious to her charms. Thus, she resolved to initiate some subtle intimacy, convinced that he must feel something. After a brief journey, the two arrived at Wang Mian's home. "By the way, Jiang Li, do you have any change of clothes?" Wang Mian suddenly recalled this question as he prepared to take a shower. Jiang Li, seated on the sofa engrossed in a game, casually replied, "No, but I can wear yours." She imagined herself, post-shower, clad in Wang Mian's oversized shirt, reminiscent of a romantic novel, and she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Unable to continue her thoughts further, Wang Mian, recognizing the look on her face, understood she was likely lost in some chaotic narrative in her mind. Without another word, he went downstairs to purchase several sets of clothes for Jiang Li. Meanwhile, she remained enraptured by her daydream, oblivious to Wang Mian's departure. Moments later, Wang Mian returned with the clothes, only to find Jiang Li furiously engaged in her game, cursing her opponent. He placed the garments beside her and retreated to the bathroom to shower. As the sound of running water filled the air, Jiang Li, engrossed in her game, suddenly turned her head. Was that Wang Mian bathing in a bathroom? A bold and mischievous idea struck her, and with a swift motion, she tossed her phone aside. She stealthily approached the bathroom door, pressing her ear against it in an attempt to glimpse what was occurring within. In that moment, Jiang Li resembled a voyeur, peering in on someone bathing. Why can't she see anything? What could possibly be happening? Hush, 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 do not disturb me. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Li's blood ran cold, and she turned around in disbelief. Wang Mian, the very person she had been trying to spy on, stood there, arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression as he gazed at her. For a moment, Jiang Li was at a loss for words. You must listen to my defense, ah no. You must hear my explanation. Wang Mian observed her with a teasing glint in his eye, his brows slightly raised. Go on. I swear it was unintentional. So you did it deliberately then? Not exactly. I don't believe you. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words. Even without a mirror, she knew her face was as flushed as a monkey's rear. Chapter 41. A wonderful misunderstanding. What peculiar notions occupy your mind? Wang Mian lightly tapped Jiang Li's forehead with his fingertip. From a moment he met her until now, it was the first time he had seen her blush like a ripe red apple. The scene before him evoked memories of their initial extreme training session. No wonder she had enjoyed teasing him back then. With their roles now reversed, he was curious to experience the sensation himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Li stammered, utterly at a loss, tormented by the thought of why she had chosen to watch Wang Mian bathe, only to be caught in the act. Why have you fallen silent? Wang Mian leaned closer to Jiang Li, a faint smile gracing his lips, and articulated each word with precision. Do you realize the extent of the distress your actions have caused me? Flustered, Jiang Li could not bear to meet his gaze, and, in a moment of panic, blurted out, I could just let you peek back. Wang Mian was taken aback, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. How could she utter such a thing? You should wash up and get some rest. Your fresh clothes are on the sofa, and the room is the first on your right, he advised before retreating to his own quarters. Left alone, Jiang Li was in disarray, and, after 3 seconds, she erupted into a high-pitched scream. What had she just said? Good heavens! Would Wang Mian think she was a loose person? The house offered little soundproofing, and as Wang Mian entered his room, he heard her voice, prompting him to promptly lock the door. He relaxed on his bed, staring at the ceiling while recalling the sight of Jiang Li's flushed cheeks, a smile breaking across his face. So, she too had a day of embarrassment. Previously, she had been the one to tease him. Now, it was his turn to retaliate, and the feeling was rather delightful. Meanwhile, after finishing her shower, Jiang Li rolled around on her bed in frustration, a state that persisted until late into the night. Eventually, she picked up her phone and sent Wang Mian a WeChat message. Ding! The sound of a WeChat notification rang out. Wang Mian, engrossed in his book, reached for his phone on the bedside table. Upon opening it, he saw a message from an account adorned with a lavish lotus flower avatar, labeled Jiang Li. Jiang Li, are you asleep? Wang Mian swiftly typed a response with his fingertips. Wang Mian, not yet. Upon receiving his message, Jiang Li instantly sat up in bed and began to compose her reply. After Wang Mian had responded, he did not set his phone aside, but rather continued to gaze at the chat interface. The status indicator fluctuated between typing and idle, and for a full 3 minutes, Jiang Li remained silent. Wang Mian anticipated her message and quickly crafted a response. Wang Mian, it's just a trivial matter. I didn't dwell on it. Try to get to bed early. It's not good for your health to stay up late. Jiang Li, okay. Wang Mian, good night. Jiang Li, could you send a voice message? Wang Mian, good night. Jiang Li, voice message. On the other side, Jiang Li replayed Wang Mian's voice message over and over, tossing and turning on her bed, as even the surrounding air seemed to bubble with rosy effervescence. On this particular night, 2 souls were destined to endure sleeplessness. Jiang Li, brimming with excitement, found herself unable to slumber, while Wang Mian, captivated by her voice, was equally restless. As dawn broke, Wang Mian, having just risen to freshen up, discovered Jiang Li bustling about in the kitchen. What are you preparing? He inquired. Soy sauce friedrife. Jiang Li replied with enthusiasm. Wang Mian cast a glance into the pot, where the rice appeared rather dark, and raised an eyebrow. Are you certain this is edible? Absolutely. When there were no adults at home, I used to make this for myself, Jiang Li asserted with confidence. You should hurry and wash up. It will be ready shortly. Half in disbelief, Wang Mian proceeded to wash up. When Jiang Li presented the soy sauce fried rice at the dining table, he noted that its color had deepened even further. Give it a try, Jiang Li urged, her face alight with anticipation. Wang Mian, feeling compelled, cautiously scooped up a spoonful. The moment it touched his palate, the overwhelming saltiness nearly sent his soul into the heavens. It's far too salty. It's even saltier than seawater, he exclaimed, while Jiang Li's expression radiated a desire for praise, as if to say, "Aren't I amazing?" The flavor is acceptable, Wang Mian said, suppressing the truth. Upon receiving this affirmation, Jiang Li beamed with joy and promptly fetched a large bowl, placing it before him. Here, this is all for you, she declared. Wang Mian thought to himself, could he retract his previous statement? However, witnessing Jiang Li consume several mouthfuls without flinching left him utterly astounded. How did she manage that? Did she lack taste buds? How could she swallow something so salty? Why have you stopped eating? Jiang Li asked, noticing his gaze fixated upon her. In that instant, ripples of realization washed over Wang Mian, prompting him to decisively rewind time. As the moments rewound to just before Jiang Li began cooking, Wang Mian refrained from asking her what she was making. Instead, he promptly turned off the gas and pulled Jiang Li towards the door. Come on, let's go out to eat. But it's almost ready, Jiang Li protested, glancing back at her soy sauce fried rice with reluctance. After all this time off, we should treat ourselves to something nice. I'll cover the bill. Wang Mian had developed an aversion to her fried rice. Jiang Li felt a strange sensation, as if Wang Mian had indeed reversed time. Did you just rewind time? She queried. Wang Mian, maintaining his composure, replied, no, that's merely your imagination. Is that so? Well, you can choose what you want to eat later. He deftly shifted the topic. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Li admitted, actually, I'm still quite fond of soy sauce fried rice. The thought of that dark concoction made Wang Mian's head spin. He was reluctant to taste it again. To avoid exposing his discomfort, he asked, why do you like it so much? Was it a favorite of yours? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. I simply miss the flavors of my childhood. Wang Mian's brow furrowed slightly. Why did you eat soy sauce fried rice as a child? Shouldn't you have had more nutritious meals? Jiang Li shrugged nonchalantly, because we were poor. So, soy sauce fried rice was all I could afford. Though her words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, Wang Mian felt a pang of sympathy for her. Don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. Wang Mian solemnly draped his arm around Jiang Li's shoulders and said, I mean it. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she replied, really? Wang Mian, with utmost sincerity, affirmed, indeed, to which she exclaimed, then I want to be with you for a lifetime. Wang Mian responded with a slight hesitation, all right. Yet, something about her words felt amiss. Nonetheless, this was a delightful misunderstanding. Wang Mian's intention of I will take care of you merely implied that as long as he had a meal to share, she would never go hungry. It was simply a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks and another mouth to feed. However, Jiang Li interpreted it otherwise, as those in the know would understand. Observing the radiant smile on Jiang Li's face, Wang Mian couldn't help but smile back as they reached the ground floor of the elevator. Let us go, you decide what to eat. Hot pot. I want it extra spicy, explosively hot, and super ridiculously fiery. Chapter 42. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish. Upon witnessing Jiang Li devour hot pot, her lips swollen from spice, Wang Mian found himself questioning whether she possessed any sense of taste. Jiang Li, do you truly not feel the heat? Not at all. Would you care for a bite? Wang Mian shook his head in refusal. His palate was not well suited for fiery flavors. Thankfully, they had ordered a dual flavor pot, as Jiang Li had chosen the exceedingly spicy option. By the way, I intend to purchase a house soon. This will facilitate our collaboration on tasks. Wang Mian had contemplated this idea when he brought Jiang Li home the previous evening. Ho ho ho! Wang Mian, you are undoubtedly the finest captain in the world. I shall promptly create a group to inform everyone. Jiang Li, ever the doer, wasted no time in establishing a new group, and the first to respond was Xianwei. Xianwei, Captain, I hereby declare you the best captain in the world. Remember to choose one with a balcony, and not too high up. Tianping, why not purchase a villa? We have quite a few members. Xianwei, but villas are exorbitantly priced. We must save for our captain. Yugui, aren't we one big happy family? Who came up with such a tacky group name? Jiang Li, that would be me. Do you have a problem with it? Yugui, of course I do. Who names a group like that? Jiang Li, Sister Rose. What should we do if Yugui has objections? Sister Rose, wait until I deal with him. Yugui, Sister Rose, I was wrong. Xing Hen had quietly altered the group name to 8 Immortals Cross the Sea. Tianping. Xing Hen certainly has more culture. After a while, the group name changed again to Wi-Fi password 88s, a modification made by Yugui. Soon after, it transformed once more to the future hope of the Great Xia. Courtesy of Xianwei, the group was engulfed in a name-changing frenzy. Ultimately, Wang Mian could no longer bear it and renamed it to Mass Squad, leaving a note that no one was permitted to alter it further. Naturally, the others complied with the captain's decree. 2 hours later, Jiang Li stood before a lavish villa, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp. You truly took Tianping's advice and bought it. Why not? I'm wealthy. Jiang Li could hardly fathom that after a mere bout of hunger, Wang Mian had orchestrated everything, securing the purchase outright. That evening, Tianping and the others were due to arrive in the capital, and they planned to visit the supermarket for some essential supplies. Jiang Li, still in a daze, mindlessly agreed. Inside the supermarket, Jiang Li picked up anything that caught her fancy, while Wang Mian quietly pushed the cart behind her. Eventually, they returned home, arms laden with bags. As night fell, Wang Mian received a message from Tianping and made his way to the airport to pick them up. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Jiang Li to wait for him to return before preparing dinner. Jiang Li casually acknowledged him with a few murmurs and then busied herself in her room. How could I fail again? Jiang Li lamented as she gazed at the deceased insect, teetering on the brink of despair. Time was slipping away. The moment of Wang Mian's first-time travel was fast approaching, and she was determined to cultivate a life-prolonging insect to extend his lifespan. However, throughout the annals of Miaojiang history, the concept of a life-sustaining goo has never been mentioned. Thus, she resolved to create one herself. Initially, she believed that her innate talents would suffice for her to master this endeavor. Yet reality often delivers a harsh blow. Moreover, the goo worm she had been cultivating perished under her care, compelling her to venture into the depths of the mountains to capture more specimens for further experimentation. Without hesitation, Jiang Li donned her gray cloak and vanished into the night. Fortunately, her previous studies with Zhou Ping in sword flight enabled her to soar through the skies. Otherwise, she would still be earthbound. Unfortunately, while she failed to find any worms, she did discover an abundance of mushrooms. After tasting one and confirming its safety, she decided to bring them back. However, after waiting for a considerable time, Wang Mian and the others had yet to return, prompting her to send them a message indicating her departure back into the wilderness. Upon their return, they found Jiang Li still absent and began preparing a meal in anticipation of her arrival. Wow, Captain, how did you acquire so many mushrooms? Are we going to make chicken stew with mushrooms? That's my favorite, Yugui exclaimed, pointing at the heap of fungi. Wang Mian noticed the mushrooms as well, but recalled that he hadn't purchased any. Could it be that Jiang Li had gone out to gather them? If you like them, we can add another dish, Wang Mian responded calmly. Yugui was overjoyed, assisting eagerly in the preparations. An hour later, the sumptuous dinner was finally ready, but Jiang Li had yet to return. Captain, I'm so hungry. Can we start eating? Vortex exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hunger. We'll wait for Jiang Li to return before we dig in, Wang Mian replied. Just then, a loud thud echoed as Jiang Li descended from the sky, landing painfully on her rear, eliciting a wail. Jiang Li, where have you been? Hurry up and join us. We've all been waiting for you. Yugui urged her to come over. I'm coming. Jiang Li limped in, clutching her backside. Once seated, the group raised their glasses in celebration. But as they dined, something felt amiss. Why do I see my great-grandmother? Xing Hen blinked rapidly, only to discover her great-grandmother waving at him. I see 7 dwarfs calling me Snow White. Tan Xiang began to babble incoherently. Yue suddenly pointed at Vortex and exclaimed, Fei Yang Yang, can you eat more gracefully? Vortex burst into laughter, spinning around to the kitchen, brandishing a frying pan while excitedly shouting, SpongeBob, let us go catch jellyfish. By Qiyang, why are you chopping trees again? Immediately, Tian Ping chased after Vortex, and, as they passed Wang Mian, Tian Ping remarked, Bearda, why aren't you helping out? Protecting the forest is our duty. Wang Mian was left bewildered. Meanwhile, Rose turned to Jiang Li and inquired, why are you surrounded by a bunch of Smurfs? Jiang Li gasped, what on earth is happening? How did SpongeBob, 7 dwarfs, a swarm of Smurfs, Fei Yang Yang, and the Bear Brothers all appear? She then turned to Wang Mian and asked, what on earth did you all do tonight? Wang Mian, with a serious expression, inquired, Jiang Li, why do you speak as if there are subtitles? Jiang Li exclaimed, it's madness. Absolute madness. This world is turned upside down, and even more chaos awaits, as Tian Ping and the others have actually activated the Forbidden Realm. Good heavens! What are you all doing? Cease this at once. Jiang Li swiftly snatched the frying pan from the Vortex's grasp. The Vortex furiously retorted, Octopus brother, why are you stealing my net? To hell with you, Octopus brother. Without hesitation, Jiang Li rendered the Vortex unconscious, and the rest met a similar fate. However, upon noticing Wang Mian obediently seated in his place, Jiang Li hesitated, uncertain whether to strike, feeling somewhat reluctant. Just as Jiang Li lost her focus, Wang Mian sprang to his feet, making a dash to seize the frying pan from her hands, prompting Jiang Li to swiftly sidestep. Chapter 43. Annihilation of the masked squad by one's own power. However, Wang Mian looked perplexed and exclaimed, Hong Hong. How can you use a frying pan to strike Lazy and the others? Jiang Li was utterly bewildered. How could you also? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Mian swooped in like a whirlwind, and the two once again engaged in a fierce battle for the pan. Unfortunately, the confined space of the living room led to a cascade of toppled objects. It is often said that the most tormented are those who are awake. Jiang Li, wary of injuring Wang Mian, cautiously evaded his attacks. Yet, Wang Mian had begun to lose his senses, mistaking Jiang Li for a mysterious figure, with his weapon, the Yuan, already half drawn from its sheath. Jiang Li exclaimed, what the hell? She kicked the Yuan back into its scabbard, and Wang Mian seized the opportunity to tackle her to the ground. Utilizing the momentum from her fall, Jiang Li executed a swift turn, pinning Wang Mian beneath her. Enjoy your meal of insects. With that, the parasitic insects entered Wang Mian's body, plunging his consciousness into a state of oblivion. Jiang Li finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the momentary tranquility. Suddenly, the phone rang, its chime emanating from Wang Mian's pocket. It was then that Jiang Li realized she was straddling him, a position that felt somewhat intimate. She quickly dismounted and retrieved the phone, which displayed the name of Commander Yi. After a brief hesitation, she swiped to answer Commander Yi. On the other end, Yi Fan's voice inquired, why did you answer the phone, Jiang Li? Where's Wang Mian? Jiang Li glanced around at the disheveled individuals sprawled on the floor and the chaotic state of the living room, taking a deep breath before responding. You might not believe this, but bang, bang, bang. Just then, the gravitational shift caused by the earlier disturbance sent all the objects plummeting from the ceiling, creating a thunderous noise. What is happening over there? Yi Fan's voice conveyed his confusion. Jiang Li swiftly dashed into the kitchen for cover, declaring, the masked squad has been annihilated. What? 10 minutes later, Yi Fan surveyed the 7 individuals lying in the hospital, his expression dark as coal. Commander Yi, they merely ingested poisonous mushrooms, resulting in hallucinations. Thankfully, they were brought in promptly, and their health is not in serious jeopardy, a doctor explained. Yi Fan waved his hand, signaling the doctor to withdraw, and turned to find Jiang Li huddled in a corner like a quail. You explain this? Why are all 7 of them poisoned? Yet you remain unscathed. Upon hearing the doctor's remarks, Jiang Li realized she had likely picked toxic mushrooms in the mountains, although she had tested them beforehand. She had forgotten that her unique constitution rendered her immune to all toxins, neglecting to consider the effects on others. Jiang Li had assumed that the incident in the fishing village was still a distant memory, never anticipating that once the special squad took a break, calamities would ensue. What a ridiculous law of nature this is. She recounted the events in their entirety, carefully observing Yi Fan's expression. Commander Yi, you may find this hard to believe, but I possess the legendary constitution that is immune to all poisons. No toxin can harm me. So, as she spoke, her voice grew softer, for Yi Fan's face clearly conveyed his disbelief, as if to say, "Are you seriously joking with me?" Jiang Li felt increasingly uneasy. Such assertions indeed seemed absurd, yet they were the undeniable truth. She was impervious to all toxins, her very blood infused with deadly poison, which would claim a life instantaneously upon contact, leaving no time for antidotes. As anticipated, Yi Fan remained skeptical of Jiang Li's claims and promptly ordered a blood test, the results of which aligned entirely with her assertions. Yi Fan let out a resigned sigh, realizing that Jiang Li truly lived up to her title, an exceptionally dangerous individual. In moments devoid of peril, Jiang Li herself remained the greatest threat. Her historical exploits were well documented. She had once nearly annihilated one of the special teams, the masked ones, single-handedly. Thanks to Jiang Li, the masked team was granted several days off, biding their time until their bodies healed before addressing the enigma at hand. Surely, we did not consume poisonous mushrooms. A baffled Xian Yuan retorted instinctively after hearing the nurse's account. Tianping rolled his eyes. We're in a hospital, and you still fail to grasp reality? Have you lost your senses? Impossible. It must be because you did not cook them thoroughly. Yue Gui insisted. Xinghen also rolled his eyes. Look, another one has gone daft. Captain, weren't those mushrooms purchased by you? How could we have been poisoned? Rose queried, perplexed. I did not buy them, Wang Mian replied. Could it be that Jiang Li was the one who procured them? Tanhua scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of her. By the way, where is Jiang Li? Why isn't she here? Rose asked. She is busy tidying up the mess we made, Xinghen remarked, opening his phone to find a message from Jiang Li in their group chat. As they simultaneously glanced at their phones, the disarray of the living room rendered them speechless. It was evident that they were responsible for the chaos. This truly put Jiang Li in a difficult position. In truth, Jiang Li felt guilt-ridden and embarrassed to face them, so she quietly stayed home to clean, using the photos to mask her own unease. The silence did not linger for long, as Xian Yuan broke it. I vaguely recall seeing SpongeBob SquarePants. A wave of memories washed over them, prompting discussions about the surreal visions they encountered while under the influence. Only Wang Mian remained silent. If he recalled correctly, he had somehow pinned Jiang Li beneath him, and then she seemed to be seated atop him. After that, he retained no memory of what transpired. Captain, what did you see while poisoned? Tianping shifted the focus onto him. Wang Mian's face flushed slightly, but he feigned calmness, stating, Nothing at all. Yue Gui, clearly unconvinced, chimed in, Oh, my psychic abilities surpass any of yours, wouldn't you agree? The others regarded him with disdain. But why is it that we all experience something, yet Jiang Li remained unaffected? They had heard from the nurse that it was likely due to her unique constitution. 3 days later, the masked ones collectively discharged from the hospital, yet Jiang Li had not once appeared during their stay. It's truly disheartening. Jiang Li didn't come to see us even once. Tanhua feigned sorrow. Perhaps she was preoccupied with something. Wang Mian defended Jiang Li. What could possibly be of greater significance than the hospitalization of her beloved captain? The moon spirit murmured softly. Wang Mian merely cast a fleeting glance at him, and the arrow at his waist immediately materialized. The moon spirit, recognizing the situation, promptly fell silent. Beep, beep, beep. A white Wuling Hongguang approached from a distance and came to a halt before them, the window descending to reveal Jiang Li's visage. Get in, I'll take you home. Upon seeing Jiang Li in the vehicle, Wang Mian's expression shifted subtly. The others eagerly opened the car doors, yet Wang Mian remained rooted in place. Captain, why aren't you getting in? Tianping inquired with curiosity. Chapter 44. Her driving skills leave much to be desired. Wang Mian refrained from getting into the car, his memory of Jiang Li's driving skills vivid and unsettling. He had no desire to endure such an experience a second time, and he could not commend her abilities behind the wheel. He took out his phone, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, Commander Yi needs to discuss a matter with me. You all head back first. I shall return shortly. I'll wait to pick you up, Jiang Li exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at him. Wang Mian was at a loss for how to decline her invitation gracefully without causing embarrassment. After all, the captain was the time agent, significantly swifter than them, and he urged Jiang Li to disregard it. Tan Xiang, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected. It was apparent to everyone that Jiang Li's feelings for Wang Mian were distinct from her interactions with them, although they had sensed something during the training camp. They had parted ways after graduation, doubting they would remain in contact. Yet, when they reunited, they were utterly astonished, despite a year and more apart. Jiang Li's affections for Wang Mian had remained steadfast, indifferent to their opinions. Whenever Wang Mian was present, her gaze was invariably fixed upon him, leaving them with no claim to even a fragment of her attention. Under Tan Xiang's urging, Jiang Li had no choice but to drive away. Observing this, Wang Mian exhaled in relief, silently commending Tan Xiang in his heart. As he watched Jiang Li and the others depart, a playful smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, the vortex by the car window glanced back, scratching his head in confusion. Why did the captain's smile seem tinged with a hint of schadenfreude? An ominous premonition washed over him. Were they destined for misfortune? Just as Wang Mian contemplated walking back, he received a message from Yifan. A mysterious phenomenon had emerged in Hailon City, necessitating a special team to address it. The flight from Jing City to Hailon was set to depart in 10 minutes. Wang Mian's expression turned grave in an instant. On the day the special team was formally established, Commander Yi had informed him that the function of the mass team was to hunt down formidable mysteries that local night watch teams could not manage. He had not anticipated such urgency, nor the demand to arrive at the airport within 10 minutes. Wang Mian swiftly dialed Tianping, instructing him to reach the airport within the allotted time. Alas, they encountered a traffic jam, caught amidst the morning rush of the corporate workforce, and time was not on their side. What to do? Only 10 minutes remained. Everyone in the vehicle turned their gaze to Tianping, as the captain was absent, leaving them to heed the deputy's lead. Tianping felt equally helpless. Why did this have to happen now? What if we just fly over directly? Yugui proposed, presenting a rather impractical suggestion. Rose promptly slapped him on the head. Such an idea was utterly unreliable. At that moment, the vehicles ahead began to move. Jiang Li squinted her eyes, gripping the wheel tightly. Before the others could react, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, zooming ahead with a swift burst, executing an S-shaped maneuver. The rest of the occupants were left in shock at Jiang Li's reckless driving, their faces paling instantly, with Tianping's scream ringing the loudest. As he occupied the passenger seat, and having neglected to fasten his seatbelt, he clutched the overhead handle with great intensity, his screams echoing incessantly. Jiang Li, slow down. We're going to have a catastrophe. At that moment, Xuanhua finally comprehended the reason behind the ominous premonition and understood why Wang Mian wore a grin of malicious glee. From the very outset, he was aware of Jiang Li's driving skills, yet chose to remain silent, allowing them to board the chariot of death. With Jiang Li speeding recklessly, she ran through several red lights and blatantly disregarded the traffic police's directives, even offering them an international gesture of goodwill. What a farce! She was in a race against time to fulfill a mission, with the higher-ups granting a mere 10 minutes. Far from sufficient. Thus, she had no choice but to run the red lights. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon the upper echelons. Through a series of audacious maneuvers, Jiang Li managed to arrive at the airport in just 7.5 minutes. Upon disembarking, she observed the 6 individuals retching in unison and questioned, "Why are you all so car-sick?" In response, they shot her a collective glare, silently questioning whether she possessed any awareness of the situation. Wang Mian, who had been awaiting their arrival, beckoned them onto the plane. The 6, upon seeing Wang Mian, flocked to him like children to their mother, lamenting the perilous driving of Jiang Li. This scene bore a striking resemblance to children recounting their father's reckless driving to their mother, akin to a wild roller coaster ride that left their hearts racing. Wang Mian chuckled softly, soothing each one of them as he urged them to board the aircraft. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, feeling slighted, pouted in dissatisfaction, aware that she had sped through red lights for their sake, only to have them immediately report her to Wang Mian upon alighting. A twinge of resentment brewed within her. After pacifying the group of children, Wang Mian turned his attention to Jiang Li, acknowledging the challenges of her leadership role. We must not show favoritism. Fairness is paramount. I understand you are also in a rush. They just need a moment to recover, so don't hold it against them, he said gently, ruffling her hair. Jiang Li crossed her arms and huffed. Who is holding a grudge? Inside the cabin, Xuanhua cast a glance at the two below and timidly remarked, Do you think we might have gone a bit too far? Not just a bit, Rose concurred. Yuegui chimed in. Nonetheless, I believe Jiang Li will overlook it for the captain's sake. Xinghen retorted. How much do you think the captain's favor is worth? She doesn't even regard Yuan Gang as standing. A minute later, both Wang Mian and Jiang Li ascended together, while Xuanhua, Tianping, and the others stood in perfect alignment. Bowing deeply as they proclaimed, We apologize. Sister Li, we did not mean it, nor was it intentional. Jiang Li replied, Do I strike you as someone petty? A group of individuals touched their noses, their confidence wavering as they murmured, It's not. Witnessing this scene, Wang let out a resigned sigh, gently pushing Jiang Li's shoulders forward to take a seat. All right, now let me announce the mission. Jiang Li, appearing somewhat feeble and lethargic, found a spot to sit and quietly listened as Wang outlined the task. The mission location was the city of Hailan, where, according to the records, piano music could be heard emanating from the Wanhong shopping mall every night at 10 o'clock. However, when patrolling personnel thoroughly searched the entire square, they could not locate the source of sound. Strangely, the very next day, one of the patrollers was found dead at home. His head mysteriously vanished. This marked the 7th victim of the month. Although the Night Watch Team 152 station in Hailan promptly took over, they still suffered the loss of one member. Based on the insights of the fallen team member, it was speculated that this enigmatic realm was temporarily termed the Boundless Realm, known as sound illusion. It was believed to manipulate the mind through harmonious melodies, leading individuals to take their own lives. The previous 7 victims had all experienced hallucinations after hearing the piano music, ultimately resorting to self-mutilation. Upon hearing this, the masked squad fell into a solemn silence, paying tribute to the sacrificed member of the 152 team. This intelligence had been purchased at the cost of a life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang spoke again. Therefore, this time, I urge everyone to concentrate your mental energies and not to be easily swayed. While accomplishing the mission, also ensure your own safety. Do you understand? The masked squad responded in unison. Understood. Chapter 45. The vertigo of heights. After announcing the mission, Wang Mian settled down beside Jiang Li, only to realize that her complexion was particularly unsettling. Frankly speaking, Jiang Li was the most breathtaking and captivating woman he had ever encountered. With her exquisite features, high-nose bridge, snow-like skin, and enchanting peach blossom eyes, complemented by a beauty mark beneath her left eye that added an alluring charm. She radiated an aggressive yet splendid beauty, standing out vividly amidst the crowd. Yet now, her fair face was as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of color, her eyes tightly shut, and her delicate brow slightly furrowed, betraying her discomfort. Jiang Li, are you all right? Wang Mian inquired cautiously. Be quiet, I'm just resting, Jiang Li murmured, leaning her head against his shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Mian chose silence, allowing her to rest against him. However, he was intrigued. During their 3 days in the hospital, Jiang Li had not once come to visit them or even sent a message on WeChat. The usually vivacious girl was now as still as a statue, which struck him as rather unusual. Beside them, Yu Gui and Xinghen exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting they had stumbled upon yet another revelation. At that moment, an officer approached Wang Mian and spoke. Captain Wang, we have arrived over Hailan City. Are you prepared? We are ready, Wang Mian nodded. Very well, you may commence the jump. The officer's expression turned to one of disbelief. Do you not know that our aircraft never lands at the airport? Special teams typically jump directly from a plane. Did Commander Yi not inform you that the special team has flight capabilities? The officer's skepticism was palpable. It's my fault. Commander Yi told me. But I forgot to relay the information, Jiang Li said languidly, opening her eyes. Upon hearing this, the 7 individuals in the cabin turned to Jiang Li in shock, particularly Xian Hua, who began to tremble uncontrollably. Jump? Flight capabilities? He has acrophobia. Why were we not informed? Tianping asked Jiang Li. Oh, it was the night you entered the hospital that Commander Yi informed me. I forgot just now, Jiang Li explained. Captain Wang, do you have the flight capabilities ready? The officer hesitated. Wang Mian scanned the cabin, finally resting his gaze on Tianping. Naturally, Tianping met his gaze, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Confirming their unspoken understanding, Tianping's ability to manage flight was indeed the special team's means of airborne maneuvering. Wang Mian approached Tianping, solemnly patting his shoulder. I'm relying on you. This is our team's first mission, so please do not let us down. What? Tianping exclaimed, taken aback. Wang Mian then stepped in front of the officer, stating, We are prepared. You may begin the jump. The officer nodded and activated the hatch at the rear of the aircraft. As Yue passed by Tianping, he gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. The prestige of our special team rests upon you. Do not falter. The star marks, sandalwood, and rose exhibit a similar mimicry. Tianping expresses his considerable stress. The rear cargo door of the aircraft slowly opens, and a group of individuals stand shoulder to shoulder at the threshold, their gray cloaks flapping fiercely in the gusts of wind. The acrophobic Vortex trembles uncontrollably, his eyes tightly shut, unable to gaze below. His face a picture of despair as he stutters. Tianping, are you sure about this? Tianping replies, Well, we shall find out once we jump. After their flight from Beijing to Hailan City, nightfall envelopes the landscape. From the aerial vantage point, Hailan City sparkles like a magnificent tapestry woven from countless lights. The sound wave eradication operation commences. As Wang Mian's voice resonates, he is the first to leap from the aircraft, vanishing into the darkness. Jiang Li and Moon Ghost follow closely behind. Rose, Sandalwood, and Star Marks have already made their descent, while Vortex takes a deep breath, summoning courage, and boldly steps forward. Wow, Mom, help! In the next moment, Vortex clings desperately to the hatch, screaming. Tianping, left speechless, gives Vortex a swift kick, propelling him out, and follows suit. Vortex's screams echo through the air. Ah, Mom, save me. Tianping, you are inhuman. Ah, Captain, help. Those who land last exhibit faint twitches at the corners of their mouths. Jiang Li nearly forgets that Vortex is afraid of heights. All right, enough of the wailing. You won't fall to your demise with me here. Tianping exclaims, his ears pained by the noise. Why did you kick me? I'm afraid of heights. Don't you understand? Vortex cries out in anguish. Tianping, let this guy fall to his death for all I care. P.S. driving me insane. Rose shouts angrily. All right, Rose. Vortex, panicking, pleads, Captain, save me. They want me to fall. Wang Mian, exasperated, remarks, Tianping, you and Rose should stop teasing Vortex. Exactly. Vortex agrees fervently. Enough of that, Vortex. Your shouting is giving everyone a headache. Wang Mian insists, striving to maintain harmony among the group. Vortex, weakly covering his mouth, murmurs, should I be quieter then? Wang Mian responds, do as you wish. Consequently, Vortex genuinely mutes himself, emitting only whimpers. Meanwhile, at Wanhong Shopping Mall, Captain Xiejiu of the Night Watch Team 152 directs his members to secure the unmonitored airspace, remaining vigilant in their duty. Though they have requested special team support from higher authorities, they remain cautious. Captain, look above. Is there someone up there? Xia Mo shouts, pointing at the sky. With Wang Mian's mental acuity, he senses the presence below, exchanging a glance with Tianping. Tianping slightly nods, extending 2 fingers and giving a gentle shake, causing the gravity around them to dissipate instantaneously, allowing them to descend gracefully to the ground like drifting feathers. Wang's gaze swept over Xiejiu and the others, the Crimson Cloak hinting at their identity as the Night Watch Team of Hailan City, Team 152. Xiejiu contemplated the various masks adorning Wang and his companions, along with the drab-gray cloaks they donned. Could this be the newly established special team referred to by the higher-ups, the Masquerade? Yet, they all appeared remarkably youthful. Could they truly eradicate the mysterious threat? Just as Wang was about to speak, his legs weakened, and with a thud, he knelt before the night watch team of Hailan City, Team 152. The members of Masquerade reacted with shock, while Team 152 looked on in bewilderment. Chapter 46. The vortex of discontent. The most dreadful moment is when the atmosphere suddenly turns awkward. Wang Mian's lips twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask. While the others clenched their fists, this was their inaugural mission, and they needed to maintain an image of dignity. The vortex's antics instantaneously diminished their stature, and they felt an overwhelming urge to expel him from their midst. The members of Team 152 stood there, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. What was unfolding? Were they truly kneeling? Was this what they had envisioned? But were they not a specialized squad? Even if they had only recently been formed. Such a blatant error seemed inconceivable. All eyes converged upon the vortex. In an instant, he felt socially annihilated, and within a mere second, he recognized the gravity of the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly raised his hands. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Li's eyes widened beneath her mask. Wait, this damned familiar scenario. He wouldn't dare to. The masked squad's vortex extended early New Year greetings to Team 152, just as in the original text. After delivering his line, the vortex stood tall and proud, feigning nonchalance. The members of the masked squad internally screamed, "How embarrassing! Expel the vortex! Expel him! Expel him!" This sentiment bore repeating. Jiang Li's lips quivered slightly. Could it be that with every leap he took, he had to kneel? If anyone were present, he would offer early greetings and then act as if nothing had transpired. Xia Mo hesitated before speaking. "Captain, is he a fool sent by the monkey?" "That seems unlikely. There are specialized teams sent by the higher-ups." Xie questioned the validity of his own words. The masked members exchanged glances of disdain. "It's all the vortex's fault." Wang Mian was the first to speak. "Greetings, Captain of Team 152. We are the specialized team, Mask, and we are fully briefed on this mission. You may entrust us with it." With that, Wang Mian began to lead his team into the shopping mall, disregarding their astonished gazes. Xia Mo remained skeptical. Are they truly a specialized team? Suddenly, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, carving the Wanhong Mall in two. Jiang Li scoffed softly. The silver blade in her hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, gracefully wrapping around her waist like a delicate ribbon, gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Xie swallowed hard. It can't be wrong. I've heard that within the masked team, there exists a carefree swordsman who is a disciple of the Sword Saint, capable of cleaving anything with a single strike. Xia Mo, truly, my sister Li is formidable. She regained their honor with a single move. The expression beneath the vortex's mask was one of exuberance, as if he had not just offered early greetings. Jiang Li. She simply could not tolerate anyone disparaging any member of the masked team, much like how she couldn't stand hearing others question Wang Mian's capabilities. If she were to overhear such slander, she would cleave that person with a single stroke, making them regret ever stepping into this world. No one shall defame the unsung heroes. After spending some time together, she no longer perceives anyone behind the masks as mere paper figures from a book. They are all flesh, blood, and souls. They have devoted their youth and everything, even their lives, to the great Xia, and despite the recent establishment of the special squad, their strength should never be doubted. A fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, and she immediately steadied her mind. She was being influenced. Why was her anger so intense? Had she bled too much recently, leaving her weakened? Had some mysterious force taken advantage of her? No, she hadn't heard any sound. Beside her, Rose interjected, "If you dare to bow again, I'll let Jiang Li cleave you with a single strike. Do you believe that?" Jiang Li. "Vortex, Sister Rose. I was wrong. I won't dare again." Rose. "Once is enough. Do you think there will be a next time?" "I promise there absolutely will not be a next time." Vortex raised his hand to the sky in oath. Wang, with a helpless expression, said, "All right, stop fooling around. Let us commence the investigation according to the previous groupings." "Yes." Wang cast a worried glance at Jiang Li. He had distinctly felt something was off with her earlier. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, "Vortex, this time you'll be paired with Sandalwood, while Jiang Li will be with me." Vortex exclaimed, "But Captain, didn't you say that during group formations there must be one attacker and one supporter to ensure our safety?" Wang replied, "You could be both." Vortex grinned, "So, I'm the extra one?" Sandalwood, however, had objections. Her role as a supporter contrasted with Jiang Li, who, apart from the captain, was the most adept at direct confrontation. With her presence, the sense of security was overwhelming. Sandalwood, displeased, pouted, "Captain, I would prefer to be in a group with Jiang Li over Vortex, as he seems rather unreliable." The unreliable Vortex referred to was his earlier act of bowing in the new year. Wang firmly shook his head in refusal. "No." Sandalwood, is it possible that the captain, usually so thick-headed, has finally seen the light? Jiang Li is now finally clear of the clouds? In a fleeting second, Sandalwood's mind conjured numerous romantic scenarios, all credit going to the subtle influences of Moon Ghost and Starmark. Behind Jiang Li and Wang, they had secretly established a group where Moon Ghost and Starmark occasionally captured candid photos of their intimate moments and shared them for analysis. Over time, they no longer needed reminders from Moon Ghost and Starmark. They understood clearly on their own. Then I'd rather team up with Sister Rose. She provides me with a sense of security equal to Jiang Li. Sandalwood affectionately linked arms with Rose. Starmark, who was supposed to be grouped with Rose, exclaimed, "Then who am I paired with?" "Of course, it's Brother Xian." Vortex placed his hand on Starmark's shoulder. Starmark scrutinized him, his face expressing doubt about Vortex's reliability. Clearly, Vortex's earlier behavior had left a negative impression on Starmark. "Ah, Captain, look, they all disdain me." Beneath the swirling mask, a visage of distress emerged. The current grouping was settled decisively by Wang Mian. Aside from the unchanged pairings of Tianping and Yue Gui, the new arrangement placed Xiangwei with Dan Xiang, while Xuanhua was paired with Xinghan, leaving Jiang Li to join Wang Mian. Thus, Tianping and I were tasked with investigating the fourth floor. With a simple rationale, Yue Gui, accompanied by Tianping, ascended to the fourth floor. For the clearest view is always from the highest vantage point. Xuanhua and I proceeded to the third floor, closely followed by Xinghan, who, having lost the prime viewing position, claimed the second-best spot. "Captain, the first floor is entrusted to you and Jiang Li," Dan Xiang remarked with a significant glance towards them, before swiftly leading Qiangwei away from the first floor. Wang Mian pondered, why does it feel as though they are acting strangely? Beside him, Jiang Li fell into silence, uncertain of the reasons behind Wang Mian's abrupt decision to split the team. Yet, based on her understanding of the masked squad, it seemed likely they were merely spectators. Wang Mian chose to disregard them, turning to Jiang Li and stating, "Give me your hand." Chapter 47. The Waltz of Love. Jiang Li instinctively concealed her left hand behind her back, regarding Wang Mian with a wary expression, determined to keep her injury hidden. As Wang Mian took a step towards her, she swiftly retreated, adopting a posture of heightened vigilance. The red and white mask adorning Wang Mian's face obscured his emotions. Yet beneath it, his thin lips were pressed tightly together and his brows furrowed in confusion. When had she become so estranged from him? Although Jiang Li stood at a relatively tall height of 1.7 meters among girls, she appeared rather diminutive next to Wang Mian's imposing 1.9-meter frame. Moreover, an aura of divine authority emanated from him, inadvertently instilling a sense of pressure in Jiang Li. Despite possessing the bloodline of Qi Yu, which allowed her to exude a similar divine presence, she had suppressed that essence within herself, masquerading as a master swordsman, rendering her true identity undetectable. However, recent expenditures of her vital essence in crafting an unprecedented life-extending talisman had left her somewhat vulnerable. Wang Mian's divine aura inflicted slight harm upon her body. She could easily counteract this by unleashing her own divine might, but preferred not to reveal her identity prematurely. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze around Jiang Li, and her expression beneath the mask became rigid. "Goodness, Wang Mian, how could you disregard martial decorum?" Without uttering a word, Wang Mian stepped forward and grasped Jiang Li's right hand, his long fingers intertwining with her delicate ones. In an instant, A warm stream of spiritual energy began to flow from Wang Mian's palm to Jiang Li, leaving her astonished and covering her mouth in disbelief. This is it better now? Wang Mian inquired softly, his voice laced with a tenderness that belied an undercurrent of anxiety, a sentiment he himself was oblivious to. Yet, Jiang Li keenly sensed his concern for her well-being. Meanwhile, 6 individuals stealthily leaned in to observe, with Tian Ping and Yu Gui positioned for the best view. Yu Gui remarked, no wonder the captain wanted to disband the team. Tian Ping countered, doesn't it seem like the captain is channeling spiritual energy to Jiang Li? Yu Gui shot him a disapproving glance. That's not how one conveys spiritual energy. Tian Ping replied, wasn't it similar when the vortex transmitted energy to you last time? The vortex on the 3rd floor pondered aloud. Has the captain abandoned me? Why has he forsaken me? Xing Hen shot him a glare. If Jiang Li hears that, you might find yourself on the receiving end of her sword. Why? The vortex queried. Xing Hen simply stated, because on the 2nd floor, Chong Wei protested. I oppose office romances. Jiang Li is mine. Tang Xiang hurriedly covered her mouth. What do you mean yours? She belongs to the captain. Chong Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, voicing her discontent. How could she claim Jiang Li when they often shared a bed during their training days? On the other side, noticing Jiang Li's silence, Wang Mian intensified the flow of spiritual energy. Enough. No more. I'm not that weak. Jiang Li attempted to withdraw her hand, though Wang Mian had taken the initiative to hold it. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary at such a moment. They had to maintain their mental clarity to eradicate the mystery. They could not afford to expend half their mental energy before the mystery had even been dealt with. Really? Wang Mian, somewhat skeptical, withdrew his hand. Jiang Li nodded vigorously, affirming indeed. Truly. Wang Mian responded with a nonchalant signaling the commencement of their investigation. However, for some reason, Jiang Li felt an inkling of disappointment emanating from Wang Mian. Was it merely her imagination? Wang Mian began to search for the location of the mystery with his mental energy, yet his gaze lingered on Jiang Li's left hand. She was undoubtedly concealing something from him. Yet, this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. They would seek the chance to discuss it once the task was complete. The group conducted their search throughout the mall, yet they could not locate the source of the mystery. Wasn't it said to be within the mall? How could they search for so long without encountering any specter? Yu Gui expressed his boredom with a grumble. Do not let your guard down. The mystery may be lurking in the shadows, Tian Ping admonished, casting a serious glance around. Fine, fine, Yu Gui shrugged in response. Wang Mian, responsible for the 1st floor, suddenly halted and turned to Jiang Li, inquiring, what time is it? Of course, it is the beginning of our happiness. Jiang Li blurted out a cheesy line. Wang Mian responded with an exasperated look. Be serious. Jiang Li pouted and replied, it's 9:30. Wang Mian murmured, how could it be half an hour early? Jiang Li, did you hear the sound of the piano? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li responded, are you referring to the Waltz of Love? Wang Mian's expression turned grave as he instructed, precisely. Steady your mind and do not be swayed. Then identify its position. Jiang Li nodded, her left hand slowly resting on the silver blade at her waist. She was ready to strike as soon as the mystery revealed itself. As the first Waltz of Love concluded, neither Wang Mian nor Jiang Li had discerned the mystery's whereabouts. Soon after, the second Waltz of Love began to play once more. Ethereal notes resonated throughout the mall, yet the source remained elusive. Wang Mian and Jiang Li exchanged glances, puzzled by the persistent playing of the Waltz of Love. What was this mystery attempting to achieve? Jiang Li glanced at Wang Mian, gently poking his hand as she hesitated. What if we dance to see what it desires? Shouldn't this be initiated by the gentleman? Wang Mian had already contemplated this notion upon hearing the waltz for the 2nd time. So, you agree then? A faint smile graced Wang Mian's face behind his mask, his eyes warm and focused on Jiang Li. He slightly leaned forward, extending his right hand, and softly asked, may I invite you to dance? The smile on Jiang Li's lips was irrepressible. Even if an AK were pointed at her, she would remain undeterred. After all, with her mask on, Wang Mian could not see her joy, allowing her to laugh freely. Moreover, Jiang Li's mask was identical to Wang Mian's. save for the absence of the character for king, with their patterns almost indistinguishable. The masked squad had teasingly referred to them as couple masks. Neither party acknowledged nor denied this sentiment. Jiang Li exhibited no hesitation as she immediately placed her hand in Wang Mian's palm, joyfully exclaiming, "Certainly." Wang Mian chuckled softly, and the two began to sway to the rhythm of the music. His hand, broad and warm, cautiously rested on Jiang Li's slender waist, and he marveled at how delicate she was. It was no wonder that her silver sword could gracefully entwine around her waist like a ribbon, perfectly encircling it as if custom-made for her slender form. One would expect that the pair, with their striking appearances, would dance with an enchanting elegance, surrounded by an aura of romance. However, Jiang Li's movements were uncoordinated, and she frequently stepped on Wang Mian's feet. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's all right," he replied, though he struggled to maintain his rhythm. Wang Mian was filled with confusion. Dancing should come effortlessly to girls. Yet Jiang Li was an exception. The thought amused him. An exception? Indeed, Jiang Li was nothing if not exceptional. She dared to do what others would not. Despite being a girl, her demeanor was remarkably boyish, at times even bolder than her male counterparts. But one could hardly blame Jiang Li. Before she turned 12, she had grown up in a village, attending school and running wild in the mountains like a monkey, only to temper her exuberance upon entering urban life. For most girls, singing and dancing are mere trifles. Yet for Jiang Li, they were monumental challenges. Had she not heard about the talent show during military training before entering university, she would not have taken the initiative to learn the banana dance online. During the talent show, Jiang Li gained fame with her performance, ultimately sacrificing her right to choose a partner throughout her 4 years at university. Chapter 48. The Headless Corpse. Meanwhile, the other 6 individuals also heard the haunting melody, focusing their mental energies to prevent their minds from being ensnared. What are the captain and Jiang Li doing? Even at such a perilous moment, they have the leisure to dance? As Yu Guwei beheld this scene, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Wait, could it be that they are under some form of control? This thought sparked in Tian Ping's mind, only to be dismissed almost immediately. No, the captain is the most powerful among us, and Jiang Li is a close second. They cannot be so easily dominated. Unless Yu Guwei crosses arms. They're doing this intentionally. What is going on? Could it be that this enigmatic force enjoys shipping couples? Xinghan also took notice. His swirling eyes narrowed slightly. No, the captain and Jiang Li are doing this on purpose. Should we? Hold on. The captain must have a reason for this action. The flickering tracking lights illuminated the central area of the first floor. Suddenly, Jiang Li's pupils constricted, her face a mask of shock. Wait, I think I saw. What did you see? Wang Mian followed Jiang Li's steps, extending his mental energy, but perceiving nothing. Right in front of us. A black piano, a white tailcoat. What else? Wang Mian asked urgently. But Jiang Li was rendered speechless. For what lay before her was a bizarre scene. A man sat before the piano, his fingers long and gracefully dancing over the keys like a wraith. As the tempo quickened, his figure became progressively clearer, the white tailcoat lending him an air of mystery and opulence, yet radiating a chilling aura. When Jiang Li's gaze settled on the man's neck, her heart raced frantically within her chest. There, before her, was a headless corpse. At that moment, the music abruptly ceased, and the headless corpse seemed to contemplate Jiang Li's stare. Simultaneously, Wang Mian's weapon, the Yuan, unsheathed, unleashing a blue blade of energy toward the location of the headless corpse. Attack! At Wang Mian's command, the entire mass team activated their forbidden realms, charging toward the headless corpse. The hammer of Rose struck first, but the headless corpse merely played a key, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Rose, retreat immediately, Jiang Li shouted. At the mere sound of her name, Rose, momentarily dazed, was met with a melody that transformed into an invisible curved blade aimed directly at her neck. A vortex opened just in time to engulf her, and Rose swiftly evaded the battlefield. Double the gravity, Tian Ping extended 2 fingers downward, instantly imposing the weight of a mountain upon the headless corpse. Even under this gravitational pressure, the corpse's fingers continued to play effortlessly, the notes instantaneously neutralizing the weight's effects. Once again, an invisible curved blade shot toward Tianping, its speed akin to that of a released arrow, making evasion nearly impossible. In a critical moment, Yu Gui harnessed his moonlit abilities to shield Tianping from the blow, swiftly pulling him away from danger. Goodness, this cannot possibly be the power of the infinite realm. Having personally witnessed the formidable power of the headless corpse, the moon ghost was left utterly astonished. Indeed, this enigmatic being was perilously close to the Klein realm. Wang Mian unsheathed the yuan, unleashing a flurry of blade auras that intertwined into a dense net of steel, swiftly slicing through the air towards the headless corpse. The vortex gasped in apprehension. Klein, this formidable foe would be a challenge. Star Mark's expression turned grave. The hammer in Rose's grasp expanded at a rapid pace. What are we afraid of? Life is but a fleeting moment. If we don't dare, we might as well fight. Jiang Li interjected, those are my words. Regardless, with Jiang Li's formidable lethality still in play, they would prevail, although the sandalwood's forbidden void served as support. She always charged forward without a hint of hesitation during battles. Jiang Li remarked, I'll do my best. The reason she refrained from engaging was that her area of lethal influence was far too extensive when fulfilling the special squad conditions. In their first team battle, while they vanquished the Enigma, they inadvertently buried their comrades. Even Wang Mian fell victim. Fortunately, in the moment he faced entombment, he activated time reversal, averting a tragic fate. Since then, they devised strategies. Jiang Li's overwhelming lethality necessitated that she minimize her involvement in smaller skirmishes, only resorting to occasional sneak attacks when necessary. Yet, the chaos raged on, and even when the masked squad faced the headless corpse nearing the Klein threshold, they pressed onward undeterred. After all, they had two trump cards, Wang Mian and Jiang Li. Jiang Li, relegated to the sidelines, felt a pang of restlessness. She yearned to join the fray. However, the confined space of the marketplace was not conducive to her full potential. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Why limit herself to the confines of the marketplace? She could cleave it all into open ground. Having already established the boundless void, there was no fear of collateral damage. Moreover, the previous marketplace had already been split in two. What harm would there be in delivering a few more strikes? With resolve, Jiang Li unsheathed her silver lian, channeling her mental energy into it, causing the blade to emanate a chilling aura. Raising the silver lian high, she bellowed, unleashing dozens of sword energies that deftly avoided Wang Mian and the others, slicing the Wanhong marketplace into numerous segments. Wang Mian, exasperated, remarked, Did we not agree that you would refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary? To which Jiang Li retorted, That won't do. Everyone else is fighting, and I remain idle. Doesn't that make me seem like a timid turtle? Besides, the area is ample enough. With that, she unleashed another wave of sword energy towards the headless corpse. Seeing her already take action, Wang Mian felt it unnecessary to protest further. Once more, the time divine void unfurled, halting the flow of time around the headless corpse. A dazzling array of attacks rained down upon it, mercilessly striking. Clearly enraged, the headless corpse echoed an anguished refrain. My head, my head, my head. What a revelation. It seemed he had a fixation on our heads. As the vortex once again engulfed the melodic scythe, he touched his neck, feeling a chill of cold sweat trickle down his back. Enough with the superfluous words. Take him down. The moon ghost had initially intended to utilize his stealth abilities to deliver a fatal blow to the headless corpse. Little did he anticipate that he would nearly lose his own head in the process. Fortunately, the force of gravity exerted by the balance, combined with his swift speed, allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. Sister Rose, take him down. After rescuing the moon ghost, the balance immediately sprinted towards Rose. Given his prowess, gravity would not restrain the headless corpse for long. After Rose dispatched the melodic scythe with a single blow, she lifted her gaze and discovered more melodic sighs rushing towards her. As she swung her hammer in defense, she shouted loudly, Jiang Li, take him down. Jiang Li and Wang Mian were engaged in a fierce battle with the headless corpse when they heard Rose's cry. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li unleashed a flurry of sword energy. However, danger struck unexpectedly as a melodic scythe drew perilously close to Jiang Li's neck. Although she managed to arch her body away just in time, a thin line of blood was left as a mark on her neck. Jiang Li's gaze suddenly sharpened. Wang Mian, take him down. Wang Mian remained silent. Yet as his eyes fell upon the wound on Jiang Li's neck, a profound intensity ignited within him. His attacks became increasingly fierce, the speed of his blade blurring to the point that even Jiang Li struggled to keep pace. Chapter 49. It's all good. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of a masked team, the mission was completed splendidly. Outside the shopping mall, the sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Xuanzhou exclaimed, "Goodness, this mission has truly exhausted me. If it were to be like this every day, my mental fortitude would surely be drained. Captain, may I request compensation for work-related injuries?" Xuanzhou added, "What kind of work-related injury are you talking about? Clearly, we are the ones who have sustained more serious injuries." Yue Gui retorted as they bore visible wounds. However, Xuanzhou was among the least injured. His forbidden domain not only shielded him, but also harmed his adversaries. Among the group, he had the fewest injuries. Even Jiang Li, who had engaged last in combat, narrowly avoided a fatal blow from a curved blade. While pondering the matter, Wang Mian did not catch Xuanzhou's words, but heard Yue Gui mention their more serious injuries. "Have any of you actually been hurt?" Wang Mian scanned the members of the masked team. "Of course it's Jiang Li." Tan Xiang replied, "I know that. But besides her, is there anyone else?" Xuanzhou timidly raised his hand. "I'm mentally drained. Does that count?" "You'll be fine after some rest," Wang Mian reassured him, patting his shoulder. He then turned to Jiang Li. "Let us tend to your wounds first." Jiang Li tilted her head. "Aren't we supposed to inform Team 152 that the mysterious has been eliminated?" "It can wait until after I've treated your wounds," Wang Mian stated without hesitation. Oh dear, it hurts so much. You must check if I'm going to lose my arm." Jiang Li feigned distress, leaning into Wang Mian's embrace. She would not miss any opportunity for closeness with him, even if it meant theatrically throwing herself into his arms. The masked team collectively sighed. "Such poor acting, Jiang Li. Just moments ago, you struck the killing blow to the headless corpse. 1 minute you were as lively as ever, and the next, you're on the brink of death. Anyone with eyes can see you're pretending." Yet, Wang Mian, fully aware, chose to play along with her performance. "No, you're still alive." Will I be left with a scar?" "If I have a scar, I'll be hideous. No one will want me. You 1T. You're the most beautiful. Someone will definitely want you." Who? Could it be you?" Jiang Li gazed at Wang Mian with eager anticipation, hoping to hear the answer she longed for. Wang Mian replied, "Tianping, go inform Team 152 that the mysterious has been." "Wait, there's no need to tell them. We shall report our mission directly to the capital." Tianping took a step forward, but immediately turned back. "Captain, why don't we need to inform them?" "Because it aligns better with the mystery of our special team," Wang Mian remarked, hands tucked into his pockets. The masked team chuckled. "All right, the captain is showing off again." "But Captain, if we don't tell Team 152, how will they know we completed our mission against the mysterious?" Xinghan inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mian replied, "We shall leave a special mark." "Moon Ghost, but what are we doing with that special mark?" "It's quite simple." Jiang Li drew her silver sword from her waist and casually swung it twice, shattering the boundless void. The masked team, Sister Li, is amazing. Only Wang Mian cast a meaningful glance at her, pondering that someone would likely inform her upon their return to the capital. Outside the boundless void, Xie, who had been on guard all night, was startled to discover that the boundless void had indeed shattered, causing him and the members of Team 152 to immediately assume a defensive stance. Suddenly, a few strands of sword energy materialized in the air, forming a line of text. The mysterious threat had been eradicated, masked team. Moments later, it dissipated into the atmosphere. Team, Captain, it's only been 1 night. How could they?" Xia Mo gasped in astonishment. Xie sighed. "Otherwise, how could they be a special team?" As the mission concluded, a private jet whisked away the masked team. Inside the cabin, The members were elated to learn that this was their team's private plane. Yet, Wang Mian remained silent, troubled by the inexplicable presence akin to Klein in Hylon City. As they departed, he felt an unsettling gaze lingering in the shadows. However, when he attempted to sense it with his mental energy, the presence vanished. "Captain, what are you thinking about?" Moon Ghost, seated beside Wang Mian, interrupted his thoughts. "It's nothing." Jiang Li scream drew everyone's attention. Wisteria and Sandalwood were supposed to be treating her wounds. Wang Mian stood up, glancing towards their location. "Captain, why not just check it out for yourself?" Moon Ghost teased him with a smirk. Wang Mian acknowledged with a grunt and moved past Moon Ghost towards Jiang Li. Out of nowhere, Xinghin calmly remarked, "Captain, it seems you are about to fall in love." Heroes share the same insight. Moon Ghost whispered in agreement. "Have you forgotten the captain's realm? He can hear your words." Tianping appeared behind them, patting their shoulders. Moon Ghost chuckled. "What is there to fear? The captain's focus is solely on Jiang Li. He won't hear us." Not necessarily Vortex, holding a small dessert, took a bite. "Vortex, where did you get that?" Moon Ghost's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treat. "Oh, I just grabbed it from there." Vortex gestured towards a seat by the window. "I want one too." Tianping and Xinghin exchanged glances, recalling. "Tianping, that seems to be what Jiang Li just bought, right? Be confident. Remove seams and say it was indeed Jiang Li's. They are doomed." Meanwhile, Wisteria and Sandalwood were disinfecting Jiang Li's wound with iodine. However, as soon as they touched it, she yelped in pain. That hurts so much. Please stop. We can't. Although the wound is small, it still needs proper care." Sandalwood patiently wiped her down. Yet, Jiang Li seemed to be transforming. Upon arrival, Wang Mian was met with the sight of Chang Wei firmly restraining Jiang Li's hands, while Sandalwood was attempting to apply medicine, but Jiang Li persistently evaded, refusing to comply. "What are you doing?" Chang Wei and Sandalwood looked up to see their captain, to which they replied, "Jiang Li refuses to let us treat her." "What do you mean treat? It hurts like hell." Jiang Li cried out in agony. Chang Wei and Sandalwood expressed their helplessness, uncertain of how to proceed. Wang Mian sighed. "You two should take a break. I'll handle this." However, Chang Wei questioned, "Captain, aren't boys all clumsy? Aren't you afraid?" "Captain, this is now your responsibility." Sandalwood covered Chang Wei's mouth and dragged her away. Wang Mian's brow twitched in irritation. Why was it that both of them were so troublesome, especially the one before him? "Why won't you allow me to treat your wound? It hurts." Jiang Li replied candidly. Wang Mian crouched before her, holding iodine, and gently said, "It may sting a bit, but if you endure it, your wound will heal faster." "Will you be my painkiller then?" Wang Mian paused for a moment, taken aback. "What?" Jiang Li smiled, leaning closer, "If you answer my question. Perhaps it won't hurt as much. Ask away. If I were to bear scars here, and no one wanted me, would you?" Jiang Li relentlessly pursued the question, as if his silence would render her resolute refusal of treatment. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mian replied, "I would want you." It was unclear whether he spoke to coax Jiang Li into accepting treatment, or if it was a sincere response from deep within his heart. With the answer she sought, Jiang Li finally consented to let him apply the medicine. However, the instant Wang Mian began, Jiang Li emitted a blood-curdling scream. Startled, Wang Mian jolted. "Are you all right?" "I was so gentle. How could it hurt so much?" "I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine." Jiang Li reassured him. Chapter 50. Have you always been this innocent? Jiang Li had presumed that merely gazing at Wang Mian's handsome visage would allow her to endure the pain 100-fold. Yet, she had grossly underestimated her own resilience. The sensation was akin to a bottle of sulfuric acid being poured onto an open wound, leaving her drenched in sweat. "I can manage on my own. No need to trouble you," she exclaimed, hastily seizing a bandage and dashing towards the restroom. "Captain, what have you done to Jiang Li?" inquired Xianhua, who rushed in upon hearing her voice, casting a glance at Wang Mian. With an innocent expression, Wang Mian replied, "I have no idea. See, I told you the captain was too rough. He must have hurt Jiang Li." Rose chimed in. Wang Mian protested, "I was gentle." However, Rose remained skeptical, her expression mirroring that of the others. Inside the restroom, Jiang Li examined her wound in the mirror, blood continuing to seep forth. A closer look would reveal that the blood had taken on a darker hue. She retrieved the goo insect to apply around the injury, gasping as the realization struck her. This indestructible constitution was truly tormenting her. Conventional medicine proved ineffective, often exacerbating her pain. Only the goo insects she concocted possessed the restorative properties she required. Observing the lifeless bodies of several goo insects, Jiang Li felt a pang of sorrow. Her blood was indeed lethally toxic. This was the very concoction she had created to neutralize various poisons, yet could not counteract the toxicity within her own bloodstream. Once the bleeding ceased, she wrapped the bandage around her injury and stepped outside. Just as she opened the door, the 6 individuals lurking outside hastily sidestepped, pretending to be preoccupied. Jiang Li's lips twitched in irritation. She had long been aware of their presence. Their mental acuity paled in comparison to her own, leaving her unconcerned about any potential probing of their psychic abilities. As for Wang Mian, she felt entirely at ease, knowing he would never resort to such actions. Rose quietly approached Jiang Li, whispering, "Did the captain hurt you?" "He can hear you," Jiang Li thought, casting a sideways glance at Wang Mian, who was resting with his eyes closed. "So what if he hears? It's not like he will lose a piece of flesh. I'll just say it was him." And once he admitted, Rose boldly declared it was him. Wang Mian. Jiang Li feigned indifference and made chem. Upon noticing that her dessert was nearly devoured, fury ignited within her. "Who ate my cake?" Tian Ping and Xing Hen discreetly diverted their gazes towards Xianhua and Yu Gui. Sensing impending doom, Xianhua and Yu Gui quickly moved to Wang Mian's side, regretting their moment of indulgence. They had forgotten that Jiang Li had an insatiable fondness for sweets, and it seemed they had consumed a considerable share. "You too." Jiang Li's voice rang out from behind Xianhua and Yu Gui. As a storm brewed, Wang Mian stood and sighed, intervening to quell the brewing tempest. "When we return home, I'll have Tian Ping buy you some more." "All right." Jiang Li's anger dissipated in an instant. Xianhua and Yu Gui simultaneously exhaled in relief. Indeed, it was the captain who could pacify Jiang Li. They couldn't fathom why she adored desserts so much, nor why she refused to share them with others. As Jiang Li indulged in her small cake, Wang Mian could no longer contain his curiosity and voice his thoughts. However, before he could speak, Jiang Li preemptively revealed the answer. "Don't ask. It's simply that my period has arrived." How could Jiang Li be unaware of Wang Mian's unspoken questions? Why had she not appeared even once during their hospital stay? And why had she been so feeble prior to undertaking her mission? Ultimately, the only explanation that sufficed was that her period had come. Wang Mian, evidently perplexed by Jiang Li's statement, inquired innocently, "Your period? Is your aunt coming to visit?" Jiang Li, mistakenly believing he understood her, nodded in affirmation. The next moment, Wang Mian turned to Tian Ping and instructed, "Later, please buy some fruit. Jiang Li's aunt is visiting." At that moment, Tan Xiang, who was drinking water, inadvertently sprayed it all over Xing Hen's face, causing him to cough incessantly. Xing Hen, visibly annoyed, remarked, "Tan Xiang, how bold of you." Vortex handed him a tissue, urging him to clean himself up promptly. Xing Hen, unnervingly composed, accepted the tissue and wiped his face without a hint of emotion. Tan Xiang, hastily apologizing, said, "Xing Hen, I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional." Afterward, he slipped over to Wang Mian's side, asking, "Captain, do you know what Jiang Li means by aunt?" Wang Mian replied with naive innocence, "Of course. It means her aunt is coming to visit." Jiang Li, realizing he had misunderstood her, thought, "Did you really not grasp my meaning?" "Not at all." Tan Xiang observed his captain's blissfully ignorant expression, incredulous at his naivete. "Captain, aunt actually refers to..." Tan Xiang whispered discreetly in Wang Mian's ear. Upon hearing, Wang Mian's body stiffened slightly, unable to fathom the true implication. Jiang Li covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers with one eye, barely able to look at Wang Mian. "You've always been this innocent? You didn't know even this?" Wang Mian did not respond to her query. Instead, he stood up and changed his seat, sitting alone in silence while pulling out his phone to search for something on Baidu. Tian Ping leaned closer, asking, "Captain, should we still buy it?" Despite Tan Xiang's attempt to lower his voice, everyone overheard and understood the implication. Wang Mian's expression turned somewhat awkward as he replied, "Let us switch to red dates or something similar, and buy a chicken to make soup tonight." Tianping nodded, diligently taking notes. Meanwhile, the trio of girls observed from a distance. Rose, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Jiang Li, have you truly lost so much blood this time? You look so pale and feeble." Tan Xiang chimed in, "Yes, Captain even arranged for chicken soup for you." Jiang Li replied, "I suppose that's the case." Ultimately, she decided to let them continue their misinterpretation. After all, she had indeed lost quite a bit of blood and felt somewhat weak. Upon arriving in Beijing, after disembarking from the plane, Wang Mian returned to the night watch headquarters to report on their situation. Due to the substantial impact left by Jiang Li's reckless driving during their previous encounter, they opted to take a taxi back this time. However, this left Yu Gui and Vortex at a disadvantage. "Where are you two headed?" Jiang Li questioned, gripping the collar of each. Vortex wore a broad smile, replying, "Sisterly, we were planning to explore a bit. We're not in a hurry to return." "Yes, exactly." "Oh." Jiang Li's voice resonated with a profound significance as she elongated her tone, before abruptly ushering them into the car. "Get in, you two," she commanded with a disdainful snort. "Since there's no rush to return, accompany me to procure some items." Taking her place behind the wheel, she ignited the engine and sped off with a whoosh. The Vortex and the Moon Ghost were inwardly distressed. "Captain, help us. Without your presence, no one can keep Jiang Li in check. She's back to her mischievous antics." Just as Tianping and the others returned home, a purple vortex materialized above them, swiftly followed by the plummeting of heavy objects like ovens and mixers. "What on earth are these?" they exclaimed. Fortunately, Tianping and the others were quick to evade, or they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 51. Home lost emerging from the swirling vortex. Jiang Li remarked nonchalantly, "Who would have thought? Of course, we're going to make a cake." Xing Hen glanced at the retching Yu Gui and the vortex, realizing that they were indeed the laborers. "Bingo, you got it right." Jiang Li snapped her fingers and urged Yu Gui and the vortex to resume their tasks. "Wait, Jiang Li, can we take a break?" Yu Gui protested. "We've been hauling since earlier. Even a donkey in a production team needs to catch its breath." The beleaguered Yu Gui and the vortex slumped against each other, utterly lacking in dignity as they sat on the ground. Jiang Li hummed a tune, her voice brimming with pride. "Who told you two to sneak a taste of my cake? Get up and work, or you won't get any of it later." Yu Gui and the vortex, faces contorted in despair, begrudgingly rose to continue their labor. Otherwise, they would be left empty-handed. "Wow, Jiang Li, you can bake cakes too?" Tan Xiang exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Li beamed with pride. "I possess a myriad of skills." "Yay, I want to learn too." Tan Xiang cheered, dancing with joy. As a child, she had dreamed of opening a cake shop, crafting various intricate designs daily. However, since awakening to the Forbidden Ruins and joining the Night Watchers, that dream had faded. Meanwhile, the boys, Tianping and Xing Hen, silently joined the ranks of laborers, recognizing that if they remained idle, they too would miss out. "Rosa, do you like cake?" Tan Xiang inquired. "Me? It's just okay, but anything made by Jiang Li is delightful," Rosa replied. "Wait a moment, that sounded a bit off," Tan Xiang observed, her gaze curious as Rosa walked away. "Jiang Li, would you like me to sleep beside you tonight? I promise I'm warm." Still preoccupied with measuring ingredients, Jiang Li merely hummed in response before lifting her head to ask, "Rosa, what kind of cake shape do you prefer? Cartoon characters or floral designs? Anything is fine, as long as it's made by you." Rosa wrapped her arms around Jiang Li's waist, resting her head on her shoulder. Jiang Li pondered, this poses a challenge. How can I extract her preferences? Previously, while staying close to Yi Fan, she had paid special attention to the information about the masked team, noting that the birthday of its first member was approaching. She yearned to make a cake for Rosa, understanding that the masked team endured significant hardships, constantly traversing cities to eliminate the mysterious. They likely had never celebrated a birthday properly. Since she was here, she felt compelled to arrange a celebration for each member. "Surely you have a favorite color?" Jiang Li tilted her head, inquiring. "Pink," Rosa replied without hesitation. Jiang Li nodded, her mind already brimming with plans. Although Rosa's embrace was a common display of friendship among girls, Tenxiang viewed it through a lens of romantic tension, as if the air was filled with pink bubbles. Most crucially, Rosa fancied strong women, and Jiang Li fit that ideal perfectly. No, she had to protect the delicate love of her captain. I wanted to. Jiang Li, I want you to make me a cake too. Tanxiang forcibly separated the two. Aren't you supposed to learn by yourself? You can make it on your own, can't you? Jiang Li had already begun to prepare various containers. Do you not love me? You only make it for Sister Qiangwei, and not for me. Tanxiang pouted. Jiang Li replied, just make them all. You go wash these first, and then assist me. She pointed to the utensils nearby. Tanxiang complied eagerly and hurried off to wash them. Qiangwei gestured to herself, asking, what about me? You? Go supervise Vortex and the others to ensure they aren't slacking off. All right. Just as Vortex and his companions settled down for a brief rest, they noticed Qiangwei approaching with a mischievous grin and a pink hammer glimmering in her palm. Immediately, they sprang up to work. Why was it so difficult to steal a moment of leisure? Meanwhile, after reporting the situation, Wang Mian received a picture sent by Yue Gui. Upon opening it, he saw Qiangwei with her arms wrapped around Jiang Li's waist, resting her head on Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li turned her head towards her, a faint smile gracing her lips. From this angle, they appeared as an inseparable couple deeply in love. Yet, Yue Gui said nothing, only sending this image, leaving Wang Mian to ponder endlessly. The thought of Qiangwei's sexual orientation made him unconsciously quicken his pace back to the villa, unaware that an even greater surprise awaited him. Inside the villa, just as Jiang Li was about to whip the cream, a loud bang echoed, and half the house vanished. Oh no! Everyone was sent flying. What have you done? Jiang Li shouted from midair, cursing. It's his fault. Yue Gui immediately pointed at Vortex. It's clearly you. Vortex retorted instantly. Wang Mian, rushing in upon hearing the commotion, was left dumbfounded by the scene. He had merely stepped out to the headquarters. How had the house disappeared upon his return? 7 individuals fell from the sky like dumplings, but fortunately, Tianping swiftly neutralized their weight, allowing them to land safely on the ground. However, the height-averse Vortex collapsed to his knees as soon as he touched down. Fake mask. Wang Mian, what on earth have you done? How did you manage to blow up the house? Wang Mian rubbed his temples in exasperation. Tianping explained calmly, because Yue Gui and Vortex were playing with flour, and Xinghan somehow ignited fire. The air expanded rapidly, leading to the explosion. As for why half the house is gone, that was Qiangwei's doing. I was worried about injuring us, so I tried to push it away. Qiangwei weakly defended herself. Jiang Li sighed. Having you all truly is a blessing. Understanding the situation, Wang Mian shook his head with a resigned sigh. You certainly give me no peace of mind. Captain, are we sleeping tonight? Before Yue Gui could finish, Wang Mian activated time reversal, restoring the entire villa, along with the oven and mixer, to pristine condition. I knew the captain treats us the best. Vortex exclaimed, leaping up from the ground. In response, Wang Mian slightly shook his head and entered the house first, undoubtedly aware that they had not prepared dinner. During the mealtime, Wang Mian brought forth both good and bad news. The good news was that everyone could enjoy an additional day of rest. The unfortunate news, however, was that Jiang Li had damaged the forbidden ruins of Team 152, resulting in a breach of the void boundary. Consequently, the higher-ups imposed a penalty on her, which, in simple terms, amounted to a fine. What? Jiang Li exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Wang Mian inquired, what is the matter? With a grimace, Jiang Li lamented that she had not been part of the night watch for over a year, having spent that time washing dishes at her uncle's place. Although she earned a salary, her spending was rapid and relentless. Moreover, she had become infatuated with Genshin Impact, devoting her days to its gameplay. As a dedicated player, she had invested significantly, even utilizing the 5 million she had acquired from Yuan Gang, and the allure of the anime merchandise was simply too enticing. She had indulged in various collectibles and collaborations. Thus, it was no surprise that she was so astonished when she witnessed Wang Mian purchasing an entire villa. Chapter 52. Wang Mian, I adore you. Noticing Jiang Li's gloomy demeanor, Wang Mian ceased her teasing. Rest assured, I've already taken care of it. I know you don't have a secret stash. How do you know? Jiang Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Do you want to see all the merchandise you've purchased? Your room is nearly overflowing. During Wang Mian's first move, she had already discovered the numerous items Jiang Li had accumulated, which were rapidly filling her space. Jiang Li chuckled awkwardly, only to realize a troubling thought. Could it be that Wang Mian had covered her fine? Yes, exactly as you imagined. Before Jiang Li could voice her concern, Wang Mian had already anticipated her question. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Li felt an urge to kiss Wang Mian. Wang Mian, I adore you. A sudden spray of food erupted from the mouth of the person opposite her, while the adept Tian Ping swiftly shielded himself with a plate. The fragrant soup had caught the attention of the unsuspecting Tan Xiang, who was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Li's unexpected declaration. Others around them exchanged glances, scrutinizing the interaction between Wang Mian and Jiang Li. While it was evident that Jiang Li held deep affection for Wang Mian, it seemed rather excessive to express such sentiments in front of them. Jiang Li, could you possibly refrain from such declarations during mealtime? Xianzhu felt his appetite diminish. Why is that abnormal? It's perfectly normal, Jiang Li retorted. Besides, I don't only love Wang Mian, I also care for Chang Wei and Tan Xiang. Jiang Li believed her remarks were entirely reasonable and was baffled by the peculiar look she received. Wang Mian's emotions were a tumultuous ride. Upon hearing Jiang Li's bold proclamation, her heart raced with exhilaration. Yet, in the next moment, as she processed Jiang Li's subsequent words, she felt an abrupt dissent, realizing that Jiang Li's affections were not singularly directed at her. The misallocation of her feelings became clear. Please, speak more appropriately. Wang Mian lightly tapped Jiang Li's bowl with her chopsticks. I am speaking appropriately. Is it that you simply don't want to hear it? Jiang Li replied, feigning innocence. Jiang Li, the captain doesn't want to hear it. Just share it with me. I want to hear. Chang Wei eagerly awaited Jiang Li's previous words, secretly wishing for the captain's name to be replaced with her own. Wang Mian, when did I ever say I didn't want to hear it? Chang Wei, you'll wash the dishes later. Before Jiang Li could respond, Wang Mian interrupted. Why me? Because you were the one who wrecked the room today. Wang Mian remarked with an impassive expression. But it was you Guwei and Xianzhu who started it, and Xing Hen brought the fire. Chang Wei hastily pulled her companions into the fray. You four will clean up together. Xianzhu, you Guwei, Xing Hen, no way Chang Wei. Can't you see the captain is jealous? Why drag us into this? Since when did washing dishes require 4 people? Jiang Li, how do we end up discussing dishwashing? After the meal, Xianzhu, Yu Guwei, and Xing Hen dutifully washed the dishes in the kitchen. Why wasn't Chang Wei with them? Because the 3 had won a game of rock, paper, scissors, but lost to Chang Wei's decisive blow. At that moment, Chang Wei and Jiang Li were cozily nestled on a bed, engaging in a discussion about the latest hair colors, fashion, and more. In the adjacent room, Wang Mian found it impossible to concentrate on his reading. Even without the use of mental energy, he could hear the sounds of laughter emanating from the girls. What could possibly be so amusing? Faintly, he thought he caught snippets of words like red bean and male model. With a sharp clap, his book was slammed shut by his frustrated hands. Wang Mian understood, well, what male model implied. Yet he was taken aback to discover that it was Jiang Li's voice uttering those words. Meanwhile, Jiang Li motioned for Chang Wei to lower her voice. Shh, keep it down. Wang Mian's room is right next to mine. We mustn't let him overhear us gossiping. Chang Wei immediately covered her mouth, whispering, Why do you have so many photos of the captain on your phone? And you dare to call him a male model? Aren't you afraid that if he hears us, he'll drag you into practice? Do you even know what a male model does? Of course I do. So what? I'm not afraid of him, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Chang Wei gave Jiang Li a thumbs up, exclaiming, You are truly brave. But does the captain know you use his photos as wallpaper? Jiang Li admired Wang Mian's handsome features displayed on her phone, responding, He certainly doesn't know. Otherwise, what would he think of me? He'd surely think I'm a creep for taking so many pictures of him. A creep? Jiang Li, I like you even more now, Chang Wei said excitedly. Why not stop liking the captain and like me instead? Hold on, Chang Wei, I do like you, but it's the affection of friends, not the kind I have for Wang Mian. Chang Wei had heard this countless times and was not surprised. What intrigued her more was why Jiang Li was so fond of Wang Mian. Jiang Li, What exactly do you like about Wang Mian? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li replied, liking someone requires no reason. Just as Chang Wei was about to say something further, Jiang Li yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Seeing this, Chang Wei ceased her chatter and obediently laid down beside her to sleep. In the deep of night, Wang Mian tossed and turned, unable to find solace in slumber, his mind replaying Jiang Li's words from the dinner table. In the morning, he rose, dark circles under his eyes, intending to practice his swordplay after washing up, only to discover Jiang Li diligently working on something in the kitchen. Engrossed in decorating a cake, Jiang Li was oblivious to Wang Mian's presence, watching her from outside the kitchen. Yet Wang Mian had never seen this side of Jiang Li. Usually, she frolicked and laughed with Xianyun and the others, resembling a bundle of joy. But in this moment, she was intensely focused, as if everything around her faded away, leaving only her current task. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden veil around her, irresistibly drawing Wang Mian's gaze, making it impossible for him to look away. Time slipped by unnoticed until Jiang Li, admiring her creation, exclaimed, "Perfect!" Had it not been for yesterday, when Xianyun and the others had wreaked havoc in the house, she wouldn't have had to spend the entire morning making several cakes anew. It had been so long since she baked that she felt slightly out of practice. As she casually turned her gaze, the world seemed to hit the pause button, and Wang Mian's figure unexpectedly invaded her line of sight. He stood with his arms crossed, exuding a relaxed demeanor, casually leaning against the wall. A stray lock of hair fell gently across his brow, defying the stillness of the air, while his deep-set eyes sparkled like distant stars, radiating an aura of languid charm. With a mere glance, he could disrupt Jiang Li's heartbeat. "Good morning, Wang Mian." "Good morning, Jiang Li." Jiang Li noticed the cream on her hand, a playful spark igniting within her as she approached Wang Mian with a light-hearted gait. Swiftly, she drew a heart on his right cheek and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Looks great. What did you draw on my face?" Wang Mian inquired with a tilted head and a smile. Jiang Li made a heart gesture, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "It's a secret," Wang Mian chuckled softly. "You have too many secrets, like a dense fog." Jiang Li replied with a grin. "Well, it piques your curiosity. As long as you're curious, you will fall in love, right?" Wang Mian naturally continued, "Indeed." "Indeed. How did you know?" Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with admiration for him. Wang Mian smiled in silence. Chapter 53. Happy birthday. Suddenly, Jiang Li leaned closer to Wang Mian, her hands encircling his neck, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Are you curious? Are you?" she teased. "As long as you're curious, perhaps. I might just reveal my secret to you." Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, inclining his head slightly nearer, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "I am not curious." Just as Xing Hen opened the door to his room, he stumbled upon this intimate scene and quietly shut the door, a knowing smile gracing his face, amused by the unfolding drama. Though the sound of the door closing was faint, the two noticed it. Jiang Li was the first to release Wang Mian, declaring, "I'm off to practice my swordplay. Call me when breakfast is ready." Wang Mian responded with a light chuckle. "All right." After placing the finished cake in the refrigerator, Jiang Li proceeded to hone her swordsmanship. Xing Hen emerged from his room, promptly asking, "Captain, why do you look so tired?" Wang Mian's good mood evaporated as memories of Jiang Li's words from the previous night resurfaced. "I recall your cooking being quite delightful, so I am entrusting breakfast to you," he declared, assigning the task of preparing breakfast to Xing Hen while he took up his sword to practice. Xing Hen, bewildered, thought to himself, what? Unbeknownst to Xing Hen, this one instance of cooking would lead to the perpetual assignment of culinary duties to him, with Wang Mian affectionately dubbing him Kai Kai. Miyue, munching on a cucumber, materialized from shadowy corner. Xing Hen glanced at him and inquired, "How long have you been here?" "I was in the living room long before the captain emerged," Miyue replied, nonchalantly. "It's just unfortunate that the captain's eyes were only for Jiang Li, completely oblivious to my presence." He crunched down on half of the cucumber. Xing Hen smirked. "Your hidden realm is quite effective. You always seem to be at the forefront of the gossip. What's it to you? Come help me." "Not a chance. I'm only here to eat," Xing Hen replied. "In that case, I won't be preparing your portion. Miyu retorted. All right, I'm coming. As others began to awaken, Xinghen managed to complete breakfast, while Miyu contributed by hindering more than helping, sneaking bites as he went along. Once breakfast was finished and everyone was resting, Jiang Li found herself contemplating whether to celebrate that evening or now. Better safe than sorry, she thought. If an urgent mission arose unexpectedly, all her preparations would be in vain. After much deliberation, she decided to bring out the cake, discreetly hiding it behind her back as she approached Rose. Tada, happy birthday. My dear, is today my birthday? Rose exclaimed, having forgotten her own special day. Of course, I spent several hours making this for you. Do you like it? Overcome with excitement, Rose planted a kiss on Jiang Li's cheek. Of course I love it. Jiang Li, I adore you. Tanxiang quickly joined them, exclaiming, wow. This cake is absolutely stunning. The cake was predominantly adorned in shades of pink and white, its surface cloaked in a layer of smooth pink frosting, embellished with numerous rose-shaped decorations crafted from cream. The roses, adorned in shades of pink and pale lavender, exhibit distinctly layered petals, vivid and lifelike. Each bloom is accompanied by delicate green leaves, imparting a touch of nature's essence. The cake's base is elegantly decorated with a circle of white cream spheres, exuding an air of romance and sweetness. As the aroma wafted through the air, Wei and Xuanwu approached, inquiring, Sister Rose, may I have a taste? Not yet. We must wait until Rose has made her wish. Jiang Li promptly inserted the candles into the cake. Indeed, Jiang Li is correct. Rose huffed in agreement. While Rose prepared to make her wish, Wang Mian, Tianping, and Xinghen gathered around. In a quiet moment, Xinghen took out his phone and played a birthday song, prompting Xuanwu to lead the singing. Wang Mian tilted his head slightly to observe Jiang Li, realizing she had been preparing for this all morning. Yet, he pondered how she knew it was Rose's birthday when he, as captain, had been unaware. Once Rose completed her wish, she distributed the first slice of cake to Jiang Li, followed by Sandalwood, leaving the boys for last. Just as the cake was divided, Wang Mian's phone rang, drawing the attention of all seven. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, Hello, Commander Yi. On the other end, Yifan seemed to say something that made Wang Mian frown slightly. Understood, he replied solemnly before ending the call. As he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Li interjected, Another mission, right? Wang Mian nodded in affirmation. Sandalwood, puzzled, asked, Jiang Li, why are you not surprised at all? Because our private plane has arrived. Jiang Li pointed to the aircraft circling above. Xuanwu, with a sulky expression, lamented, I thought we could enjoy a day of rest. Just being able to sleep in is already quite fortunate. Let us hurry, Tianping urged, pulling Xuanwu towards the plane. Wait, let me have a bite first. You can eat once you're on the plane. Inside the cabin, after savoring a piece of cake, Xuanwu smacked his lips, clearly wanting more. His gaze fixated on Wang Mian's piece. Captain, if you're not going to eat that, may I have it? Here, take it, Wang Mian offered, extending the cake towards him. Captain, I want some too. Yue chimed in, darting forward. Wang Mian found himself in a dilemma. There was only one piece of cake, and both Xuanwu and Yue desired it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why don't you both share and have half each? The eyes of Yue and Xuanwu met with a fiery intensity. The captain gave it to me first. You go away, Yue. In a flash, Yue snatched the cake from Wang Mian's hand and made a face at Xuanwu. The captain said, half each. Yue, don't run. Leave me my share. Xuanwu shouted as they began to chase each other within the cabin. Wang Mian, accustomed to their antics, merely hoped they wouldn't cause havoc on the plane. He decided to let them be. As he settled down, closing his eyes to rest, he sensed someone sitting beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was Jiang Li. Wang Mian, would you like to try a bite? It's absolutely delicious. Jiang Li held a cake that remained untouched in her hands. Wang Mian smiled with a calm demeanor, saying, No need, you go ahead and eat. Jiang Li scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips, playfully urging him to try it. It's absolutely delicious. With the morsel presented before him, Wang Mian found no room for refusal. He opened his mouth and tasted it, offering a satisfied response. Tasty. Soon after, Wang Mian's attention was captivated by Jiang Li, who unabashedly indulged in the cake using the very spoon that had just lingered at his lips. In that instant, his heart inexplicably raced, and a faint warmth seemed to bloom on his cheeks. Could this be considered an indirect? Chapter 54. The double standards of Jiang Li. After taking a few bites, Jiang Li scooped another spoonful and held it to Wang Mian's lips. He inexplicably opened his mouth, obediently allowing her to feed him. With a playful tilt of her head, Jiang Li asked with a radiant smile, "Is it sweet?" Wang Mian's gaze deepened, a fleeting flicker of unnoticeable excitement flashing in his eyes. For some unknown reason, he felt that this bite of cake was even more delectable than the previous one. Wang Mian replied honestly, "It's very sweet. No sweetness compares to yours." Jiang Li's gaze inadvertently fell upon the corner of Wang Mian's mouth, where remnants of cream lingered. Unable to resist, she reached out, her slightly calloused fingertip brushing against his lips as she gently wiped away the cream. In that moment, a warm current seemed to flow between them, an unspoken atmosphere of intimacy enveloping them like a gentle mist. Jiang Li could not help but swallow hard. Wang Mian's lips were so soft. What to do? She longed to steal a kiss, feeling a rush of urgency. Wang Mian felt as though his heart was delicately caressed by a feather, a ticklish sensation overwhelming him. He grasped the hand that stirred his longing, his lips curving into a helpless smile. "Jiang Li, stop it. Let me sleep for a bit." It was then that Jiang Li noticed his pronounced dark circles and inquired in confusion, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Here, lean on my shoulder." Jiang Li patted her left shoulder, inviting him to rest. Just as Wang Mian was about to refuse, a wave of drowsiness crashed over him, relentless like a surging tide, and he could not resist the weight on his eyelids. Eventually, his head gradually rested against Jiang Li's shoulder. The soft, rhythmic sound of Wang Mian's breathing filled Jiang Li's ears, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. Unbeknownst to Wang Mian, his swift descent into slumber was due to Jiang Li's subtle enchantment, a sleep charm that allowed insomniacs to swiftly enter into dreams impervious to the external clamor, accompanied by pleasant dreams. Upon awakening, he would feel exceptionally refreshed, a coveted treasure for those plagued by sleepless nights. Jiang Li's double standards are remarkable. The moon demon began their usual banter. Indeed, last time we shared a few bites with her, she hoarded the rest for herself, only sharing with the captain and refusing us. The vortex chimed in with a complaint. "What? Do you wish to join them for a real-life version of Burning Winter?" Star Mark inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. The vortex shivered, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't have such strong tastes." Suddenly, the moon demon realized something and exclaimed softly, "Wait, didn't they just take turns feeding each other? Doesn't that count as?" Star Mark met his gaze and blurted out, "A kiss." The vortex, caught between them, scratched his head in confusion. "Can you two stop with the fancy words and just speak plainly?" Star Mark whispered into his ear, and the vortex's eyes widened in sudden understanding. "Oh, so that's what the captain meant." The moon demon quickly covered his mouth. "Don't say it out loud. Jiang Li can hear you." The whirlpool cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly pondering whether they had indeed been heard while teasing her earlier. For hours later, above the skies of Wudong City, a group stood at the tailgate of the aircraft. Wang Mian spoke in a calm tone. "Did you all comprehend the mission I outlined earlier?" The masked squad responded in unison, their voices resounding, "Understood." Subsequently, the 8 members leaped down in succession, while the height-averse whirlpool wore an expression of resignation, her screams echoing through the air like a slaughtered pig. The others hastily covered their ears, signifying a return to tranquility. Upon awakening, Wang Mian felt that the quality of his sleep surpassed that of his home, accompanied by a delightful dream. He turned a glance at Jiang Li, pondering if her presence was the cause, given that the dream pertained to her. Noticing Wang Mian's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of mischief danced in Jiang Li's eyes as she flashed him a grin. "Did you sleep well?" Wang Mian silently averted his head. Despite their masks concealing their expressions, her laughter suggested that perhaps she was indeed involved in the matter. The mission of the masked squad was to covertly infiltrate the university, uncovering the enigmatic presence lurking among the students, and to locate the 3 missing night watchmen from Team 117. Wudong University. Jiang Li felt a nostalgic familiarity wash over her. After all, she had spent over 3 years in university herself. Aside from attending classes from Monday to Friday, her weekends were predominantly spent in her dormitory. Such was the essence of university life. It felt delightfully liberating. The youthful members of the masked squad, having joined the night watch at a tender age without experiencing university life, were filled with curiosity about everything. They looked around with wide-eyed wonder, surrounded by students radiating youthful vigor. Only Wang Mian and Jiang Li remained composed. As the captain, Wang Mian maintained his poise, his mental faculties engaged in scanning every corner of the campus, determined to uncover the mystery. Jiang Li, having experienced university, found nothing particularly novel about it. After all, the layout was quite standard. "Why are you both so calm?" the whirlpool inquired, gazing at them. Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, "What is so remarkable about university? You find it unremarkable? Have you even attended university?" The moon demon asked curiously. Jiang Li almost replied affirmatively, but quickly realized that, given her identity and the fact that Wang Mian had not attended university, her own attendance was implausible. A mysterious smile crept on her face. "I've never been to university, but I know of a particularly intriguing place there. Would you like to see it?" The group nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes." Wang Mian, exasperated, interrupted. "We are here to uncover mysteries, not to admire the university. With us around, what is there to fear? Come on, I'll take you to see something fascinating." Jiang Li led the way. "Indeed, Captain, we won't unearth the mystery anytime soon. It would be better to follow Jiang Li." Tian Ping and the whirlpool each took hold of one of Wang Mian's arms, trailing after Jiang Li. Wang Mian thought to himself, "Am I the captain? Where is Jiang Li?" On the playground, upon the vibrant red rubber track, numerous students engaged in a nocturnal run. On the lush grass, many couples sat together, occasionally sharing a kiss, believing themselves to be unseen, only to be caught in the act by the approaching masked squad. Aside from Jiang Li, who wore an expression devoid of emotion, the others exhibited varying degrees of embarrassment. Suddenly, the crowd grew restless, converging towards the grassy expanse. Observing this, Jiang Li hastily sprinted forward, then, recalling something, turned to the masked individuals and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and run. Were there one TB any space left?" The masked group, equally bewildered, followed Jiang Li, and, as they squeezed into the throng, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Chapter 55. Confession on Campus on the Lush Lawn. Flickering candlelight danced as numerous candles were arranged in the shape of a heart. In the center stood the protagonist of the evening, while the male lead, holding a bouquet of flowers, gradually made his way through the crowd. His eyes brimmed with affection and anxiety, illuminated by the shimmering candlelight. Kneeling on one knee before the female lead, he mustered his courage and proclaimed loudly, "In the name of love, Su Wanqing, would you be my girlfriend?" The crowd erupted in cheers, causing Su Wanqing to blush profusely. Under the hopeful gaze of the male lead, she nodded in agreement, signaling her willingness. The audience responded with thunderous applause, filled with expressions of envy. "Oh, what a day to witness another's beautiful romance. So this is what a confession is. I had thought it was merely a question about my relationship status on my phone. When will it be my turn to experience such sweet love? I can't take it any longer. My romantic thoughts are overwhelming me. I must go forage for wild vegetables to regain my composure." Among the crowd, Jiang Li also joined in the merriment, while the masked team was taken by surprise that Jiang Li had brought them to witness someone else's confession. Yu Guo nudged Wang Mian's shoulder, saying, "Captain, take notes. This might come in handy someday." Wang Mian, with a hint of exasperation, replied softly, "Our duty is to eliminate the mysteries of the great Xia. How would this be of any use?" Xing Hen leaned closer and suggested, "Captain, would you like to see what Jiang Li is doing?" Jiang Li led the crowd in a chant. "Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her." The crowd echoed, "Kiss her, kiss her." Xing Hen gently pointed out, "She seems to be quite envious." Wang Mian turned to look at Jiang Li, noticing a glimmer of longing in her eyes, especially when the protagonist shared a kiss. Does she truly enjoy this? When their gazes collided, Jiang Li turned away, slightly embarrassed. As the crowd began to disperse, the masked group gathered together, and Xian curiously inquired, "Jiang Li, Are you clairvoyant? How did you know someone would confess? Jiang Li explained. Because this spectacle unfolds every year in university. I merely brought you along for a stroke of luck, not expecting it to actually happen. Chang Wei asked, how do you know it occurs every year? Jiang Li casually replied, you know if you surf the internet more often. She then turned her gaze to Wang Mian. So what do you think? Was it captivating? Wang Mian sighed. Let us first extract the mystery before we discuss that. Jiang Li shrugged. All right. Tian Ping suggested, Captain, shall we proceed with the same group division as last time? Wang Mian pondered for a moment before agreeing, yes. The expressions of the mass team grew subtly complicated as they formed teams to investigate separately. By the way, apart from Chang Wei and Tan Xiang, try to avoid the girls' dormitory area. Jiang Li kindly reminded them as they were about to part ways. Xianhua, like a curious child, asked why. Jiang Li's lips curled into a wicked smile, for there existed something far more terrifying than mere mystery. Xuanhua wore an expression of disbelief. Yet Jiang Li paid him no heed, having already issued her warning. Whether they believed it or not was solely their affair. The campus of Wudong University sprawled expansively, with Jiang Li and Wang Mian assigned to the teaching building, Tianping and Yuegui overseeing the cafeteria and faculty accommodations, and Xuanhua and Xinghan responsible for the male dormitories, while Chang Wei and Tanxiang managed the female dormitories. Xuanhua and Xinghan conducted a thorough investigation of the male dormitory, yet discovered no signs of the enigmatic presence. Xinghan, shall we venture downstairs to the female dormitory? Xuanhua suggested, his curiosity about Jiang Li's mysterious revelations piqued. But isn't that the domain of Chang Wei and her companions? Xinghan replied, I'm simply intrigued by what Jiang Li described as mysterious. Are you certain? Absolutely. Let us proceed. However, misfortune awaited Xuanhua upon arriving at the foot of the female dormitory. They were taken aback. A row of couples were entwined in affectionate embraces, and just as Xuanhua attempted to hastily pass by, a couple spun around in a whirlwind of romance, inadvertently sending him tumbling into the nearby bushes. Xuanhua found himself disoriented, and as he regained his footing, he noticed a couple seated on a bench beside the bushes. The girl, clad in a pleated skirt, perched on the boy's lap, seemingly engaged in some rhythmic movement. A piercing scream erupted from the girl, prompting her to flee, while the boy hurriedly zipped up his trousers and followed suit, leaving Xuanhua alone, bewildered in the chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He pondered, while Xinghan had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, Jiang Li sat languidly on the podium, her legs swinging idly. Wang Mian, what do you suppose this school's mystery truly is? Why have 3 members of Team 117 gone missing while the students remain unharmed? It's only been a short while since the investigation began. How could I possibly know? I'm not a prophet, Wang Mian retorted, his mental acuity scanning every nook and cranny of the building. Yet, Commander Yi had remarked that this particular mystery was distinctive, seemingly targeting only the night watchman without posing any threat to the students. Lowering her gaze, Jiang Li's once dark pupils began to stain a shade of crimson as she glimpsed entities that should not exist. Upon opening her eyes once more, they returned to normal, and she bounced over to Wang Mian's side. Let us go. It seems we shall uncover nothing substantial tonight. Instead, we should rendezvous with Tianping and the others. How can you be so certain we won't find anything mysterious today? Wang Mian inquired, puzzled. Take a guess. She replied playfully. With arms crossed, Wang Mian responded, you guess, and I'll decide if I wish to guess as well. Jiang Li sighed in exasperation, rising onto her toes to whisper in his ear. Are you certain? Wang Mian asked, his brow furrowing. Jiang Li linked her arm with his, countering with a question. Do you trust me? Without hesitation, Wang Mian affirmed, I do. Then let us make haste to find Tianping and the others. With that, Jiang Li tugged Wang Mian along, as if being pursued by an unseen specter. With a delicate tap of her toes, Jiang Li and Wang Mian leapt into the air. She turned back for a fleeting glance, drawing forth the silvery blade at her waist, and unleashed a wave of sword energy into the void. It appeared to strike something, producing a chilling scream that swiftly faded into silence. What was that? Just a fool. No need to concern ourselves. Meanwhile, Chang Wei and Tan Xiang scoured the entire female dormitory, but uncovered nothing of significance, save for the disheartened figure of Xianhua. Xuanvu, aren't you supposed to be with Xing Hen, overseeing the male dormitory? What brings you here? Chang Wei gently patted his shoulder. Sister Chang Wei, my eyes have become tainted, Xianhua replied with a woeful expression. Could it be that you've even seen the mysterious one perform a pole dance for you? Xianhua grimaced. Tan Xiang, how have you taken after Jiang Li? Chapter 56. The fourth pursuit, what did you actually see? Asked Xiang, her face a mask of confusion. Xianyuan hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Just then, a teasing voice from behind interrupted. Xianyuan, isn't it intriguing? Xianyuan could only respond with a silent expression of bewilderment. Wang Mian, unable to comprehend their cryptic exchange, exclaimed, what are you all talking about? Asked Xianyuan. He was the one who witnessed it. Jiang Li called out, drawing the attention of everyone present towards Xianyuan. Their curiosity piqued. Curiosity truly kills the cat. Jiang Li has really put him in a bind. Xianyuan lamented inwardly. Captain, have you located the mystery? Tianping and Yuegui approached them. It is not a mystery, but rather a person. Wang Mian remarked just as a dense white fog began to envelop them, causing the surrounding students to collapse one by one. From the trees, Xinghen leaped down and quickly joined their side. Jiang Li had previously informed Wang Mian that she had seen someone manipulating something to surveil them. To avoid being taken out one by one, they needed to regroup swiftly. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within as a familiar gaze, reminiscent of Hailan City, fell upon him once more. Long time no see, agent of the divine. The voice of Wen Yishuan resonated through the mist. Tianping and the others gasped in shock. This is a member of the ancient god cult. Jiang Li leaned closer to Wang Mian and whispered, how many times have you been ambushed by members of the ancient god cult? Wang Mian paused momentarily before responding, the fourth time. Jiang Li exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured by his words, for he had mentioned having a reliable group of teammates, and thus they were bound to prevail this time. Tianping's expression turned grave. The opponent is also an agent of the divine, and their realm surpasses ours. Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, what is there to fear? We are the masked special team. This minor obstacle is trivial for us. Indeed, echoed the masked team in unison, expressing their confidence. When Yishuan's voice rang out again, it appears you have gathered quite a few allies. However, it will be of no consequence. As his words fell, the members of the masked team's expressions shifted dramatically. Realizing they had been scattered, Jiang Li drew her silver blade and unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispersing some of the fog, only for it to quickly coalesce once more. Why can't I cut through it? She exclaimed in frustration, discovering that the students who had previously collapsed were now rising. Just then, someone unexpectedly kicked her from behind. Whoa! Jiang Li stumbled, landing ungracefully, her knees scraping against the ground. Isn't it said that university students are the most cultured? Why are they kicking people? She grumbled as she stood up. Upon looking up, she was met with the sight of students with glowing green eyes, drooling at the corners of their mouths, as if they intended to devour her. What on earth? Why are their eyes glowing green? Jiang Li swallowed hard, unable to contain her apprehension. In the next moment, a student lunged towards Jiang Li, but fortunately, she swiftly sidestepped and struck him on the back of the head with the hilt of her sword, rendering him unconscious. To her astonishment, he merely scratched his head and turned, a ferocious expression on his face as he charged at her. This is absurd. The narratives in novels are deceiving. Jiang Li took off running. It was not that she lacked the will to fight back, but rather that she recognized these students were under someone else's control. Her objective was to uncover the mastermind behind this, the insidious figure who had ambushed her and Wang Mian in the classroom building. Meanwhile, the battle between Wang Mian and Wen Yishuan had commenced. Others, like Jiang Li, were unable to harm the students and were frantically fleeing. What a pity! Had they chosen to join the church, they might have avoided such peril. Wen Yishuan launched another ferocious assault on Wang Mian, intent on taking his life. The ancient god church truly behaves like a pack of rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing their targets. Although Wang Mian's cultivation was not as high as Wen Yishuan's, With the support of the Time Divine Ruins, he managed to hold his ground, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. What use is your sharp tongue when your demise is imminent? When Yixuan growled, his attacks growing increasingly fierce. Beware of hubris. A pink hammer, resembling a rose, descended from the heavens. The gravity intensified. The scales followed closely behind, and when Yixuan found himself burdened by an immense weight, the space shifted, and the emergence of a vortex completely altered the dynamics of the confrontation. Wang Mian smiled knowingly as he swung his blade with blurring speed, unleashing a flurry of blue sword chi that surged towards Wen Yixuan, whose demise is truly approaching remains uncertain. Wen Yixuan had no time to evade and could only brace himself against Wang Mian's strike with sheer strength. The scales, the vortex, and the rose stood beside Wang Mian, gazing at Wen Yixuan with the demeanor of victors. How does it feel, agent of the malevolent deity? The vortex teased. Wen Yixuan spat blood, his gaze cold and piercing. Don't celebrate too soon. Those 3 night watchmen are still in my grasp. Are you referring to them? Chains of sandalwood bound the 3 unconscious members of Team 117. Wen Yixuan's expression shifted dramatically. This is impossible. Moon Ghost appeared beside the sandalwood figure, arms crossed. How could it be impossible? Your hiding skills are utterly lacking. Star Trace requires but a slight pursuit to uncover them. Did you think I disappeared for so long without purpose? Star Trace remarked nonchalantly, hands in pockets. Wen Yixuan looked at them in disbelief. It was clear that his people had been controlling those students, rendering them incapable of action. Why, then, was the situation unfolding in this manner? Where did it go awry? Simultaneously, the mist began to dissipate, and a figure was kicked forth before Wen Yixuan. It was one of his own, responsible for manipulating the students to restrain the others. Now, he lay bloodied at Wen Yixuan's feet. A haughty and arrogant female voice rang out. Did you really think a mere coward like you could ambush me? Wen Yixuan's eyes glinted with cold light. You are that carefree swordsman. Ah, what business does a grandson have with a grandmother? Jiang Li was absolutely magnificent. Wen Yixuan, like an arrow released from its bow, charged towards Jiang Li. Yet, Jiang Li remained steadfast, a slight smile gracing his lips as he articulated each word with precision. You are finished. In an instant, 6 figures materialized around Jiang Li, launching a relentless assault on Wen Yixuan. So you are the agent of the malevolent deity. Do you dare to pursue our captain? Do you not realize we are a special squad? Did you truly believe we were the same inexperienced rookies as before? When faced with defeat, you fled. Now, you are in such a state that even your own parents would not recognize you. Beat him mercilessly, so he understands the might of our masked squad. Indeed, let's see if he dares to chase our captain again. Chapter 57. The modern feudalists ultimately, when Yixuan, besieged by the masked squad, managed to escape in disarray. It was still Jiang Li who left behind a trail of sword energy, signaling that the mysterious threat had been eradicated. After rousing the 3 members of Team 117, she turned gracefully and departed. On the plain, the masked squad had already set off for the next city to eliminate the remaining mysteries. They also learned that the beheaded corpse found in Hailan City and the enigmatic events occurring in Wudong City were all aimed at Wang Mian alone. However, they were taken aback by the remarkable synergy and terrifying strength of the masked squad, as they had failed to eliminate Wang Mian not once but twice. The reason for their knowledge stemmed from Jiang Li being relentlessly pursued by students, akin to a dog being chased. Eventually, overwhelmed by frustration, she unleashed her puppets, putting all the students into a collective slumber. With her crimson eyes wide open, she manipulated everything around her, tracing the clues to locate the cultist's position. What followed was a relentless beating of the cultist, each punch landing with ferocity, forcing him to divulge all he knew. Meanwhile, the Vortex and the others learned of the unfolding events and split up. Rose, Libra, and Vortex rushed to support Wang Mian, while Moon Ghost, Sandalwood, and Star Trace set off to rescue others. Jiang Li, however, remained to assess the students' physical conditions. When a cultist attempted a sneak attack from behind, her anger ignited, and she drew her silver blade, swiftly turning him into a bloodied figure. Consequently, The masked squad continued to cleanse one city after another of the mysteries, leaving them utterly fatigued. Jiang Li, too, found herself devoid of time to concoct the life-preserving goo, with the invasion of the eight-headed serpent into the East China Sea drawing ever nearer. Anxious, she felt like an ant on a hot pan. Yet she understood that the more frantic she became, the less she could produce. Thus, she emulated Xia Simeng, making complaint calls. While Xia Simeng managed to make over 20 calls in a month, Jiang Li surpassed her by making over 20 harassment calls in a single day, pushing the limits. She nearly overwhelmed Zhuo Qing's phone, even causing it to run out of credit. It was the first time Zhuo Qing regretted his decision to recruit Jiang Li into the mass squad. One troublemaker like Xia Simeng was already sufficient. Now, with Jiang Li, it was double the chaos. After more than a month of relentless purging, Yi Fan finally experienced a pang of conscience and granted them a break. As Jiang Li's incessant calls had reached his ears, inside the exclusive aircraft of the mass squad, everyone was resting with their eyes closed. Jiang Li took out a mirror, startled to find that she had become quite haggard. Indeed, working had drained her vitality, transforming her into a weary figure. Fortunately, they could finally take a holiday. According to the current narrative, the masked squad should not encounter any unforeseen events, allowing her to return and inquire with the elders about the crafting of a life-preserving goo. In Jing City, Jiang Li informed Wang Mian that she needed to return home briefly, parting ways with him at the airport. She hastily purchased some health supplements and returned to the site where she had fallen off the cliff years ago. Alas, she had been in such a rush back then that she neglected to ask the elders how they had returned. Now, she was left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. She still vividly remembered being struck by a hidden arrow, sending her plummeting off the cliff, only to be rescued by the elders. If she were to jump from this very spot, perhaps she could return to them once more? Jiang Li took a deep breath and leaped off the cliff. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman, reclining in a rocking chair and wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in watching empresses in the palace on a mobile phone he had somehow acquired. At that moment, he happened to witness the dramatic scene of blood testing for kinship. I, the servant, must accuse imperial concubine Shi of illicit relations, disrupting the harem, a crime that cannot go unpunished. Suddenly, the old man sensed something amiss. Oh no, the little ancestor is in danger. The phone slipped from his grasp and struck his face, causing him to grimace in pain, but his concern for Jiang Li's safety prevailed. With his hands forming a seal, a rift appeared above his small world. At the same instant, a faint blue light emanated from the bracelet on Jiang Li's right wrist, enveloping her entirely. In the next moment, she crashed on a Chi Yu's coffin. Ouch, my backside, my coccyx. Startled by the noise, Chi Yu, who had been absorbed in Fox's spirit matchmaker, was taken aback. Upon hearing Jiang Li's voice, he became infuriated, sending the coffin lid flying. Jiang Li, seated atop the lid, was also propelled out, and the old man rushed to catch the coffin lid. Fortunately, it remained unbroken. He exhaled on the lid and carefully covered Chi Yu with it again. Jiang Li, who had been entirely overlooked, sighed in exasperation. "A little ancestor, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up, the floor is cold." The old man hurried over to help Jiang Li to her feet. Jiang Li replied, "No need for your assistance. I can stand on my own." She intended to inquire about the life-extending worm. A peculiar voice suddenly echoed, "I am in urgent need. If I could just strike the young lady once, I shall surely repay you in the future." Jiang Li stiffly turned her head towards Chi Yu's coffin, incredulously exclaiming, Fox spirit matchmaker? The tale of royal power? The bamboo leaf chapter?" Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Chi Yu within the coffin immediately exited the screen interface and tossed the phone aside. The old man chuckled awkwardly. What royal power? You must have misheard, little ancestor. I did not mishear. That is indeed a line from the tale of royal power. The old man quickly pulled Jiang Li into the bamboo hut, saying, "Little ancestor, why have you returned? Weren't you just clamoring to leave? Do you now pity us two old folks, lonely and cold?" When Jiang Li beheld the room, filled with modern electronic devices, her mind went blank, especially as the sounds of empresses in the palace played in the background. Aren't you people from ancient times? How can you be using mobile phones? Watching empresses in the palace and Fox, spirit matchmaker. With a wave of his hand, the old man made the electronic devices vanish and cheerfully explained, "Little ancestor, what are you saying? How could a modern person like you hold such antiquated views? You are not even half as open-minded as our ancestors." Jiang Li, realizing that Yu was the enlightened ancestor while she was viewed as a feudal-minded modern individual, decided not to indulge him in trivial banter. Instead, she addressed the matter at hand directly. "Old man, do you know anything about life-extending worms?" A fleeting glimmer appeared in the old man's eyes as he hesitated before replying. "Life-extending worms? What might that be? I have never heard of it. It seems there are no records in the ancient texts of Miaojiang, right?" "Of course. There are no records. This is something I conceived on my own." The elder's gaze grew ever more profound, yet he encouraged Jiang Li. "Indeed, you are my little ancestor. You have managed to conceive ideas that ancient texts do not even mention. Impressive. I am aware of my genius. I do not require your praise. I merely wish to inquire why, despite my theoretical correctness, I am unable to put it into practice." Jiang Li gazed at the elder with a face full of confusion, hoping to glean the answers she sought from him. "Little ancestor, do you understand the essence of the life-prolonging goo?" The elder prompted. Chapter 58. The 250 it is merely a matter of exchanging one S vitality for another S. A life for a life, that is all. In a certain light, one might even consider this to be witchcraft. Jiang Li mused thoughtfully, stroking her chin. However, the elder, filled with frustration, retorted, "You recognize it as witchcraft, yet you still practice it." Jiang Li shook her head, countering, "It is not so simple. The application of witchcraft hinges upon the benevolence of the practitioner. Should one harbor malevolent intentions, even the most benign sleep charm could transform into a deadly weapon. Conversely, if one possesses good intentions, even the most sinister life-extending spell can be wielded for salvation, thus rendering it not truly evil." This discourse left the elder in contemplative silence. He had never considered it from such a perspective. After all, to outsiders, witchcraft has always been perceived as a tool for harm. Even the ancestors believed this. Having eradicated countless nefarious individuals from the southern barbarian Gu tribe over the years, he affectionately patted Jiang Li's head, his eyes brimming with warmth. "It seems Jiang Yin has taught you well." Yet, Jiang Li sensed an underlying implication. "Elder, have you encountered my grandfather? How is he faring? Is he well?" The elder grinned. "Rest assured, that old fellow is eating well, sleeping soundly, and in great health. This room, full of electronic devices, was a gift from him. Although it cost him a considerable portion of his pension, he still possesses ample savings. Alas, poor little ancestor remains oblivious, having been raised in poverty, believing that old man scavenged for scrap to support her college education. All of it is a fabrication, but I cannot disclose that. May I return to see him?" Jiang Li suddenly inquired. The elder snapped back to reality. "No, you cannot go back." "Why not?" Jiang Li asked, perplexed. "Because you have not yet attained even half of the ancestor's power. Traversing through time and space would be detrimental to your soul." The elder quickly produced Yu as a shield. If she were permitted to return, she might discover that Jiang Yin was living quite well, which would lead to complications. Furthermore, she had yet to inherit her divine position, making a return even more unfeasible. Jiang Li simply acknowledged, "Oh," and refrained from further questioning, though suspicion brewed within her. After 3 months of companionship with the elder, she could discern lies with ease, and every word he had just spoken rang false. They were undoubtedly concealing something from her. Given that the elder had met her grandfather, it indicated that her grandfather was aware of her situation. As for what they were withholding from her, she could not be bothered to investigate further. It was sufficient that her grandfather knew she was safe. At this moment, Jiang Yin, the object of Jiang Li's concern, was engrossed in a game of mahjong, winning hand after hand, his pockets overflowing with winnings, his face nearly frozen in a smile. Suddenly, he sneezed several times in quick succession, muttering softly, "Who could be thinking of me? Could be my dear granddaughter? Alas," he lamented, "I wonder where the ancestor has taken my granddaughter. Why isn't she let me see her? My eldest granddaughter is so innocent, having never even held a boy's hand. I sincerely hope she does not fall prey to some unscrupulous fellow. If she were to bring back a great-grandson, he would undoubtedly burn our ancestral tablets for kindling. Meanwhile, Jiang Li began to calm her mind to concoct a life-extending potion, yet each attempt ended in failure. Witnessing Jiang Li expending considerable essence, the elder felt a pang of sympathy and hurried to Chio's storeroom, gathering a plethora of herbs. Ginseng aged a millennium, Codonopsis, white atractylodes, Angelica, cooked Rehmannia, white peony. All were thrown into a pot to simmer, ultimately yielding a bowl of dark, murky liquid, which he presented to Jiang Li. "What is this?" she inquired. "An elixir. Hurry and drink it. It's good for your health." The elder urged Jiang Li to consume it without delay. Jiang Li gazed at the unappealing concoction, her features contorted in distaste. Yet under the elder's eager gaze, she steeled herself and finished the bowl. To her, it bore no particular taste, merely an unattractive appearance. "Xiaohei, did you brew excrement? This is utterly vile." Chio's furious voice echoed from the small kitchen. Jiang Li and the elder exchanged glances, both lowering their heads to observe the empty bowl. The elder rushed into the kitchen, scooped a spoonful, and tasted it. "Ugh, this is horrendous. The flavor is akin to that of excrement." With a peculiar expression, he returned, asking a rather foolish question. "Little ancestor, do you think achieving immunity to toxins comes without a price?" Jiang Li calmly revealed the grim reality that she had long since lost her sense of taste. It had been at the tender age of 15, upon attaining the immunity, that she realized her taste buds had vanished. Since then, every morsel of food bore no flavor, even the most delectable treats. Naturally, she was not foolish enough to indulge in something tasteless. This was precisely why her fondness for desserts persisted. They were the last remnants of flavor she had experienced and remembered. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, his tears falling like pearls as he embraced Jiang Li, lamenting, "My little ancestor, how has fate dealt you such a cruel hand? My heart aches for you." Jiang Li thought to herself. She was not crying. Why was the elder weeping first? If he truly felt for her, why not simply divulge the method to concoct the life-extending potion? Seizing the opportunity, she inquired about the potion's creation, fully confident that the elder possessed the knowledge but was withholding it from her. With tears and snot staining her clothing, he retorted, "Then you must tell me, what do you intend to do with that concoction?" Jiang Li sighed inwardly, contemplating for Wang Mian and for the method of crafting the potion. "I shall endure for now. Perhaps I shall wield a sword against the elder. After all, he could certainly evade her strikes. To save a life. At what cost? That need not be disclosed. Don't tell me you're willing to sacrifice your 500 years of life to save that insufferable Wang Mian." Jiang Li muttered softly, "He is not insufferable. He is quite charming." During her university days, each time class ended, a throng of boys would congregate, and the wave of pungent sweat that assaulted her senses was truly overwhelming, especially during the sweltering summer. The mingling sense of sweat and foot odor created an utterly unbearable atmosphere. She could scarcely breathe, holding her breath the entire time. In stark contrast, Wang Mian was the only charming boy she had encountered who exuded a natural fragrance. Jiang Li felt somewhat guilty as she mused. "Didn't T.U. say I possess a lifespan of 500 years? What harm is there in sharing half with him? 250. Jiang Li. Why does that sound so much like an insult?" After learning from an elder that her lifespan exceeded that of an ordinary person, she had entertained such thoughts, initially believing it might only add an extra 50 years or so, never imagining it to be so extensive. This revelation further solidified her inner convictions. Chapter 59. Masters often conceal themselves among the common folk. The elder sighed in resignation, pondering aloud whether that impudent youth possessed the ability to wield the power of time. Jiang Li retorted, her voice firm, "He is not impudent. He is charming." The elder replied, "All right, charming youth it is then." Jiang Li remained silent, while the elder continued, "My dear, I understand your intentions, but the life-extending worm is not so easily mastered. If it were that simple, Emperor Qin Shi Huang would not have sought the secrets of immortality. He could have simply ventured into the remote mountains to capture a few Miao people to concoct the life-extending worm for him. Jiang Li fell into contemplation, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. If such a remedy truly existed, Emperor Qin would have already unified the world, and she would not be burdened with the arduous task of learning English, for the world would then speak the language of Han. Furthermore, that charming youth, destined for greatness with his mastery of the power of time, risked shortening his own lifespan should he engage in actions entwined with the forces of fate. Even if one were to employ the life-extending worm to prolong his life, the drastic reduction in his lifespan would still have repercussions, such as hastening the deterioration of his appearance. It would be a tragic irony for one so young to appear as an aged elder, rendering such a solution futile. Moreover, if you were to craft the life-extending worm using your own blood, do not forget that your blood is laced with potent toxins. Should you succeed in its creation, the outcome would be catastrophic, potentially leading to his demise. Jiang Li felt her heart plummet into despair as she realized her singular focus on using her blood had blinded her to its toxic nature. Suddenly, a frightening thought struck her. If they were to kiss and she inadvertently broke the skin, would she not poison him? The elder, bemused, wondered how her mind could traverse such peculiar paths. Was this truly the focal point of concern? Surely abstaining from intimacy would avert such a calamity. That cannot be. I have yet to experience love in this lifetime. I have never even shared a kiss with a man. How can you crush my dreams in their infancy? The elder, exasperated, listened as Jiang Li continued, wait. The membrane still exists. I cannot be with Wang Mian. I can only gaze longingly from afar. Am I to become a eunuch wandering through brothels, powerless to act? The elder, incredulous, retorted, if you were to sever that barrier in a timely manner, it would resolve the issue, but then he would become a eunuch. Isn't that rather advantageous? You could become close sisters. Absolutely not. The elder's exasperation mounted as he lamented the inappropriate discourse. How could such words come from one of her youth? What kind of upbringing had Jiang Yin provided? The term pure love warrior, invoked by Qiyu, referred to the likes of the fox demon matchmaker, while Jiang Yin remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Li's true nature. The elder and the granddaughter, both masters of duality, each harbored a multitude of hidden intentions. Jiang Yin played the role of a humble scavenger in Jiang Li's presence. She was always earnestly advised to study diligently, with the hopes of achieving great success in the future, contributing to society, and serving her country. Meanwhile, Jiang Li played the role of the obedient and understanding child, consistently returning home with report cards boasting the top grades in her entire grade, embodying the image of a granddaughter who had not disappointed her grandfather's expectations. In truth, however, Jiang Li harbored a malevolent nature. She presented one persona to Jiang Yin and a completely different one at school. During her junior high years, when the tattoo on her left arm was still an incomplete, dark mass, a classmate spotted it while she was boarding, derisively calling her an eyesore. This remark inflicted deep emotional scars on the adolescent Jiang Li, a phrase she would remember for a lifetime. Consequently, she wore her school uniform jacket even in the sweltering summer, never parting with it, as no girl is devoid of a desire for beauty. Later, a bully from her class, having somehow learned of this incident, cornered Jiang Li in the restroom with a group of accomplices, attempting to burn her left hand with a cigarette, but as part of their relentless harassment. Although Jiang Li, having been raised in poverty, was accustomed to a vegetarian diet, her fists were not so restrained. With just a few swift strikes, she incapacitated the entire group, leaving them battered and bruised, to the extent that even their own parents would not have recognized them. Following the altercation, she employed her sorcery to erase the visible scars from their bodies, though the pain lingered. Even when they later reported her to the homeroom teacher, Jiang Li remained unperturbed. For in the eyes of the teachers, she was a model student, and who could believe that one person could defeat a group? This was why, upon her first encounter with Wang Mian, she instinctively concealed her hands behind her back, not out of fear of frightening him, but rather due to her insecurities, not wanting the person she admired to witness her flaws. Subsequently, Jiang Li also faced targeted ridicule from her math teacher, as her male desk mate slyly shifted his chair, causing her to embarrass herself in front of the class after answering a question. Enraged, Jiang Li retaliated not only against her male classmate, but also launched an assault on the math teacher, who had long been a source of her disdain. Seizing the opportunity presented by her desk mate's provocation, she unleashed her pent-up frustration, demonstrating that despite her small stature, she possessed immense inner strength. Her philosophy was simple. Vengeance should be immediate, not saved for a later date. Of course, Jiang Li's violent confrontation with her classmate and the teacher resulted in severe repercussions, culminating in her expulsion. This was done to appease the influential family of the male student, effectively obliterating any chance of her educational advancement at any school within the city. Upon learning of this injustice, Jiang Yin caused an uproar at the school, yet the institution, fearing the wrath of the student's family, expelled him instead. During this tumultuous period of adolescence, Jiang Li's thirst for revenge intensified, especially considering how they had treated her grandfather. Thus, she resorted to employing her sorcery for malevolent purposes, casting a nightmare curse upon both the math teacher and her classmate. Each night, as they fell asleep, they would be haunted by countless vengeful spirits demanding their lives. Additionally, she lay in wait along the teacher's usual route home, ensnaring him in a sack and dragging him into an alley for a thorough beating, subsequently using her sorcery to erase his memories of the encounter. He made him mistakenly believe that he had fallen off his bicycle. Thus, the mathematics teacher inadvertently forced him into a state of madness, while the male student became deranged. Even when the student's family sought the help of a shaman to plead for their son's life, the shaman dared not lift the curse. For Jiang Li's sorcery surpassed her own, and should she attempt to unravel the curse carelessly, she would face backlash or retribution. The shaman could only hint for them to beseech Jiang Li, for only with her consent could their son's life be spared. Back in the countryside, where she tended to cattle, Jiang Li observed the desperate pleas of the male student's parents to spare their son, promising her admission to the finest high school in the city and even direct entry to Tsinghua University in the future. Jiang Li, however, looked down upon such offers. She intended to gain admission to Hucking through her own merit, without the need for anyone's favor. Having exacted her vengeance to a satisfactory extent, she relented and revealed the method to lift the curse. They were to consume excrement daily for an entire week, ensuring 3 meals a day without fail, and the curse would naturally dissolve. Initially, the student's parents were incredulous, but upon witnessing Jiang Li reclining on the back of a cow, hands cradling her head, legs crossed elegantly, with a blade of grass in her mouth, she began to fade into the mist. The air was left with her ethereal words. "You two foolish mortals have squandered half your lives, unaware that true masters often remain hidden among the common folk. Remember, some individuals are not to be trifled with." The parents trembled. They were aware of the potency of Miaojiang's sorcery, yet they had never envisioned that a mere teenage girl could be a descendant of such lineage. Due to Jiang Li's transgression of the rules, she was compelled to return to the village for punishment, awaiting 30 lashes of the vine whip, though it would only confine her to bed for half a month. From that moment forth, Jiang Li endeavored to disguise herself as an ordinary person, refraining from using her sorcery lightly, and departed from the city that had caused her so much sorrow. Chapter 60. The God of Frost and Snow. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, realizing that she was about to confront Qiyu. The elder quickly intervened, diverting the conversation. "Ah, my little ancestor, weren't you intent on saving that fragrant lad? I have a method you might consider." Indeed, Jiang Li fell silent, tilting her head in curiosity. What method? While the life-sustaining goo addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, have you contemplated resolving his issues from source? Speak plainly. Are you familiar with the God of Frost and Snow? Jiang Li searched her mind, hesitating. Is that the Azure Maiden who wields the power of frost and snow? Precisely. You wouldn't wish for me to harness her icy power to freeze his time, would you? Jiang Li suddenly grasped the concept. My little ancestor is truly astute. But does she not have a grudge against Qiyu? Let us not dwell on that for now. Do you wish to proceed? Jiang Li hesitated. But is it truly so simple to freeze time? Indeed, time can be frozen, yet the backlash of causality cannot be halted. It would be wise to advise that fragrant lad against engaging in actions that would intertwine him with the forces of karmic retribution. Then what kind of method is this? Is it not evident that you are captivated by his handsome visage? Jiang Li retorted. Nonsense. It is his charismatic personality that draws me. The elder chuckled, remaining silent before continuing. Little ancestor, you will not master the life-sustaining goo. The only path before you is this one. After a brief silence, Jiang Li remarked, but where shall I find the Azure Maiden? Moreover, considering her history with Qiyu, whether she will lend me her icy power is uncertain. The elder smiled mysteriously. Who said anything about borrowing? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Li. The Azure Maiden and Qiyu had a history. Her scalp tingled as she hesitantly expressed, you cannot possibly mean for me to seek vengeance on her? What Jiang Li truly feared was that they intended for her to slay a deity and seize the Azure Maiden's power. Exactly. Since you wish to save that fragrant lad, we might as well acquire her power and restore our dignity. Jiang Li was dumbfounded. The Azure Maiden was a deity. How could she possibly contend with her? This was a death wish. So what? She is a deity, and so are you. What is there to fear? She is a bona fide god, while I am merely a wisp of divine power without true divinity. Do not fret. Our ancestor is a war god. Crafting 100 or more divine weapons in a single day is but a trifle. Meanwhile, Qiyu, lying in his coffin and eavesdropping, muttered, Little Black, I thank you. Do you take me for a draft horse of a production team? Do you think divine weapons are so easily fabricated? 100 or more in a day. You have no idea how much divine power that would squander. As they spoke, the elder had already led Jiang Li to Qiyu's arsenal, gesturing towards the casually scattered divine weapons. Choose any that catches your fancy. If none appeal to you, we can simply have our ancestor create more. Jiang Li was utterly taken aback. An array of formidable weapons lay carelessly strewn across the ground. Despite being coated in dust, they still emitted a faint aura of divine power, an essence belonging to Qiyu. Unable to suppress her anticipation, Jiang Li swallowed hard. Could I possibly take them all? She felt akin to the second by Li Pang Pang. In the future, when faced with insurmountable foes, she could simply hurl a weapon their way. In the residual divine energy from Qi, you would surely unleash a mushroom cloud. With a casual wave of his hand, the elder gathered all the divine weapons into a pouch, which ultimately hung from Jiang Li's waist, the hilt gleaming. Little ancestor, you are destined to inherit the divine position. Naturally, these are yours. Jiang Li gazed at the pouch with deliberation, hesitatingly inquired, does this mean I should seek out the Green Maiden for a duel? Just as the elder was about to affirm, Qiyu's voice echoed in his mind. Let her wait until tomorrow morning. The elder swiftly swallowed his words. Patting Jiang Li on the shoulder, rest well, you shall go in the morning. Jiang Li responded with an "oh," then asked, but I don't even know where to find the Green Maiden. How will I seek her out tomorrow? You need not fret over such matters. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow. The ancestor will transport you to another realm where you will confront the Green Maiden in her prime. Prime, the peak of the Green Maiden. Jiang Li stammered in disbelief. Never mind, she thought. Perhaps the power of love isn't as grand as she once believed. The elder hastily interjected, but little ancestor, weren't you fond of that charming lad? Why the sudden change of heart? Jiang Li replied wistfully, I value my life. Rest assured, I'll have the ancestor forge some extraordinary weapons for you shortly. I'm still afraid of death. If I cannot prevail, I shall simply call for the ancestor's aid. But isn't he still resting in his coffin? So what? The ancestor's coffin lid can certainly withstand the Green Maiden. Are you certain? You may rest assured, little ancestor. Ultimately, under the elder's repeated assurances, Jiang Li reluctantly acquiesced, stipulating that the weapons must align with her designs. The elder readily agreed, though this would later pose a challenge for Qiyu. As dusk fell, Qiyu emerged from his coffin, and upon seeing the drawings presented by the elder, he erupted in curses. The designs depicted weapons from the realm of Genshin, including those of the three-eyed Adeptus Shao and the enigmatic Pin, as well as the wave-cleaving blade of Kamisato Ayaka and the elemental prowess of Alhatham's Leaf of Enlightenment. Not to mention the Raiden Shogun's reign of the Shogun. Even Zhongli's heavenly movement was illustrated with detailed attributes. As Qiyu grumbled, he began to forge the weapons, while the elder stood by, wiping his brow and offering him water. Remarkably, Qiyu completed the entire task in a single night. The following day, Jiang Li awoke naturally and discovered the elder sleeping on the ground outside the bamboo hut. "Elder, why are you still sleeping on the ground?" Jiang Li gently shook him awake, urging him to sleep on the bed. "Dear ancestor, why are you up so early?" The elder yawned. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. It was no longer early, as it was already noon. The elder jolted awake, nearly forgetting that he was to escort the young ancestor to Qingnu today. As he assisted Jiang Li in packing her weapons, he chattered on, reassuring her not to fear Qingnu. For Qiyu would be her greatest asset. She merely needed to introduce herself. Listening to the elder's incessant rambling while observing the weapons within her pouch, Jiang Li's emotions were somewhat conflicted. In truth, she had deliberately set out to challenge Qiyu. She harbored no fondness for this ancestor, whose words were as sharp as poison blades. In their previous interactions, she had sensed Qiyu's bias towards males. In his eyes, women seemed unworthy of inheriting his divine position, as he favored men for that role. Thus, when the elder mentioned that Qiyu could forge more weapons, a particular thought took root in her mind. She had not anticipated that Qiyu would indeed fulfill her request entirely, leaving her with a tinge of guilt. Chapter 61. Jiang Li's transformation into Vortex Little Ancestor. Have you remembered everything I said? After the elder had meticulously packed away all the weapons, he secured them around Jiang Li's waist. "I got it." In truth, Jiang Li had absorbed none of the information. The ever-dormant Qiyu finally spoke up. "Are you really planning to seek out the Qing in dress like that? What should I wear?" Jiang Li glanced down at her form-fitting pants, bean-shaped shoes, and the onesie short-sleeve shirt, her left arm adorned with a vibrant tattoo, feeling no sense of impropriety. "How utterly disgraceful! You'll ruin my reputation," Qiyu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight. "You're an old fossil who spends every day in a coffin. Do you even comprehend what fashion means?" Jiang Li's lingering guilt evaporated in that moment. With a cold snort, Qiyu unleashed a burst of golden light from the coffin, enveloping Jiang Li entirely. As the golden radiance dissipated, Jiang Li stood transformed in a striking red combat outfit, her long hair, cascading down to her waist, secured only by a red ribbon that held her high ponytail, dancing in the breeze. The silver adornment wrapped around her waist glimmered with a frosty sheen under the sunlight. At that moment, Jiang Li resembled the spirited young hero often depicted in novels. Satisfied, Qiyu let out a few approving hums. This was the ideal image befitting his descendant, far superior to the previous absurdity. Jiang Li then noticed her flat chest and, in a moment of despair, exclaimed, "Where's my little meow? Where has my little meow gone?" The elder sighed in exasperation. Qiyu remained silent. The elder, rubbing his forehead in resignation, explained, "This is merely a temporary illusion spell. It will dissipate in 2 hours." "Why did you have to turn me into a boy?" Jiang Li questioned. The elder replied, "Because masculine attire is more suitable for combat." It was evident that Qiyu held a preference for males. "So what if I do?" Qiyu retorted. "All right, little ancestor, let's not dwell on that. Here, take this knife." The elder conjured a rusted long knife and placed it in Jiang Li's hands. Jiang Li's lips twitched in discontent. "Why are you giving me a rusty knife? Do not underestimate it. This knife is called Tearing the Void and can rend any space-time. With it, you can go wherever you wish." Jiang Li's skepticism was palpable. "Is it really true?" The elder patted his chest, affirming, "Of course it is, but with your current strength, you can only tear through space-time once. So, little ancestor, be sure to decide where you wish to return after your encounter with the Qing." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Li felt a familiar kick to her rear, the routine unfolding once more. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Li lamented that she was always kicked away before she was ready. The elder, witnessing Jiang Li's sudden disappearance, took a moment to process. "Where did my little ancestor go?" Qiyu coldly snorted, "Out of sight, out of mind." The elder smacked his thigh in frustration. "Ancestor, I know you're anxious, but could you perhaps temper your urgency? What are you afraid of? The Qing won't harm her, unless she no longer desires the 7-stringed zither." With a deep sigh, the elder lamented, "But have you considered that little ancestor is unaware of our arrangement with the Qing? Qiyu, then why did you mention seizing the power of the Ice Maiden to her?" The elder, "I intended to ignite her fighting spirit. I was merely speaking in jest." I hadn't even finished my sentence before you hastily sent the little ancestor away. Such a misfortune. Qiyu. The Palace of Eternal Cold is said to be the dwelling of the celestial Chang'e, yet it is also home to the frost and snow goddess, the Ice Maiden. The palace resembles a crystalline hall of ice, radiating a chilling luminescence. Its grand entrance looms high, and behind it lies a silver-white grove of laurel trees, exuding a sense of desolate solitude. A piercing scream descended from the heavens as Jiang Li accurately crashed into the center of the Palace of Eternal Cold. Ouch, that hurt. Couldn't you at least give me a warning next time? Suddenly, Jiang Li became aware of numerous inquisitive gazes fixated upon her. She lifted her head to find a multitude of beautiful celestial maidens surrounding her, engaged in murmurs of curiosity. Who is this young master? Why does he bestow such grand gestures upon us? Listening to their discussions, Jiang Li glanced down and realized she was still kneeling on both knees, having yet to rise. What utterly mortifying entrance! After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Li acknowledged her predicament and slowly raised her hands, bowing to the celestial maidens of the Palace of Eternal Cold. Greetings to the celestial sisters, wishing you prosperity as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. May your youth remain eternal. How amusing! In the past, she would laugh at others for offering early New Year greetings, and now here she was dramatically revamping her approach to an upgraded version of the early greetings. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Li quickly stood up, feigning a cough or two, and politely inquired, "May I ask if this is the abode of the frost and snow goddess?" The celestial maidens regarded her with suspicion. "Who might you be, young master? And what brings you here to seek the Ice Maiden?" Recalling the elder's words, Jiang Li felt a sudden flutter in her brow, and after a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "I have come to disrupt the gathering." No sooner had she spoken than the celestial maidens swiftly brandished white silks towards Jiang Li, the silks resembling serpents imbued with life, striking at her with fierce momentum, instantly entwining around her. Quite a bold proclamation from this young master. Jiang Li, quick on her feet, evaded the deadly blow with agility. "Oh dear, sisters, I was mistaken. I did not come to disrupt the gathering. I am here to seek the Ice Maiden regarding a matter of great importance." As she ran, she desperately sought to clarify that she was not there to cause a disturbance. Suddenly, a message notification pinged on her WeChat. Jiang Li quickly retrieved her phone, and upon checking, she found a message from Wang Mian. "Wang Mian, are you busy?" Jiang Li, busy thinking of you meanwhile. Wang Mian was enjoying roasted meat with Yue Gui and the others. Upon reading her message, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Wang Mian, "Yes, everyone misses you dearly." Jiang Li, "Ha, really? Well, once I finish my business, I'll return soon." Wang Mian, "Great, where should I meet you?" Jiang Li, "I'll send you my location when the time comes." Wang Mian, "Okay." In that moment, love and affection materialized. Even as Jiang Li continued to exchange messages with Wang Mian amidst the unfolding chaos. It is a pity for the fairies, as they feel disrespected by Jiang Li. Although the object she holds remains a mystery, her countenance radiates joy. In the face of their assaults, she not only refrains from retaliating, but also evades them with remarkable grace. Cease at once. A voice, both cold and ethereal, reverberates through the air, prompting the fairies to withdraw their white silks and bow respectfully within the palace. "We pay our respects to Lady Qing." Jiang Li swiftly composed a message, stowed her phone back into her embrace, and returned the gesture of greeting. "I, the junior Jiang Li, pay my respects to the god of frost and snow." As snowflakes gently descended, Lady Qing emerged from the void, her gaze falling upon Jiang Li, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. "So this is the descendant that Qiyu has kept hidden from their sight?" Lady Qing spoke in a soft tone. "Follow me." Chapter 62. Upholding Qiyu, Jiang Li scratched her head in confusion, feeling as though Qing Nu's words suggested she was aware of her impending visit. Seated across from each other at a table intricately carved from cold jade, Jiang Li and Qing Nu faced one another. Qing Nu spoke first. "The descendant of Qiyu?" "Indeed," Jiang Li replied. "Is he the one who sent you to disrupt my affairs and seize my power?" "No." Jiang Li's explanation sounded feeble and unconvincing. Qing Nu sipped her tea and remarked, "No need for explanations. Qiyu has always been this way. He ranks at the top among the least favored deities." Although Jiang Li had her differences with Qiyu, she still endeavored to uphold his reputation in public. "My father isn't as terrible as you make him out to be." Qing Nu chuckled softly. "Can you truly say that with a clear conscience?" Jiang Li fell silent, conceding that Qing Nu's conscience had likely been devoured by the celestial hound. Hastily, Jiang Li shifted the topic. "I did not come here on my father's behalf. Rather, I seek your assistance." Qing Nu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you wish to borrow my power, do you?" Observing Qing Nu's calm demeanor, as if she had everything under control, Jiang Li felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare. It seemed Qing Nu had anticipated her arrival and, despite having grievances with Qiyu, had not made things difficult for her as his descendant. What could be the reason for this? Jiang Li cautiously probed. "Will you lend it to me?" Qing Nu's eyes, reminiscent of a deep and icy blue abyss, glimmered with a knowing smile. "That depends on your performance." Jiang Li's mind momentarily short-circuited. Was Qing Nu truly this accommodating? Would she really lend her power? "Are you suggesting that I must fight you? Conquer you through strength in order to earn your endorsement and borrow your power?" It must be said, Jiang Li's thought process was quite unconventional. In an instant, a frostiness enveloped Qing Nu's gaze, and Jiang Li felt the atmosphere grow suddenly cold, prompting an involuntary shiver. With a resigned sigh, Qing Nu remarked, "Qiyu truly cannot raise children." No sooner had she spoken than a delicate frost surrounded Jiang Li, transforming her crimson attire into a resplendent blue hanfu, while her high ponytail cascaded gently down her back. "What?" Jiang Li exclaimed, baffled. Why was it that both deities seemed intent on orchestrating a wardrobe change for her? Observing the now gentle and graceful Jiang Li, Qing Nu nodded in satisfaction. A girl should be nurtured this way. Jiang Li, bewildered by her new attire, inquired, "What is this all about?" Qing Nu asked, "Can you play the qin?" Jiang Li shook her head, "No." "Can you compose poetry?" "I cannot." "Then what can you do?" "I can dance the banana dance." Qing Nu, having never heard of such a thing, expressed a hint of curiosity. "What kind of dance is that?" Jiang Li hesitated. "Would you like me to perform a piece for you?" A bold thought sparked in her mind. Surely Qing Nu would not agree to lend her power unless she wished to see her talent on display. Qing Nu replied nonchalantly, "Then dance." Jiang Li was taken aback. She truly guessed correctly. Immediately, Jiang Li retrieved her phone from her pocket and began to play the background music of Banana. However, she sensed something was amiss. How could she still access data here? "Oh well, never mind the details. Let the music play." "Banana, a banana, hey, your feeling is truly marvelous, so marvelous floating and swaying your sensation is utterly enchanting suddenly." Qing Nu's countenance darkened, an overwhelming chill emanating from her being. How could she raise a child like this? What kind of upbringing had led to such behavior in a young lady? Jiang Li initially believed her dancing was inadequate, swiftly drawing her silver blade to sever the chilling aura surrounding her. In that instant, Qing Nu sensed a surge of divine power within Jiang Li, albeit briefly, before she forcefully suppressed it. At that moment, Qing Nu comprehended why Qi Yu had chosen to forge a pact with her. He intended to utilize her ice power to restrain his own source of strength. Did he truly have such confidence that she would lend her power to his progeny? Well, it seems Qi Yu's confidence was well placed. She found herself quite fond of this child. She had observed Jiang Li from the shadows, noting how she refrained from retaliating against the celestial maiden's assaults. Even though she and Qi Yu were at odds, Jiang Li still defended him in her presence. Such a child was difficult not to admire. Qing Nu retracted her chilling aura, and with a gentle flick of her fingers, Jiang Li found herself seated once more before her. "I apologize for my earlier outburst," Qing Nu said. Jiang Li, taken aback, thought to herself how the tales often claimed a woman's mood could shift faster than the turning of a page. Today, she had witnessed this firsthand. After a moment's contemplation, Qing Nu inquired, "Has your heart pulse ever been shattered?" Jiang Li was momentarily stunned before recounting the events of that day on the cliff. At her words, Qing Nu smiled. "Do you not know that the arrow was a manifestation of Qi Yu's source power, intended to preserve your heart pulse?" Jiang Li was taken aback. She had never considered that the arrow was meant to save her rather than to harm her. Yet the sensation of being torn apart, You are quite audacious, daring to insult Qiyu. Thus, while he sought to save you, he simultaneously imposed a form of punishment. Qing Nu clarified her doubts. Jiang Li found it difficult to accept, her thoughts evident on her face. Qing Nu shook her head in amusement, elucidating further. I once promised Qiyu that when you enter the Guanghan Palace, I would lend you my power. Jiang Li was utterly astonished. Qiyu had paved the way for her. Then why did you ask me to dance earlier? With a smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze, Qing Nu replied, do you truly believe that power is easily obtained without some form of sacrifice? Her gaze shifted to the pouch at Jiang Li's waist, filled with the weapons Qiyu had forged for her. Jiang Li nodded vigorously, but Qing Nu asked, may I take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li handed the pouch to Qing Nu, sensing no malice in her demeanor. Qing Nu casually picked up several weapons, exclaiming, Qiyu treats you exceptionally well. In the past, we struggled to persuade him to forge even a single weapon. To my surprise, you have indeed trained extensively, most of which is rather suitable for a daughter. However, Jiang Li murmured softly, no matter how remarkable he is, he does not appreciate the identity of my daughter. He is solely intent on ensuring a male heir ascends the throne. Qing Nu chuckled lightly. That is merely a reflection of your limited understanding. Though Qiyu may have a somewhat abrasive demeanor, he is fundamentally a good person. You have not experienced his era, thus you cannot comprehend. In Qiyu's eyes, a daughter is to be cherished like a precious jewel, while a son must endure trials and bear significant burdens. Therefore, when you arrived, Qiyu was more concerned about your well-being than your potential to inherit his divine position. He wishes for you to grow up carefree. For the path to divinity is inevitably fraught with thorns. Chapter 63. Undermining, however, Jiang Li's attention was not focused here. She seemed to sense something amiss. Sister Qing, how do you understand my old man so well? Qing Nu immediately discerned Jiang Li's misunderstanding and explained leisurely, do not forget, often those who know you best are your adversaries. In an instant, Jiang Li comprehended. No wonder Qing Nu had such an understanding of Qiyu. She had never anticipated Qiyu to be this kind of person, but why did he not speak up? It had led her to vent her frustrations by cursing Qiyu whenever she felt downcast. It seemed she would have to apologize to him upon her return. Although she acknowledged her faults, she would never truly repent. Suddenly, Qing Nu cast a glance toward a certain part of the Guanghan Palace and said to Jiang Li, now, it is my turn to fulfill my promise. As her words fell, Qing Nu waved her fingertips, and a massive, pure chill surged into Jiang Li's heart. Instantly, Jiang Li felt as though an icy torrent had burst through a dam, engulfing her in a world of snow and ice, the cold penetrating to her core. This chill roamed freely within her, effortlessly suppressing the tumultuous energy inside her. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Little one, your current strength is still too feeble to fully command Qiyu's primal power. However, your ability to restrain it from succumbing to chaos is commendable. I shall bestow upon you the power of ice, which can help you contain Qiyu's primal force, allowing both energies within you to exist in a state of equilibrium. Yet, you must hasten your cultivation to master Qiyu's primal power. Otherwise, you shall perish in an explosion of your own essence. As Qing Nu infused her power into Jiang Li, she realized that the situation was far graver than she had initially perceived. Qi was far too reckless. Although it was to save his progeny, he had carelessly injected his primal force into her, without considering her capacity to endure it. No wonder Qiyu sought her out. He understood that this could endanger Jiang Li. If Qing Nu's power represented ice, then Qiyu's was the raging flame, perpetually tormenting Jiang Li. Fortunately, Jiang Li was astute enough to know how to leverage strength against strength, thus managing to suppress Qiyu's power in return. Though Jiang Li often appeared frivolous, she now comprehended Qiyu's heartfelt intentions. He had deliberately made his elder speak that way. In truth, it was she who had always needed Qing Nu's strength. Jiang Li murmured, why doesn't the old man ever say anything? Qing Nu casually glanced toward a certain direction, seemingly addressing someone. Perhaps this is what they call a tough man with a gentle heart. The individual in that direction turned pale instantly. Qing Nu smirked coldly. her lips silently forming the words, "Disgusting. May it not be your demise." Qing Nu ceased channeling her power and retrieved a rusted long knife from Jiang Li's pouch. "Here is the ruptured void. It seems Qi Yu is quite fond of you." The moment Qing Nu's fingers touched the blade, the rust began to flake away. The long knife gradually revealed its original form, ancient and intricate patterns winding along its surface, the blade shimmering with a faint halo. "So this is the true visage of the ruptured void." Jiang Li stared in astonishment. "Certainly, this is the masterpiece of Qi Yu. Imbued with the divine power he possessed at the zenith of his strength." The Azure Maiden, as she spoke, handed the rift to Jiang Li. "All right, little one. It is time for you to return." With her decree of dismissal, Jiang Li felt no inclination to linger further. He clasped his hands in reverence. "Thank you, Sister Azure Maiden. I am profoundly grateful. I shall return your power in due time." The Azure Maiden smiled gently. "Since I have bestowed it upon you, that power is now yours to wield as you see fit." With that, she grasped Jiang Li's wrist, and the rift she held cleaved a path through the void. Jiang Li expressed his gratitude once more and leaped into the chasm, and at that very moment, his attire transformed back into a crimson ensemble. Pondering, he cast one last glance at the palace of Guanghan, wondering if his old master had arrived. Within the palace, the air was thick with frost and snow, and the Azure Maiden's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding the approachable warmth she had displayed towards Jiang Li. An aura of chilling detachment enveloped her. Her eyes filled with indifference and alienation. "Since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" she called out. A voice cold and disdainful echoed, "Qi Yu." Materializing from the void, Qi Yu stepped forth. "The seven-string zither has been repaired," he declared, nonchalantly gesturing to a wooden zither that now floated before the Azure Maiden. She caressed the strings with her fingertips, producing melodious notes, and coldly remarked, "I did not expect the esteemed god of war to possess such craftsmanship." Restoring even a seven-string zither. Qi Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Craftsmanship is not what defines me." It was merely a transaction, mutually beneficial. The Azure Maiden stowed the zither away, her demeanor indifferent. "No wonder the little one harbors such disdain for you. You ought to temper your brusque temperament, Qi Yu." With a scoff, Qi Yu turned to leave, but the Azure Maiden's voice halted him. "Oh, by the way, I have grown fond of your descendant. I have already sent forth the primal power. In the future, I intend to have her inherit my divine position." Qi Yu's demeanor shifted, his body trembling with indignation as he whirled around, striding towards her. "You dare to usurp my heir?" The Azure Maiden smirked provocatively. "Indeed, I wish to claim your heir. What can you do about it? Besides, the little one does not seem particularly fond of you. She might very well choose to embrace my legacy instead." Qi Yu's fists clenched in frustration. He sensed that the Azure Maiden's primal power was no longer with her. She had brazenly sought to undermine him right before his eyes, and he had been oblivious. "I do not strike women," he bellowed in fury, leaving those words behind as he hurried to pursue Jiang Li's figure. Observing this, the Azure Maiden wore a triumphant smile. Her disdain for Qi Yu had long been established, and she relished in his vexation. While he felt discontent, she experienced delight. The little one was as good as hers. Meanwhile, Qi Yu, whose strength had not yet fully returned, began to dissipate back into the coffin, cursing vehemently in his confinement. Meanwhile, the divine entity known as Sequence 040, the Yamada no Orochi, has descended upon the East Sea. 7 young individuals, cloaked in gray and adorned with an array of masks, stand resolutely at the forefront of the East Sea. "Captain, are you truly intent on reversing time? Might there be a price to pay?" The masked figures cast worried glances at Wang Mian, their expressions beneath the masks laden with gravity. Sensing the somber atmosphere among his companions, Wang Mian offered a slight smile, assuring them, "Do not fret. I merely intend to revert to an hour prior. Surely, there will be no repercussions. And let us not forget, we stand as guardians for countless lives behind us." Chapter 64. Siege of the Eight-Headed Serpent at last. Wang Mian retraced time, traveling back to 1 hour prior to the Eight-Headed Serpent's landing, issuing orders for the evacuation of several coastal regions. "Captain, all residents have been successfully evacuated reported Tianping. Wang Mian responded with a quiet acknowledgement, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the sea, with only 20 minutes remaining before the serpent's arrival. Tianxiang approached Wang Mian and spoke in a low voice. Captain, Jiang Li is yet to respond, and her phone is unreachable. Could she have encountered an accident? Wang Mian replied calmly. No, you must trust in her capabilities. Tianxiang sighed helplessly. They were about to confront the eight-headed serpent. And Jiang Li's disappearance at this critical juncture left their team lacking a vital frontline combatant, amplifying the captain's burden. Beside her, Qiang Wei offered reassurance. Do not fret. I have sent her our location. If she sees it, she will surely arrive in time. With matters at this point, Tianxiang could only nod in resignation. The massed team stood before the eastern coastline, their eyes fixated upon the sea, enveloped in a heavy silence. This was the gravest atmosphere they had experienced since the formation of their team. Even the usually lively Xuanwu was subdued. They were uncertain if they could survive this impending battle. After all, among them, only Wang Mian had recently entered the infinite realm, while the rest had reached the pinnacle of the ocean realm. 20 minutes later, the form of the eight-headed serpent began to materialize upon the surface of the sea. Wang Mian slowly placed his right hand upon the hilt of his Yuan blade, his voice laden with gravity. From this moment forth, we shall steadfastly defend the eastern coastline. The members of the massed team stood tall as pines, their gazes resolute as iron, and they echoed in unison. Understood. Their voices resonated with unwavering determination, as if infused with a fatal resolve to confront the eight-headed serpent. Above the clouds, Jiang Li descended rapidly, suddenly sensing something with her mental acuity. How did the plot progress so swiftly? Had the invasion of the eight-headed serpent upon the eastern sea commenced already? Having acquired the power of the Qing maiden, Jiang Li's strength had ascended to new heights, and her perceptual range had expanded. At this moment, she found herself landing upon the surface of the eastern sea. Furthermore, she could distinctly sense the fierce struggle between the masked team and the eight-headed serpent. Except for Wang Mian, the others in the masked team bore varying degrees of injury. Among them, Yue suffered the most grievous wounds. Each time a teammate faced a potentially lethal blow, he would timely intervene, utilizing his moonlit transformation ability to evade harm. However, as time wore on, his mental energy waned considerably, rendering it impossible for him to transform in every instance, and he inevitably sustained injuries. As the serpent's tail stirred a colossal tsunami, threatening to engulf them all, a massive whirlpool opened in the nick of time, drawing in the tumultuous waters. The whirlpool, on one knee, formed hand seals, straining under the pressure. Just then, the sea stilled. The gravitational force of the water shifted instantaneously, and as it flowed anew, it returned to the depths. The battle raged on. Jiang Li had never anticipated that the conflict, which had been merely sketched in the narrative, would prove so harrowing. Without hesitation, she drew the celestial star of Zhongli from her pouch and hurled it towards the Yamato-Roki, executing a breathtaking display of cosmic upheaval. With a thunderous crash, the Yamato-Oroki was instantly petrified, granting the massed team a fleeting moment to breathe. Wang Mian activated the time Divine Ruins, propelling their speed to its zenith as he brought the team back to the shore. Captain, how can there still be meteors falling from the sky? Vortex exclaimed, clutching his chest. I do not know, but it seems to be aiding us, Wang Mian replied, glancing upward, where he perceived a flash of crimson. Yet, the Yamato-Oroki stirred once more, roaring towards the heavens. Jiang Li scoffed. She hadn't expected to defeat it with a single blow. With a flick of her fingers, countless swords erupted from her pouch, soaring toward the serpent. As the massed team beheld the multitude of flying swords, Jiang Li's figure surfaced in their minds. Simultaneously, her silhouette appeared above the Yamato-Oroki, wielding her shimmering silver blade to unleash dozens of sword energies, mercilessly striking down upon the beast. Enraged, the Yamato-Oroki thrashed its tail, crashing against the ocean's surface and generating towering waves. In response, Jiang Li unleashed her icy powers, instantly freezing the surging tides. A flurry of blue blade energies sliced through the waves, transforming them into countless shards of ice that fell into the sea. When Jiang Li turned back, She discovered Wang Mian had swiftly positioned himself behind her. Now she noticed the numerous wounds adorning his body. Even his cloak was tattered. She had been too far away before to see clearly. "Are Yuegui and the others all right?" she inquired, continuing to unleash her sword energies. "Do not worry with Star Trace. They are safe," Wang Mian assured her. Together, they once again combined their efforts to assault the Yamato no Orochi. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her sword energies growing increasingly formidable. After expending a powerful sword energy, she realized it inflicted little harm upon the Yamato no Orochi, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. "Wang Mian, I have recently learned a new technique that may injure the Yamato no Orochi, but it requires your cooperation." In a flash, she appeared beside him. "What do you need me to do?" "To halt the flow of time around the Yamato no Orochi." "Understood." Meanwhile, the masked team resurfaced. "Captain, how can we let you two be the only heroes? We want to join." Wang Mian unleashed several blue blade energies, chuckling wryly, "Be mindful of your injuries. Do not overexert yourselves." Vortex patted his chest, declaring, "Fear not, Captain. Even if my intestines fall out, I shall still stand." Tianping rolled his eyes, shaking his head. "Do not speak so gruesomely. Hurry and assist Jiang Li." Having overheard Wang Mian and Jiang Li's conversation, they knew they could not let the two fight alone. To confront the Yamato no Orochi, the masked team needed to unite. Jiang Li soared into the air, her previously surrounding flying swords now converging around her. She simultaneously infused her silver blade with two streams of power, causing its radiance to intensify. As the surrounding flying swords sensed this formidable power, they converged towards Lian, gradually coalescing into a resplendent beam of sword light that soared into the heavens. Below, the masked individuals entangled with the Yamato no Orochi beheld this spectacle and exclaimed in unison. The myriad swords returned to one. Simultaneously, Wang Mian activated the temporal divine ruins, restraining the time of the Yamato no Orochi. In that fleeting moment, the masked individuals swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Mindful that Jiang Li's sword energy sometimes did not distinguish between friend and foe. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Li unleashed a colossal beam of sword light that descended fiercely, severing one of the serpent's heads. Chapter 65. Nonsensical Ramblings. Fortunately, this time Jiang Li's sword aura did not affect us. Tianping, still shaken, patted his chest. "No, we're still alive," Yuegui exclaimed, utterly astonished by the monstrous Orochi on the sea's surface. The decapitated Orochi, thrashing its 8 tails, struck towards Jiang Li. Exhausted from executing the technique of 10,000 swords returned to one, Jiang Li had no time to evade and could only raise her silver shield in defense. It was still sent tumbling through the air. Wang Mian and the others, drained of their mental energy, were unable to rescue her from her descent. Just as she was about to plunge into the ocean, a chilling force erupted from within Jiang Li, forming a path of ice across the water surface, enabling her to roll back to shore, her vision swirling with stars. As Jiang Li regained her footing, still dazed, a massive serpent tail descended upon her once more. "What the heck? Why am I the target?" she exclaimed, hastily rolling aside, only for another tail to sweep her skyward. The members of the masked team were about to intervene when the formidable presence of the human pinnacle abruptly descended, accompanied by the Blue Rain team. Without hesitation, they took over the battle from the masked team. Now airborne, Jiang Li surrendered to the moment, reassured by the arrival of her allies. Allowing herself to free fall through the air. As she neared the ground, Jiang Li distinctly felt the passage of time slow around her. She opened her eyes wide and saw Wang Mian standing below, hands in pockets, quietly watching her. A smile crept onto her lips as she extended her arms, calling out, "Wang Mian, catch me." Wang Mian mirrored her gesture, softly replying, "All right." In the next moment, he securely caught the descending Jiang Li. Seizing the opportunity, she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, burying her head in his embrace, and murmured, "It's so cold. Could you hold me?" In truth, Jiang Li had exhausted her final reserve of mental energy to channel the icy force within her, swiftly infiltrating Wang Mian's body to freeze his very essence in time. At this moment, it was likely he had already utilized time reversal. Even if his lifespan had been diminished by several years, he remained youthful and vigorous, though his visage behind the mask had surely altered. While she had momentarily preserved his appearance, his life had indeed been shortened. However, she reassured herself that she would master the art of life extension. Wang Mian sensed the chill emanating from her and assumed it was due to her recent awakening of the Forbidden Ruins, believing she had yet to master its control. He gently embraced her waist, speaking softly, "All right." Yet, beneath his mask, a faint blush appeared on his cheeks, as Tianping and the others were observing them intently. Just as Wang Mian intended to caution Jiang Li about their audience, she had already loosened her grip. Clearing his throat, he quickly diverted their attention. "Jiang Li, why are you wearing that outfit?" As anticipated, the others focused on her striking attire. "Can't you tell? I was just playing cosplay," Jiang Li exclaimed. But before she could finish, darkness enveloped her, and her consciousness slipped into a haze. A week later, Jiang Li awoke to find herself in her own room, a nutrient force still attached to the back of her hand. Sensing her awakening through his mental acuity, Wang Mian entered with a cup of hot water. After Jiang Li finished the water, she reclined back on her bed, gazing at the floor with curiosity. "Wang Mian, how long have I been asleep?" she inquired. "Not too long, just about a week," he replied. "That long? Why didn't you wake me with a kiss like a prince in a fairy tale?" Wang Mian placed his palm on her forehead, exasperated. "No fever. What nonsense are you speaking? What do you mean again? Am I talking in my sleep?" Leaning back in his chair, Wang Mian lazily remarked, "You've been running a slight fever during your coma and saying some strange things." Jiang Li's eyes widened in alarm. "What did I say?" At his words, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossed Wang Mian's eyes, but Jiang Li perceptively caught it. Surely, she hadn't uttered anything inappropriate regarding him, or perhaps something else entirely. As he remained silent, her mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. She regretted asking that question and felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Quickly, she diverted the conversation. "Didn't you say I had a fever? Why didn't you take me to the hospital?" Xing Hen's family is in medicine, so he knows a bit of healing. With him around, there was no need for a hospital visit. "And where are they? Why are you the only one here?" "After our battle with the Yamada no Orochi, we all sustained varying degrees of injury, so Commander Yi granted us a short leave. They've nearly recovered and went out to have fun today, leaving me to keep watch over you." "Ha, is that so?" Jiang Li still felt the air thick with awkwardness, primarily due to Wang Mian's peculiar expression, leaving her to wonder what was on his mind. After a prolonged silence, Wang Mian finally spoke. "What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Jiang Li's response was impulsive, escaping her lips before she could think. "I want to eat you." The already awkward atmosphere became palpably more so. Realizing her blunder, Jiang Li quickly corrected herself. "I meant the food." Wang Mian merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum and turned to leave the room. Alone in her room, Jiang Li slapped her mouth in frustration. What the hell is wrong with my mouth today? Why did I speak so quickly? And what had she said during her week of slumber? Why did Wang Mian have that expression? As if she had been unfaithful. Covering her head with the blanket, she internally screamed. After calming down, she began to piece together the narrative. Given the current timeline, it was likely that the Blue Rain Squad had perished, and in 5 years, the masked squad would have to intervene. If she had not succumbed to her coma, perhaps she could have advised the higher-ups against pursuing the Yamada no Orochi, potentially preventing the Blue Rain Squad from being reduced to just Wuxiangnan. However, she was merely a minor member of the special team, and it was unlikely that those rigid high-ranking officials would believe her words. Should the Blue Rain team survive, would the ensuing chain reaction lead to the demise of the Nightfall team? Are you planning to suffocate yourself so that the captain suffers a lifetime of sorrow? Jiang Li abruptly threw off the covers, astonished. "Xing Hen, what are you doing here? Didn't you go out to have fun? The captain called me to say you woke up and asked me to check if you had lost your mind." Xing Hen replied while removing the four from Jiang Li's hand. You can still recognize me. It seems you haven't lost your mind." Jiang Li exclaimed, "I'm perfectly fine." Yet, Xing Hen suddenly inquired, "Jiang Li, who is Mian your first love? Have you lost interest in Captain?" Chapter 66. Awakening as a heartbreaker. Xinghin's triple inquiry left Jiang Li utterly bewildered. Having never experienced romance, how could she possibly have a first love? And when had she ever declared her disdain for Wang Mian? On the contrary, she adored him immensely. Noticing Jiang Li's complete lack of response, Xinghin kindly reminded her that throughout her period of unconsciousness, she had been speaking in her sleep. What? What have I said? Jiang Li was on the verge of a breakdown. With her hands crossed over her chest, Xinghin pressed on. First, is Mian Mian truly your first love? Why, during your stupor, did you mutter about slapping yourself during arguments? And who is Mian Mian? Why did you sob and apologize to him, claiming that if it weren't for you, you wouldn't have perished? How many relationships have you had? How many men reside in your heart? If you can't forget them, why do you still pursue the captain? Jiang Li was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Xinghin so emotionally unhinged, especially considering his usual demeanor was as calm as a tranquil flower. Wait, let me address each question in turn. Please don't rush me. Very well, I'm listening, Xinghin replied. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li stated, First, I have never been in love, nor do I possess a so-called first love. As for slapping myself during arguments, that was definitely Wang Mian, though I would never admit it. How embarrassing. Second, Mian Mian is a sheep I raised as a child, and I named it Mian Mian. One day, while I was grazing it on the mountainside, it was shot dead by villagers with a hunting rifle, and they took it back to prepare a roasted whole lamb. I wept as I consumed 2 large bowls of it, feeling increasingly guilty, and even erected a symbolic tomb for it, mourning for several days. Third, I can assert with utmost certainty that I have never had a romantic relationship, nor have I ever harbored any man in my heart. Xinghin shook his head stubbornly. I do not believe you. Why not? Jiang Li inquired. Because you are far too flirtatious. It's evident that you are battle-hardened in matters of the heart. Moreover, you called out the names of several men. The most crucial point is that we all heard you profess your love for them. How unfortunate for the captain to be ensnared by a fickle-hearted harlot like you. Jiang Li was exasperated. How had she awoken to find herself labeled a heartbreaker? Overwhelmed, she raised her right hand in a solemn vow. I swear by the name of Qiyu that every word I speak is true. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may he be struck down by divine retribution, beset by thunder and lightning, and meet a wretched end. Simultaneously, from within his coffin, Qiyu sneezed multiple times. Hearing Jiang Li's oath infuriated him so much that he transcended time and space to unleash a series of thunderbolts. Just as Jiang Li finished her declaration, thunder rumbled through the heavens, and lightning struck right outside her room. See, even the heavens doubt your words. Xinghin pointed to the scorched earth outside the window. Jiang Li realized that there was no way to clear her name now. Surely, the old man had no need to sabotage her. A voice resonated from outside the door. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Jiang Li felt an even greater reluctance to step outside, for with Wang Mian's prowess, he had undoubtedly overheard their conversation. When Xinghin departed, he had not forgotten to remind her, our belief in you is futile. You must earn the captain's trust. After all, it had been the captain who had cared for her throughout the week, while even Rose and Sandalwood had been kept at bay. However, Jiang Li's focus lay elsewhere. Did that mean the clothes on my back were also changed by him? She recalled wearing her combat gear before losing consciousness. Yet now she found herself clad in her own pajamas. Xinghin, exasperated, clarified, it was Sandalwood who changed her clothes. As for why Rose was not allowed to do so, those in the know understand. At the dining table, Jiang Li quietly consumed her century egg and lean meat congee, while Wang Mian remarked that she had only just recovered and thus should maintain a light diet. After stating this, he settled on the living room sofa to read, while Xinghin, clutching a book on astronomy, pretended to study in a corner, all the while discreetly typing messages on his phone and casting glances between Wang Mian and Jiang Li. The atmosphere was thick with silence, unsettlingly so. Meanwhile, the others who had nowhere to return were aimlessly wandering outside. Didn't Xinghin say Jiang Li had awakened? Why can't we go back? Vortex plopped down onto a vacant patch of ground. What is the point of going back but to face the captain's wrath? Moon Ghost replied, seated beside Vortex. Tian Ping sighed, saying, I never expected Jiang Li to be that kind of person. It's a pity that the captain has devoted so much care to her. His sincerity seems to have been misplaced. Sandalwood timidly countered, but that doesn't prove anything. After all, Jiang Li was merely speaking. Rose chimed in, exactly. What if Jiang Li was just boasting? Are you really certain that Jiang Li was merely boasting? I have witnessed her behaving intimately with the captain. Moon Ghost recalled the days at the training camp, leaving Sandalwood and Rose speechless. During this time, the masked group was also recuperating, yet Wang Mian had sustained the least injury, and thus had been the one tending to the others. However, the masked members were utterly unprepared for the fact that Jiang Li had been speaking nonsensically during her fever. Previously, Wang Mian had been gentle and reserved since becoming captain. Yet Jiang Li's antics during those days had rendered him ominously low-spirited. Even without uttering a word, the masked members had vaguely sensed something amiss, particularly Xing Hen, as the team doctor was fully aware of the situation. Consequently, once the masked members had nearly healed, they concocted excuses to venture out, ostensibly to clear their minds, and returned home at the crack of dawn, often sneaking back only after confirming that Wang Mian had fallen asleep. Inside the villa, after finishing her meal, Jiang Li intended to wash the bowl, but Wang Mian's voice interrupted. Leave the bowl in the kitchen. Xing Hen will wash it later. Jiang Li responded with a mere "oh," placed the bowl down, and retreated to her room. In the corner, Xing Hen, who had been called out, sighed but obediently washed the bowl. Upon finishing, he deliberately stated aloud, "Captain, Sandalwood's package has arrived. I'm going to retrieve it for her." Wang Mian nodded in acknowledgement. And how could Jiang Li, hidden within the confines of her room, be unaware that Xing Hen was orchestrating an opportunity for her? After all, it was well known among the team that Tanxiang never utilized delivery services. Xing Hen had casually taken something and hurriedly departed, even leaving the door ajar, for it facilitated his enjoyment of the unfolding drama. Jiang Li struggled within her chamber for an extended period, pondering how she ought to clarify matters to Wang Mian. Surely, he couldn't genuinely believe her to be a heartless woman. Yet, she was nothing of the sort. All her corny romantic lines were gleaned from novels. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Jiang Li's mind. Of course, novels. She could peruse how the protagonists in those tales resolved their misunderstandings. Chapter 67. The King Who Needs Flattery in the Living Room. Wang Mian appeared to be engrossed in a book, yet his peripheral gaze lingered outside Jiang Li's room, seemingly awaiting her explanation. Meanwhile, Jiang Li hastily opened a novel about a domineering CEO falling in love with her, perusing the various titles on her bookshelf. After swiftly skimming through a few, she was utterly astonished. Was she really going to burst out and tackle Wang Mian to the ground, then seize his chin and kiss him fiercely, proclaiming that she had never been in a relationship? The one she had always cherished in her dreams was indeed him. With resolute determination, Jiang Li took a deep breath, opened her door, and descended the stairs toward the living room. Without uttering a word, she lunged at Wang Mian and kissed him. All of this was merely a figment of Jiang Li's imagination. No. Jiang Li quickly dismissed such thoughts. She had no idea whether Wang Mian reciprocated her feelings. What if he did not like her? If she were to force herself upon him, would they even remain friends? This plan was utterly inadvisable. After much contemplation, Jiang Li realized that none of her ideas were sound. Yet, hiding away was not a viable option either. 10 minutes later, she finally opened her door, casting a glance into the living room, where Wang Mian remained absorbed in his reading. Wang Mian had already withdrawn his gaze. Sitting silently on the sofa, Jiang Li tiptoed into the living room, cautiously calling out to him a few times, only to find him unresponsive. She then changed her approach, addressing him as captain. "What's wrong?" At last, Wang Mian responded. Jiang Li's expression lit up. For the longest time, her friends had referred to Wang Mian as captain, while she had always called him by his code name, believing it to be a sign of his affection. Now that he had stopped her from using that title, it seemed he truly regarded her as a wayward woman, seeking to distance himself. Undeterred, Jiang Li called out Wang Mian's name several times, but he remained unresponsive. Her heart plummeted into despair, feeling cold and desolate. "Captain, please let me explain," Jiang Li implored, sitting beside him and tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful demeanor. To her surprise, Wang Mian shifted slightly away, creating a gap between them. Jiang Li felt disheartened. It can't be this awkward between us. Mustering her courage, she inched closer, only for Wang Mian to move away again. Jiang Li, feeling bold, wrapped her arm around his and rested her head against him. "Oh, Captain, please don't be like this. Just hear me out, will you?" Hearing the almost coquettish tone in Jiang Li's voice, a subtle smile graced Wang Mian's lips, a flicker of satisfaction evident in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, adopting a cold demeanor tinged with detachment. "Explain? Is that what you call it, your excuses?" Now, Jiang Li was in a panic, her words tumbling out in a fluster. "I really have no excuses. I am genuinely trying to justify myself." "Very well. I shall listen to your justifications," he replied. Jiang Li felt as though her world had come crashing down. What do you want me to justify? Jiang Li contemplated the idea of ending her own life by striking her head against a block of tofu. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian furrowed his brows and turned to her with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Who is this person that incites you to harm yourself during an argument? Is he truly so remarkable that it warrants such distress?" Jiang Li, however, responded with a smile, tilting her head back with a radiant grin. "Why are you so concerned about my personal affairs? Are you perhaps feeling jealous?" Before she could finish her thought, Wang Mian stood up, interrupting her. "As your captain, I have the right to be concerned about your personal matters, even if you hold deep affection for him. Inflicting harm upon yourself during a quarrel indicates that he is not worthy of your love. It would be best to sever ties sooner rather than later." Wang Mian's words were laced with a hint of anger, his previously gentle and refined features now shrouded in an icy demeanor. His brows knitted tightly, and his lips pressed into a thin line, with a tempest of frustration simmering beneath the surface as he struggled to restrain his emotions. He failed to comprehend how someone could be so exceptional as to provoke Jiang Li into self-harm. Were he in her position, there would be no room for quarrels, and he would never allow her to hurt herself. Observing Wang Mian's fierce expression, Jiang Li's smile widened uncontrollably, her laughter blossoming like a flower. "Are you certain you want me to end it all?" Wang Mian shot her a fleeting glance. "What else would you have me do? Should I simply watch you inflict harm upon yourself?" In that moment, Jiang Li felt as though Wang Mian resembled a petulant lover in need of appeasement. Rising to her feet with a twinkle in her eyes, she beckoned him closer. "Come here, and I shall reveal his identity." Despite his irritation, Wang Mian approached her, bending slightly to hear her playful retort. Jiang Li rose on her toes, leaning close to his ear, whispering, "Wang Mian and Mian sound alike, don't they? Are you still certain you wish for me to end it?" Upon hearing her sweet, teasing words, Wang Mian's face flushed uncontrollably. He had misunderstood. Yet, he had never quarreled with Jiang Li nor prompted her to harm herself. Seeing Wang Mian blush again ignited a playful spirit in Jiang Li. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer to his face, repeating her earlier question, "Are you still certain you want me to end it, Mian?" This time, Wang Mian recognized that Mian referred to him. Gazing into Jiang Li's enchanting, flower-like eyes, he felt as if he were under a spell, utterly captivated. Compelled by an irresistible force, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing them closer together, the firmness of his body merging with her softness. In that instant, he felt as if his very soul had been ensnared by her gaze, murmuring, "No." Jiang Li distinctly sensed the pressure of his hand tightening around her waist, as though he intended to envelop her completely in his embrace. The air between them crackled with an intimate tension, as Jiang Li's eyes lingered on Wang Mian's lips, irresistibly inching closer to him, drawn by an unseen force. Yet Wang Mian neither evaded nor retreated. He merely lowered his head slightly, his gaze reflecting her visage, allowing her to gradually diminish the distance between their lips. In the distance, Xing Hen, holding a telescope, expressed his excitement as he stumbled upon a scene, swiftly retrieving his phone to capture the moment with a flurry of rapid shots, which he then promptly shared in the group chat. Almost immediately, the moon ghost and the others erupted in a flurry of responses, each racing home. However, Xing Hen, peering through the telescope, discovered an unexpected visitor. With her hair styled in side braids, clad in a server's attire adorned with a small wristband, she carried a basket of fruits. Murmuring to herself while clutching her phone, she mused, this should be where Yi Fan is. The direction she was headed was none other than the villa. A sudden jolt coursed through Xing Hen's heart. He seemed to recall that he had left the door ajar. Inside the villa, Wang Mian's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, with just a slight inclination of his head. He could touch her soft lips. Just as he leaned down to capture the kiss, the sound of fruit tumbling to the ground shattered the intimate atmosphere. At that moment, Wang Mian glanced up toward the door. Jiang Li spun around abruptly, exclaiming in frustration, "Who interrupted my moment? I was so close to securing Wang Mian's first kiss. I apologize. I saw nothing. Please do continue." Chapter 68. Zhou Ping acknowledges Jiang Li's identity. Jiang Li, upon hearing the familiar voice, was momentarily taken aback. How could it be Zhou Ping? Yet, after speaking, Zhou Ping swiftly fled the scene, just as Jiang Li contemplated pursuing him to clarify the situation. Wang Mian seized her arm, exclaiming, "What is this Mian nonsense? In my heart, there has always been only you." That was the sword Saint Zhou Ping. Jiang Li quickly clarified, shaking off Wang Mian's grip and dashing toward Zhou Ping. Although she was uncertain about the unfolding narrative, the mere fact that Zhou Ping had appeared here and witnessed such an event was bewildering. After all, he was essentially her mentor. She needed to provide an explanation. Wang Mian, feeling the sting of rejection, found his heart heavy, his expression resembling that of an abandoned puppy. However, upon hearing Jiang Li mention the Sword Saint, he froze in disbelief. Wasn't the Sword Saint supposed to be Jiang Li's teacher? What had they just done in front of him? Even the typically composed Wang Mian could not maintain his calm any longer. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Xing Hen misinterpreted the situation, capturing a photograph and hastily editing the information shared in their group chat, causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, Yu Gui and the others had no time to peruse the messages. They were racing towards the villa. By the time Tian Ping and the others arrived, they found Xing Hen standing under a streetlight, waiting for them. Yu Gui quickly slammed on the brakes, asking what happened. Did they kiss? Yes. Even the usually steady Tian Ping could not contain himself, playfully shoving Yu Gui. Following closely were Xianhua, Chang Wei, and Tan Xiang, all wearing expressions of eager curiosity as they regarded Xing Hen. Xing Hen coolly stated, "Did you not see the message I sent?" At his words, Yu Gui hastily pulled out his phone to check Xing Hen's message, exclaiming loudly, "The captain is suspected to be the original partner turned mistress. The legitimate partner has confronted them." Jiang Li immediately abandoned the captain and pursued another man. Accompanying the message was a photograph of Jiang Li chasing after Zhou Ping, while Wang Mian stood there, looking forlorn and at a loss. Ah, the power of rumor, fortified by mere words. Jiang Li's reputation as a fickle woman was now firmly established in the minds of the group. Enraged, the group returned to the villa, determined to confront Jiang Li and seek justice for Wang Mian. Wang Mian, bewildered, asked, "Why are you all back so early?" Yu Gui was the first to speak. "Captain, we already know everything." Wang Mian was further perplexed. "What do you all know?" "Captain, rest assured, even though Jiang Li and I are both women, I will stand by your side." Tan Xiang had already switched allegiances. Wang Mian responded, "What are you all talking about?" Xianhua added, "Captain, regardless of how much you like Jiang Li, it's time to put an end to this." Tian Ping solemnly patted Wang Mian's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Captain. We will definitely seek justice for you against Jiang Li." Wang Mian was utterly confused. "Tian Ping, why are you joining in on this chaos?" "Captain, Jiang Li is toying with your feelings. Therefore, you should cease your affection for her. Let her toy with my emotions instead." As soon as Chang Wei uttered these words, she was met with a chorus of disapproving glares. Wang, with a weary expression, rubbed his temples and said, "Speak up. What did you all witness?" A group of troublesome individuals indeed. It was no wonder they returned so early. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted towards Xing Hen, who, after thoughtfully touching his nose, recounted everything he had seen, though he prudently omitted the part about the near kiss between the two. Upon hearing Xing Hen's account, Wang sighed resignedly. "You have all misunderstood. That individual is Jiang Li's mentor, the foremost sword sage among humanity." The members of the masked group gaped in astonishment, never having imagined that the man in question could be the sword sage. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping had already soared hundreds of meters away on his sword, with Jiang Li desperately in pursuit. Sword sage, it's not what you think. Why are you flying so fast? Wait for me, ah. Just as Jiang Li had regained her composure and covered a few hundred meters, she lost control of her trajectory and plummeted from the sky. Hearing Jiang Li's anguished cries echoing through the clouds, Zhou Ping halted his flight, casually unleashing a stream of sword energy that caught her by the back of her collar, leaving her dangling like cured meat. Jiang Li, could you please refrain from holding me like this? Zhou Ping, having gazed at her for a considerable time, finally spoke. Why is your sword flight still so lacking? I distinctly recall having taught you how to fly on a sword. Why is your skill not improved? Jiang Li. She had scarcely flown on a sword, having spent her days traveling by airplane and jumping between cities. Changing the subject, Jiang Li asked, weren't you supposed to be at the restaurant? Why are you in the capital? Yi Fan mentioned that after you executed the 10,000 swords returning to one, you fell into a coma. Well, let me see how you are faring. Ah, you knew about that? Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment before nodding, because you are, in a sense, one of my students. But you said you wouldn't take me as a disciple. Jiang Li recalled Zhou Ping stating that he would not accept her as a student, only guiding her in swordsmanship, although she had never publicly claimed to be a student of the sword sage, except to Yi Fan, whose discerning eye could not be deceived. She could only honestly admit to having learned swordsmanship from Zhou Ping, rather than being his student. Zhou Ping appeared to be lost in thought, then said, because Yi Fan mentioned that I had guided your swordsmanship, you must be my student, otherwise you cannot join the special team. Ah, Jiang Li had always believed that her exceptional skills had earned her a place in the special team by exception. It turned out she had relied on connections to gain entry. Reflecting on various memories, Jiang Li sensed something amiss. Wait, if I could easily enter the training camp. You wouldn't have spoken to Commander Yi, would you? After all, my documentation was not thoroughly prepared at the time, yet I still passed. Zhou Ping remained silent for a long while, nodding and then shaking his head. Jiang Li was taken aback. What did that mean? I did not greet Yi Fan. I merely remarked that your swordsmanship is rather perilous, and that no one but myself could defuse it. He then acquiesced. At that moment, Jiang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. It is no wonder that when Yi Fan sought her out, he inquired whether his swordplay was learned from Zhou Ping. It appears he had known all along. Zhou Ping hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. Did I just interrupt you two? Jiang Li replied with unwavering conviction. No. You misinterpreted what you saw. Zhou Ping whispered so softly that only he could hear, but I clearly saw it suddenly. Jiang Li's rather kitschy DJ ringtone blared forth. I miss you, I love you, I wish to be a fool and love this, is my unequivocal response. Chapter 69. The social anxiety of Zhou Ping. Jiang Li glanced at Zhou Ping and swiftly retrieved her phone to answer a call. Hello, Commander Yi. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, she turned to Zhou Ping and said, Esteemed sword saint, since you have acknowledged me as your student, I humbly invite you to my home for a meal. Surely, you would not decline, would you? She genuinely felt the weight of the task entrusted to her by Yi Fan was quite formidable. She was to persuade Zhou Ping to stay and dine with the mass team for a friendly exchange, but this task seemed exceedingly daunting. The crux of the matter was that Zhou Ping suffered from social anxiety. His willingness to engage in conversation with her stemmed from their familiarity, but others were an entirely different story. As expected, Zhou Ping declined. No, it's unnecessary. Since you have awakened, I must return, otherwise my third uncle will be overwhelmed. But you could at least drink a cup of water before you leave. No, thank you. Please, you've come such a long way. Let me, as your student, express my filial piety. This is the most fundamental etiquette in honoring one's teacher. After much persuasion from Jiang Li, and her assurance that only Wang Mian would be present at her home, Zhou Ping finally agreed to accompany her back. Together, Jiang Li and Zhou Ping landed outside the villa, and as she spoke to him, she opened the door. Click! The moment she swung open the grand door, the massed team stood in neat formation, bowing to Zhou Ping. Greetings, esteemed sword saint. Jiang Li was instantly petrified. She had confidently guaranteed that there would only be Wang Mian at her home. and now it was so lively that it would be strange if Zhou Ping did not flee. As soon as the members of the mass team looked up, they noticed only Jiang Li at the entrance and inquired, "Where's the esteemed sword saint?" "You must be mistaken." Jiang Li was well aware of Zhou Ping's social anxiety and had already prepared an excuse for him. She then quietly dialed Yi Fan's number. Ring, ring. The phone's ringtone abruptly interrupted Zhou Ping's attempt to escape. He hesitated for a long moment before answering. "Hello," he spoke softly. Yi Fan's voice came through with a hint of exasperation. "Zhou Ping, didn't you say you wanted to see Jiang Li's 10,000 swords returning to one? Since she is your student, it's quite normal for you to visit her at home. Why are you leaving?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Ping remained silent for a considerable time before replying. "But you didn't inform me that Jiang Li lives with so many people." Jiang Li is now a member of a special team. They live together for the convenience of undertaking missions, hence the number of people. Zhou Ping fell silent once again, crouching down and hugging his knees, curling into a ball. "You know I struggle to interact with others. But Jiang Li seems to get along with you quite well." Zhou Ping's voice was barely a whisper. "She is different. She is my student." In truth, while Jiang Li had spent a week becoming acquainted with her third uncle during her time working at the restaurant, she had only achieved a passing familiarity with Zhou Ping. It took her a month of hard work at the restaurant before she managed to speak a word to him. Fortunately, Jiang Li's outgoing nature and her thick skin allowed her to develop a rapport with Zhou Ping. Yi Fan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "One must always look forward. It is impossible to have but a single student like Jiang Li throughout one's life, with whom one shares a profound rapport. Perhaps in the future, you may have other students as well. Do you recall when you first approached me, expressing your concerns about the dangers of Jiang Li's swordsmanship? Why did I consent to her joining the night watch? Because you mentioned that she possesses a kind heart, devoid of malice, which led me to approve her application." However, Yi Fan shifted the conversation. "But you must understand, her origins remain shrouded in mystery, as if she appeared from thin air. When she saved Wang Mian and my people encountered a multitude of snakes at the scene, my suspicions regarding her were already aroused. Since then, I have arranged for individuals to discreetly observe her, which is why I did not require her to sign a confidentiality agreement upon her discharge. Moreover, the various deceptions she faced on her way to Shijin City were orchestrated by me." Zhou Ping interjected. "Your intentions are questionable. Deliberately putting her through hardship caused her to cry profusely on her first day at the restaurant, her eyes swollen from tears." Yi Fan replied, "That was after I had my people scour all available records and discovered that the ancient text describing the southern barbarians Gu clan bore a striking resemblance to her. This prompted my concern that she might belong to that tribe, known for their enigmatic dangers." Zhou Ping asked, "So is she one of them?" Yi Fan confirmed, "Yes, but she differs from the legends documented in the texts. It is now evident that the southern barbarians Gu clan has been entirely eradicated. Who is responsible remains unknown, leaving her identity veiled in obscurity. Although I later conversed with her directly, that child is quite astute. She spoke nearly truthfully, but still withheld certain aspects from me. I trust you have witnessed Jiang Li's swordsmanship. Its fierce killing intent seems forged in a crucible of corpses and blood. Hence, I deliberately positioned her close to me prior to the establishment of the special masked unit. What you may not realize is just how amiable she is. She engages in conversation with nearly everyone at the Night Watch headquarters. Thus, my intention in having you visit her is not solely for you to glean knowledge from her, but more importantly, to help me uncover the truth of Jiang Li's origins. She may withhold information from me, but as her teacher, she is likely to be more forthcoming with you." Zhou Ping hesitated. He had discerned her true nature the moment she first unleashed that sword energy. Otherwise, he would not have advised Yi Fan. Yet, she is indeed a kind-hearted child. After a moment, Zhou Ping inquired, "So, you want me to keep her under surveillance?" "To some extent, yes," Zhou Ping replied. "But aside from my proficiency with swords and cleaning, I am not adept at other tasks." Yi Fan sighed deeply, offering encouragement. "You must believe in yourself. You are more than capable." After contemplating for a long while, Zhou Ping slowly rose to his feet, suddenly sensing something, and abruptly turned around. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Li had silently positioned herself behind him, arms crossed. Her small face puffed in indignation as she fixed her gaze upon him. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan continued to call out, "Hello? Zhou Ping? Why have you stopped speaking?" Zhou Ping, feeling stiff, turned around and quietly raised his phone, murmuring, "It seems Jiang Li has overheard." Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li let out a couple of chuckles before, to Zhou Ping's astonishment, seizing his phone and addressing Yi Fan directly. "Listen well, you old fox. I'm a deity. I have descended to experience trials and tribulations. Once I have completed my romantic escapades, I shall return. You need not worry about any actions that might endanger the Xia. Rather, you should be more concerned about the captain of the special mass team, Wang Mian. If I were to whisk him away, the Xia would lose a pinnacle of humanity. Just wait and see where you will lament." On the other end of the call, Yi Fan held the phone at arm's length, yet Jiang Li's furious voice resonated clearly. He was aware that both Jiang Li and Zhou Ping had an affinity for novels, although Jiang Li's tastes were quite eclectic, dabbling in all sorts of chaotic tales, occasionally immersing herself in the role of the protagonist, reciting lines from the narratives. He had grown accustomed to this eccentricity. Thus, he played along with Jiang Li, inquiring, "Oh, may I ask which deity you are?" "The insane kind." Chapter 70, Halfway to Darkness. No longer dark do. After Jiang Li hung up the phone, she returned it to Zhou Ping, casting him a peculiar glance. "Teacher, why did you put the call on speaker? Were you conspiring loudly, fearing I wouldn't over here?" "Zhou Ping, when did you arrive?" "Everything that should and shouldn't be heard. I have indeed heard," Jiang Li replied. "Zhou Ping, really? Is that true?" Jiang Li sighed in exasperation. Zhou Ping was indeed so naive. He believed whatever she said. In truth, she had only caught the part about him monitoring her. She hadn't heard anything else because Zhou Ping had noticed her presence. Even without words, she could surmise that Yi Fan harbored suspicions about her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained by his side, observing her for an entire year. Somehow, she had found herself back with Zhou Ping again. One couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's dedication to the greater good of Daxia. On one hand, she assigned herself the task of helping socially anxious Zhou Ping engage in normal interactions, attempting to elevate him to a higher realm. Yet, that was an impossible endeavor, for she was not the protagonist. Only Lin Chiye possessed the power to transform Zhou Ping. On the other hand, she aimed to have Zhou Ping unearth the truth of his origins, truly a twofold strategy. One must commend Yi Fan for her foresight and cunning. However, the question remained, was Zhou Ping truly capable of such a feat? Jiang Li sighed. "Don't you have anything you wish to inquire of me?" Zhou Ping, taken aback, responded. "Will you even answer? How would you know if you don't ask?" Zhou Ping pondered earnestly for a moment before posing the question. "Then who are you?" Jiang Li countered with another question. "What do you believe I am?" "A good person." Jiang Li. "I thank you for the good person card. But in my world, that is a pejorative. If you're willing to return with me for a meal, I shall reveal my true origins," Jiang Li declared, unperturbed by Zhou Ping discovering anything, for she could always erase his memories later with sorcery. As for Yi Fan, well, there would come a day when she would infiltrate the night watchman's headquarters and arrange a memory-erasing gift pack for him. It certainly wouldn't be the first time she had done so. "Really?" Zhou Ping believed her without question. Jiang Li smiled slyly, more authentic than gold. Yet, Zhou Ping wrestled internally with the dilemma of whether to accompany her. If he returned with her, he would uncover the truth, but her household was filled with many people. 3 minutes elapsed, and Zhou Ping still hadn't made a decision. He longed to return home. He did not wish to choose. Jiang Li, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Teacher, it's been quite a while, and you still haven't made a choice. Or do you prefer to go home and wash dishes?" Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. "Very well, take care, and I shall not see you off." As her words fell, Zhou Ping's presence had vanished. Jiang Li. "Wait, I was merely speaking casually. You really left?" In the next moment, Zhou Ping reappeared beside Jiang Li, startling her. "Wait, I thought you were leaving." Zhou Ping remained silent, preparing to soar away again when Jiang Li seized him firmly. "Since you have returned, it signifies that you have made a choice within your heart. Let us return and enjoy a meal together before you depart. If it becomes necessary, I can certainly expel them all." The mass squad. We wish to express our gratitude. Zhou Ping shook her head, saying, in truth, I came to apologize on behalf of Yifan. Jiang Li. Subsequently, Zhou Ping recounted the events she experienced on her way to the restaurant, all orchestrated by Yifan. Jiang Li's expression darkened progressively. She had believed her misfortunes were merely due to bad luck, but upon discovering the truth, she was consumed by rage. Without uttering a word, she vanished before Zhou Ping, soaring away on her sword at an astonishing speed. Zhou Ping stood frozen for 3 seconds, bewildered by the sudden acceleration of Jiang Li's flight. It dawned on her that she must have misspoken, prompting her to hastily pursue Jiang Li. At the Night Watcher's headquarters, Yifan gazed at the hung-up phone, chuckling helplessly. Jiang Li remained as genuine as ever. Her diligence in work was commendable, never slacking off. While everything about her was admirable, her origins remained an enigma, and he had an unsettling feeling that he had forgotten something important. However, reflecting on Jiang Li's earlier words, he felt entirely assured regarding Wang Mian. There was no way Jiang Li could lure him away. Unbeknownst to Yifan, Jiang Li, wielding her silver blade, was en route. Little did she realize that the greatest hardships she had endured since arriving in this world were all orchestrated by Yifan. Yet, she remained oblivious, foolishly dedicating herself to him, slaying mysteries daily while living a perilous life on the edge of a blade. In hindsight, she recognized that every path she had traversed was a trap set by Yifan. She was weary. She yearned for darkness. She sought to annihilate the world. Just as Yifan concluded his official duties, he sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching. With his unparalleled prowess, he effortlessly deflected the attack. Moreover, given that the intruder entered his office without knocking, he could guess who it was with a mere thought. Yifan sighed in resignation. Jiang Li, take this punch from me. Unyielding, Jiang Li threw another punch, which proved equally ineffective. Yifan exhaled deeply, swiftly moving behind Jiang Li, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, thus firmly restraining her. You old fox, you lack martial ethics, Jiang Li exclaimed. If you call me an old fox, then you too are a cunning little fox. Just how many secrets are you still concealing? Are you even aware of it yourself? I have proclaimed myself a deity. Why do you refuse to believe it? A lunatic deity? You appear more like a mad god to me. It is you who is mad. Yifan, left Qing. Have Dr. Li come and examine her mind again. Don't. Commander Yi, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Jiang Li, embodying the spirit of a strong woman, instantly shifted her demeanor with a complete 360-degree turnaround. When she had previously stayed by Yifan's side, she had concealed her identity as a traveler, persistently speaking in lines from novels, which led him to confine her in a sunny mental institution. Dr. Li had indeed hypnotized her, extracting all her secrets, but fortunately, the tattoo totem roused her just in time. Employing sorcery, she erased Dr. Li's memory and, with a flicker of divine power, rendered his instruments utterly useless, including the surveillance devices. However, one should never provoke a psychiatrist, nor should one dare to oppose them. Even after the erasure of his memory, Dr. Li inferred something amiss and deliberately frightened Jiang Li with threats of dissecting her brain. This instilled a profound psychological shadow in Jiang Li, who understood that her identity as a time traveler must remain concealed. Otherwise, the indigenous inhabitants would suspect her and potentially dissect her brain. Subsequently, after numerous memory-erasing antics by Jiang Li, she nearly drove Dr. Li, a psychiatrist, to madness. Ultimately, she returned to Yifan's side, intending to torment him instead of further endangering herself. From that moment on, Dr. Li became an inescapable shadow in Jiang Li's life. Chapter 71. Facing a military tribunal? Upon Zhou Ping's arrival, he was greeted by a scene where Yifan, embodying the role of a sage, earnestly lectured, while Jiang Li resembled a defiant middle school student, occasionally retorting, "Do you truly believe that your actions were flawless? Do you regard surveillance as mere decoration? Or do you think my intellect has been dulled to the point of ignorance?" Yifan continued, "I have been candid with you. Your disbelief is palpable. What am I to do? Is there any deity in this world who behaves as you do, indulging in slumber after satiating your appetite? Ah, yes. the marshal of the heavenly canopy. Does that imply you acknowledge yourself as a pig? Jiang Li retorted. Zhou Ping, bewildered, could only stare in astonishment. Yi Fan, having sensed Zhou Ping's presence, presented a file before him, urging, Come, let your teacher adjudicate. He continued, during your year at headquarters, what have you accomplished? You have assaulted superiors, shaved heads in the dead of night, and even placed snakes upon their nightstands. You have gone so far as to frighten others during their moments of privacy, causing their blood pressure to soar, resulting in hospitalization. Moreover, during training, you have damaged thousands of precision instruments, with 50 helicopters alone falling victim to your reckless antics. In an attempt to erase your misdeeds, you even dismantled the surveillance cameras. The financial repercussions of your actions amount to over $1 million. I sought to engage you in a conversation, yet you retaliated by forcing a bug into my mouth. You are fully aware of what transgressions you have committed. With each of your misdeeds, I have not wronged you in the least. Zhou Ping, absorbing Yi Fan's words, fell into a profound silence, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Li. He was taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly obedient girl could orchestrate such earth-shattering events. Yi Fan then added, considering your status as Zhou Ping's student, do you realize that your actions merit multiple military tribunals? Jiang Li countered, who prompted that obstinate superior to target me incessantly. He constantly accuses me of being a deserter and feigns superiority due to his age. If I do not show him a taste of his own medicine, he will remain oblivious to why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Furthermore, you harbor dissatisfaction towards these antiquated superiors, and I am merely addressing them on your behalf. Do not think I am unaware of the joy on your and Zhuoqing's faces during their misfortunes. Yi Fan, astonished, could hardly believe her ears. Clearing his throat, he asserted, let us not digress. Your recent ambush on the commander-in-chief is sufficient grounds for a military tribunal. Ridiculous. Had you not deliberately provoked me, would I have resorted to ambushing you? To have my phone stolen at a train station, such despicable tactics are beneath you, especially for the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia. That was my hard-earned 1,000 yuan, scrimped together for a mobile phone. Do you have any idea of the value of that sum for someone from the lower echelons? You made me toil for so long without recompense, allowing half of my wages to be pilfered. Do you comprehend the emotional turmoil your actions have inflicted upon my tender psyche? Yi Fan, are you even human? Jiang Li fumed, her emotions escalating to the point where she nearly drew her silver blade, dismissing even the title of Commander Yi. Observing their heated exchange, Zhou Ping quietly pushed Jiang Li's sword back and stood before her, stating earnestly, Yi Fan, you have gone too far. You must compensate Jiang Li 1,000 yuan, and also return the money she lost previously. With hands on her hips, Jiang Li declared, indeed, you must reimburse me for the emotional distress you've caused. Yi Fan replied, who told you that your southern barbarians are so dangerous, constantly using venomous insects and poison techniques against others? I was merely taking precautions by testing. Furthermore, she had damaged numerous instruments, yet she would not require herself to compensate. She would cover the expenses out of her own pocket. Jiang Li retorted angrily, but did you ever see me harming anyone? Am I not the victim here? You have stuffed me with insects. Surely you are aware of that. Momentarily a loss for words, Jiang Li calculated that Yi Fan had consumed the most insects, followed by Dr. Li and then Zhuoqing. This did not alter the fact that you were deducting from my wages, causing me so much suffering. Without hesitation, Jiang Li drew her silver blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved the headquarters building in two. Yi Fan exclaimed, good heavens, I never said I wouldn't pay you, but must you really split the entire building in half? Those obstinate higher-ups will surely come after you now. My apologies, Commander Yi. It was unintentional. Jiang Li quickly apologized, her movements fluid and her demeanor polished, indicating she had done this before. Yi Fan, exasperated, glanced at the astonished Zhou Ping. Now you understand why I had her return to you to continue washing dishes. Zhou Ping nodded, still in shock. Yi Fan, resigned, retrieved her phone and dialed Wang Mian. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and his team were waiting for Jiang Li to bring Zhou Ping back when they received Yi Fan's call. Hello, Commanderie. What? Upon learning of Jiang Li's audacious act, Wang Mian, stood up in disbelief. His astonishment drew the curiosity of his comrades, as they noticed his expression darkening, his brows furrowing deeply. "I understand. I'll come right away." After hanging up, the swirling chaos prompted his team to inquire, "Captain, has Commander Yi issued another urgent mission?" Wang Mian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "No, it's Jiang Li who has split the headquarters building with a single strike." The team gasped in unison. "What? So, Captain, you are going to rescue her?" Wang Mian left only this statement before his gray figure vanished into the night, leaving his comrades exchanging bewildered glances. Yu Gui remarked, "Goodness, Jiang Li is capable of such feats." Tian Ping added, "She truly lives up to the title bestowed upon her by Commander Yi. She is indeed a perilous individual." Xinghan added a remark that was distinctly reminiscent of Jiang Li, perfectly aligning with her behavioral style. Meanwhile, Xuanhua, Tan Xiang, and Xiang Wei silently applauded him. In a mere 10 minutes, Wang Mian arrived at the Night Watch headquarters. Without uttering a single word, he immediately initiated the time reversal to restore the precarious situation at the Great Xia headquarters. Inside the office, Yi Fan recognized the restored building as a sign of Wang Mian's arrival. Glancing back at Jiang Li, who was embroiled in a heated argument with the Mediterranean executives, he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Fortunately, Zuoqing and Zhou Ping each supported one of Jiang Li's arms. Otherwise, she might have truly resorted to physical confrontation with the Mediterranean executives. Chapter 72. Rescue Mission upon his arrival. Wang Mian was immediately greeted by the sight of Jiang Li embroiled in a heated argument with the higher-ups. Despite the presence of mediators attempting to defuse the situation, Jiang Li was unyielding, delivering a swift kick to the protruding belly of one of the executives. Yi Fan, concealing his amusement behind his hands, feigned disinterest, yet inwardly reveled in the spectacle. He had long harbored disdain for these pompous elders, and it was fortuitous that Jiang Li was there to give them another dose of their own medicine. With him vouching for her, no one would dare retaliate against Jiang Li. When Wang Mian noticed his arrival, he pretended to be serious, exclaiming, "Wang Mian, you're here. You must rein in your team member Jiang Li. If she continues this uproar, the headquarters might dismantle my office." Wang Mian nodded helplessly, but as he turned, he caught sight of Jiang Li spitting at a balding man while hurling insults. "You, with your bald head, think you can confine me to a fasting chamber. Do you believe yourself to be Commander Yi? You can't just impose such restrictions. Commander Yi never said anything, yet here you are babbling nonsense. You look as old and ugly as they come. Your breath reeks. Have you eaten excrement? How can your mouth be so foul? You are truly as your name suggests. You really are premature." The words left her lips, and an air of astonishment enveloped the room. No one anticipated such a fiery proclamation from a young lady. At that moment, Wang Mian activated a time rewind, halting time just before Jiang Li was about to unleash her tirade. He swiftly extracted her from the clutches of Zhou Ping and Zuoqing, enveloping her in his embrace and covering her mouth to prevent any further outrageous comments. As time resumed its flow, an odd sensation lingered in the air. Yi Fan, contemplative, observed Wang Mian and Jiang Li, pondering whether he had just heard something extraordinary and that the young man had indeed reversed time. Zhao Xie was the first to retaliate, prompting Yi Fan to roll his eyes internally, yet still focus on resolving the matter at hand. The argument escalated, with Jiang Li eager to speak. But Wang Mian persistently silenced her, refusing to allow her to utter even a single word. Despite his staunch arguments, the higher authorities' weight bore down upon them. And in her frustration, Jiang Li lifted her foot to deliver another kick. Wang Mian quickly maneuvered her in front of Zhou Ping, saying, "Sword Saint, could you kindly escort her away for a moment?" Although Zhou Ping aligned himself with Jiang Li, the cacophony of voices drowned out his attempts at mediation. Moreover, his inherent social anxiety rendered him ill-suited for such confrontations. The fact that he had managed to speak up for Jiang Li was already a significant advancement. It was evident that Zhou Ping was not cut out for such tumultuous environments, and, as the focal point of the commotion, Jiang Li was likely to exacerbate tensions. The most prudent course of action was to find someone who could effectively manage her and lead her away. Zhou Ping nodded in acknowledgement and escorted Jiang Li out of the office. Should she remain, even Yi Fan would struggle to protect her. Half an hour passed, yet the uproar within persisted with unabated fervor. Zhao Xie relentlessly sought to expel Jiang Li from the ranks, insisting on her confinement to the fasting chamber. Meanwhile, Wang Mian took full responsibility upon himself, asserting that as Jiang Li's captain, it was his failure to properly guide her. However, if Jiang Li were to be removed from the night watchman roster, then surely he bore a substantial share of the blame and should be dismissed alongside her. Wang Mian wielded the authority of a divine agent to threaten Zhao Xie with his words. Regardless, he and Jiang Li share a destiny. One's glory is the other's, and one's loss is the other's as well. Zhao Xie is acutely aware of the stakes involved. Divine agents aligned with the Night Watchers are exceedingly rare. Should he lose Wang Mian, the divine agent, he would undeniably be condemned as a historical villain, forever marked by infamy. Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing, caught in the middle, feign allegiance to the upper echelons of the Night Watchers. Yet, those present are astute enough to discern that Yi Fan is also safeguarding Jiang Li. Otherwise, Wang Mian would not possess the audacity to utter such words, especially with the sword saint looming outside. If they were to truly expel Jiang Li, would the sword saint not take up his blade and slay them? In any case, Jiang Li's backing is formidable. The pinnacle of humanity, the Sword Saint, is her mentor, and two high-ranking Night Watchers stand in her defense, alongside a divine agent with limitless potential poised behind her. 2 hours elapsed, yet a resolution remained elusive. Jiang Li leaned against the door, listening intently. She yearned to burst in and deliver another blow to Zhao Xie, but such an action would be unwise. Moreover, Zhuo Ping was observing her closely. She remained obedient to her mentor. Meanwhile, Zhuo Ping, lost in thought, furrowed his brow and, after much contemplation, finally spoke. Jiang Li, have you ever taken a life? Startled, Jiang Li gasped, then quickly regained her composure, asking, why would you say that, teacher? This was the second time she had been posed with such a question, and both questioners were paragons of humanity. Zhuo Ping regarded her intently, stating earnestly, your instinctive release of that thread of sword energy was imbued with profound hatred. In that moment, did you not wish to kill Yi Fan? A fleeting crimson flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. Zhuo Ping's assertion was accurate. Upon uncovering the truth, her heart seethed with rage, and her inner power surged restlessly. It seemed to awaken a latent bloodlust, nearly overwhelming her heart. Fortunately, she managed to quell it with the icy power she summoned. However, the silver blade she drew still carried a trace of sword energy, cleaving through the entire building. I cannot explain that moment, but you are right. Indeed, I harbored a desire to kill, Jiang Li admitted slowly, lifting her gaze to meet Zhuo Ping's unwavering stare. Zhuo Ping frowned, taken aback by the revelation of such thoughts in Jiang Li. From the very first day he taught her swordsmanship, he sensed something peculiar. Jiang Li appeared to wield sword techniques, yet her every strike was fierce and aimed at vital points, as if she had forgotten her own mastery and relied solely on instinctual responses. This was also the reason she could not withstand a single strike. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuo Ping spoke again. Though I am unaware of your past experiences, your sword techniques seem to have been forged for the purpose of killing. If you continue down this path, your swordsmanship may never progress further and is likely to stagnate here. Upon hearing Zhuo Ping's words, Jiang Li comprehended the gravity of her situation. She had certainly overlooked something significant. Crossing her arms and tilting her head against the wall, she inquired, so, do you still consider me a good person? Zhuo Ping replied without hesitation, indeed, for your nature is not malevolent. Jiang Li smiled wryly and retorted, what kind of good person takes a life? Zhuo Ping found himself at a loss for words in response to Jiang Li's remark. At that moment, Yi Fan and the others had finally concluded their 3.5 hours of argumentation. Ultimately, they decided to impose a fine of several million on Jiang Li, confining her to her home under the supervision of Wang Mian. Matters that can be resolved with money hardly constitute a true punishment. Zhao Xie, visibly infuriated, turned an ashen shade of green, exclaiming, what sort of punishment is this? Could it be any more biased? Chapter 73. Astonishing words in the end. Zhao Xia was incensed by Jiang Li and stormed off, quite literally lifted away in a fit of rage. When Jiang Li learned that Wang Mian had bestowed upon her several million, she once again uttered a remark so shocking that it left everyone in disbelief. Wang Mian, I am utterly enamored with you. I wish to bear you 100 children. Yi Fan, Zhou Ping, Zui Qing. Wang Mian was so taken aback that his face flushed crimson, hastily covering Jiang Li's mouth. How could she be so astonishingly candid at all times and in all places? It was one thing to say such things in his presence, but to do so in front of others was another matter entirely. Commander Yi, the matter has been resolved, so I shall take Jiang Li back now, Wang Mian declared, pulling Jiang Li toward the exit. He felt utterly embarrassed and could not bear the thought of lingering any longer. Yi Fan nodded numbly, while Zui Qing turned his face away, unwilling to witness this mortifying display from someone who was supposed to be one of their own. Zhou Ping's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg, as he pondered how it felt like he was meeting Jiang Li for the very first time today. Once Wang Mian and Jiang Li had completely departed, Yi Fan turned to Zhou Ping, swaying slightly. Is it truly your first day knowing Jiang Li? Zhou Ping mechanically nodded. It indeed felt like the first day he had encountered such an extraordinary version of Jiang Li, so unlike the impression she had left on him before. With a resigned sigh, Yi Fan contemplated encouraging Zhou Ping to learn a thing or two from Jiang Li's social prowess. However, in light of her eccentric nature, it was perhaps best to leave well enough alone. The last thing they needed was for Zhou Ping to be led astray. Thus, it was prudent to assign him the task of washing dishes for now, while everything else could be dealt with gradually, as matters had been resolved. Zhou Ping was also preparing to return to his uncle's home. No sooner had Zhou Ping left than Yi Fan and Zui Qing exchanged a glance, both unable to contain their laughter. Fortuitously, they had welcomed Jiang Li into their fold, enabling them to appropriately address the higher-ups and alleviate their burdens. Just as Zhou Ping exited, he seemed to catch wind of something, promptly turning back to re-enter Yi Fan's office. The two, who had just been giggling, now engaged in a serious discussion about work. Zui Qing looked up in confusion. Weren't you leaving? Why have you returned? Scratching his head, Zhou Ping replied, nothing much. It seems I forgot something, but I can't quite recall what it is. Yi Fan replied with a nod, then take your time to think it over. As for Jiang Li, you should avoid visiting her to prevent any negative influence. Zhou Ping. All right. As soon as Zhou Ping closed the door, Yi Fan and Zui Qing erupted into laughter once more. The scene resembled something straight out of film. At the moment the door closed, Zhou Ping suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. He turned around and reopened the door, finding Yi Fan and Zui Qing engaged in a serious conversation. Seeing Zhou Ping return, the two were filled with bewilderment. Zhou Ping spoke up. What were you two just laughing about? Zhou Ping, you must have misheard us. We were clearly discussing work. But I distinctly heard you. Yi Fan looked at him helplessly. Aren't you supposed to be heading back to Shijin? What brings you back again? Have you changed your mind? Shaking his head, Zhou Ping strode confidently toward Yi Fan, declaring, You must return Jiang Li's money to her. Yi Fan's lips twitched. Is this what you forgot just now? Zhou Ping nodded, indeed. Rest assured, I'll transfer the funds to her shortly. No, you must do it immediately. You also owe her compensation for emotional distress. Yi Fan replied. He retrieved his phone and, under Zhou Ping's watchful gaze, transferred 500,000. Only then did Zhou Ping leave, satisfied. After all, as the commander-in-chief, this sum was but a drop in the ocean for him. Once Zhou Ping departed, Yi Fan tossed his phone aside, leaning back in his chair with a deep sigh. Zui Qing, observing from the side, inquired, Do you truly believe what Jiang Li said? Yi Fan closed his eyes, seemingly lost in recollection. Do you remember the divine aura that descended upon the headquarters 6 months after Jiang Li's arrival? I do, but it appeared for merely 5 seconds before vanishing without a trace. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented gravity in his gaze. Indeed, her appearance is identical to Jiang Li's. He could not forget the overwhelming power that radiated from Jiang Li, potent enough to obliterate the very heavens and the earth. Zui Qing's expression turned grave. Are you implying? Yi Fan gazed out the window. Perhaps she is indeed an unawakened deity. At that very moment, Qiyu lay in his coffin, contemplating his next move. He resolved that he could not remain idle any longer. What if Jiang Li truly did not wish to inherit his divine position? What then? Xiaohei! Xiaohei! Qiyu called several times before his servant finally arrived. Leisurely snacking on health supplements Jiang Li had brought last time. What is it, ancestor? What is that girl doing now? The servant pondered. The little ancestor is likely preoccupied with matters of the heart. Qiyu exclaimed, how could I have such a descendant with a terminal case of romantic delusion, oblivious to his impending doom? However, he continued, Ancestor, you instructed me to find the location of Shen, and I have succeeded. Qiyu gritted his teeth. Where is he? I shall seek him out at once. Were it not for the concern that the girl might inherit the position of the Qing maiden, he would not go to such lengths to find Shen. Yet, the servant interjected, Ancestor, your strength has not fully returned. Are you certain you wish to confront Shen with a coffin in tow? What choice do I have? Qiyu retorted. You might as well send the little ancestor to find him personally. At least she is favored by Shen, while you may irritate him. Qiyu declared fiercely, otherwise, I shall stew you tonight and prepare a pot of snake soup for nourishment. The servant quickly responded, Haha, ancestor, what are you saying? My flesh is hardly delectable. You should hasten to find Shen. Be cautious, lest you fall victim to poison again, and then you would have to wait another 10 days or more. Qiyu snorted coldly, and in an instant vanished before the servant with his coffin. On the vast, boundless grassland, an elderly man chewed on a medicinal herb when a sudden gale swept through, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Oh, isn't that Qiyu? What brings you to my humble abode? Shen chewed on the medicinal herbs, finding them somewhat bitter, causing his aged face to wrinkle in discontent. After so long, you still have an insatiable appetite for grass. Indeed, as soon as Qiyu spoke, he was met with Shen's disdainful glare. Begone! I do not welcome brutes. Truly, the esteemed gentleman had anticipated everything with precision. Meanwhile, Wang Mian was apprehensive that Jiang Li might once again utter something astonishing. So he resorted to sealing her mouth with transparent tape. He also used a strap that hung from his waist to firmly bind her hands, all the while suspending time around her to prevent any unruly actions while he drove. Throughout the journey, Jiang Li's mind was filled with curses. Within the villa, 6 masked individuals on a balcony gazed intently as Wang Mian brought Jiang Li out of the car, seemingly embroiled in a quarrel. Subsequently, he hoisted Jiang Li over his shoulder and made his way indoors. Observing this, the masked figures swiftly retreated to their respective rooms, feigning sleep, while Wang Mian carried Jiang Li back to her chamber. The tape had long been torn off by Jiang Li, and she was vociferously demanding, Wang Mian, put me down. If you continue like this, I shall cease to love you. Wang Mian, as Jiang Li was gently placed upon the bed, her gaze fell upon her bound hands, and her thoughts took a rather mischievous turn. Come on, no need for gentility. I am fully prepared for whatever you might unleash. Chapter 74. Another self. Just as Wang Mian intended to release Jiang Li's bound hands, he momentarily froze, and upon regaining his senses, his face flushed crimson. He turned and swiftly exited her room, forever oblivious to the provocative words that might escape her lips in the next instant, undoubtedly laden with audacity. Meanwhile, the 5 companions feigning sleep were bewildered, unable to grasp the murmurs of tenderness and the implications of explosion that flitted through the air. Only Xing Hen, with his medical knowledge, instantly comprehended the implications. He was astonished at Jiang Li's boldness. Was she not a girl? How could she utter such words without a hint of embarrassment? In truth, Jiang Li was unperturbed. Raised in a wild and unrestrained environment, she harbored a fierce spirit within, often speaking her mind without concern for the repercussions. She felt no trepidation about offending anyone, for she possessed the strength to instill fear in those who might oppose her. Inside her room, Jiang Li glanced at her restrained hands with a dismissive click of her tongue. The bindings were meant for decoration, yet they had been used to confine her. How dare they tell her to behave? It was evident that the one who should be acting modestly was Wang Mian, who feigned innocence while she understood the game all too well. Upon returning to his room, Wang Mian found himself unable to calm the turmoil within. He felt as though his ears had been sullied. Jiang Li had grown increasingly audacious, and he longed for something to silence her, to prevent the utterance of any further inappropriate remarks. At that moment, Jiang Li faced a dilemma. How would she wash up? Although she could use her divine powers to free herself, she hesitated to damage Wang Mian's bindings. After some contemplation, she resolved to seek Wang Mian's assistance. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Mian opened the door, his expression impassive as he regarded her. Jiang Li raised her hands in a pitiful plea. Wang Mian, how can I wash up if you don't untie me? Without uttering a word, Wang Mian unfastened the bindings and promptly closed the door behind him. A sinking feeling enveloped Jiang Li. The jest had gone too far, and now Wang Mian was truly angry. As the door began to shut, she swiftly propped her foot against it. Wang Mian, concerned for her safety, halted immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li lunged into his embrace, exclaiming, "Captain, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I promise I won't speak recklessly again." Wang Mian remained silent, and Jiang Li, desperate, produced a few tears, lifting her gaze with glistening eyes. "I promise there won't be a next time." Indeed, Wang Mian's heart softened in an instant, and with a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right, it's late. You should rest. Are you not angry anymore? Do I seem that petty?" "Yay." Half an hour later, after completing her wash-up, Jiang Li did not retire for the night. Having already slept for an entire week, slumber eluded her. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she sat on the sofa, the echoes of Zhou Ping's words reverberating in her mind. Had she truly taken a life before? Each time she wielded her sword, a profound hatred surged within her, emanating from the depths of her soul. Despite her efforts to suppress it, that animosity clung to her like a parasite, deeply etched into her very being. Suddenly, Jiang Li seemed to sense something. Her eyes gradually became stained with crimson. She took the silver blade beside her and cast one last glance at the villa. Without disturbing anyone, her figure vanished into thin air. In a forest somewhere in the Great Xia, two figures, one red and one white, stood in opposition. To an observer from a distance, they would resemble spectral figures from a film. Jiang Li, pointing her sword at the doppelganger before her, coldly remarked, "Who dares to impersonate me, you brazen wretch?" Critiquing herself, Jiang Li, "You truly possess remarkable audacity." The figure in red, a reflection of Jiang Li, smirked coldly. As soon as her words fell, the red-clad Jiang Li raised her hand and swept it lightly, unleashing an overwhelming force toward Jiang Li. With her eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, Jiang Li wielded her sword, unleashing several fierce gusts of sword energy to barely fend off the attack. In the next instant, the red-clad Jiang Li flashed before her, prompting Jiang Li to swiftly raise her sword in defense, igniting a fierce battle between the two. Half an hour later, the red-clad Jiang Li struck Jiang Li with a palm, sending her crashing into 3 tree trunks. Approaching leisurely, the red-clad Jiang Li wore a disdainful smile, exclaiming, "Despite being a deity, you are pathetically weak." Blood streamed from Jiang Li's mouth as she struggled to stand, propped up by the silver blade. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, she retorted, "In my presence, what are you even as a deity?" Still possessing the strength to taunt. It appeared that the red-clad Jiang Li lacked a profound understanding of her own power. Once more, the red-clad Jiang Li lunged forward, intent on eliminating Jiang Li entirely. Jiang Li spat blood onto the ground, appearing as nonchalant as if merely clearing her throat. In an instant, 3 forces erupted from within Jiang Li, as if 3 mountains bore down upon the red-clad Jiang Li. One was her own divine power, another was the primordial force of Qi Yu, and the last was the power of the Green Woman. She controlled them with exquisite precision, ensuring that the human pinnacle remained oblivious while firmly suppressing the red-clad Jiang Li, who then knelt before Jiang Li with a thud. Jiang Li advanced with a ruthless gait, lifting her chin with her fingertips, her voice cold and chilling. "So you enjoyed your little game earlier, did you?" With a sharp slap, Jiang Li struck the red-clad Jiang Li, who responded with exhilaration. "Ha! Jiang Li, you truly are something. Even when you strike hard, you hit yourself." Without hesitation, Jiang Li retaliated with another forceful slap, declaring, "Of course, I can be ruthless, even to myself. Why should I care?" Blood trickled from the corner of the red-clad Jiang Li's mouth as she gazed at Jiang Li with indifference, acknowledging, "So you do recognize me." Jiang Li delivered a swift kick, sending her flying 10 meters away. "Did you think I spent all those years reading novels for nothing? According to the usual narrative, you are merely the manifestation of my inner demon, sealed away somewhere, and yet you somehow broke free to enter this world, with a singular purpose, to kill me and become the true version of myself. Am I right?" The red-clad Jiang Li slowly stood, the earlier kick having severely injured her essence. Lifting her head, she coldly remarked, "You're quite clever. No wonder you are me." Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. How had she never realized her own vanity before? The figure before her mirrored that same trait. In a crimson garb, Jiang Li remarked, "But have you ever contemplated that neither of us is the true Jiang Li?" Her voice, imbued with an enchanting allure, captivated Jiang Li's senses, causing her eyes to gradually cloud in confusion. A long-buried memory began to resurface from the depths of her mind. Within this recollection, a blinding hue of crimson engulfed her surroundings, the air thick with a pungent scent of blood, as lifeless bodies lay strewn about, dismembered limbs hanging carelessly from the trees. At the heart of the forest stood an 18-year-old maiden, exuding an aura reminiscent of a vengeful spirit returned from the depths of hell. She was drenched in blood, her gaze as frigid as frost, devoid of warmth, while the sword she dragged behind her left a long trail of crimson on the ground. Chapter 75. A moment of madness in a crimson attire. Jiang Li gazed at her, her eyes brimming with a sanguine hue, excitement etched upon her visage. Indeed, as long as she succumbed to painful memories, replacing her would be effortless. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Li appeared before her, gripping her neck with a single hand. Akin to a farmer's goose grasped by a brute, no distinction whatsoever. Alas, why must it be so arduous to simply indulge in the whims of romance? Why must you dismantle the persona I have constructed? Is it not glorious to reign supreme in another realm? Why the insistence on courting death? As Jiang Li tightened her grip, her azure and crimson eyes swirled like a vortex of ice and fire, radiating an eerie glow while an ominous aura enveloped her. Yet, the expression on the face of the crimson-clad Jiang Li remained a subtle smile, seemingly relishing her actions. Before long, her form began to dissolve into light, merging within her. "What are you doing?" A coffin, belonging to Qiyu, descended from the heavens, interrupting their merging process. In the next moment, a rift in the void tore open behind the crimson Jiang Li, and countless serpentine spirits ensnared her, dragging her into the fissure. "Qiyu, it has been an eternity. Please convey my regards to Heishuan. When we meet again, it shall be his demise." These are the final words left by the crimson Jiang Li. Simultaneously, the elder, with hands forming seals, spat a mouthful of blood, his form gradually fading. He gazed at the sky, murmuring, "It appears my time is running short." Jiang Li's eyes, slowly returning to tranquility, began to sway, her consciousness growing hazy. "Old man, if you do not arrive soon, I shall struggle to maintain this fade." Just as Jiang Li was about to intimately kiss the earth, Chio's coffin lid caught her just in time, silently transporting her back to the villa. In her consciousness, Jiang Li awoke in a daze, startled to find a coffin hovering before her. "No way. Has my great-great-grandfather come to find me?" Qiyu, exasperated, retorted, "I am your ancestor." "Ah," Jiang Li exclaimed, "Old man, what brings you here? Did you not summon me?" Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, "Oh. The elder told me that whenever I encounter an unbeatable foe, I should just call for you in my heart, and you would return." What was meant to be a casual invocation unexpectedly summoned him. "If I had not come, you would have perished." With a nonchalant expression toward life and death, Jiang Li shrugged. "So what? At worst, I shall traverse into another realm." Upon uttering this, Jiang Li genuinely contemplated, which world should I enter? Perhaps a martial arts novel, or a tale of the vicious female antagonist, or a story where the domineering CEO falls for me. Each option seems enticing. However, the tales of brainless, exhilarating heroines are the most delightful, daily flaunting and slapping faces, my utmost favorite. Bang! Chio's coffin lid struck Jiang Li, leaving her dazed. "Old man, why do you strike me again? What if you render me foolish and no one desires me? She let out a cold snort and remarked, "Isn't there still that unpleasant?" He recalled Jiang Li's protective demeanor towards that young man and immediately changed his tone. "You need not worry about that issue. There is also that charming lad who requires your attention. Old man, could you refrain from teasing me? My head feels as if it might explode." Just moments ago, in an effort to absorb the power of another self, she had unleashed all her internal strength at once, teetering on the brink of a rampage. Unable to contain it much longer, upon hearing this, Qiyu hastily infused divine power into Jiang Li, stabilizing her soul that was on the verge of chaos. After a considerable time, Jiang Li's spirit gradually calmed down, her eyes tightly shut as she diligently worked to harness the power within her body. Observing her improved condition, Qiyu hesitated slightly before speaking. "Aren't you curious to ask anything?" Jiang Li sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, multitasking as she attempted to master the internal forces for her own use rather than merely suppressing them. In response to Qiyu's inquiry, she said, "What is there to ask? Even if I did, you would only say that my current strength is insufficient to know such matters. I must wait until I am powerful enough for you to divulge them." Qiyu replied, "How do you know? Isn't this a common trope in novels?" Qiyu nodded in apparent understanding, realizing that reading more novels could indeed be beneficial. It could even expand one's intellect. "Wait, then doesn't that mean you know everything?" "Of course. It's not that difficult to deduce." Jiang Li finally refined the power within her, no longer needing to struggle against it. Qiyu exclaimed, "Then what about the memory seal that little black and I set?" "Oh, so it was you two who established it." Qiyu realized belatedly that he had been outsmarted. Jiang Li recalled Zhou Ping's words and connected them with what the elder had once told her. Piecing together the memories she had witnessed, the truth began to take shape. No wonder the elder had mentioned that something had gone awry, leading to Wang Mian eventually being delivered to her. It turned out that when her powers erupted violently at the age of 18, resulting in a rampage, he and the elder had arrived just in time to extract her rampaging consciousness, sealing it away in another space-time, while also locking that memory away from her. The elder had known of this matter at the time, hadn't he? Qiyu chose not to speak further, tacitly agreeing with Jiang Li's deductions. In truth, she had only grasped half of the situation. The reality was far more complex. Suddenly, the mood shifted. "Damn it, I've been wondering why I've become increasingly foolish lately. Before the college entrance exam, I was so confident I could get into hucking. Yet, I ended up in a vocational college. Thankfully, my grandfather allowed me to drop out and repeat a year, which eventually led me to a second-tier university. Do you have any idea that your intervention has left me with a muddled mind?" Qiyu remained silent, but it was evident that he found this girl quite sharp-witted. As Jiang Li continued her tirade, Qiyu feigned deafness, pretending not to hear anything. At last, Jiang Li quieted down, and Qiyu tossed several packets of traditional medicine her way, advising, "Take these at regular intervals for your meals. They will be beneficial for your health." "I'm not ill, so why would I take medicine?" "Qiyu, a mental illness is not an ailment. It is something inherited from you." "Qiyu, enough. This little ancestor is now beyond reproach. He cannot be scolded or criticized, but must be accommodated." Qiyu changed the subject. "To what stage have you and that young lad progressed?" Jiang Li looked at him in confusion. "Why do you ask this?" Then, as if recalling something, her eyes widened in realization. "I understand now. The Miao region never intermarriages with outsiders. You must be planning to offer 300 billion to have him leave me, aren't you?" Chapter 76. Breaking the rules. Qiyu chuckled several times. "Ah, so you're aware of this rule. How can it be that an enlightened ancestor like you still harbors such feudal notions? This is not merely a matter of feudalism. Rather, it is a tradition that has been passed down for centuries, which cannot be easily disrupted." Jiang Li was infuriated, her hair bristling. "Rules are rigid, but people are alive. I am determined to shatter this convention." "That may be so, but you must first possess the strength to do so. At the very least, you must inherit the divine position. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall immediately abolish this rule. At that point, I will also remove Qiyu from the family tree." Of course, these thoughts resided solely in Jiang Li's heart, mere musings. Yet, Qiyu could see through her intentions in an instant. Unable to strike or scold her, He was left in frustration, kicking around in his coffin and nearly injuring his toes. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Li inquired, "Old man, what are you doing?" Qiyu winced in pain, but concealed it from her, redirecting her attention. "Even if you were to change the rule, it would be futile. Do not forget, your blood is laced with deadly poison. If you wish to harm him, I shall not intervene." This left Jiang Li in a contemplative silence, and Qiyu seized the moment to stoke the flames further. "And do not tell me you wish to marry him. From my own experiences, let me enlighten you. The sole advantage of marriage is that it expedites the path to retribution by several decades. You may believe he is your safe harbor, yet he is the one who will bring the storm. He may even betray you, seeking another woman without your knowledge. There is also the possibility of domestic violence if he has an unreasonable mother. Your suffering would only intensify." Suddenly, Jiang Li laughed. "Old man, where do you derive such insights? Were you ever like this in your youth?" Qi replied, "What I say is true. Why do you not believe me? What kind of enchantment has that rascal cast upon you to make you so infatuated?" With a lovesick expression, Jiang Li exclaimed, "Oh, you do not understand him at all. You have no idea how wonderful he is. And he does not smell bad. He is fragrant. Do you believe I might go and end him right now, turning him into a wretched boy, a worthless lad? Soon, he will no longer exist in this world. Old man, have you transformed into an unreasonable matron from a romantic drama, intent on breaking up couples? Is it not time to promote the concept of free love? Please retract your archaic thoughts." Qiyu, shifting his tone, asked, "When do you plan to reveal your true identity to him?" "Perhaps when he falls deeply in love." Jiang Li replied, "Enough. This love-struck fool is beyond saving." Jiang Li yawned and said, "Old man, do you have anything more to say? If not, I shall retire to sleep. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence." Without waiting for Qiyu's response, Jiang Li departed from her consciousness. That battle had drained her mental energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. Qiyu, however, remained steadfastly within Jiang Li's consciousness, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. As dawn broke, everyone rose except for Jiang Li, who remained ensconced in her slumber. Even the fragrant allure of food brought by Tan Xiang could not coax her from her bed. The others were perplexed by her behavior, but Xing Hen misinterpreted the situation, his gaze fixated upon Wang Mian. Was the captain truly that formidable? Had he rendered Jiang Li incapable of rising from her bed? Yet, it seemed plausible. At such a vigorous age, it was natural for the captain to be impulsive, especially with Jiang Li's daily teasing. Observing the ever-shifting expressions on Xing Hen's face, Wang Mian immediately discerned the errant thoughts swirling in his mind. Wang Mian approached Xing Hen and lightly flicked his forehead, advising him to limit his consumption of Jiang Li's novels for the sake of his mental well-being. Xing Hen retorted lightly, "But I find Jiang Li's stories quite captivating. Moreover, did you know she has penned a novel herself?" "What?" Xing Hen pondered, the title eluding his tongue, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Captain, you might as well explore Jiang Li's profile yourself." "No need. I can surmise that, given her temperament, her writings would likely be quite scandalous." Wang Mian dismissed without a second thought. Xing Hen, emboldened, inquired boldly, "Captain, have you and Jiang Li? Why is she still in bed? Didn't we agree yesterday that we would all go out today?" Wang Mian, caught mid-sip, nearly choked, his face turning crimson as Xing Hen patted his back in concern. After a moment, Wang Mian remarked, "You've been influenced by Jiang Li." Xing Hen quickly realized, have I misinterpreted the situation? At that moment, Tan Xiang interjected, "What are you two discussing?" "Nothing of consequence. Go wake Jiang Li. We're heading to the amusement park today," Wang Mian instructed Tan Xiang. Xing Hen then mischievously nudged Tan Xiang, exchanging knowing glances. Tan Xiang instantly understood. "No way. Captain, I can't rouse her. Perhaps Sister Chong Wei should go, or you could do it yourself." Indeed, Wang Mian hesitated before heaving a resigned sigh and proceeding to awaken Jiang Li. As they exchanged glances, Xing Hen and Tan Xiang silently celebrated their success, high-fiving each other in triumph. Wang Mian entered her room softly. "Jiang Li, it's time to wake up." From under the covers came a muffled response. "You mentioned you had never been to an amusement park before. If you don't get up soon, we shall go without you." Instantly jolted from her slumber, Jiang Li sprang from her bed, exclaiming, "I'm getting up now." Yet, she promptly collapsed back down, her eyes open but her mind still clouded. "Wang Mian, why are you still here? Are you planning to watch me change?" Wang Mian, without uttering a word, turned and exited the room. After a brief period of procrastination, Jiang Li finally rose to change her clothes, hastily preparing herself before joining the others. Due to Jiang Li's impressive driving skills, both Wang Mian and Tian Ping had deliberately pursued their driver's licenses. Wang, accompanied by Jiang Li, Xuanhua, and Rose, drove a vehicle, while the others were led by Tian Ping. An hour later, they arrived at the amusement park, where Jiang Li instantly burst with excitement. "I want to ride the roller coaster." Tian Ping, Yue, and Rose echoed his enthusiasm. However, Xuanhua hid behind Wang, expressing his reluctance to join. Tian Ping and Yue exchanged mischievous glances, each taking hold of one of Xuanhua's arms, determined to drag him along for the ride. Xuanhua struggled desperately. "Captain, save me. Don't bully Xuanhua, you lot." Wang was about to intervene when Xinghin and Tanxiang seized him, insisting he join them on the swinging pendulum ride. "Captain, with Tian Ping here, there's nothing to worry about." It was precisely because they were present that he felt concern, not to mention the unreliable Jiang Li. As Jiang Li and the others mounted the roller coaster, their ecstatic screams contrasted sharply with Xuanhua's plight. Tian Ping, Yue, I hate both of you." The reason he refrained from expressing his ire towards Jiang Li and Rose was simple. He couldn't contend with them. "Captain, help me." "Xuanhua, enough shouting. Do you realize how embarrassing you are right now?" Rose exclaimed loudly from the side. Xuanhua, the teammates nearby, also expressed their embarrassment, and suddenly Xuanhua shouted, "Tell my mother. I'm not a coward." Chapter 77. The Vortex Adventure. As soon as Vortex finished speaking, a wave of nausea surged within him. "Oh no! Vortex, don't you dare vomit!" Yue shouted from behind. "I'm going to throw up on you." With that, Vortex dashed to the trash can and began to heave. Yue returned with a bottle of water and handed it to him. "Fortunately, you didn't vomit up there. Otherwise, I would have been utterly disgusted." Vortex took the water and rinsed his mouth. "You and Tian Ping both know I have a fear of heights, yet still insisted on dragging me along. If I vomit, it will be on both of you." Tian Ping shook his head. "Alas, your reasoning is flawed. We are doing this for your own good, to cure your acrophobia. I thank you both." Vortex pushed them away and headed towards the carousel. However, Jiang Li suddenly appeared before him. "Vortex, let us go bungee jumping." Vortex's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprinted towards Wang Mian. "Captain, save me." Did I just hear Vortex calling for me? Wang Mian, having just dismounted the giant swing, turned around, but Xinghin immediately obstructed his view. "Captain, you must have misheard. Let's try another ride instead." Wang Mian regarded him suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from me?" "Captain, that is merely your imagination." Tanxiang quickly diverted Wang Mian's attention. "Captain, let us go buy some popcorn. I remember Jiang Li loves it." Wang Mian hesitated slightly. All right. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In truth, Wang Mian's suspicions were warranted. During their time on the ride, Tian Ping had proposed that this trip to the amusement park should be used to cure Vortex's fear of heights. After all, his screams were too disruptive every time they attempted bungee jumping. This suggestion received unanimous approval, and Tanxiang promptly shared it in their exclusive girls group chat, with Jiang Li and Xiangwei expressing their agreement. Xinghin and Tanxiang took charge of distracting Wang Mian, while the others were responsible for leading Vortex through various high-altitude attractions. As for why they didn't inform Wang Mian, it was simply because he was overly fond of Vortex and would never allow them to proceed with their plan. With a mischievous grin, Tian Ping urged Yue, "Catch Vortex. Don't let him escape." "Got it." "Hey, Yue, don't come any closer." Vortex, don't run away. Come play with us." Seeing Yue drawing nearer, Vortex sprinted with all his might. "Damn it. Move faster." But as he looked up, he found Jiang Li grinning at him, waiting in front. Vortex slammed on the brakes and quickly changed direction, only to find Xiangwei standing there, playing with a pink hammer. Oh no! As Vortex switched directions again, Tian Ping appeared right in front of him. Vortex, don't run away. Just come with us." "Ugh, I will sever ties with you for a day." I refuse to play with you. I want to play with the captain. Vortex cried out helplessly, but in the end, he was dragged away mercilessly. At the bungee platform, Jiang Li was the first to try it out. As she prepared to jump, she specifically instructed the staff to capture some stunning footage, as she intended to share it on her social media. Such as the quintessential Chinese woman, forever striving for the perfect shot. As Jiang Li leaped from the edge, it felt as though an invisible hand had violently yanked him into the abyss. The wind howled past his ears, and his body plummeted like an unanchored stone. Weightless and in free fall, his mind a blank slate, consumed only by the exhilarating sensation of freefall. As the rope stretched taut, his body was abruptly yanked back upwards, akin to a small vessel tossed mercilessly by surging waves, thrown high and dropped down repeatedly. Rather than fear, Jiang Li was overwhelmed with excitement, his form floating in the air, reveling in the exquisite thrill of a near-death experience. Below, Xianwei trembled with apprehension, while Tianping encouraged him. What are you afraid of? We've jumped from greater heights before. It's only 100 meters. How can it be the same? What if the rope snaps mid-air? What if the safety measures are inadequate? I might end up as a mere splatter. Fear not, with Tianping around. You one team meet your demise. Yu Gui interjected. I refuse. I refuse. Xianwei protested vehemently. Yet Tianping and Yu Gui promptly whisked him up to the bungee jump platform. To prevent Xianwei from fainting, Tianping discreetly exerted a gravitational force on him. Fortunately, Xianwei's fragile heart did not leap from his chest. For the remainder of the day, Tianping and the others led Xianwei through all the high-altitude attractions. Yet, they did not truly intend to frighten him. Tianping consistently maintained a gravitational field around him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xianwei lay despondently on the ground, his eyes devoid of light. This day had been an unforgettable adventure, one he would carry with him through eternity. Xianwei, why are you lying on the ground? Wang Mian asked, approaching with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing his captain's voice, Xianwei's eyes ignited with brightness as he sprang toward Wang Mian. Captain, Tianping and the others are bullying me. Just as Xianwei was about to voice his grievances, he noticed the 2 buckets of popcorn in Wang Mian's hands, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Captain, is the popcorn for me? You're so kind to me. Without hesitation, Xianwei seized the popcorn and began to munch eagerly. Wang Mian almost mentioned that it was intended for Jiang Li, but the words caught in his throat. It's fine. I can buy more later. From behind, Tan Xiang chimed in. Xianwei, why did you eat Jiang Li's popcorn? Yours is with me and Xing Hen. Xianwei exclaimed in confusion. Captain, wasn't it bought for me? Tan Xiang interjected. Certainly not. The captain specifically got it for Jiang Li. We were just looking for her. Xianwei's expression instantly fell. Captain, is that true? If so, I want to eat it. Wang Mian sighed in exasperation. Don't listen to Tan Xiang's nonsense. If you've eaten it, it's yours. Yay. I knew the captain cared for me the most. Xianwei beamed, promptly devouring the other bucket of popcorn Wang Mian held. Xing Hen, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Xianwei, at this moment, you resemble a third party. And what of it? Jiang Li monopolizes the captain every day. I want him too. Xing Hen muttered quietly, Ruandong. Tan Xiang sighed with exasperation. The male third party. At the center of the conversation, Wang Mian remarked. Then I shall be the fourth. The Rose seemed to emerge from nowhere, exclaiming, Sandalwood. Sister Rose, why are you involved in this matter as well? So what? If Vortex is the third wheel, I shall be the fourth. The captain and Jiang Li each have one. It's quite fair. This declaration rendered everyone speechless, and Vortex's lips twitched slightly. He had merely jested, hoping Rose would not take it to heart, for he could hardly withstand Jiang Li's blade. Sandalwood quickly diverted the conversation, inquiring, by the way, Sister Rose, where are Jiang Li and the others? After a moment's contemplation, Rose replied, I believe they mentioned going to play an escape room. An escape room. That sounds delightful. Captain, let's hurry there as well. Vortex exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 78. The escape room. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Mian nodded, and the group made their way towards the haunted house. Before entering the escape room, Jiang Li pulled Yu Gui along, but he stubbornly refused to take a single step forward. I'm not going. If you want to go, you could go by yourself. If it comes to that, I'll fetch the captain for you. He is not afraid of ghosts. It would be so dull if he came. Then call Tianping. Don't involve me. Tianping? He doesn't even know where to play anymore. You go away. Don't tell me that a grown man like you is afraid of ghosts. At that moment, Xianwei approached with her signature model walk, hands on her hips, wearing a teasing smile. Oh dear, Yu Gui, you're actually afraid of ghosts. Upon hearing Xianwei, Yu Gui defiantly retorted, who is afraid of ghosts? ISNT at you? I'm not afraid, okay. While Yu Gui and Xianwei continued their childish banter, Jiang Li released Yu Gui and walked straight up to Wang Mian. She feigned a casual inquiry. Wang Mian, are you scared? If not, how about we go in and have some fun? A flicker of unease passed through Wang Mian's eyes as he shook his head. I'm not scared. Jiang Li then turned to the trio of roses. What about you? In unison, they replied, not scared at all. Then why are we hesitating? Let us all go in and have some fun. With that, Jiang Li eagerly rushed to buy tickets. Yu Gui quickly interjected, what about Tianping? Call him too. How can we have fun without him? Everyone looked around, but no one could spot Tianping. Eventually, Xinghen went to the restroom and dragged him out. So, are you too afraid, or what? Xianwei playfully draped her arms over Tianping and Yu Gui, fearing they might bolt at any moment. Tianping forced a strained smile. How could that be? He had quietly slipped away the moment he heard Jiang Li mention the escape room, thinking he could evade the situation by hiding in the restroom. After all, Jiang Li wouldn't come looking for him in the men's room, but alas, Xinghen found him. And now everyone was gathered. Why were you hiding in the restroom playing games then? Xinghen remarked dryly. Tianping, why ruin his cover? Yu Gui teased him, yeah. The haunted house is way more thrilling than any game. Tianping silently rolled his eyes, realizing that the one who was so unwilling to enter just moments ago was indeed Yu Gui. At that moment, as everyone prepared to enter, Jiang Li suddenly exclaimed, since we're seeking thrills, let us commit fully. The group of masked individuals exchanged puzzled glances, feeling an unsettling sense of DJVU. Xianwei asked, what kind of thrill are you talking about? Wang Mian, Tianping, and Yu Gui cast him a wary glance, sensing an ominous premonition. Jiang Li whispered, of course, we must not unleash our mental powers. Otherwise, it won't be fun at all, nor thrilling. With that proclamation, the escape routes for some were irrevocably sealed. They had initially planned to rely on their psychic senses to cheat their way through the escape room. But now, Jiang Li had effectively blocked any chance of retreat. The Rose spoke first. I agree, Sandalwood replied. So do I. Star Trace remarked. Whoever secretly uses their mental power is a coward. Vortex chimed in exactly. He then wore a mischievous grin as he fixed his gaze on Moon Ghost and Heaven Balance, saying, go on in, you two. Without hesitation, Vortex pushed Moon Ghost and Heaven Balance inside, not having forgotten how they had dragged him into various high-altitude escapades. While they had enjoyed themselves, they had shown little regard for their own safety. Now it was time for vengeance. As darkness enveloped them, Moon Ghost and Heaven Balance were about to extend their mental perception when Vortex's voice echoed from behind. If you two use your mental power, you'll be little pups. Heaven Balance feigned composure. Humph, who would use mental power? I certainly won T. Vortex shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. Heaven Balance, don't pretend to be brave. Who is pretending? Why don't you step forward then? Blocking the way, how can I move? In their haste, Heaven Balance and Moon Ghost quickly made way for Vortex, not wishing to lead the charge. I'll go first. Vortex saw through their facade, but chose not to call it out. After taking a couple of steps, a playful smirk appeared on his lips as he suddenly turned to frighten the two timid souls behind him. Boo! Heaven Balance and Moon Ghost screamed in unison, ah. They transformed into shrieking chickens, and just as they attempted to flee, they were met by an NPC brandishing a chainsaw, glaring menacingly at them. Despite knowing it was a mere illusion, they could not help but be terrified, sprinting forward and leaving Vortex behind. Seriously, are they that timid? Vortex thought, only to turn and see the NPC with the chainsaw charging at him. Goodness! Though not frightened himself, he felt obliged to play along with the NPC's role. Wait for me, you two. Meanwhile, As Rose and the others entered, they were immediately pursued by an NPC. Sandalwood collided head-on with a ghostly NPC, instantly losing his wits. In response, he slapped it and pushed it down, darting into another room. The unfortunate NPC lamented, "Isn't anyone going to give me a sound cue?" In another room, Jiang Li and Wang Mian were busy searching for clues. Jiang Li suddenly asked, "Wang Mian, aren't you afraid?" Wang Mian paused for a moment and shook his head. "Not afraid at all." Jiang Li leaned closer, teasingly articulating, "Really not afraid?" "Not afraid." "Then why are you gripping my hands so tightly?" Jiang Li lifted their clasped hands, noting that it was Wang Mian who was holding on with fervor, causing her hand to turn red. Wang Mian's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly released Jiang Li's hand, trying to play it cool. "I was just worried you might be scared, so I held your hand." Jiang Li gasped, shaking her reddened hand. She had been quite pleased when Wang Mian had taken her hand initially, but as he gripped tighter, she sensed something was amiss. Beneath his calm facade, was he truly frightened? Jiang Li hesitated momentarily and said, "Wang Mian, did you not partake in any escape room adventures during your school days? Surely, your time was not solely consumed by attending classes, completing assignments, and preparing for lessons, devoid of any recreational activities? Was your school experience truly as mundane as that?" Jiang Li's lips twitched uncontrollably, in stark contrast to a model student like Wang Mian. She felt like a miscreant. Her own school days had been far from studious. In middle school, she had dared to confront a teacher, and in high school, she often scaled walls at night to indulge in gaming until dawn. By morning, she would sneak back, feigning sleep while the teacher lectured above. At that moment, the door swung open, and a couple entered. The girl remarked, "But, darling, there are cameras here." "It's fine. They can't see us," came the reply. Suddenly, a series of unsettling noises echoed through the darkness, leaving Wang Mian and Jiang Li in stunned silence. Without warning, an NPC screamed, "Ah, look closely. I'm a ghost, not a human." Chapter 79, live broadcast. Although the NPC's despair was invisible, it was palpable, especially since he was male. Wang Mian promptly seized Jiang Li and made his exit. "Wait, I still wish to hear what happens next." Jiang Li retorted, "Enough of that. We must seek out clues first." With a sudden grin, Jiang Li slyly released Wang Mian's hand and stealthily slipped away. "Jiang Li," Wang Mian exclaimed, sensing the absence of her grasp, but found himself enveloped in darkness, devoid of any trace of her presence. Meanwhile, the vortex was reveling in the chaos, diligently searching for clues when the NPC unexpectedly appeared to frighten him. However, the vortex was engaged in a playful dance, evading capture with a whimsical chant. "He can't catch me, Tianping and Yuegawei were still frantically fleeing when they collided with Xiangwei and her group. Xiangwei, stop. It's us," Tianping exclaimed, nursing the sting of a punch from Xiangwei. "Tianping, I thought you were a ghost," she retorted, retracting her fists upon realizing her error. Tianping rubbed his right hand and inquired, "Xiangwei, you weren't just attacking ghosts all along, were you?" Xiangwei instinctively protested. "How could that be possible? How could it not be?" Xinghan interjected quietly. Yuegawei added, "Didn't you see the notice outside? It strictly prohibits assaulting NPCs," Tan Xiang meekly admitted. "I truly didn't see it." Tianping was astonished. "What? Don't you all know you must compensate for hitting someone?" Xiangwei and Tan Xiang fell silent, while Xinghan took mental notes. Tan Xiang had slapped 5 individuals and kicked 3, and Xiangwei had been on a rampage since their journey began. "Oh, right. Each assault incurs a penalty of 600 yuan," Tianping exclaimed. "Wow. You two are incredible." Yuegawei questioned, "How do you know so much?" Xinghan replied, "I've done it before." On his very first day, he had accrued nearly 2,000 yuan in compensation, though it was somewhat painful. Suddenly, the vortex, masquerading as a ghost with a massive axe in hand, approached Tianping and the others. He, Tianping gasped. "Not again." Yuegawei yanked Tianping away in a panic, while Xiangwei hesitated, contemplating another punch, but ultimately decided against it, knowing the compensation was substantial. As Tianping and the others sprinted ahead, the vortex chased after them, his face alight with mirth as he pursued them through room after room. Jiang Li, now donned in NPC attire, pondered whether to frighten Wang Mian when Yue fortuitously stumbled into her path. Whoa, this too. Jiang Li's demeanor shifted instantly as she mimicked a zombie's gait. Advancing towards Yue. In a panic, Yue turned and fled, only to crash into Tianping and the others, with the vortex hot on their heels, effectively sandwiching them in a tight spot. Fortunately, Xinghen discovered an alternate route, prompting them to escape through it. The vortex and Jiang Li exchanged glances, both bewildered by their apparent inability to frighten anyone. Yet, they too sensed an odd familiarity in the sounds echoing around them. At almost the same moment, both exclaimed, "Jiang Li? Vortex?" The truth is revealed. They exchanged a knowing smile and set off in pursuit of Tianping and Yue. While the others were either fleeing or in the midst of their escape, only Wang Mian diligently searched for clues. Initially, when Jiang Li departed, Wang Mian felt a twinge of fear, for he had never participated in such a game before. However, he soon realized that those NPCs merely appeared to startle, posing no real threat. Thus, his initial fright transformed into indifference. He began to ignore the NPCs, focusing intently on his quest for clues. The NPCs, finding it futile to scare Wang Mian, ceased their attempts and informed their colleagues that he was impervious to fright, resulting in a near-total abandonment of efforts to intimidate him. Where could they have gone? Just as Wang Mian turned to seek out Tianping and the others, an NPC with disheveled hair approached him, emitting a cackling sound. Wang Mian furrowed his brow, standing still with his hands in his pockets. When she tilted her head to draw closer, he sighed resignedly, extending his arms to embrace her. Murmuring, "Jiang Li, I know it's you." Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know? Did you use mental power?" "Not at all." "Then how did you figure it out?" "Take a guess." "I refuse to guess." "Then I shan't tell you." Jiang Li brushed her hair aside, tilting her head to gaze at him. "Come on, just tell me." Wang Mian smiled softly. "You guess." Jiang Li pouted. "I can't be bothered to guess." In truth, she merely wished to startle Wang Mian, curious about his reaction when frightened. After all, throughout their long acquaintance, he had always remained unflappable, even in the face of calamity. Hearing this, Wang Mian tightened his grip slightly, drawing them closer, and smiled down at her. "Do you really think I wouldn't recognize you?" Jiang Li could sense the pressure of his hands at her waist and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, their foreheads touching. "Then tell me how you recognized me." At that moment, both utilized their mental powers to perceive each other's expressions. Their eyes met, resembling clear, tranquil pools, vividly reflecting one another's visage. In that instant, their gazes contained only the contours of each other, intertwining with unspoken words. Time seemed to freeze. The world around them faded, leaving only the face before them, the singular focus of their existence. Secret. While speaking, Wang Mian's left hand subtly slid to Jiang Li's back, gently pulling her closer. Their lips were already near, and this tug caused Jiang Li to lean in for a kiss. At the crucial moment, however, she suddenly turned her face to the side, and their lips merely brushed against each other's cheeks. In Jiang Li's mind, she could hear Qi Yu's frantic voice. Such a disgrace. Such a disgrace. A young lady should maintain her composure. How could you be so forward? How can you ruin my good fortune? Furthermore, I have always been a refined scoundrel, utterly indifferent to such matters. If you are unconcerned, do you not realize that the nature of men is inherently base? Once easily attained, they no longer regard it as treasure. Jiang Li, are you, old man, chastising yourself? Qi Yu. To prevent Qi Yu from continuing his incessant chatter, Jiang Li instinctively muted his voice. She had not anticipated that the old man had not departed. Had he taken residence in her consciousness? If she were to engage in mischief with Wang Mian in the future, would he not witness it all? This is no different from a live broadcast of a scandalous film. Chapter 80. The rumor of the Ferris wheel. Wang Mian held on to Jiang Li tightly, reluctant to let go. He recognized her by the faint, enchanting fragrance of orchids that enveloped her, a scent uniquely hers, unattainable by others. After a brief moment, Wang Mian released Jiang Li and said, "Come, I will take you to ride the Ferris wheel." Jiang Li was still preoccupied with thoughts of how to expel Qi Yu from her consciousness when Wang Mian's words illuminated her eyes. Yes, yes, but should we not call Vortex and the others? Wang Mian, gently grasping her hand as they walked forward, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to summon those few rascals?" After pondering, Jiang Li replied, "Perhaps it's best not to. Such a romantic endeavor as riding the Ferris wheel should not be spoiled by those 6 glaring bulbs." Wang Mian chuckled softly with Tian Ping around. "We needn't worry about them. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry." Jiang Li's mind was now filled with the rumors surrounding the Ferris wheel, rendering Qi Yu too apathetic to comment. Upon arriving at the Ferris wheel, they overheard a nearby couple conversing. "I heard that couples who kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel will be together for a lifetime. Do you believe such rumors?" "Of course. How could you not believe?" Believe, my dear. I believe you, just don't pull my hair." Jiang Li couldn't suppress the smile on her lips and turned her head to ask, "Wang Mian, did you hear that?" Wang Mian wore a knowing smile and feigned ignorance. "Hear what?" "Humph. I refuse to believe you didn't hear." Wang Mian chuckled lightly, his words layered with meaning. "Then do you believe it?" The term believe here held dual significance. Did Jiang Li believe in the rumor, or did she believe Wang Mian had heard the couple's conversation? "Humph. I'm not a mind reader. How would I know what you believe?" Jiang Li muttered softly. Wang Mian chuckled quietly, naturally taking Jiang Li's hand to purchase tickets. "We'll find out once we go up." Jiang Li. Is Wang Mian hinting at something? How delightful. While Jiang Li's infatuated mind began to race, transforming her into a detective. Was Wang Mian being deliberate in the room earlier? Did he want her to kiss him? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? What did his earlier words mean? Could it be? Was he going to confess tonight? Ugh, this is utterly nauseating. Quickly banish those sordid thoughts. In an instant, Jiang Li's expression darkened. She had forgotten about Qi Yu still lingering in her consciousness. "Old man, why are you residing in my mind instead of returning home?" "What do you mean residing in your mind?" "I am here to protect you. It seems more like you're watching me. Listen to what others are saying. Don't regale me with your archaic phrases. I'm not only dim-witted, but cannot comprehend them either." Jiang Li's countenance appeared rather off, a fact not lost on Wang Mian. Since their entry into the vehicle, she had been wearing a stern expression. Had something provoked her ire? Wang Mian waved his hand in front of her. "Jiang Li, what are you pondering?" "Shoo, don't make a sound," Jiang Li admonished, placing her hand over his mouth. With her eyes tightly shut, her consciousness once again confronted Qi Yu, igniting a verbal duel that spanned 300 rounds. It must be said, when Qi Yu lost his temper, he even hurled insults at himself, berating his own descendants as well. If their coffins were present, he would likely have unleashed further curses, perhaps even desecrating their remains. Jiang Li, truly deserving of being his descendant, exhibited the same fiery spirit. One cursed the ancestors for generations, while the other condemned future progeny. They even speculated whether the feng shui of their ancestral grave was at fault, pondering how such an ancestor could exist. Both resolved to inform Jiang Yan, grandfather, to relocate the ancestral grave to a more auspicious site. As their quarrel escalated, local dialects erupted, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a rural elder arguing with a country girl. Ultimately, Qi Yu could not best Jiang Li. After all, her prowess in this verbal skirmish was akin to online harassment. Just as Jiang Li's consciousness began to fade, Qi Yu shouted, "Don't be too forward. You hear me? Keep that little rascal in suspense." "Understood, old man," Jiang Li replied, following which she dramatically performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, leaving Qi Yu utterly astonished. The moment Jiang Li opened her eyes, a radiant smile adorned her face as she walloped Wang Mian against the wall. Teasing, "Were you thinking about me?" "Qi Yu, just a moment ago, he had advised against being too forward, and now never mind, he was too weary to continue. He simply hoped she wouldn't produce a rebellious descendant." Jiang Li's rapid transformation astounded Wang Mian, who was momentarily oblivious to the wall slam. He rubbed his forehead and inquired, "What just happened to you?" "Me perfectly fine," Jiang Li replied, inching closer to Wang Mian, their proximity suggesting a kiss might be imminent, rekindling the atmosphere of ambiguity. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Qi Yu remarked, Remember to take your medicine on time, before vanishing from Jiang Li's consciousness. On the other side, realizing Qi Yu had departed, Jiang Li promptly straightened herself. Her earlier antics were intentional, aimed at driving Qi Yu away. Otherwise, she would have felt somewhat embarrassed being caught in mischief. Nonetheless, she recalled Qi Yu's advice. Girls should indeed not be overly forward. With Wang Mian now prepared to tease her, Jiang Li cleared her throat to revive the atmosphere. Wang Mian, did you hear the rumors just now? Wang Mian countered with a question. Do you believe them? Jiang Li, lacking conviction, replied, if you believe it, of course I will. I don't believe it. Wang Mian teased, eager to observe her reaction. One moment Jiang Li was giggling, the next she was no longer amused. Yet Wang Mian chuckled and added, but whatever you say, I believe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li broke into a smile. Would you like to draw a little closer to hear what I have to say? Indeed. Wang Mian obediently leaned in, his gaze fixed intently and fervently upon Jiang Li, the tenderness in his eyes nearly overflowing. He slightly leaned forward, his right hand encircling her waist, subtly exerting pressure to draw her nearer. You speak, he urged. In that moment, as Jiang Li felt the firm grip at her waist, a thought flickered through her mind. A sophisticated hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. She had always taken the initiative to provoke, while Wang Mian remained passive. Yet, the true roles of hunter and prey between them remained uncertain. Without uttering a word, Jiang Li silently inched closer, and predictably, Wang Mian's hand tightened around her waist, drawing her further in. A glint of mischief flashed in Jiang Li's eyes as she tilted her head slightly back, while Wang Mian leaned in, marking the beginning of an exquisite tension between them. Why the silence? He questioned. What is there to say? What do you think? At that moment, the Ferris wheel was nearing its pinnacle. Jiang Li remained silent, still tilting back, as Wang Mian, with a hand cradling the back of her head, leaned down to kiss her, murmuring, I wish to hear your thoughts on the legends of the Ferris wheel. Chapter 81. The influence of surroundings beneath the towering Ferris wheel. 6 supermodels stood in a row, each holding a telescope, creating a striking tableau. Tianping remarked, so the captain abandoned us simply to ride the Ferris wheel with Jiang Li. Xuanhua responded, it's not abandonment. It's clearly intentional. Tianxiang interjected, by the way, are they willing to break the ice today? Yuegui added, can't the captain be a bit more proactive? Watching him makes me anxious. Xinghan chimed in, if the captain isn't anxious, why should you be? Xiangwei said, exactly. The ambience must be perfect. Only then will the kiss feel authentic. Sigh, if only I could take the captain's place. Her words elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the others, as Xiangwei remained undeterred. Above on the Ferris wheel, Jiang Li pressed her hands against Wang Mian's chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed intently at him, stating, have you ever heard another saying? You say it, and I shall listen. Their gazes locked. It was a spirit kiss devoid of desire. Jiang Li wrapped her arms around Wang Mian's neck, leaning in closer until their lips were merely a millimeter apart. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes tracing upwards from his lips to meet his deep, oceanic eyes. She was eager to see how Wang Mian would respond. The proximity of their bodies intertwined their breaths, warm and soft, enveloping each other's faces in a tight embrace, reminiscent of an intimate couple. 2 distinct souls began to converge from within. In that moment of eye contact, the tenderness in Wang Mian's gaze resembled the gentlest clouds of a spring sun, nearly enveloping Jiang Li entirely. She felt herself sinking into this sea of warmth, unable to extricate herself, yearning to remain lost forever. At that instant, it was as if invisible threads bound their souls tightly together, one connecting to Wang Mian's essence, the other to Jiang Li's, intertwining ever more closely, merging every shadow and light within their spirits. Just then, the Ferris wheel gently reached its apex. At that moment, their souls were inseparably intertwined, though they had not kissed. It felt more profound than a kiss. Wang Mian embraced Jiang Li fully, burying his head in her neck, softly chuckling, you've won. In this silent game of wits. Both were astute individuals, fully aware of each other's intentions, yet they remained rational to an extreme. The roles of hunter and prey remained uncertain. Jiang Li declared triumphantly. Humph. You're no match for me. Wang Mian chuckled in resignation. I concede. Neither acknowledged the tension directly, yet their understanding deepened, leading to a subtle shift in their relationship. Wait, Wang Mian, you're too heavy. You're about to crush me. Jiang Li had a knack for shattering the mood. With her words, the flutter in Wang Mian's heart vanished without a trace, and he immediately released Jiang Li, adopting a serious expression. Be serious. What is unserious about me? Originally small. If you press it further, it will become flattened, and then you will no longer be able to. Wang Mian immediately covered Jiang Li's mouth. Aware that her words would not be kind, Jiang Li emitted muffled sounds, thinking that she was considering his future happiness, yet he remained ungrateful. If you keep talking nonsense, Wang Mian struggled to find harsh words, unable to articulate a coherent response. Jiang Li blinked her innocent eyes, hoping for some profound reply, but was met with silence. After a long pause, Wang Mian finally exclaimed, "You're not pure at all." He then released Jiang Li and turned to feign interest in the scenery outside the window. Jiang Li, pretending to be sarcastic, retorted, "Oh, as if you were so pure. You understand boys in a heartbeat. This is what they call the company one keeps." In truth, Wang Mian was not entirely oblivious. He had secretly perused the novels on Jiang Li's bookshelf. However, he was taken aback to discover that her selections were far from innocent, replete with even if subtly implied. He understood them quite well. At that moment, he caught sight of 6 individuals below, who were gazing at him through binoculars. Tian Ping, oh no, the captain has spotted us. Xin Wu, quickly, hide them, or the captain will drag us into practice. Xing Hen said lightly, it's too late. Jiang Li is already looking over here. You go away, we're done for. With Jiang Li involved, we'll be thoroughly grounded. In response, Chang Wei and Tan Xiang showed no concern, knowing the captain would not be harsh with them. As for Jiang Li, there was even less to worry about. A few handsome pictures of the captain would suffice. Jiang Li stood up, intending to speak with Wang Mian, when she noticed the group below with their binoculars, and promptly fell silent. Ding ling ling, Wang Mian's phone rang. He answered the call and hung up a few minutes later. Jiang Li inquired, "Are we going on another mission?" "Yes." Meanwhile, Qi returned to the small world, where the elder reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. "Why have you returned, ancestor? Aren't you supposed to be nurturing a bond with the little ancestor?" Qi rolled his eyes dramatically, questioning why the girl was so fond of men. Most frustratingly, she was enamored with an outsider. If it were a fine young man from Yaojiang, he would have simply abducted him and delivered him to her, ensuring an immediate marriage. Yet, it had to be an outsider, Qi lamented, among all my descendants. Is there not one worthy young man for that girl? The elder replied leisurely, have you forgotten, ancestor? Half of your descendants have been nearly exterminated by you, and the remaining few have been decimated by the little ancestor. Qi found himself momentarily speechless. It seemed to be true. After all, those descendants had recklessly abused their sorcery to cruelly harm living beings, and he had to intervene to cleanse the lineage. The elder added, the little ancestor's temperament is strikingly similar to your youthful self. Qi coldly retorted, leave. Very well. The old man truly rolled away, only to return and say, ancestor, I find that young lad quite commendable. He consistently tidies up the messes for the young lady. The most crucial aspect is that he possesses the strength to contain her rebellious spirit. One cannot simply reject him due to his foreign lineage. In this era that advocates for love without constraints, it would be wise for you, ancestor, to refrain from meddling in their affairs. Be cautious, for the young lady may transform into a formidable deity of destruction, akin to Neza. Qi scoffed. Is she not already a deity of destruction? The innate aura of slaughter within her grows increasingly potent, impossible to conceal. At present, she is a wolf clad in sheep's clothing, infiltrating the flock. That young man shall inevitably be consumed by her. Chapter 82. An unfortunate interference. Upon hearing these words, the elder felt an unsettling dissonance. Was it a reference to the little ancestor having thoroughly eliminated the fragrant youth, or was it something else? Subsequently, Qi remarked, in any case, I shall never consent to their union, especially given how that foul girl has completely bewitched him. Unbeknownst to him, The future Qi Yu would deliver a forceful slap to his present self, a sting that would resonate like a boomerang striking his forehead. The elder murmured softly, "If you refuse, are you merely waiting for that wretched scion of the Yellow Emperor to whisk her away? I've heard that he too has ventured into the realm of the little ancestor. One wonders if his intentions are directed toward her." Qi Yu's voice suddenly rose. "What did you say?" Startled, the elder replied, "I merely suggested that Qi Heng might have taken a liking to the little ancestor and is now pursuing her." "That would be splendid," Qi Yu exclaimed. "Let that wretched girl ensnare Qi Heng. It would save me from the Yellow Emperor's incessant bragging." The elder's expression shifted dramatically. The enmity between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu was profound. Although their relations had improved slightly over time, their meetings often devolved into conflict. Initially, he had intended for the ancestor to choose between Qi Heng and the fragrant youth. Now, it appeared she had chosen Qi Heng, though his preference still lay with the fragrant youth. Most crucially, the little ancestor favored him, and thus he must lend his unwavering support. The fragrant youth and the little ancestor were truly a match made in heaven. As for Qi Heng, he was of little consequence, merely a tool to provoke the ancestor. Qi Yu, brimming with excitement, declared, "Where is that Qi Heng? Bring him before the foul girl at once. Let them marry immediately." The elder quickly interjected, "Ancestor, did you not state that the little ancestor should not wed outsiders? How can you now wish for their union? What of it? The Yellow Emperor's scion is exceptionally gifted as well. Should the foul girl ensnare him and bear his offspring, the Yellow Emperor would be left without heirs." "Ha ha ha!" The elder, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. The notion of begetting offspring to leave the Yellow Emperor without descendants was indeed a cunning scheme. As Qi Yu's coffin began to drift away, the elder hastened to restrain it. "Ancestor, leave this matter to me. You should remain here to regain your strength, lest you find yourself at odds with the Yellow Emperor and suffer defeat." Qi Yu, contemplating, replied, "You make a valid point. Then off you go. Ensure this task is executed flawlessly." The elder patted his chest in assurance. "Consider it done." The mere thought of the Yellow Emperor losing his lineage sent Qi Yu into a fit of boisterous laughter. Soon, he would possess a formidable descendant once more, while the Yellow Emperor would be left without heirs. Just envisioning it filled him with joy. Conversely, the elder wore a look of regret. Alas, he had inadvertently complicated matters. Nevertheless, he needed to find Qi Heng to discuss, or rather threaten, the situation. At Hucking University, the students filed out of the classroom. A cultivated gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was tidying his lesson plans. Suddenly, he looked up and bowed respectfully toward the seemingly empty space. "I pay my respects to Senior Heishuan." The figure of the elder materialized from the void, scrutinizing the young man before him. "You must be Qi Heng, am I correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I have a matter to discuss with you. Your consent is required, whether you agree or not." Qi Heng, slightly taken aback, bowed respectfully and turned to leave. "Elder Heishuan, a right turn upon your exit. I shall not see you off," he said. In the next moment, Qi Heng felt himself ensnared by a serpent spirit. Wryly smiling, "Elder Heishuan, you remain as unreasonable as ever." The elder scoffed, stating, "As I said, your agreement is non-negotiable." Qi Heng shook his head in resignation. "Elder Heishuan, if you have something to say, please do so directly." With a sly grin, the elder placed a hand upon Qi Heng's shoulder. "Here is the situation. Your task is to expedite the union of those two individuals. Ideally, it should culminate in a consummated relationship. That would be most splendid. The ancestor would certainly not oppose their marriage." Qi Heng's brow furrowed slightly, realizing he was merely a tool for this endeavor. The elder pondered for a moment. "It seems that's an accurate assessment. I apologize, but I am a person of principles. I shall not engage in such affairs. I can have my ancestor forge a weapon for you. I am a person of principles. Have him craft you 10 weapons. I am a person of principles. Surely, he can create an artifact for you. Ahem. Principles. What if he were to forge an artifact 100 times more powerful than the Xianyuan sword? How would that be?" Qi Heng chuckled. "You truly have a knack for persuasion." The elder responded, "I feel as though I have been tricked." On the private plane designated for the masked team, Wang Mian announced the mission. In summary, our task is to masquerade as students, infiltrate their ranks, and uncover the mystery therein. Do you have any questions? Xuanzuo raised his hand. Since the mystery involves a murder in the girls' dormitory at night, wouldn't our actions be inconvenient? Tian Ping replied calmly. You need not worry about that. Jiang Li will be responsible for luring out the mystery, while we handle the eradication. Jiang Li, who had been singled out, exclaimed, Why must I be the one to lure it out? Tian Ping explained, The Sandalwood S Forbidden Domain is unsuitable, and there is no need to mention Sister Rose. So you're the most suitable candidate. Tian Ping, what do you mean? Why shouldn't Ti be mentioned? Rose retorted angrily, brandishing her pink hammer. Captain, save me. Tian Ping immediately hid behind Wang Mian. All right, enough of the bickering. We shall proceed according to Tian Ping's plan, Wang Mian calmly stated. Rose sulked but quietly sat beside Jiang Li. Xuanzuo timidly asked, This time, we're not going to university, are we? Rest assured, it is merely a high school. Wang Mian reassured him, patting Xuanzuo on the shoulder. Xuanzuo sighed in relief, grateful it was not a university, as he harbored lingering fears about such institutions, especially beneath the girls' dormitory. Wang Mian subsequently remarked, Oh, by the way, after we disembark from the plane, Jiang Li and Yu Gui, you two must first dye your hair back to black. In unison, Jiang Li and Yu Gui protested no. Once we dye it black, it will be exceedingly difficult to change the color again. Jiang Li's hair was a misty blue, styled in large waves, while Yu Gui sported a striking blend of black and white highlights. The author is unsure if this description is accurate, but it resembles the hues often seen in anime. Let your imagination fill in the gaps. Wang Mian shook his head, asserting, whether you like it or not, Jiang Li, you will oversee their hair dyeing process. All right. Jiang Li immediately shifted positions, sitting beside Wang Mian and playfully shaking his arm. Ah, Wang Mian, Captain, please let me keep my color. No. Wang Mian resolutely declined Jiang Li's plea, remaining steadfast even against her charming antics. Then I shall cease to love you. Chapter 83. Cowardly heart with colorful intentions upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Wang Mian, having heard them countless times, had long since developed an immunity. Then go and love the rose, he said, unfazed as he withdrew his hand, reassured by the fact that both of them were girls and unlikely to stir any waves. The happiness came so unexpectedly. A trivial smile blossomed on Xiang Wei's face. Jiang Li has arrived. Sister adores you. Jiang Li climbed up affectionately. Oh, darling, you are truly kind to her, unlike certain individuals. Xiang Wei played along with Jiang Li's theatrics. Indeed, you are the breeze, and I am the sand, entwined until the ends of the earth. Some faces had turned a deep shade of displeasure. And Moon Ghost fanned the flames. Oh, she doesn't love the captain anymore. She no longer wants you. With that, Moon Ghost swiftly vanished, not wishing to incur any wrath. Beside them, Xinghan remarked softly, master of yin and yang. What do you know? This is merely to foster their relationship, Moon Ghost retorted. Tan Xiang approached. Have you forgotten how Jiang Li wielded her sword against you last night? Moon Ghost. Wang Mian observed the intimate exchange between Jiang Li and Xiang Wei, his gaze deepening. Could he retract his earlier statement? However, he resigned himself to the thought that Xiang Wei could not possibly steal Jiang Li away. Their bond was undoubtedly one of pure friendship. He could only comfort himself inwardly, choosing to don his mask and close his eyes in meditation. The sounds of laughter and playful banter from Moon Ghost and the others swirled around him, and he lost track of time until the noise gradually subsided. Suddenly, Wang Mian felt a soft touch against his masked face, fleeting like a dragonfly skimming the water surface, lingering for but a second before vanishing without a trace. He opened his eyes swiftly, only to find no one before him. Glancing around the cabin, he saw everyone sprawled in various positions of slumber. His first instinct was to look for Jiang Li, his gaze landing on her, but she was seated far away, nestled beside Xiang Wei, making it impossible for her to return to her spot in such a brief moment. As Wang Mian pondered this perplexity, Jiang Li cupped her chin in her hands, gazing at his bewildered expression. In her moment of closed-eye repose, she had an epiphany by the logic of novels. This phenomenon was known as an out-of-body experience. Upon realizing that none could see her, a daring and mischievous thought took root in her mind. Indeed, she had committed a transgression. Even with Wang Mian's mask on, Jiang Li could vividly imagine the expression hidden beneath it. She was nearly bursting with suppressed laughter. Yet silence was paramount. Wang Mian removed his mask, gently caressing the spot that had just been touched, attempting to sense his surroundings with his mental energy, yet finding nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Yet, he could feel a potent gaze fixed upon him. Suddenly, the familiar fragrance wafted to the tip of Wang Mian's nose, a delicate hint of orchid. The truth dawned upon him, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he leaned back in his seat, slowly closing his eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Jiang Li leaned slightly forward, seizing the opportunity that Wang Mian could not see her, unabashedly admiring his handsome visage. Suddenly, Wang Mian sensed an ethereal weight upon his legs, the delicate fragrance of orchids drawing near. He already anticipated the imminent occurrence. Meanwhile, Jiang Li danced perilously on the edge of danger, audaciously settling herself upon Wang Mian's lap, devoid of any sense of shame. With her arms wrapped around his neck, her gaze fixated on his lips, contemplating whether to bestow a few more kisses, for he could not see her and likely would not feel her presence. Would he? As the scent of orchids enveloped him, Wang Mian slowly opened his eyes. Just as Jiang Li was about to indulge in mischief, her eyes collided directly with Wang Mian's. He wore a subtle smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, his lips forming an unvoiced utterance. Jiang Li. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock as she sprang up from Wang Mian's lap. Goodness, he could actually see her. This revelation startled her soul back into her body. How could she have been caught in such a scandalous act? How was she to face Wang Mian after this? The fragrance of orchids began to dissipate, and Wang Mian, with a composed smile, lingered his gaze on Jiang Li, teasingly murmuring, "You possess a lustful heart, but a cowardly spirit." Despite his low tone, Jiang Li caught his words. Oh heavens! What the predicament? It seemed that Wang Mian had always been aware of her earlier antics. I'm doomed. How could one create such a colossal blunder? After disembarking the plane, Jiang Li scarcely exchanged a word with Wang Mian, dragging Yu Gui to the furthest barber shop on the street, leaving Tian Ping trailing behind. Observing Jiang Li's hasty retreat, Wang Mian couldn't help but chuckle. So she too had her moments of folly. Xian Wei, noticing Wang Mian's inexplicable amusement, scratched his head and inquired, "Captain, what is you laughing? Care to share?" The smile on Wang Mian's face vanished in an instant. "It's nothing. Just go find a squad to collect the uniforms." Xian Wei merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," while only Xing Hen comprehended the unspoken understanding. It was evident that the captain and Jiang Li had indulged in some intimate escapades while the rest were asleep. Otherwise, how could the captain's smile be so radiant? Half an hour later, the group surveyed their vibrant red uniforms with furrowed brows. Yu Gui complained, "Why is this uniform so ugly?" Xian Wei twirled in front of the full-length mirror, teasing Yu Gui, "Where's the ugliness? It's all subjective. I look quite dashing in it." Yu Gui rolled his eyes dramatically, while Tian Ping nudged Xian Wei aside. "Enough with your self-admiration. Let me have a look." Jiang Li observed the trio bickering like children, though she had to admit that Xian Wei, strutting in his school uniform, exuded the charm of a sunny young man. Had it been during their high school years, he would have undoubtedly been considered a campus heartthrob, with crushes lasting the entirety of 3 years. This was not to say that Yu Gui and Tian Ping appeared mediocre. Rather, Xian Wei's striking aura overshadowed them. Meanwhile, Wang Mian watched Jiang Li, who had tied her hair into a high ponytail, momentarily lost in thought. She radiated less of her usual flamboyance, and instead, her appearance was imbued with the vibrancy of youth. Suddenly, Sandalwood inquired, "Captain, why do you not change?" Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Wang Mian, who explained, "Because my role is that of a teacher." Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence, as Wang Mian's outward appearance seemed incongruous with that of a student. Although they vaguely speculated that it might be connected to the recent battle against the eight-headed serpent and the manipulation of time, They had not anticipated such a revelation. Vortex quickly sought to lighten the mood, exclaiming, "Haha, with our captain as the teacher. Does that mean we can sleep during class?" Chapter 84, Descendants of the Yellow Emperor versus Descendants of Qiyu Tianping, gave Xuanzhou a light tap on the head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Even if the captain is a teacher, we are exemplary students. How can we possibly sleep in class?" Xuanzhou chuckled. "I was just joking. No need to take it seriously." Beside them, Jiang Li wore a stern expression, feeling that she was being subtly mocked. After all, she had been the one who often dozed off in class during high school. "All right, it's time to head to school," Wang Mian declared decisively. Half an hour later, the group stood at the school gate, exchanging glances with the security guard, having forgotten to ask Wang Mian how to enter. "Jiang Li, where are you going?" Tan Xiang asked. Puzzled, Jiang Li stood beneath the towering 2-meter wall, hands in her pockets, and replied, "I'm going in through here." Xinghan questioned, "But why don't we just enter through the front gate?" "Because it's cooler." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Li, as light as a swallow, effortlessly vaulted over the wall, landing soundlessly on the other side. This action left Tianping and the others utterly astonished. Yue Gui remarked, given her skillful movements, "She must have done this quite a bit during her school days." Xinghan added, "It's obvious she's a habitual offender." Tan Xiang concluded, "The truth is out. Who cares? Looking cool is what matters." Xuanzhou chimed in, following suit. Soon after, Qiang Wei also climbed over, causing Tianping's mouth to twitch slightly. "Aren't we supposed to be exemplary students? Are we really going to do this? Then you go and be the exemplary student." Xuanzhou retorted, "Looking cool is a lifelong endeavor." With a swift movement, Yue Gui also leapt over. Tianping thought to himself, "Forget it. I can't let them show off in front of me. I need to show off too." However, coolness lasted only 3 seconds before they were caught red-handed by the dean. "Hey, you over there, climbing the wall. What class are you from? Who is your homeroom teacher?" The 6 of them fell silent, bewildered. "What happened to looking cool?" Jiang Li lamented. "Talk about a stylish failure." Wang Mian hadn't anticipated that his first task as a teacher would be to round up this unreliable group of teammates. "Why did you choose to climb the wall instead of using the perfectly good school gate?" he asked helplessly. They all pointed at Jiang Li in unison. "It's her fault." Jiang Li responded. "I didn't force you to climb. Why are you blaming me?" She pretended to cough a few times and added, "But you didn't tell us which class we were in. How do we explain that to the guard?" Wang Mian sighed. "I forgot." He then led them to class 7 of the first year before departing. As transfer students, Jiang Li and the others awkwardly introduced themselves. A situation so uncomfortable it felt as if they were scraping for words. Following the homeroom teacher-s arrangements, they took their seats. As soon as Jiang Li settled in her chair, she casually placed a book over her head and promptly fell asleep. Tianping and the others could only stare in disbelief. It was hardly Jiang Li's fault. This was a habit formed during her high school years. As long as she was in a classroom, she could fall asleep in mere seconds. However, Jiang Li could hardly anticipate that the next class would be the most detestable of her life, without exception. As the bell signaled the end of the lesson, the 6 handsome and beautiful individuals, adorned with masks, found themselves surrounded by a throng of students eagerly clamoring with various inquiries. Despite the cacophony of voices surrounding her, Jiang Li remained impervious, as if in a deep slumber. When the class bell chimed, all students returned to their seats, and a male teacher entered the classroom, carrying a book. His gaze lingered on Jiang Li for a few moments. In that instant, the blood within Jiang Li surged, and the tattoo on her left arm radiated a searing heat. A wave of murderous intent coursed through her veins, filling her mind, only to be swiftly quelled by an icy resolve. At the podium, the man's gentle voice resonated. "Hello, students. I am your new mathematics teacher, Qi Hang. You may call me Teacher Qi." Jiang Li abruptly raised her head, her eyes momentarily suffused with a crimson hue, only to have it vanish in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a faint golden glimmer surfaced in Qi Hang's gaze, and the murderous intent that had briefly stirred within him dissipated entirely. The reason behind the surge of hostility between Jiang Li and Qi Hang lay in their ancestral lineage, which had once been embroiled in bitter rivalry. Although the present circumstances had changed, The blood coursing through their veins still bore remnants of a long-standing animosity, akin to a belief that had been passed down through generations. Whether their descendants could master the latent hostility within their bloodlines depended solely on their personal cultivation. Tan Xiang and Xinghen whispered to each other, "Why do I feel that this teacher's gaze keeps drifting back to Jiang Li?" Xinghen responded nonchalantly, "Be confident. Remove the feeling. He has been fixated on Jiang Li since he entered. What on earth? Does he have a problem? Jiang Li belongs to the captain." Tan Xiang's fist clenched in anger, prepared to slam the table, but Xinghen swiftly restrained her hand, urging, "Calm down. Let us first observe Jiang Li's reaction." Though their voices were hushed, the moon ghosts overheard every word. "Do you not think this man resembles the captain in a certain way?" Tianping scrutinized Qi Hang at the podium. "Not just resembles. They are indeed of the same ilk, although he appears younger than the captain." Tianping's gaze shifted to Jiang Li, eager to see how she would respond. He was skeptical that, given Jiang Li's level of cultivation, she could not sense Qi Hang's scrutiny. Jiang Li, with one leg perched on her chair, exuded an air of defiance. "Teacher Qi, may I inquire about your age?" Qi Hang replied with a slight smile, 23. "Oh," Jiang Li elongated her tone, continuing, "Where did you graduate?" Qi Hang responded mildly, "The student." "Your comments are rather excessive." Jiang Li waggled her index finger, her tone playful. "First, I do not go by this student. Second, I have a name. Third, my surname is Jiang. My given name is Li, and my style is Zhuai. Of course, you may also refer to me as Sister Zhuai." The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all eyes, save for that of Tianping, fixated upon Jiang Li. How could one possess such audacity to speak to a teacher in that manner? Qi Hang, however, maintained a remarkably composed expression. He found this descendant of Qi Yu rather intriguing, rendering his visit worthwhile. "It appears, Jiang classmate, that you have quite the swagger," he remarked. Jiang Li, reclining with her legs crossed, rested her right hand on the desk behind her, casting a disdainful glance upward and retorting, "Is being confident a crime?" It was evident that this descendant of the Yellow Emperor hailed from the same origins as her. Although Jiang Li exuded an air of superiority, it came at the expense of the unfortunate student seated behind her, Xuanhua, who was painfully squished as Jiang Li pushed her desk back to maintain her posture. Qi Hang, unfazed, calmly suggested, "It seems our Jiang Li classmate is eager to showcase her abilities. Why not come up and solve a mathematical problem involving the combined presence of chickens and rabbits? I would be keen to assess your proficiency." Chapter 85. A disdain for mathematics. Jiang Li's expression instantly fell. Although the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage is a primary school mathematics question, mathematics has always been Jiang Li's weakest subject. She has few weaknesses, but her inability to comprehend mathematics is one of them. Furthermore, after being targeted by her math teacher in middle school, she developed a deep-seated aversion to this subject, harboring an equal disdain for all math instructors. Noticing the change in Jiang Li's demeanor, Qi Hang felt a sense of amusement. It seemed that the descendant of Qi Yu, as rumored, was indeed not adept at mathematics. Coincidentally, this was his area of expertise. Qi Hang wrote the problem on the blackboard and gestured for Jiang Li to come up and provide the answer. Jiang Li felt as if she could crush her back teeth in frustration. Why on earth was it a question about chickens and rabbits in the same cage? She simply could not solve it. "Jiang Li, aren't you coming up to solve the problem?" Qi Hang said to her with a calm demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li slowly stood up, steeling herself as she walked to the podium. Grasping the piece of chalk from Qi Hang's hand, she stared at the mathematical question, unable to put pen to paper. Qi Hang watched her with keen interest, eager to see how she would tackle it. The students below held their breath, wondering if Jiang Li would truly be unable to solve such a simple math problem. Under the expectant gazes of her classmates, Jiang Li picked up the chalk and drew an international friendship gesture. Qi Hang, the mass squad, the students in the classroom. How brave, truly how audacious. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and casually snapped the chalk in half. "Get down." Qi Hang's previously serene expression revealed the slightest crack. Jiang Li let out a cold snort and swaggered back to her seat. Qi Hang stared at the gesture on the blackboard, his brow twitching before expressionlessly erasing it. He then addressed the students below. Next, I will distribute a set of test papers to assess everyone's abilities. During this time, no one is permitted to whisper to one another. Each should complete their own paper independently. Instantly, the students who struggled with mathematics howled in despair, especially when they realized that everyone had different test papers. It felt as if the sky had fallen. Jiang Li, in particular, felt her vision darken and promptly rested her head on the desk. Qi Heng, unfazed, remarked, "If anyone submits a blank paper, I will reward her with 2 additional sets of test papers." Jiang Li felt her teeth clench in irritation, immediately sitting up to write furiously. However, it wasn't long before she felt like a deflated balloon, lazily slumping over her desk. 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Li had yet to solve the last few complex math problems. She relied solely on her mnemonic devices for the multiple-choice questions. If 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 shorts and 1 long, choose the longest. For 2 long and 2 short, pick B, and for uneven, C is invincible. 20 minutes went by, and Jiang Li still could not arrive at any solutions. She even began to doodle on her scrap paper. Initially, her drawings were somewhat normal, but they gradually became more abstract until, in the end, she had even sketched Wang Mian. In the background, a vortex coughed violently, while the girl sitting next to Jiang Li rose, kept nudging her elbow, reminding her that Qi Heng was watching from behind. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li, lacking any perceptiveness, asked, "Are you all right?" The cough grew louder, and Jiang Li intended to suggest that if he was fine, he should eat some dried plums and refrain from coughing so loudly. However, upon turning around, she was startled to see Qi Heng behind her, causing her to hastily conceal the portrait of Wang Mian on the table. Qi Heng remarked nonchalantly, "The painting is quite good, though it struck him as somewhat familiar. Had he seen it somewhere? Indeed, it belonged to the man he had met earlier that morning during their orientation. He appeared mature and composed, albeit a touch aloof, and perhaps a bit older than expected. Wait a moment. Could he be the one favored by the descendant of Qiyu? Was the Qiyu descendant out of their mind for having an affection for an older gentleman? There seemed to be a significant age gap of nearly a decade. And what of the elder He Xian? Had he lost his senses in pushing his own descendant into such a predicament? Was the Qiyu god aware of this matter? Who could have guessed that the seemingly serious Qi Heng harbored such a rich inner monologue? After contemplating, Qi Heng resolved not to play matchmaker for them. The notion of an older man courting a younger woman was something he felt compelled to alert elder He Xian about, lest they be blinded by foolishness. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was on the brink of a breakdown, utterly baffled by functions and equations which she could not decipher. In a fit of frustration, she tore her exam paper into shreds, having completely lost her composure. Qi Heng remarked, "Jiang Li, could you step outside for a moment?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes dramatically, reluctantly rising to follow him out. Xiang sighed. It seems Jiang Li is indeed exceptional. Xinghin, not lifting his head, commented, "Losing her mind at the slightest provocation is her usual style." In the corridor, the moment Jiang Li and Qi Heng stepped out of the classroom, their auras underwent a profound transformation. Though they appeared to be conversing, their souls had already transcended to another realm. On an unknown mountaintop, Jiang Li, wielding a silver blade, declared fiercely, "Descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Qi Heng." Qi Heng was equally enveloped in a fierce aura, replying, "Descendant of Qiyu, Jiang Li?" Without further ado, Jiang Li lunged at him with her sword, while Qi Heng conjured a spear, and they launched into a fierce exchange. Within merely a minute, they had engaged in hundreds of strikes, yet both were only exerting a fraction of their strength, as if the other were merely a vessel for their pent-up rage, unable to fully control their inherent bloodlust. With a thunderous crash, a deep pit erupted around them, forcing both to retreat several paces. Qi Heng felt a tumult in his chest, as if something was about to burst forth, yet he swallowed it down and looked at Jiang Li. "Impressive," he acknowledged. "You are not too shabby yourself." Jiang Li fixed her gaze on Qi Heng, noting that he had not coughed up blood after receiving a blow from her, earning her respect for his resilience. Perhaps they were not destined to be enemies, but could potentially become friends. Qi Heng regarded her with a glimmer of admiration, as it had been long since anyone had pushed him to such exhilaration. Jiang Li scoffed. Who would want to be friends with you? Now tell me, how did you arrive here? Clearly, I too am a hero from another world. Qi Heng replied casually. Do you think I'm foolish? Anyone can traverse through realms at will. Alas, one cannot express it so lightly. In this era, without formidable skills, who would dare to embark on such journeys? Yet I possess those skills, thus I have ventured forth. Qi Heng is adept at embellishing his own image. Jiang Li has never encountered anyone as self-absorbed as him. With a single, unspoken glance, she unleashed a fierce, sword-like aura. Hey, Jiang Li, how can you strike indiscriminately? As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes. Even if we are adversaries, upon encountering me in this world, should you not feel a sense of joy? Qi Heng exclaimed as he dashed away, shedding any semblance of grace and embodying the essence of a true comedic character. Chapter 86. The Eerie Campus. Ultimately, Qi Heng, in his overwhelming self-admiration, suffered a thorough beating from Jiang Li, leaving him looking like a swollen pig's head. So much so that even the Yellow Emperor would struggle to recognize him. 10 minutes later, they returned to their bodies just as the class bell rang. Qi Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Although their souls had clashed, the moment they returned to their physical forms, the pain surged over him like a tidal wave. How could she be so merciless? Was she envious of his divinely favored visage? After collecting the papers, Qi Heng hurried to the office to retrieve a mirror. Examining his handsome face from side to side, relieved to confirm it had suffered no harm, allowing his anxious heart to settle back down. Subsequently, he took out his phone and hastily messaged his elder. At that moment, the elder lounged in floral shorts and sunglasses on a rocking chair, scrolling through short videos while sipping coconut juice, letting out a long sigh. This was the life he had envisioned for his golden years. The hardships of his past felt like a distant memory. Qi Heng, why are you pushing your descendants into the fire pit, master? Do you also endorse the notion of an old bull grazing on tender grass? Elder, what nonsense. Qi Heng, I can assure you, I will no longer play the role of this tool. Elder, you are giving up on the divine artifact? Qi Heng ceased responding to the elder's messages and sat by the office window, observing Jiang Li as she engaged in physical education. Jiang Li, seemingly lost in thought, glanced back at him, a fleeting crimson glimmer in her eyes, delivering a formidable mental strike directly into Qi Heng's mind. He gasped in shock. Was her power truly so terrifying, or was he simply too weak to withstand even a single psychic assault? Meanwhile, Tanxiang approached Jiang Li and inquired, Jiang Li, could it be that you've developed feelings for someone else? Jiang Li, why do you ask that? Then why are you looking at him? Besides, you fancy the type of the captain, and he just happens to fit that mold, making it hard not to speculate. Tanxiang defended her captain's fragile affection with fervor. Jiang Li, enough already. The teacher is coming. You two better stand straight. Rose's positioned herself directly between them. However, no one anticipated that their physical education teacher would turn out to be Wang Mian. The mass crowd. Jiang Li, my goodness. The captain of the 4th Special Team of the Great Xia had unexpectedly taken on the role of a physical education teacher. Wang Mian, perplexed by their gazes, wondered if there was something written on his face that he was unaware of. Ignoring the astonished looks from his teammates, Wang Mian commenced the lesson earnestly. First, they warmed up, followed by running 2 laps around the field, equivalent to 800 meters, after which he dismissed them on the spot. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. It was no wonder Wang Mian chose to become a physical education teacher. This was exceedingly lackluster. Nevertheless, it also provided them with an opportunity to search for mysterious clues within the school. Under the scorching sun, Wang Mian observed Jiang Li in her red school uniform jacket and curiously asked, Aren't you hot? Not at all. In fact, I feel a bit cold. Jiang Li couldn't help but shiver as she pulled her jacket closer, still feeling a chill, as if a mischievous spirit was blowing cold air beside her. Wang Mian gazed at himself, and then at her, his expression filled with confusion. Could it truly be that cold? Jiang Li had been wearing her coat to conceal the tattoo totem on her left arm. Recently, she discovered that the tattoo had begun to spread onto the back of her hand, compelling her to wear gloves incessantly. She needed to find the time to inquire with the old man about the nature of this tattoo totem. Hiss! Jiang Li inhaled sharply. Why did she feel increasingly chilled? After all, it was midday. Is it really that cold? Wang Mian asked, puzzled. Jiang Li felt the tears threatening to flow from her nose. She took a deep breath, trembling from head to toe. Of course. When peculiar occurrences arise, something sinister is afoot. Jiang Li slowly closed her eyes, her irises turning crimson. Upon reopening them, she was startled by the scene before her, prompting her to lunge at Wang Mian. Ah, 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 I saw a ghost. Wang Mian gently patted her back, assuring her, I'm here, don't be afraid. What did you see? He had been aware since their first mission that Jiang Li possessed the ability to perceive things beyond the ken of ordinary people. However, she had never disclosed the reason, and he refrained from pressing her, preferring to hear it from her own lips. Jiang Li buried her face in Wang Mian's chest, her mind consumed by the recent vision. No wonder it felt so cold. It appeared that a little ghost was blowing chilly air in her direction. Moreover, it was aimed straight at her face. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a ghostly visage, blood streaming from its orifices, staring intently at her. It nearly frightened the life out of her. Although she professed not to fear ghosts, the sudden proximity of such an apparition unnerved her. This school is teeming with spirits, Jiang Li declared, lifting her gaze to Wang Mian. What do you mean? He inquired, his brow furrowed. Jiang Li scanned the surroundings, noting that the female ghost remained fixedly gazing at her. With a swift motion, she swatted the specter away. The unfortunate ghost was sent flying into the boys' restroom. Jiang Li recounted everything she had seen, explaining that the school harbored numerous spirits, lurking in every corner. They posed no threat, merely floating languidly in midair. Curiously, these spirits feared sunlight, making it unlikely for them to appear during the day. Yet all the ghosts in this school were exposed to the sun's rays. As night fell, 7 gray figures hovered above the school. The moon ghost timidly spoke. Do you think there are really ghosts in this world? Star Scar replied nonchalantly. To believe is to perceive. To disbelieve is to remain blind. Vortex interjected. That's no different from saying nothing at all. Star Scar countered. There's a distinction indeed. For instance, I choose to believe. Vortex scoffed, turning to Wang Mian. Captain, do you believe? Wang Mian, with his hands in his pockets, responded. If Jiang Li says there are, then I certainly believe. The masked 6 collectively scoffed. Rosa, shouldering a hefty pink hammer, expressed concern. Captain, are you truly comfortable letting Jiang Li face this alone? If it were me, I would undoubtedly stand by her side. Wang Mian calmly stated, we cannot offer any assistance. Let us proceed as originally planned. Tang Xiang, unable to suppress her concern, replied, but those are ghosts. Tian Ping, with a serene demeanor, inquired, do you believe it is Jiang Li who fears the ghosts, or the ghost who fear Jiang Li? With this utterance, the masked individuals fell into a contemplative silence. Notably, the corners of Xian's mouth twitched slightly, recalling the previous occasion when he had joined Jiang Li in masquerading as a ghost to frighten Tian Ping and the others. Furthermore, during that very escapade, Jiang Li had managed to frighten an NPC to tears. This served to illustrate that Tian Ping's words bore no merit. Meanwhile, Jiang Li sat atop the dormitory building, joyfully playing the suona, while beneath her feet, a multitude of spirits danced exuberantly to the rhythm of a pole dance. Chapter 87. The Scent of Kindred Spirits. Yet there exists one spectral exception. The female ghost who was unceremoniously thrust into the men's restroom by Jiang Li. I am acutely aware of my striking beauty, akin to a mesmerizing fish or a stunning swan, captivating enough to eclipse the moon and sway kingdoms. However, must you persist in your relentless gaze from dawn till dusk? My inclinations do not lie with women, but with men, particularly those exuding an abundance of sexual tension. Therefore, I implore you to cease your following. My vitality is not more potent than that of a man. Your attempts to siphon it would yield naught. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Li placed her suona instrument down and addressed the ghost who had been fixated on her. The ghost finally uttered a coherent phrase. I detect the scent of kinship about you. Pray, I'm a living being, not a specter. Jiang Li raturta. The ghost shook her head. No, It is the aroma of infatuation. Jiang Li, how is it that even a ghost perceives my state of infatuation? Judging by your appearance, it seems you were abandoned by a scoundrel and, in despair, contemplated your demise. Am I correct? Indeed. Thus, the chilling incident in the girls' dormitory at midnight was orchestrated by you. Was it? Not by me, but by him. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? The ghost merely glanced at her, her form gradually dissipating. Time was running short. He was approaching. Wait. Do not speak in half-truths. Jiang Li exclaimed, exasperated. Cursed riddle speakers. Begone from this realm. No sooner had the words left her lips than a gust of cold wind enveloped her, followed by the distinct sound of high heels echoing from the girls' dormitory. Simultaneously, the spirits below became uncontrollable, clamoring to invade the dormitory. Begone, Jiang Li commanded coldly, her words imbued with an aura of authority, launching the restless spirits several dozen meters away. At that moment, a girl clad in pajamas stealthily approached Jiang Li from behind. As her fingernails elongated grotesquely, she reached out to seize Jiang Li's throat. In a swift motion, Jiang Li pivoted and delivered a kick, exclaiming, "You insignificant novice! Dare you attempt to ambush me?" Coughing, the girl struggled to rise from the ground, yet her voice emerged as distinctly masculine. "How could you perceive my presence?" With a hand on her waist, Jiang Li declared proudly, in a T-stance with a sweet voice, "I am Wang Mian. Remember it well." Her voice resonated just enough to reach the ears of 7 individuals aloft. Wang Mian, the 6 imposters. To be candid, this is quite awkward. Wang Mian, why does that sound so masculine? Aren't you a woman? I relish wearing women's attire. It is none of your concern. Jiang Li had already unsheathed her sword. She had come to comprehend that the ghost had referenced must indeed be a lecher. How dare he usurp a girl's form? Wang Mian above was utterly speechless. Impersonating him was one thing, but to speak of him in such a manner. Meanwhile, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, envisioning the image of Wang Mian in women's clothing. The male ghost chuckled softly, a shroud of darkness beginning to envelop him. Regardless of your, before he could finish his thought, a wave of sword energy sliced toward him, prompting him to swiftly evade. Meanwhile, the 7 individuals in the sky simultaneously activated the Forbidden Realm. Their unspoken understanding required no words. A mere glance sufficed to convey their intentions. Faced with the sudden appearance of these 7, the male specter appeared bewildered for a moment, but soon a smile crept across his face. "So you are the reinforcements she summoned. However, today, everyone shall perish here." In an instant, chaotic footsteps echoed from the staircase, and with a swift motion, the rooftop doors swung open, allowing a throng of girls to flood in. Jiang Li let out a cold snort, realizing their intent to threaten their lives was a naive fantasy. Wang Mian froze the time of all the girls, opening a violet vortex that transported them safely to the dormitory below. Jiang Li then delivered a powerful blow, expelling the male specter from the girl's body. Remarking on his lackluster possession skills, Tang Xiang caught the girl and quickly whisked her away from the battlefield. "Do you believe I will slay them all?" The male specter was enveloped in dark tendrils, linking him to every teacher and student within the school. Unfathomable arrogance. A chilling aura emanated from Jiang Li, instantly freezing those dark threads. Wang Mian unleashed a barrage of blue energy blades that shattered the remaining connections. The rest was left to Tian Ping and his companions, who proceeded to beat the male specter into a wailing mess. In the darkness, the female specter materialized and asked, "May I kill him?" Her curiosity was piqued about whether he was the scoundrel who had driven her to contemplate suicide. Jiang Li's innate curiosity surged forth, but he quickly realized it might be impolite to press further, saying instead, "If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine." After a moment's hesitation, the female specter replied, "If I tell you, will you allow me to kill him?" "Absolutely." The vortex nearby caught the scent of gossip and called out, "Wait, Jiang Li. I want to hear too." "Tian Ping, I leave it to you. I trust your capabilities will suffice," Jiang Li declared. Subsequently, the vortex flashed to Jiang Li's side, followed closely by the moon ghost, who echoed, "It's all up to you, Tian Ping. After all, you're the vice captain." Rosa and Tang Xiang remained downstairs to guard the students, lest they too become embroiled in the excitement. Tian Ping's mouth twitched slightly before turning to Wang Mian, saying, "Captain, this is your responsibility." He then doubled the male specter's gravity and slipped away. Wang Mian replied with a muted response. The moon ghost, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaimed, "So this is what a ghost looks like. Not much different from a person, just a bit paler." The vortex retorted, "Now that you see a real ghost, you're no longer afraid? You were the fastest to flee during the escape room. It's not the same. You were just masquerading as a ghost to frighten me." Just as their banter was about to escalate, Tian Ping delivered a swift slap to each of their heads. Did you not see Jiang Li preparing to draw his sword? Both the vortex and moon ghost immediately fell silent. Jiang Li discreetly sheathed his silver blade and smiled at the female specter, encouraging her to continue. She glanced at them, hesitated briefly, and then revealed everything. It turned out she and the male specter were a couple in high school, but he had later betrayed her, leaving her for none other than the cafeteria lady. Due to her family's background in traditional Chinese medicine, she possessed a modicum of knowledge and concocted a poison to bring back to school. She surreptitiously administered it to the drink of a male spirit, resulting in his untimely demise. However, remorse soon engulfed her, leading to her tragic decision to leap from a building. Unbeknownst to her, the male spirit transformed into a vengeful ghost, hauntingly returning each night at midnight, selecting a random female to possess. He would manipulate their bodies to ascend to the rooftop of the dormitory, relishing in their final moments of desperation before relinquishing control and departing, leaving them to their fates. Helpless, she could only attempt to warn those around her by exhaling cold air. Eventually, a station team detected the anomalies in the area, having never encountered such an occurrence. They escalated the matter to higher authorities, requesting the assistance of a specialized unit. It was then that the female ghost recognized Jiang Li's peculiarities, deliberately manifesting before her and incessantly blowing cold air in her direction. Chapter 88. Digging up the walls upon hearing the female ghost's words, Jiang Li was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "Indeed, men are despicable. A domestic flower cannot compete with a wild blossom. They are ever eager to sample even the most repugnant offerings from outside. You should not have resorted to poisoning him. After all, you are a medical practitioner. You should have wielded a knife and inflicted upon him a dozen wounds, each skillfully avoiding the vital organs. Though he would not meet his demise, he would certainly suffer greatly. Moreover, you would only be charged with minor injuries in the end." The female ghost suddenly comprehended. "How could I not have thought of that?" She then inquired, "What would you do if you were in my position?" "Of course, I would have flayed him alive. Then I would have taken that root carving and smashed it to pieces, scattering the remnants to the dogs." At this, Tianping, Xuanhua, and Yue Gui instinctively distanced themselves from Jiang Li, aghast at her cruelty. How horrifying! How barbaric! They mourned silently for their captain, who had somehow captivated the affections of such a ruthless woman, and he himself seemed quite taken with her. Just as Wang Mian, who had just subdued the male ghost, approached, he overheard Jiang Li's words and fell into a profound silence. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Li laughed heartily, attempting to dispel the tension. I was merely jesting. Let's not take it to heart." Silence enveloped the group, akin to a tranquil bridge at dusk, as none of the men present responded to Jiang Li's comment. In an effort to redirect the conversation, she urged the female ghost to conclude matters with the male ghost, which she did, and Jiang Li performed the necessary rites, successfully completing her task. Shortly thereafter, they were off to another city to eliminate the mysterious presence. Inside the cabin, everyone was fervently catching up on sleep. Wang, facing Jiang Li, inexplicably declared, "With you around, I shall not cast a glance at any other woman." Having said this, he too succumbed to slumber. Typically astute, Jiang Li found herself momentarily perplexed by Wang's words. What did he possibly mean? Never mind, she thought, dismissing it as she prioritized rest. For soon they would be embroiled in battle once more. The masked team truly were diligent workers. Having barely had a respite, they were soon to resume their arduous tasks. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman, noticing that Qi Hong had not responded for quite some time, decided to pay him a visit. "You little rascal, What is the meaning of this? We had an agreement to facilitate their union. Without looking up, Chi Hung replied, it means exactly what it says. I no longer wish to partake in this. Furthermore, he added, an elder He Xian, that man appears to be nearly 30 years old. Are you truly intent on pushing your descendant into the flames of peril? What do you mean 30? He is clearly younger than you. I shall not be swayed. You have made a promise. If you do not bring them together, do not expect to return. The elderly gentleman adopted a stubborn demeanor. Chi Hung sighed. Where's your descendant located now? The elderly gentleman chuckled. Wait a moment. Let me check. Ah, found it. Let's go. With a swift kick to his behind, Chi Hung vanished without a trace. The masked team, having endured months without a break, finally earned a 2-day vacation thanks to Jiang Li's relentless effort in destroying Left Qing's phone. Ah, how delightful it is to steal a moment of leisure, Xuanhua exclaimed, savoring the reprieve. Indeed, it has been ages since we last had a holiday. We have not even been able to return home for the new year. Tianping chimed in, echoing the sentiment. All right, gather your things. We shall embark on a team-building excursion, Wang Mian announced, gazing at the contorted figure of Xuanwu sprawled on the sofa. Oh yes, Captain, where shall we go? Yu Gui exclaimed joyfully. Wang Mian tilted his head thoughtfully and inquired, where do you wish to go? Let us indulge in some barbecued delicacies. It has been far too long since we savored such delights, Xuanwu expressed eagerly. I believe we should first pick up Tan Xiang and the others, Xing Hen suggested, raising his phone. Why is that? Because they have purchased an abundance of clothing, and no one is there to assist them. At that moment, Jiang Li was enjoying a delightful shopping experience with Chang Wei and Tan Xiang, reveling in the joys of retail therapy, when an unwelcome disruption marred her mood. Jiang Li, long time no see. Chi Hung appeared unexpectedly as Jiang Li stood alone. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a punch which was not entirely unwarranted, as her blood surged with adrenaline, and she secretly wished to strike him. After such a long absence, a grand gift seems a bit excessive, does it not? Chi Hung elegantly sidestepped her blow. Oh dear, the cultured ones speak differently. Shall I offer you another present then? Jiang Li raised her fist again, ready to strike once more. Chi Hung, unfazed, remained stationary and stated, it is the esteemed He Xian who sent me to find you. Jiang Li's fist halted just an inch from him. He Xian? Could it be the venerable elder? Is that not what he refers to you as, Little Black? What does he seek you for? In deference to He Xian's esteem, how about we find a place to sit and converse? Cultural fellow, spare me your pretentious vernacular. It sounds utterly absurd. In a certain restaurant, Jiang Li and Chi Hung sat facing each other, while Tan Xiang and Chang Wei discreetly occupied a nondescript position, surrounded by a pile of clothing at their feet, peeking through the menu to observe. Jiang Li remained unaware of their presence. Should we send a location pin for the captain to catch them in the act? Tan Xiang proposed. If anyone is to catch them, it should be me. They are not officially together yet. Chang Wei countered. It's too late. I just messaged Xing Hen to come help carry the clothes. So they are likely already en route. Plus, this place is quite close to where I send the pin. Oh no, the classic love triangle never goes out of style. We must quickly document this. As anticipated, an unexpected turn of events was imminent. Chi Hung handed the menu to Jiang Li. What do you fancy? Please choose. Jiang Li suppressed the murderous intent within her, rolling her eyes at Chi Hung. Anything will suffice. After all, she had lost her sense of taste, rendering her indifferent to what she consumed. True to her word, Chi Hung ordered a few dishes at random, all of them bland and devoid of meat, striking precisely at Jiang Li's sore point, as she had a penchant for meat. Before her loss of taste, she had relished several meat dishes, which she particularly adored. While awaiting the arrival of the dishes, Jiang Li inquired, what did he send you to discuss with me? In Chi Heng's mind, he silently recalled the script given to him by his uncle and spoke. To undermine, with a sudden thud, Rose slammed her fist onto the table and exclaimed a rare curse. Damn it! How dare they try to undermine my territory? Let's see how I teach them a lesson. Tan Xiang hurriedly pressed her head down beneath the table to prevent them from being seen, saying, Rose, it's not your territory they're undermining. It's the captain's. If anyone should be anxious, it's the captain, not you. Jiang Li's expression darkened instantly. although she was aware that the Miao people never intermarried with outsiders, and that both her uncle and the old man were subtly opposed to it, it still seemed excessive for a descendant of the Yellow Emperor to encroach upon their domain. Nevertheless, tales of adversaries finding love, after all, seem to abound in novels. Chapter 89. The cultural brother of the Ninja Turtles, yet they have only met a handful of times. How could one fall in love under such circumstances? The most critical factor is that they are sworn enemies, rivals by fate. Their very blood cries out for the demise of the other. What sort of nonsensical love story could possibly emerge from this? Moreover, Jiang Li perceives Qi Heng as a narcissist, outwardly appearing mature and composed, yet fundamentally a juvenile. Not even a single strand of hair can compare to Wang Mian. Do they truly fail to distinguish between pearls and mere fish eyes? Jiang Li remarked sarcastically. Though your looks may be lacking, your thoughts are rather grand. Qi Heng raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Lacking in looks? Shall I take my leave then? No need for farewells. You jest, and yet you believe it. I do. In truth, I fancy myself more attractive than you. What you possess is merely effeminacy. Qi Heng. She certainly knows how to extinguish a conversation. With merely 10 seconds remaining before Wang Mian reached the battlefield, Tian Ping patted Xing Hen's shoulder and said, "Look over there. Isn't that Rose's sister and Sandalwood sitting?" Xing Hen, still examining the coordinates, lifted his gaze to follow Tian Ping's sight. Indeed, it was them. However, why were only those two present? Where was Jiang Li? They had departed together that morning. Yu Gui seemed to sense something, his expression shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, Xianhua caught sight of Rose and Sandalwood by the window, urging, "Let us go in. It's just in time for lunch." Yu Gui immediately positioned himself in front of Wang Mian. "Captain, I have a stomach ache. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" He frantically gestured at Xing Hen, who understood the signal. "Yu Gui, you are an adult. Must the captain accompany you to the restroom?" "Go by yourself," Xianhua interjected. Xing Hen joined in. "Captain, please do escort Yu Gui just this once. You know he has a fear of ghosts. Let Tian Ping accompany him. We shall head in for a meal first," Wang Mian declared, striding towards the dining area. "Haha, I suddenly don't feel the urge anymore. Let us go eat." Yu Gui promptly reversed his stance. Tian Ping regarded him strangely. "One moment you want to go, the next you don't. Are you going or not?" "Not going, not going." "Quickly. Keep up with the captain." Yu Gui darted to Wang Mian's side. A procession of individuals made their way towards the dining hall, with Jiang Li and Qi Heng seated on the left and Sandalwood and Rose near the window on the right. "Captain, let us proceed to the right." Yu Gui attempted to obscure Wang Mian's view. Although Wang Mian verbally agreed to the right, he actually veered to the left. Complete disaster. Tian Ping and Xianhua soon realized what was happening. Yu Gui and Xing Hen each tugged them towards Rose's table, and it was wise for them to refrain from meddling. "Is it convenient to share a table?" Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded remarkably like Wang Mian's. Qi Heng glanced up, feeling a sense of relief. The leading man had finally made his entrance. Before either could speak, Wang Mian directly occupied the seat next to Jiang Li, casually wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her snugly into his embrace. "Who is he?" Wang Mian inquired with a stern visage. "Jiang Li, what a predicament. This feels alarmingly akin to a scene of infidelity." "He is. I have an affection for Jiang Li, and I am currently pursuing her." Qi Heng abruptly interrupted Jiang Li's words. He needed to stoke the flames quickly. Wang Mian's expression darkened, and his voice turned icy as he said, "Are you not aware that she is already taken?" Qi Heng replied, without a flicker of emotion, "I am aware, but that does not deter me from my intentions." The group of moon ghosts, who were eavesdropping, wore expressions of disbelief. Someone had the audacity to utter such words before their captain. "This cannot stand. After we finish our meal, I must ensnare him in a sack and drag him into an alley for a good thrashing." Jiang Li hastily interjected, "No, he is entrusted by my grandfather to bring local specialties from my hometown." Indeed, the local specialties refer to the betrothal gifts between Jiang Li and me. A childhood engagement we have shared. Qi Heng spoke with feigned seriousness. Jiang Li kicked him hard under the table. "Do not listen to his nonsense. There is no such thing. Qi Heng maintained a facade of calm while internally lamenting. That wretched Jiang Li. How could she kick him so fiercely? Does her man know of this fierce side of her? Wang Mian spoke in a flat tone. I believe you. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Wang Mian glanced at the table and addressed Qi Heng. Did you order this? Indeed, Qi Heng replied. Wang Mian snorted coldly, picked up the menu, and ordered several more dishes, utterly unaware of Jiang Li's culinary preferences, yet daring to pursue her. You must be jesting. What is your relationship with Jiang Li? Why should she explain anything to you? Qi Heng remained focused on his purpose. The divine assistance had begun. Wang Mian suddenly pulled Jiang Li into his embrace, asserting his claim, naturally, it is exactly as you think. It was one thing to have a rose lingering, but now another had emerged. Was Jiang Li truly that captivating? Bad romances blossomed one after another. However, that did not prevent him from plucking them away. Jiang Li felt a surge of joy. Was this not the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship she had envisioned? Yet he had not yet confessed. So what sort of relationship was this? At best a friendship bordering on romantic ambiguity. The gazes of Wang Mian and Qi Heng clashed in the air, igniting a palpable tension that permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, the waiter had served all the dishes. Jiang Li was solely focused on eating, as she was famished after wandering the streets for so long. Let's eat first. Otherwise, it will become unappetizing. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Mian and Qi Heng simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, each placing a piece of fish and beef into Jiang Li's bowl. Wang Mian cast a fleeting glance at Qi Heng. She did not like fish. Yet this establishment's fish was exquisite and beneficial for the brain. Jiang Li, the cultured one, is indeed different, subtly criticizing her intelligence. Wang Mian coldly remarked, the one in need of nourishment is you, and it seems your eyesight is somewhat impaired. I suggest you visit an ophthalmologist. He then gently spoke to Jiang Li. Open your mouth. Jiang Li obediently complied, relishing Wang Mian's feeding. Across the table, Qi Heng's fists clenched, but for the sake of the artifact and returning home, he endured it. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and Jiang Li exchanged glances, carelessly showering each other with affection as if no one else existed. Wang Mian, I desire to indulge in shrimp, yet I am reluctant to peel them. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian deftly removed the shells and offered the succulent morsels to Jiang Li. Throughout this exchange, the two paid no heed to Qi Heng, whose frustration swelled to the point of wanting to overturn the table. As Jiang Li reached a state of contentment, having eaten to about 70% fullness, she noticed that Wang Mian had yet to take a single bite and inquired, Aren't you going to eat? Wang Mian tilted his head and suggested, How about you feed me instead? Certainly. What would you like to eat? She replied eagerly. Upon glancing into the bowl, she spotted the half-eaten meatball she had deemed too hot moments ago. After a brief hesitation, she picked it up and placed it into Wang Mian's mouth. Thus commenced a display of affection that bordered on torment for the onlooker, during which Wang Mian even cast a provocative glance in Qi Heng's direction. Qi Heng, exasperated, muttered to himself, Damn it, I ought to upend this bowl of dog food. If I endure any longer, I shall transform into a ninja turtle. Chapter 90. The toolman's true colors. Qi Heng could no longer endure the situation. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and remarked, Take your time. This so-called toolman was entirely unnecessary for him. Their relationship was flourishing, sharing the same pair of chopsticks while dining, rendering him akin to an unwelcome third party. Jiang Li, with a knowing "oh," reminded him to settle the bill. Qi Heng nearly stumbled, turning to glare at Jiang Li with intensity. Unperturbed, Jiang Li shot him a defiant look in return, and then, hidden from Wang Mian's gaze, brandished a bug in her hand as a blatant threat. Qi Heng. Enough. He was deathly afraid of insects, and yet Jiang Li was adept at handling them. Resigned, he dutifully paid the bill while Yu Gui and the others rose to follow, plotting an ambush. However, upon stepping outside, they were taken aback. Where had he gone? How could such a large figure vanish so completely? Once confirmed that Qi Heng had completed the transaction, Jiang Li withdrew her gaze, and Wang Mian, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, Is he truly handsome? Jiang Li chuckled. He is not handsome at all. My Mian is the most attractive. At her words, A satisfied smile played at the corners of Wang Mian's lips, and Jiang Li cupped his face, teasing, "Were you just feeling jealous? That is merely your misconception," Wang Mian retorted, contradicting his true feelings. Oh, Jiang Li mimicked Yu Gui's sarcastic tone. "Then allow me to ask, what is the nature of our relationship?" The relationship between captain and team member. Jiang Li had not expected to hear the response she longed for from Wang Mian. He was becoming increasingly rational and utterly unyielding. Yet, Wang Mian posed a question of his own. "And what is your relationship with him?" "It is a relationship where he wishes to kill me, and I wish to kill him." "How dismissive," Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. "It is the truth." Indeed, Qi Hung harbored intentions to kill her, and she reciprocated those feelings. It was an unchangeable belief passed down through blood. Suddenly, Jiang Li spotted an elder waving at her from within the restaurant, his lips forming the silent words, "Little ancestor, come back." Subsequently, his figure vanished into the void. Jiang Li's pupils dilated in shock. Qi Hung was indeed sent by the elder. "I need to use the restroom," she exclaimed, hastily seeking an excuse to depart. Wang Mian, wanting to inquire further, merely said all right and patiently resumed his seat, awaiting her return. Yugui, like a specter, leaned closer. "Captain, so what is your relationship?" Wang Mian shot him a glance. "Did you hear everything?" Yugui nodded vigorously. At such a distance, their ranks allowed for crystal-clear comprehension. "Let us find Jiang Li for extra practice tonight. Your swordsmanship has been somewhat lax lately." "No way, Captain." Meanwhile, in the restroom, under the elder's guidance, Jiang Li tore open a rift with her ability, re-entering the small world. "Senior He Xian, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." They are already together. Upon her arrival, she immediately heard Qi Heng's voice, which prompted her to deliver a swift kick. With a resounding thud, it struck the coffin of Qi Yu with precision. Awakened from a deep slumber to regain his powers, Qi Yu was suddenly jolted to consciousness, prepared to unleash a torrent of invective. However, a moment of surprise escaped him. "Qi Hung, how is it that you are still alive?" Qi Hung was momentarily bewildered, questioning why his youth seemed to herald an early demise. Just as the elder emerged from the bamboo dwelling, he was met with Qi Yu's voice, sending him into a state of panic. Qi Yu then exclaimed, "You wretched girl, why have you not yet borne children?" Jiang Li stared in confusion at Qi Hung, both of them exchanging bewildered glances. What did he mean by bearing children? What was happening? Meanwhile, the only one privy to the situation, the elder, had discreetly made his exit. Noticing their perplexity, Qi Yu's expression shifted, and he barked, "Xiao He, you haven't been spreading my orders indiscriminately, have you?" The elder, attempting to flee, found his path obstructed by Qi Hung. "Senior He Yuan, shouldn't you offer a proper explanation?" The elder scratched his head and chuckled. "The weather is splendid today. Why is everyone gathered here?" He had assumed that the ancestral figure was in slumber, unaware of his actions, thus feeling secure in bringing the two individuals back. However, the little ancestor's sudden kick had unraveled everything. Qi Yu's voice turned icy. "You had better clarify everything to me." Sensing Qi Yu's mounting fury, the elder hastily recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing everything, Qi Hung scoffed. "So, your intention was to eliminate me? Well, that depends on whether you possess the capability to do so." With a resounding clang, Jiang Li struck Qi Hung on the back of his head with a stainless steel basin. "Enjoy your meal of insects." Jiang Li promptly extracted a cursed insect and thrust it into his mouth, erasing his memories. Subsequently, she cleaved through the void, hurling Qi Hung back to his original timeline, as if he were refused. Now, Qi Hung had been thoroughly reduced to a mere tool, having gained nothing from his journey and inexplicably receiving a beating. Jiang Li turned to Qi Yu with a smirk. "Ah, you truly have a brilliant scheme in mind. To bear children with a foreigner? How could you conceive of such a plan?" Qi Yu, lacking conviction, murmured, "Meow, Jiang never intermarried with outsiders. It is an unwritten rule. Therefore, you have no chance with that wretched boy. If there is no suitable match within our clan, I shall find the best for you. Jiang Li Shuklad de Risivedi." "So, you intend to pursue a descendant of the Yellow Emperor? Have you forgotten that you are sworn enemies?" Qi Yu weakly countered that was in the past. Moreover, Qi Hung, despite his youth, is already a university professor and possesses exceptional talent. If you were to marry him, the strongest bloodline would emerge, and then you could eliminate him, ensuring the Yellow Emperor has no heirs left. Wretched girl, do you not comprehend my noble intentions? Jiang Li, however, laughed. Old man, have you ever considered a different question? It is not the Yellow Emperor who lacks successors, but rather you. What do you mean? Jiang Li raplia legally. I forgot to mention that in acquiring a body impervious to all poisons, I lost my sense of taste. And the toxins have also disrupted the normal functioning of my body. To put it plainly, I am unable to bear children, and the one truly without descendants is you, not the Yellow Emperor. What? Both the elder and Qi Yu exclaimed in unison. The elder rushed forward to feel Jiang Li's pulse, and to his astonishment, he discovered that her words were indeed true. At his advanced age, his eyes grew moist. Little ancestor, you truly. Jiang Li brusquely brushed aside the elder's hand, nonchalantly stating, what's the fuss about? If I can't have children, then so be it. This means I won't have to worry about taking precautions anymore, which saved me quite a bit on contraceptives. The elder and Qi Yu, caught in their melancholy, Jiang Li continued, therefore, I shall pursue love freely. You need not interfere, as I cannot bear children anyway. Old man, your lineage ends with me. Chapter 91. The long-awaited aroma of food. Qi Yu fell into a profound silence, utterly astonished to discover that he was the one without descendants. Oh, and what is the meaning of this tattooed totem that has crawled up my hand? Wang Li voiced had curiosity. The elder glanced at her and said, little ancestor, this is a sign of your growing divine power. Otherwise, you would not be able to tear through the void so effortlessly. However, you can only utilize this power twice within the span of 3 months. Goodness, if I grow stronger, won't I be covered in tattoos? Indeed, how will I ever face others? I want to be able to be honest with Wang Mian. The elder was rendered speechless, wondering why she always thought in such a direction. When your strength reaches a certain level, it will naturally disappear. And when will that be? The day you inherit the divine position. They'll just cut it off now. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Li drew her silver blade, preparing to sever her own arm, reasoning that she could always get a prosthetic limb later. Startled, the elder rushed to stop her. My little ancestor, what are you doing? It's obstructing my happiness. The elder sighed. All right, I will teach you a mantra that can make it disappear for a while. Jiang Li sheathed her blade and replied, you should have said so earlier. The elder helplessly rubbed his forehead, pondering how ruthless his little ancestor was, even contemplating harming her own hand. Do you remember the mantra? Jiang Li nodded and said, I do. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The elder waved his hand. Go on, go on. He had matters to discuss with the ancient ancestor. Once Jiang Li departed, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ancient ancestor, we truly need to summon Shinnong, or else the little ancestor will suffer greatly in the future. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Yu's coffin vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, upon returning to the restroom, Jiang Li recited the mantra and indeed found the tattooed totem had vanished. She skipped out of the restroom, only to discover Wang Mian waiting silently with his hands in his pockets. Without hesitation, Jiang Li leaped into Wang Mian's embrace, tilting her head up and saying, did you miss me so much after just a short while apart? Wang Mian silently pulled out his phone. You've been inside for an hour. Jiang Li, what? I felt like I was only gone for a moment. Let us go home, Wang Mian said, taking her hand as they walked out. Jiang Li veyamat. She had lost count of how many months it had been since she last held Wang Mian's hand, and the feeling brought her immense joy. Was Jiang Li stuck in a restroom? Why is she taking so long? Xing Hen remarked, bored. She is out now. The two of them were now visible, hand in hand. Click, click. Moon Ghost, why are you taking photos of the captain and the others again? Rose asked, puzzled. Hey. You don't understand. These photos will be useful in the future. Moon Ghost exclaimed, glancing at the intimate couple in the pictures, clicking his tongue in delight. The joy of shipping couples was something they would never comprehend. All right, the captain and the others are back. Let us get in the car. Tianping opened the car door and entered first. Xianzhu, you, and the captain should take a seat. Yuegui pushed Xianzhu aside. You clearly stated earlier that it was your turn to ride in the captain's vehicle. I refuse to partake in this dog food. Xianzhu protested, tapping on the car window. Meanwhile, Tan Xiang and Xinghen had quietly boarded the vehicle, unlike Xianzhu, who foolishly continued to knock on the window, oblivious to the fact that there was another side to enter from. Yue Gui had already locked the doors. Tianping, start the car. Ignore Xianzhu, Yue Gui urged. Although he enjoyed shipping couples, it did not mean he relished in the consumption of dog food. Rose had been waiting nearby, eager to ride with Jiang Li. As soon as Jiang Li approached the car, Rose pulled her into the back seat. Xianzhu, you sit in the front. Jiang Li will ride with me. Wang Mian glanced at his empty hands, bemused, then turned to see poor Xianzhu looking forlorn. Captain, they're all picking on me. You must stand up for me. All right, let's get in the car first, Wang Mian said, pushing Xianzhu, who was leaning against him, to avoid Jiang Li imagining some chaotic scenario upon seeing them. Woo, Captain, there's no love left. You never treated me this way before. Xianzhu mimicked Jiang Li's spoiled demeanor. Wang Mian sighed helplessly. If you don't get in soon, you might as well walk back. I'm coming. Xianzhu promptly entered the car. Upon returning to the villa, the masked group played games for a while before retiring early to rest. The next morning, after Jiang Li drank the herbal medicine provided by Qi Yu, she felt utterly miserable, her limbs twitching uncontrollably, rolling her eyes to the back of her head as if she might foam at the mouth. As Jiang Li had her breakfast, a hint of saltiness gradually spread in her mouth, the long-lost aroma of food echoing on her palate. Her heart raced, hands trembling, and with a sudden exclamation, she dropped her small pearl. No way, Jiang Li. While the captain's cooking is exquisite, you don't need to express your emotional value so intensely. Xianzhu, who was preoccupied with his meal, was utterly astonished. What do you know? Jiang Li exclaimed, dropping pearls while extravagantly showcasing her meal. How many years has it been? I have lost count of how long it has been since I savored the taste of food. I want to compete with you. Take your time, Xianzhu, who usually devours his food quickly, set down his bowl upon witnessing Jiang Li's starving demeanor. As soon as Jiang Li finished her meal, she dragged Wang Mian to the supermarket to buy a plethora of snacks, dedicating the entire day to eating. Xianzhu and the others were taken aback. They had never seen Jiang Li show such enthusiasm for snacks. Why the sudden display today? At the snack street, Jiang Li had food in both hands and even had her mouth full. Try to eat less from the street vendors. Too much is bad for your health. Wang Mian cautioned as he saw Jiang Li about to buy another portion of grilled sweet potato skin, quickly stopping her. She had already eaten enough for the day. What's wrong with that? It's filled with technology and vitality. After eating, I could easily lose 10 pounds. Jiang Mian retorted. Wang Mian was left speechless, wondering where she had learned such absurd logic. Jiang Li let out a lengthy belch, the sound reminiscent of a certain celebrity on television. Realizing how she might be perceived in Wang Mian's eyes, she hastily covered her mouth. In truth, she was utterly beyond description in Wang Mian's mind. After all, spending each day together on missions, her true self had inevitably been revealed. Wang Mian was all too familiar with her character. Wang Mian, I think I might have overindulged, Jiang Li remarked, gently patting her belly, which resembled that of a woman 3 months pregnant. Wang Mian sighed in resignation. I'll go buy you some digestive tablets. No need, Jiang Li exclaimed, grabbing Wang Mian's arm. Why not? He inquired. With a playful smile, Jiang Li replied, because you are my very own digestive remedy. Chapter 92. The town meeting. Wang Mian silently went to purchase digestive tablets, for he deemed Jiang Li's words to be far from kind. That night, as Jiang Li lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, overwhelmed by her elation. However, upon reflection, it seemed that her sense of taste had returned only after consuming the old man's medicine. It must be said, the old man's demeanor resembled that of a proud father, clearly concerned, yet feigning indifference. The heart of an old man is indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Having just returned from their leave, the team set off before dawn to cleanse a nearby city of its mysteries. Time flew by swiftly, and in a blink, after eradicating the enigmas of one city, they received orders to proceed to Huaihai City to eliminate 3 mythological creatures from a sea realm. With the increasing prowess of the masked team, they accomplished this task in a single night. As the sun rose the following day, The blood of the mythological creatures stained the bay crimson, while the mass team had quietly moved on to the next city. Within the aircraft, Wang Mian, Tian Ping, and Xing Hen took charge of grilling meat, while the others focused on indulging in the feast. Jiang Li savored her meal, her mind wandering through the plot. In 2 years, would she need to jump into action? With her presence now, how might the narrative unfold? What are you pondering? Wang Mian asked, offering a skewer of grilled meat to Jiang Li. Without thinking, she replied, "Thinking of you." Unfortunately, Wang Mian had already grown immune to such remarks, and the others paid no heed to their exchange. They had never witnessed a relationship evolve at such a sluggish pace. After so many years, the two had yet to officially come together. In novels, the protagonists would have united by the first chapter, yet here they were, still in limbo. "Eat more. You'll be leading the charge against the mysteries soon," Wang Mian said, disregarding Jiang Li's comment as he handed a piece of grilled meat to the poor Vortex. "That's my meat," Vortex lamented. Jiang Li, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "So I'm merely a heartless tool for slaying the mysteries?" Wang Mian nodded. "You could say that, as your lethality is rather significant." Jiang Li replied, "Just teasing you." Wang Mian affectionately ruffled Jiang Li's hair. Yet her attention shifted back to him as she inquired, "Did you wash your hands before grilling the meat?" Wang Mian hesitated. "I don't think so." Jiang Li's hand was already resting on the hilt of her silver sword, prepared to draw it. Wang Mian softly asked, "Are you disapproving of me?" Jiang Li responded, "Not at all." Ugh, the team collectively gagged. Their captain had begun his emotional theatrics again, and Jiang Li seemed to be falling for it. Just then, they arrived at the city designated for cleansing the mysteries, and Wang Mian stood up, declaring, "If you've eaten enough, let's get to work." Received. 2 years later, after completing their mission against the mysteries, the team was taking a well-deserved break when Wang Mian's phone rang. Ding ling ling. He swiped the screen. "Hello, old Yuan." "All right, I understand. Don't worry. I'll lend a hand." After hanging up, Vortex eagerly inquired, "Captain, what does Yuan Gang need your help with?" "To be precise, it is to seek assistance from our team." Yuegawei questioned, "What kind of help do we need?" "To establish our presence at the new recruit training camp," Xian Shui exclaimed. "This is fantastic. We can show off." Wang Mian nodded in agreement. "First, let us board the plane and discuss our strategies." "All right, let me call Sister Rose," Tian Ping said as he took out his phone to dial her number. Meanwhile, Rose, upon receiving the call, hurriedly made her way over. Inside the cabin, everyone engaged in a lively discussion. Tian Ping remarked, "1 divine agent and 3 extremely hazardous forbidden zones. This batch of recruits surpasses our own. No wonder Yuan Gang wants us to establish order." Xian Shui asked, "Captain, does that mean we are outnumbered 8 to 239? Wang Mian replied, "No. Xinghen and Tan Xiang will serve as support and will not participate in the battle. They will rest on the side." Yuegawei interjected, "Wait a moment, Captain. Are you implying that Jiang Li will take the field?" Jiang Li responded, "What do you mean?" Xinghen reminded her, "Have you forgotten what you did back then?" Tian Ping chimed in, "You managed to provoke the instructor to the breaking point, split the cafeteria in half with a single strike, and turned the entire training camp into ruins. The most critical part was that in the heat of the battle, you couldn't distinguish friend from foe." Tan Xiang added, "Well, it seems that is indeed the case." Xian Shui sighed. "This time, I truly hope Jiang Li won't destroy the cafeteria again. Otherwise, we will have nowhere to eat." Jiang Li remarca, "Back then, I couldn't control my power properly, so injuring our own was inevitable." Rose countered, "I disagree. I believe Jiang Li on the field could eliminate a large portion of the recruits." Jiang Li smiled, "Sister Rose, you truly are my beloved." Wang Mian interjected, "Then what does that make him? Just a passerby?" Jiang Li turned to Wang Mian. "So, am I participating or not? What if you all fail?" Yuegawei reassured, "With the captain here, how could we possibly fail?" Jiang Li reminded them, "Let us not forget that one of the recruits is the agent of the Seraphim, Michael, divine codename 003. Xian Shui teased, "Jiang Li, why do I feel like you're boosting someone else's confidence while diminishing your own?" Jiang Li responded, "This is called strategic foresight. Please, Lin Xie possesses the protagonist's halo. He ultimately wins. However, with her involvement this time, I wonder how the outcome will change." Jiang Li, you should remain in the shadows until the final moment. just as you did back then. Wang Mian seemed to ponder this concern. Oh, I wanted to have some fun with this batch of recruits. Xin Shui and the others cautioned. Let us not end up dragging them into this. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian relented. All right, but do not harm our own. Jiang Li immediately assured. Oh, don't worry. Xin Shui sighed. Captain, are you really going to indulge Jiang Li in her recklessness? Yue Gui cautioned. What if we end up failing because of her? Wang Mian, holding Yi Yuan sword sheath, lightly tapped their heads and inquired, are you lacking confidence in your own abilities or in Jiang Li's prowess? Both Xianhua and Yu Gui replied in unison. We fear she might once again wreak havoc in the cafeteria. Wang Mian, with a hint of exasperation, reassured them, do not worry. I possess the ability to reverse time and restore order. This concern is unfounded. At that moment, Jiang Li appeared behind them, her voice low and teasing. Shall I strike you both first? Ah, Captain, save us. Jiang Li is bullying us again. Xianhua and Yu Gui immediately dashed through the cabin, with Jiang Li in pursuit. Wang Mian observed this trio of mischief makers, shaking his head in resignation, before reaching out to Yuan Gang to confirm their scheduled appearance. Chapter 93. A fusion of original text and captivating anime moments above the city of Songnan, the group sat together in the cabin, enjoying roasted meat. Jiang Li spoke up. I bet Yuan Gang is once again declaring that you are all novices. No, at this point, you are not even novices. You are mere waste, trash. The clichéd dialogue remained unchanged. Xuanwu remarked, incredible. It's just like when he trained us back in the day. Tianping added, not just that. He utters the same lines every year. Yue Gui chimed in. It's akin to a homeroom teacher proclaiming that we're the worst class they've ever had. Xiang Wei inquired. By the way, when do we make our entrance? Wang Mian replied. No rush. Old Yuan hasn't finished his speech yet. Xuanwu suggested, Captain, should we make a spectacular entrance that dazzles the new recruits? Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly, thinking they would indeed dazzle the new recruits, leaving an indelible memory. Wang Mian declared, no need. Old Yuan said we just need to jump out of the plane. Xuanwu, dropping his skewer, exclaimed, what? At that moment, Wang Mian received a message from Yuan Gang and stood up. All right, it's our turn to take the stage. He donned his mask and approached the rear cabin door, with others following suit. Without further ado, they leapt into the void. Xuanwu lingered behind, ultimately receiving a helpful shove from Tianping, sending him tumbling after the rest.